Reborn, we choose to become renegade ninjas, returning from the remnants of a universe, bearing the memories and powers of annihilation. At the moment of their rebirth in the Valley of the End, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha etched a scar that severed ties with their past. Sasuke merged with Hashirama Senju. Naruto consumed Madara Uchiha in pursuit of the power sufficient to slay gods. They willingly stepped into darkness, seeking the most perilous scientist, Orochimaru, with the Mangekyo Sharingan as their wager and knowledge of the future as their currency. The path to seizing legendary power and divinity officially commenced. Chapter 1. The interplay of yin and yang, gaining all things. The sound of rushing water roared, deafening. Cold waves crashed against their youthful bodies, the biting chill not emanating from the river, but rooted in the tremors of their very souls. Naruto Uzumaki abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the familiar colossal statues. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha glaring at each other across the cascading waterfall. Beneath them, the turbulent Valley of the End. Sasuke. He struggled to turn his head, spotting Sasuke Uchiha nearby, equally wrestling to rise from the water, his black hair clinging damply to his forehead, his expression mirroring shock and confusion. This was no illusion. Everything around them was terrifyingly real. The air was saturated with the mingled sense of moisture and smoke. The rough texture of the stones beneath their feet palpable, even. The distant chirping of birds in the forest was unmistakably clear. Shouldn't they be adrift in the cold void of the universe, awaiting their final extinction? The ruins of the ninja world, the loss of comrades, the despairing power of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Vivid scenes of carnage surged into their minds like a tidal wave. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. Are we back? Naruto nodded vigorously, his throat too dry to produce sound. That white vortex which had consumed them was not the end of destruction, but rather a miracle of time. They had returned to the past, to the very crossroads of fate, their first battle in the Valley of the End. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly let out a muffled cry of pain, his hands instinctively clutching his eyes. Vivid crimson blood streamed through his fingers, dripping into the water and blooming into a small, tragic red bloom. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he slowly lowered his hands, revealing his altered eyes. No longer the ordinary three tomo, they now displayed intricate, bizarre patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 whole years earlier than he remembered. The immense pressure from past and present, the despair of obliteration, the sorrow of lost comrades, and the shock of rebirth. All these heavy emotions found an outlet at that moment, stimulating the Uchiha bloodline in the most extreme way, forcibly birthing these cursed eyes that perceive the world. How much power do you have left? Sasuke's voice regained a semblance of calm, his blood-red Mangekyo fixated intently on Naruto, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward. Indeed, his chakra had significantly diminished, reverting to the level typical for his age. However, the combat instincts, ninjutsu techniques, and battle experience imprinted deep within his soul were still intact. The coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique, the nuances of the adamantine sealing technique, even his rekindled, deeper connection with the proud Ninetales seemed to have returned, roaring within his consciousness with a sense of survival. Indeed, after Sasuke lost his Rinnegan, Naruto had devoted himself to intense training, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, and later, with Orochimaru's research, he had reactivated the bloodline powers of the Uzumaki clan. Most of it remains. Naruto opened his eyes, his azure pupils shimmering with unwavering resolve. I just lack chakra, and my body needs to readjust. But with Kurama here, chakra will not be an issue. Sasuke nodded slightly, the crimson patterns in his eyes slowly rotating, revealing a depth beyond his years. Naruto, I have a plan. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. A highly dangerous plan, but one that could perhaps change everything. He inhaled deeply, casting his gaze into the distance, as if piercing through time and space to glimpse a shadowy laboratory. I remember, in the final stages of his life, Orochimaru obsessively researched a forbidden technique known as the spiritual contract reincarnation technique. Naruto furrowed his brows. This name was unfamiliar to him. That technique that can forcibly merge the souls of fallen warriors with those of the living. Sasuke's voice was low and enticing, through relentless battles and the passage of time. the merged individual could ultimately gain the full power of the original soul, even surpassing it. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The soul of a strong warrior? The entirety of their power? I intend to merge with the soul of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Sasuke's gaze burned with determination, embodying a resolute finality. And you, Naruto, you must merge with the soul of Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju. These names thundered in Naruto's heart like a cataclysmic explosion. They were legends of the ninja world, the pinnacle of power, the interplay of yin and yang, granting us the myriad of all things. Sasuke continued, his tone resolute. The powers of Ashura and Indra are reborn within us. If we can achieve perfect fusion, we may both awaken the Rinnegan and possess true power capable of confronting Kaguya. Naruto fell silent. He understood Sasuke's intent. The Sage Mode and would release of Hashirama Senju, the pinnacle of Sharingan and combat prowess of Madara Uchiha. If they could unite these within themselves, it would indeed be a shortcut to greatness. But the reason forbidden techniques are called such is that they defy reason, fraught with unknowns and risks. Naruto spoke gravely. We both understand the cost of failure. Soul fusion, with even the slightest misstep, could lead to utter obliteration. I know that Sasuke's gaze remained unwavering. Moreover, based on my fragmented observations and records from my past life, Orochimaru's spiritual contract reincarnation technique was merely a half-finished product with a lamentably low success rate. Then why would you still? Because I need him. Sasuke interrupted Naruto. In my previous life, due to caution, I kept a close watch on Orochimaru's movements, recording vast amounts of his research data and results with my Sharingan, including many crucial details and improvements regarding this forbidden technique. Now, we must find him, persuade him with our knowledge of the future. No, we must subdue him, make him willingly stand by our side, to perfect this forbidden technique, and provide us with all necessary support. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, and from those bloodied Mangekyo eyes, he discerned wisdom and resolve that transcended age. What Sasuke proposed was indeed the only viable method to rapidly augment their strength and prepare for the impending calamity. Though it was madness, though it was perilous, they had no other choice. This plan will be incomprehensible to anyone. Naruto's voice dropped to a somber tone. Konoha, we cannot return. At least not now. They needed absolute freedom, without dragging Konoha into this, to seek out Orochimaru and execute this audacious plan. A bitter smile graced Sasuke's lips. From the moment we decided to alter our fates, we embarked on a path divergent from everyone else. Their gazes met, requiring no further words. The bonds and understanding forged in their past life transformed into a silent vow at that instant. They both comprehended that what lay ahead would be an endless pursuit, rife with misunderstandings and solitude. Sasuke took the initiative, retrieving the Konoha headband from his pocket. That emblem of belonging and honor felt icy in his grasp. He drew a kunai, without hesitation, and viciously carved a deep scar across the Konoha symbol. The crisp sound of friction echoed through the silent valley, resonating like a resolute severance of their past. Naruto observed Sasuke's movements, his gaze filled with complexity, yet ultimately transforming into resolve. He removed his forehead protector, mirroring Sasuke's actions, and etched a mark of betrayal upon it. Two symbols of renegade shinobi, the Konoha forehead protectors, were cast into the river, sinking to the frigid depths, akin to the identities and pasts they had forsaken. Let us be off, Sasuke declared, turning first, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings for an escape route. Right, Naruto replied, following closely behind. Sasuke, this time, you are not alone. Naruto suddenly recalled something, calling out to Sasuke. I understand that a barely perceptible smile graced Sasuke's lips as he resolutely advanced ahead. Two youthful and determined figures departed against the roar of the waterfall, leaving behind the valley of the end, a witness to countless entanglements of fate. They did not look back, their gazes unwavering as they faced the unknown ahead. There lay the scientist they must seek, the mad experiment they had to undertake, and the weighty mission of saving the world they had to shoulder. The wind whispered past their ears, laden with moisture and a hint of a chilling future. Thus began their path of defection. Chapter 2. Delving into the serpent's lair. We have arrived. Sasuke's voice resonated in the subterranean passage, each footfall striking the damp ground, magnified in the silence. The walls flanking the passage were rough, the flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows of the two figures. A musty odor pervaded the air, mingling with the scent of earth and an unidentifiable liquid, inducing a sense of nausea. Naruto tightened his coat. The temperature here was significantly lower than above ground, damp and chillingly uncomfortable. They halted before a colossal stone door. The door, entirely black and of an indeterminate material, was adorned with intricate runes resembling twisted serpents, emanating an unsettling chill. Merely gazing upon these runes sent a shiver racing up the spine, as if something frigid were creeping along it. With hands nestled in his pockets, Naruto leaned casually against the cold stone wall, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere. Golden strands of hair fell across one side of his face, glimmering faintly in the dim light. He idly kicked a stone at his feet, the subtle sound shattering the stillness. Orochimaru must be inside. Naruto spoke, his tone calm, betraying no hint of tension. Yet the azure depths of his concealed eyes sparkled with the keen light of a dormant beast, revealing a trace of barely perceptible excitement. Sasuke, unresponsive to Naruto's words, silently approached the stone door, extending his hand to press against the eerie runes that he closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, his chakra flowing like an invisible stream into the door. The runes seemed to awaken, emitting a faint glow akin to sleepy eyes slowly opening. The heavy stone door creaked ominously, gradually parting to reveal a pungent aroma of medicine that rushed forth, assaulting their senses. Accompanying this was a nauseating stench of blood, so thick it felt nearly tangible, stimulating their olfactory nerves. Naruto instinctively wrinkled his brow, covering his nose. The scent was far more unbearable than that of the battlefield. Inside the laboratory, the light was dimmer still, illuminated only by a few peculiarly shaped fixtures casting a sickly green glow, rendering the space ghostly. Oddly shaped experimental apparatuses, akin to clawing monsters, flickered in the shadows, reflecting a cold sheen. Beakers, test tubes, and an array of unidentifiable instruments lay haphazardly on the tables, some containing strange-colored liquids and ghastly remnants of creatures. The air was thick with a stifling sense of oppression, as if this place were not a laboratory, but a sinister tomb. Orochimaru stood before the central experimentation table, his back to them, long black hair cascading messily over his shoulders, giving him an untidy appearance. Clad in a loose white robe that accentuated his emaciated frame, he appeared as if a gust of wind might topple him. He was bent over a particular apparatus, utterly engrossed in what seemed to be a critically important experiment, oblivious to the world around him. Only when the stone door fully opened, its weighty sound echoing in the cavernous laboratory, did Orochimaru, slowly turned at a strange smile, crept across his pale, almost sickly face, the corners of his mouth lifting in a cold, rigid arc that exuded no warmth. His serpent-like eyes glinted with a chilling light in the darkness, reminiscent of a snake flicking its tongue, icy, sinister, and fraught with danger. He surveyed Naruto and Sasuke, his gaze slithering over them before finally resting on Sasuke's face, his smile widening further as he rasped in a low, sinister voice. You have finally come, haven't you? Sasuke-kun, you have finally arrived. It has been a long wait. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed in the laboratory, akin to a cold serpent tasting the air. His snake-like eyes turned toward Naruto with a hint of amusement and curiosity. Oh, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has come as well. This is truly an unexpected delight. Naruto kept his hands in his pockets, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of playful arrogance, remaining silent while an ember of excitement flickered in his gaze. Sasuke stepped forward, his cold gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Orochimaru, his tone exuding undeniable authority. Enough of the pleasantries, Orochimaru. If you wish to willingly serve us, you must present power that will unequivocally compel your submission. That he paused, his dark eyes deep as night, and the prerequisite is absolute dominance and strength. Sasuke's voice was calm, yet filled with conviction, each word resonating with formidable confidence. Orochimaru, taken aback at first, soon emitted a chilling laugh from his throat, reminiscent of a hissing snake. Kik. Sasuke-kun, it seems that your confidence has swelled considerably since acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan. His smile twisted, his snake-like eyes glinting with dangerous light. However, with your current abilities, you lack the qualification to speak such grandiose words before me. Before his words could fully dissipate, Orochimaru's figure abruptly vanished from sight, his speed so swift that only an afterimage could be perceived. In the next instant, he had ghosted towards Sasuke, a pale clawed hand with a sinister wind, akin to a viper striking, aimed directly at Sasuke's throat. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively leaning back, evading Orochimaru's lethal strike with the agility of a leopard. Simultaneously, his onyx eyes were instantly stained crimson, the three tomo spinning rapidly, merging into the eerie form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A profound and ancient power surged forth from the depths of his pupils, imbued with the weight of countless ages, instilling trepidation as if one were facing a primordial deity. Orochimaru's movements faltered momentarily, a rare glimmer of shock and gravity flashing through his snake-like eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the talent of the Uchiha clan is enviable. Orochimaru's voice bore a note of surprise, yet was overwhelmed by excitement. This is merely the beginning. Sasuke's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. He formed hand seals with blinding speed, his fingertips trailing indistinct shadows, fire-style, great fire annihilation. Seething flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth like a volcanic eruption, instantly transforming into a cataclysmic sea of fire, radiating a terrifying force capable of incinerating. All in its path, surging toward Orochimaru to engulf him. The flames instantaneously illuminated the dimly lit laboratory, casting an eerie crimson hue over everything, while the searing heat caused the air to warp, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. In the face of this all-consuming inferno, Orochimaru's pallid visage bore a sickly smile of exhilaration, his serpentine eyes brimming with madness. Deprived of his hands, he resorted to expelling the ninjutsu scroll from his abdomen using his tongue, swiftly unfurling it. Earth-style, earth flow wall. With a deep, resonant growl, a colossal and robust earthen wall surged forth from the ground, standing like a mountain before him, steadfastly blocking the onslaught of the fiery deluge. The flames collided violently with the earthen barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar, while sparks flew and thick smoke billowed, causing the entire laboratory to tremble with intensity. After several rounds of confrontation, Orochimaru's breaths grew increasingly labored, fine beads of sweat forming on his pale forehead. His armless body rendered his chakra circulation and physical burden far greater than that of an ordinary person. In stark contrast, Sasuke, though also depleting his chakra, maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of ease. His Sharingan, adorned with the patterns of the kaleidoscope, radiated an aura of confidence and cold detachment, as if he held dominion over all. Orochimaru, your era has come to an end. Sasuke's voice echoed once more, frigid and authoritative, reminiscent of a death knell at that moment. A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps erupted from the entrance of the laboratory, shattering the tense standoff. Chapter 3. The future of the ninja world. The figure of Yakushi Kabuto appeared at the door in a flurry, and upon witnessing the scene in the laboratory, particularly the fierce battle between Lord Orochimaru and Sasuke, a look of sheer terror instantly marred his face. Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto exclaimed, instinctively rushing forward to assist. Leaning against the wall, seemingly indifferent, Naruto lazily lifted his head, a glint of mockery flickering in his azure eyes. Oh, isn't that Kabuto? It's been quite a while. He greeted casually, his tone laced with a hint of irreverence. He paused, a dangerous light flashing within his deep blue pupils, his demeanor growing colder. However, this is hardly the moment for nostalgia. My dear friend is currently dealing with some personal matters, wouldn't you agree? Kabuto's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, as if pinned in place, his complexion turning pale as a specter. It was then he realized the presence he had overlooked, Naruto. An icy chill enveloped him, the palpable sense of impending doom rendering him rigid. Naruto, evidently unwilling to squander time, narrowed his eyes slightly, and within the depths of his azure gaze, the chakra of the Nine Tails began to surge like boiling magma. A terrifying aura, more potent than any previous encounter, erupted from him. His golden chakra cloak enveloped him entirely, and behind him, 9 colossal chakra tails danced like blazing flames. The very air in the laboratory seemed to solidify under the weight of this power. Having forged an agreement with the Nine Tails, Naruto found himself endowed with incredible speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Kabuto. The latter barely had time to react before Naruto's fist struck his abdomen. Ugh! Kabuto coughed up blood, his body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the wall with a muffled thud. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the wall as Kabuto slowly slid down, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. Naruto gradually retracted his fist, the golden chakra cloak dissipating, and the 9 tails slowly vanishing. The atmosphere in the laboratory grew tense following Kabuto's intrusion. Orochimaru observed Naruto with keen interest, the crimson slits of his eyes glinting with inscrutable curiosity. He noted that the overwhelming force radiating from Naruto had subsided, replaced by an unsettling tranquility, as if the earlier explosive chakra had merely been a fleeting illusion. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. It has been a short while, yet your transformations have truly impressed me. Orochimaru's hoarse voice broke the silence, laced with a subtle undertone of respect. He slowly turned his head, his serpentine gaze lingering over both individuals, finally settling on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, your power has far surpassed my previous expectations, and Naruto, you have managed to harness the power of the 9 tails. Sasuke's eyes were as calm as ice, his Sharingan spinning slowly, like meticulously meshing gears, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Orochimaru, you need only to understand that the current us is worlds apart from who we once were. His voice was cold and concise, each word dripping with undeniable menace. Naruto stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke, a sharp glint flashing in his azure eyes. All right, Sasuke, no need to waste time with this fellow. Naruto glanced at Orochimaru, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Orochimaru, what we are about to discuss is of paramount importance, concerning the future trajectory of the entire ninja world. Before Naruto could finish, he decisively formed hand seals, and a torrent of chakra surged forth like a flood. An invisible barrier suddenly rising, isolating the entire laboratory from the outside world, rendering all perception impotent. With the invisible barrier now in place, the laboratory became as silent as an isolated island. Orochimaru watched Naruto's every move with keen interest, the depths of his serpentine eyes glinting with inscrutable light, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Oh, the future? He elongated the word, his tone steeped in intrigue. It seems the future you speak of only heightens my desire to uncover it. Kabuto, struggling to rise from the ground with blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, gazed at Naruto with a mix of fear and rage. What is it that you truly desire? His voice was hoarse and shaky, barely concealing his tremor. Naruto, Sasuke, you have suddenly become so powerful, yet you remain enigmatic. What is your purpose? Naruto's cold gaze swept over Kabuto, devoid of warmth, akin to staring at a lifeless corpse. Kabuto, it appears you have yet to grasp reality. His voice deepened, a dangerous aura unfurling like a coiled beast. You are in no position to question our decisions. Naruto then surveyed the two before him, speaking in a low tone. Before we formally commence our discussion, I wish for you to understand one thing. We are not here to negotiate with you, but rather to offer you the opportunity to follow us for your own survival. Under the looming catastrophe of the future, no one shall remain unscathed. Choosing to align with us is your only path to salvation. Preaching truly is tiresome, and I am not particularly adept at it. Rather than pontificating, I am more inclined towards the relentless pursuit of power. Having lived a second life, enduring countless deaths and separations, his craving for strength had become ingrained in his very being, subtly altering his character. Yet, despite any changes, he remained Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke's Sharingan continued to revolve slowly, its eerie glow instilling both dread and awe. Our goal is simple, to change this decaying ninja world. His voice was like a blade tempered in ice, each word laden with undeniable resolve. And Orochimaru, you will play a crucial role in this endeavor. Orochimaru squinted with interest, his crimson tongue flicking over his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Oh, a crucial role? That assertion is quite novel and intriguing. His raspy voice, laced with curiosity, locked onto the two as if assessing prey. Then, why don't you enlighten me on what role this old serpent can play in the future you envision? Naruto inhaled deeply, his azure eyes burning with unprecedented seriousness and gravity, locking his gaze onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru, what I am about to share pertains to the future of the ninja world, a future far beyond your imagination, one that may even upend all your preconceived notions. Chapter 4. The Forbidden Technique. Spirit Contract Reincarnation Technique. Naruto, Naruto's voice grew increasingly somber, as if recounting an ancient and terrifying prophecy. He began to unfold the harrowing tale they had personally endured, filled with despair and conflict. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, as though releasing the painful memories long buried within his heart. The outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War had undeniably impacted the ninja world. However, compared to the calamity that followed, it seemed trivial by comparison. He started to narrate, his voice rich and magnetic, gradually revealing the grand, yet despairing tapestry of war. The true identity of Tobi, the shadow lurking behind the Akatsuki, the fleeting alliances among ninjas, the reanimation of Madara, the truth of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the unimaginable Six Paths Sage. Each name felt like a heavy stone, pressing down upon the heart. After that calamity, Sasuke and I exerted every ounce of our strength to finally secure a moment of respite for the ninja world. Sasuke, burdened by guilt, chose a path of wandering to atone for his sins. Kakashi-sensei ascended to the position of the sixth Hokage, while I immersed myself in the archives, diligently acquiring knowledge. Through the arduous trials of the Jonin examination, I ultimately ascended to the coveted seat of Hokage. A bittersweet smile graced Naruto's lips as he reminisced about what he once believed to be peaceful days, his tone tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Yet, his voice suddenly dropped, resembling the eerie calm before a tempest, a mere facade before the impending storm. He lifted his gaze, his azure eyes shimmering with a flicker of anguish. I naively believed that under the protection of Sasuke and myself, the ninja world would embrace genuine tranquility, until the arrival of those ominous beings. Naruto's stare deepened, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space, glimpsing a more terrifying reality. A greater crisis looming from the distant reaches of the cosmos, the ancient clan known as Otsutsuki. There might far surpass any existence we had ever known. Their descent upon the ninja realm was akin to deities gracing the mortal realm, while we, in their presence, were but insignificant insects. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Orochimaru and Kabuto, clearly discerning the shock in their eyes. He understood that his words might sound like fantastical tales, yet they were accounts of a harrowing future they had lived through. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan exceeded your wildest imaginations. The 5 great nations of the ninja world, all ninja, stood as frail as ants before that power. Despite our utmost efforts to resist, we ultimately faced a tragic defeat. The ninja world was reduced to ashes, and all we held dear was annihilated. The laboratory fell into a profound silence, save for the weighty sound of Naruto's breathing echoing in the empty space. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes suddenly constricted, his playful smile frozen, replaced by an unprecedented gravity, his serpentine tongue momentarily stilled. Kabuto's complexion turned ashen, his gaze hollow, as if he had plummeted into an abyss, all prior disdain and skepticism evaporating into thin air. Sasuke's voice shattered the silence as he spoke slowly. The crux of all this lies in the forbidden technique you, Orochimaru, will create, the spirit contract reincarnation technique. Orochimaru repeated the unfamiliar name of this technique in a hushed tone, an elusive glimmer flashing in his serpentine eyes. I have never heard of it. But your tone suggests that you hold great expectations for this technique. Kabuto, rendered utterly speechless, stood rigid as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This cannot be, Kabuto exclaimed, his voice distorted by sheer shock. You are speaking nonsense. What Otsutsuki clan? What ninja world war? It is sheer fantasy, even if the story is bizarre and intriguing. Where is the evidence to substantiate your claims? Kabuto, this is the very chasm that lies between you and Orochimaru. Naruto's gaze swept over the two, his tone calm, yet tinged with disdain. As for evidence, that is something we possess in abundance. Naruto rose slowly, no longer suppressing his formidable power. In an instant, the natural energy around him surged violently, drawn to him like a magnet, as the sage's eyes manifested upon his eyelids. Simultaneously, a torrent of overwhelming chakra erupted from within him, heralding the arrival of the Nine-Tails Sage mode. At this moment, although Naruto had yet to formally train in sage arts, the muscle memory of invoking sage techniques was etched deep within his soul, and with the Nine-Tails' formidable assistance, the art of sagehood became effortlessly within reach. Do you believe? From whence this power originates? Do you presume we possess an ability to effortlessly crush you, yet engage in idle discourse with you? Kabuto's perception was akin to a solitary vessel tossed about in a tempest, instantly engulfed by the terrifying aura that erupted from Naruto. The remnants of doubt that lingered in his blood-stained visage vanished in an instant, his countenance turning as pale as lifeless parchment, devoid of any color. A chill, originating from the depths of his soul, crawled up like a parasite, causing every nerve ending to scream in terror, rendering his muscles uncontrollably convulsed and trembling. This power transcended strength. It exceeded the realm of ninjutsu that Kabuto could comprehend, resembling a terrifying entity from another dimension. Potent enough that merely the release of its aura could instill despair, revealing the insignificance and helplessness of one's existence. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, fixated on the golden aura of Sage Mode enveloping Naruto, his pupils constricting to pinprick size before expanding once more. Swirling with unprecedented shock and a serpentine greed that sent shivers down the spine. Sage Arts. This truly is Sage Arts. Orochimaru's voice emerged like a rusted wind instrument, rasping with barely contained excitement, causing his tone to tremble slightly. Kabuto, do not interrupt. Orochimaru's serpentine tongue flicked with increased fervor, crimson tip licking his lips. The glint in his eyes akin to a poisoned blade, sharp and frenzied. Their vivid descriptions of future details were intricate and logically flawless, far from mere fabrications. Only those who have truly experienced that future and felt that despair could possibly depict it so maturely and so vividly. He had devoted his entire life to unraveling the mysteries of ninjutsu. And regarding Sage Arts, an ultimate power said to exist only in legends, he possessed a thirst for knowledge and understanding that far surpassed the ordinary. Moreover, Sasuke had previously mentioned a forbidden technique known as the Spirit Contract Reincarnation Technique, igniting within Orochimaru a fervent curiosity, propelling his interest and anticipation to unprecedented heights. Chapter 5. The half-finished forbidden technique now, as golden cross-shaped light flickered in Naruto's eyes, resembling two unmatched sharp blades. He cast a cold and oppressive gaze upon the ashen-faced Kabuto. His voice, deep and magnetic, resonated with an immense force, each word striking like thunder upon Kabuto's heart, blurring his consciousness. Do you still believe that what we speak is mere delusion? Kabuto crumbled entirely. The previous doubts and anger, like dust swept away by a tempest, were pulverized into nothingness before Naruto's sudden and overwhelming might. He resembled a beast stripped of its claws, futilely attempting to roar, yet finding his vocal cords seemingly throttled by an invisible hand, his throat parched like cracked earth in a desert, no sound emerging. His once ruddy complexion had turned ghostly pale, devoid of life, with only a hollow void in his eyes, reminiscent of a drowning soul grasping at the last vestige of hope. Within Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, tumultuous emotions surged like a tide threatening to overflow, yet he clenched his teeth, suppressing that almost frenzied excitement deep within. He inhaled sharply, the cool air filling his lungs, slightly calming his tumultuous heart, redirecting his attention to Naruto and Sasuke. The playfulness and disdain had vanished from his vertical pupils, replaced by unprecedented seriousness and a flicker of inscrutable complexity. It seems, Orochimaru's voice lowered, akin to the hiss of a serpent, yet betraying a subtle tremor. What you speak of regarding the future is not mere fantasy. His tone became exceedingly earnest, each word appearing as if meticulously considered, bearing a weighty significance. Regarding that forbidden technique, the Spirit Contract Reincarnation Technique, how much do you truly know? Upon hearing this, Sasuke stepped forward, his eyes swirling with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, resembling a precise and enigmatic gear, with profound light circulating within, as if harboring endless secrets. He spoke solemnly. The reason I did not directly implant all information into your minds through Genjutsu, as I previously mentioned, is due to the overwhelming volume of information contained within. Even with the power of the Sharingan, it is challenging to fully convey it in a brief period. The technique of the Spirit Contract Reincarnation stirred Orochimaru's heart as he lightly uttered its name, each syllable laced with an intoxicating danger. What are the principles and flaws of this technique? His gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Sasuke, his suppressed desire nearly bubbling to the surface. For Orochimaru, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of forbidden techniques, the unknown power was akin to the sweetest poison, deadly yet utterly irresistible. Sasuke met Orochimaru's oppressive gaze with calm resolve, his Sharingan slowly rotating, the profound darkness within resembling an endless vortex that consumed the surrounding light. He understood that Orochimaru's curiosity and vigilance had reached their zenith. To gain his trust and cooperation, Sasuke must demonstrate sufficient sincerity and value. As I mentioned, the information contained within this technique is vast, impossible to convey fully through mere words. Sasuke's voice was deep and clear, each word imbued with an undeniable steadiness. Perhaps you should witness it for yourself. Before he finished speaking, the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes accelerated its rotation, the three tomo shifting rapidly until they settled into a complex and arcane pattern. From the depths of his pupils, a ghostly light erupted, not a tangible beam, but a pure projection of spiritual energy, instantaneously casting itself upon the barren walls of the laboratory. On the wall, the light twisted and warped as if a stone had been cast into still water, creating ripples that spread out in layers. Countless tiny points of light emerged, akin to stars in the night sky, converging and coalescing into dynamic images. Within these scenes, the lines flowed smoothly, rhythmically outlining intricate structures of the technique. Every direction of a line and every connection of a node contained profound laws governing chakra flow. This was, unmistakably, the graphical representation of the spirit contract reincarnation technique, presented before Orochimaru and Kabuto in a manner akin to a holographic projection. Kabuto's pupils dilated, his previous skepticism and disdain abruptly replaced by shock and gravity. He stepped forward, drawing near the wall, greedily scanning the technique's diagram projected by the Sharingan, as if wishing to imprint every detail into his mind. This is impossible. Kabuto's throat constricted, a dry whisper escaping his lips, filled with disbelief. This structure is entirely different from any theories I have encountered. The flow of chakra, the guidance of spiritual energy, completely transcends current understanding. He reached out, trembling, yearning to touch the shadows on the wall, yet his fingertips merely passed through the void, futilely brushing against the air. The diagram was not a physical entity, but a projection of pure spiritual energy, harboring unfathomable mysteries. Naruto stepped forward, standing beside Orochimaru, his golden eyes shining with a cross-shaped light, his tone calm and assured. What Kabuto says is true. This technique indeed differs from your existing knowledge. For this is the spirit contract reincarnation technique that you have dedicated the latter half of your life to researching. However, it is regrettably a work in progress, which is why Sasuke and I must seek your assistance, scientist of the ninja world. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed like thunder in Kabuto's ears, causing him to shudder and turn his head in disbelief towards Naruto. The future Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto's voice quivered, his initial doubts and disdain now thoroughly dismantled, replaced by profound uncertainty and confusion. Orochimaru, too, remained fixated on the diagram on the wall, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with fluctuating brilliance. He paid no heed to Kabuto's exclamation. Seemingly immersed in the mysteries embodied in the technique itself, he extended a pale finger, slowly tracing the lines formed by the light, his gaze intense and fervent, like a devout believer worshipping a divine revelation. The future me, Orochimaru murmured softly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor, not of fear, but of excitement, a longing for the unknown, thrilled by the possibility of creating such an astonishing technique. He fell into contemplation, his mind racing, countless thoughts surging like a tide. What experiences did his future self undergo? What research did he conduct to refine a forbidden technique to such an extent? How were those unconventional chakra manipulations and spiritual energy guidance techniques developed? Orochimaru's heart brimmed with questions, yet it was also filled with an unprecedented anticipation. If the diagram before him truly represented the fruits of his future research, then its inherent value would far exceed his imagination. This was not merely a forbidden technique. It was a gateway to the unknown, an opportunity capable of overturning the existing ninjutsu system. Kabuto remained in shock, repeatedly comparing the technique's diagram projected by the Sharingan with his existing knowledge. The deeper he delved, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Those seemingly simple lines concealed profound principles that eluded his understanding, as though they formed an entirely new world, a domain he had never ventured into. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Naruto and Sasuke, these two boys from the future, now appearing to him not as charlatans, but as enigmatic beings possessing unimaginable power. Their claims of the future might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Yet Kabuto's voice still bore a hint of hesitation, though his tone had softened considerably. Is it truly sufficient to convince me merely with these diagrams of the technique? He was not entirely convinced. Years of caution and skepticism could not be easily dispelled. Yet the scales of his heart began to waver, the once impenetrable defenses showing signs of fracture. Sasuke, hearing this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, a knowing expression that hinted at deeper understanding. He recognized that Kabuto's defenses were beginning to weaken, and that with a little more persuasion, they could be completely dismantled. Of course it is not enough, Sasuke replied, his voice calm and confident, as if everything were firmly within his grasp. The diagrams may only reveal the tip of the iceberg. To completely alleviate your doubts, we require further evidence. He paused, the Sharingan in his eyes flickering once more, its ethereal light surging like a tide, enveloping the walls of the laboratory. This time, the shadows transformed from static diagrams into a series of interconnected dynamic images, unfurling on the wall like a cinematic reel. Within these scenes, time raced forward, the environments shifting rapidly, from a rudimentary underground laboratory to a grand secret base, and onto battlefields shrouded in smoke. Countless fragments of imagery flashed before their eyes. These glimpses represented the future research journey of Orochimaru, how he gradually transcended the confines of ninjutsu, how he dissected the mysteries of forbidden techniques, and how he overcame numerous challenges and setbacks to elevate the spirit contract reincarnation technique to unprecedented heights. Sasuke, intent on ensuring Orochimaru's complete belief and obtaining his genuine cooperation, meticulously displayed every detail of the process recorded by Sharingan over the span of 3 days and nights. For ninjas, 3 days and nights might merely be a fleeting moment, yet for Orochimaru and Kabuto, that duration felt akin to an extensive and profound spiritual awakening. They witnessed firsthand how the future Orochimaru dismantled the shackles of ninjutsu, how he meticulously analyzed the secrets of forbidden techniques, and how he ultimately propelled the spirit contract reincarnation to an extraordinary pinnacle. They have witnessed countless failures, numerous attempts, and endless cycles of destruction and reconstruction. They have also glimpsed the future of Orochimaru, characterized by an almost mad obsession, an indomitable perseverance, and an insatiable desire for exploration into the unknown. Moreover, Kabuto has seen a more mature, composed, and unfathomable version of himself in that future. He envisions himself standing beside Orochimaru, playing a more pivotal role, engaging in more essential research, and, in certain aspects, having already surpassed his present self. The prolonged display over 3 days and nights was akin to an enlightening revelation, thoroughly upending the perceptions of both Orochimaru and Kabuto. They gained a fresh understanding of the future, the spirit contract reincarnation technique, and the identities of Naruto and Sasuke. As the final image gradually faded, the laboratory returned to its former silence. Orochimaru and Kabuto remained mute, yet their gazes had undergone a profound transformation. In the depths of Orochimaru's serpentine eyes, the previous amusement and disdain had vanished, replaced by deep astonishment and an indescribable complexity of emotions. There was a sense of reverence for the unknown, awe at the future self, and an intensified yearning for the spirit contract reincarnation technique. Kabuto's expression was even more intricate. The skepticism and disdain he once harbored had been utterly shattered, supplanted by awe, curiosity, and a trace of barely perceptible excitement. He beheld a broader world filled with infinite possibilities and temptations. He realized how trivial and ridiculous his previous steadfastness appeared in the face of genuine unknowns. Perhaps these two young men could indeed lead them toward a wholly new future. Silence enveloped the laboratory like thick ink, saturating the space anew. The mural-like dynamic images had vanished, leaving only a mottled wall behind, reminiscent of awakening from a dream, returning everything to its origin. Yet, the subtle atmosphere in the air unmistakably indicated that something had irrevocably changed, akin to new sprouts breaking through the earth, quietly brimming with vibrant life. Orochimaru remained standing, his serpent-like gaze as deep as 2 unfathomable pools of cold water. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gliding over the wall where the images had lingered, as if attempting to capture a trace of the residual future essence. The corners of his mouth, which typically held a playful smirk, were now pressed into a straight line, hinting at the turbulence within that belied his outward calm. Kabuto stood quietly behind Orochimaru, his gaze flickering behind his lenses like will-o'-the-wisps in the dark. He adjusted his glasses, a subtle gesture that seemed to anchor his wavering spirit. The visual impact of 3 days and nights surpassed any theoretical discourse, as the experience of the future fundamentally overturned his established beliefs, igniting an unprecedented complexity of emotions toward the 2 young men before him. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally moved. He slowly turned, his serpentine eyes sweeping over Sasuke and Naruto, ultimately settling on the scroll in Sasuke's hand, which contained the entirety of the spirit contract reincarnation technique's data, inscribed by Sasuke's Sharingan. Orochimaru's voice, low and gravelly, carried a barely perceptible tremor laced with excitement, desire, and curiosity. "May I examine this closely?" This was not a question, but a request laden with strong implications. Given Orochimaru's pride and arrogance, his willingness to speak in such a tone revealed the immense allure the technique held for him. Sasuke nodded slightly and handed over the scroll. "Of course, this is precisely the purpose of our visit." Orochimaru eagerly accepted the scroll, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, he trembled slightly, as if electrified. He carefully unfurled the scroll, his gaze greedily scanning the intricate symbols and annotations, akin to a parched traveler discovering a sweet spring, yearning to consume it all. His focus intensified, delving deeper into the scroll, as if to immerse his very soul within its contents. Time slipped away, and the laboratory fell once more into silence, the only sound being the soft rustle of the scroll in the tranquil space. Kabuto quietly approached Orochimaru, his gaze also falling upon the scroll. Though he could not grasp the profound mysteries of the forbidden technique as swiftly as Orochimaru, he sensed the immense power and limitless potential contained within. He began to methodically organize the scattered research materials in the laboratory, categorizing important notes and experimental data for Orochimaru's convenience. His actions were meticulous and earnest, reflecting a marked departure from his previously casual demeanor. At that moment, he resembled a diligent student, tirelessly absorbing the nourishment of knowledge. As time passed unnoticed, Orochimaru eventually lifted his head from the scroll. A fervent light flickered in the depths of his serpentine gaze, reminiscent of an explorer who has uncovered a rare treasure. Filled with excitement and longing. "What an astonishing technique!" Orochimaru's voice, though husky, resonated with undeniable affirmation and exhilaration. The connection between soul and contract, merged through the power of reincarnation. Such an exquisite concept is nothing short of genius. He expressed his admiration freely, a rarity for one as proud as Orochimaru. This praise was not mere flattery, but a genuine acknowledgement of the brilliance of the spirit contract reincarnation technique. "Thank you, Sasuke-kun, for this remarkable gift," Orochimaru said, his serpent smile directed at Sasuke, genuine gratitude evident in his tone. "With this technique, I am confident my research will experience a qualitative leap." Sasuke, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "We hope this technique can truly aid us in transforming this decaying ninja world. However, this is merely the beginning." Orochimaru's serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, a playful glint dancing across his gaze as it lingered on Sasuke's face. Transform the ninja world? Quite an ambitious notion. Yet, I admire this audacity. He shifted the conversation, his serpent tongue flickering, hinting, however, to actualize such a refined technique is no mere talk. It requires some special materials. "Materials?" Naruto asked, stepping forward in confusion. "What materials?" "We will do everything in our power to procure them." At this, Sasuke's expression darkened, as if shrouded in an inescapable gloom. He understood all too well why forbidden techniques were deemed forbidden. The harsh realities and costs behind them were often unimaginable to ordinary beings. Orochimaru observed Naruto's bewildered expression with amusement, chuckling lightly before insinuating, "It seems, Naruto-kun, that your understanding of this technique is rather superficial. The reason a technique is classified as forbidden is not solely due to its unpredictable risks, cumbersome preparations, or labyrinthine complexities. It also necessitates sacrifice." Orochimaru deliberately paused, elongating his voice as he scrutinized Naruto's reaction, before slowly articulating, "A significant number of living sacrifices." He seemed to savor the weight of those words, his enigmatic serpent eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. "Living sacrifices?" Naruto exclaimed, his voice rising sharply, his sunny visage overshadowed by shock and disbelief, as though he had encountered something utterly unfathomable. "Indeed, and the quantity is quite considerable," Orochimaru replied, his interest piqued by Naruto's sudden change in demeanor. He continued, first, we require 100 living white Zetsu. Additionally, at least 10 ninjas of Chunin rank. And, Orochimaru paused, casting a glance at Sasuke, seemingly seeking his counsel while also probing Naruto's limits. Sasuke's expression remained impassive as he took up the conversation, articulating the chilling continuation on behalf of Orochimaru. 5 ninjas bearing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, along with 3 vessels possessing the potential for sage techniques. His voice was calm and frigid, as if recounting a matter completely detached from himself, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Oh, I see, Naruto responded. As if doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe, his previously fervent spirit instantly extinguished. He stood rooted to the spot, his complexion ashen, enveloped in an unprecedented silence and struggle. The term living sacrifices struck his heart like a heavy hammer, plunging his once soaring enthusiasm into the depths of despair. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan could be substituted with Kinshiki's blood, which, when injected into ordinary bodies, could achieve the intended purpose. The sage vessels, such as Shin Sage Body and Cursed Seal, could be utilized on White Zetsu's form, which an ordinary person could not endure, but White Zetsu could. Orochimaru's voice was low and methodical as he analyzed the alternatives, as though discussing a mere experiment rather than a forbidden technique concerning human lives. Sasuke nodded slightly, a flicker of inner conflict passing through his icy gaze. I understand. Every power comes at a price, Orochimaru. After this technique must be thoroughly sealed away. His tone carried a barely perceptible weight, reflecting both the gravity of the forbidden art and an underlying anxiety about the future. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, revealed a glint of amusement in his serpentine eyes. He seemed poised to argue further, yet upon meeting Sasuke's resolute gaze, he merely smiled knowingly. I comprehend. However, if we can reduce this cost, this technique could become a true divine art. Sasuke's countenance remained composed, though his tone dripped with disdain. Divine art? I abhor this forbidden technique. In my past life, upon learning of your research into it, I was filled with uncontainable rage. My tacit approval stemmed solely from knowing you were using White Zetsu clones as test subjects. Nevertheless, this technique should be eradicated entirely. It is time to consider the location for our experiments, Kabuto interjected, his voice calm and sharp behind his glasses. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stays. We must relocate to a more concealed and spacious venue for extensive experimentation. Regarding the experimental site, Orochimaru mused thoughtfully, his serpentine tongue flicking. Most of our experimental bases have been abandoned. Only a few remain operational, leaving us with limited options. Sasuke pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards Naruto, who stood silently nearby, seemingly seeking his opinion without words. Just as Naruto had been lost in astonishment, he was jolted back to reality by Sasuke's gaze, a sudden realization flashing in his mind. In his previous life, he and Sasuke had undertaken a mission that led them to an island shrouded in dense fog, a natural barrier that isolated them from any perceptive ninjutsu. He had named it Whirlpool Hidden Island, Naruto recalled with certainty, as if catching a glimmer of light through the mist. Whirlpool Hidden Island is extremely remote, situated on the fringes of the Land of Water. Without relying on Sasuke's Rinnegan back then, reaching or departing would have been nearly impossible. Sasuke nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his deep-set eyes. Indeed, Whirlpool Hidden Island features treacherous and complex terrain, with bizarre rocks forming natural barriers, making it defensible yet difficult to assault. Furthermore, the surrounding waters are fraught with treacherous currents. For an ordinary person, approaching would be perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a watery grave. Sasuke's tone was measured as he affirmed Naruto's suggestion, recognizing it as an ideal location for their experiments. Orochimaru listened intently, a subtle satisfaction glimmering in the depths of his serpentine gaze. It does sound like an excellent location. With a low and slightly hoarse voice, he continued. In that case, the experimental site shall be established on that island. Shifting his gaze to Sasuke and Naruto, he smiled with a hint of intrigue. Now, I trust both of you will procure the necessary materials for the experiment and head to that island to begin preparing the site. Absolutely, Naruto exclaimed, shaking off his earlier shock and hesitation, his vibrant spirit shining through. We will do our utmost to gather all feasible information regarding the experimental materials. He paused, excitement glimmering in his azure eyes. As for the island, We can set off immediately to prepare everything. Sasuke nodded in agreement, his black eyes calm as a deep pool, yet brimming with undeniable resolve. I concur. His few words were delivered with conviction. Excellent, Orochimaru remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his cold, calculating eyes. Let us then wish for a fruitful collaboration. He reiterated this opening line, his tone laced with subtle persuasion and anticipation, as if waiting for a meticulously orchestrated feast to commence. Naruto, Sasuke, and Kabuto briefly discussed their plan for reaching the island. To ensure the secrecy of the experiment and facilitate subsequent material transport, Naruto decided to take the lead by marking the Flying Thunder God technique at the island. This way, once Orochimaru and Kabuto were prepared with the experimental materials, they could instantly transfer them to the island. Before departing the laboratory, Naruto approached a secluded corner of the cave, channeling chakra to carve his exclusive Flying Thunder God seal into the rock wall. With everything in place, Naruto and Sasuke bid farewell to Orochimaru and Kabuto, departing the laboratory and racing toward the borders of the ninja world. Their figures, akin to two arrows, pierced through the quiet night sky, vanishing into the vast darkness. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Kabuto immediately commenced their urgent preparations. Orochimaru immersed himself back into the study of the reincarnation of spiritual contract scroll, eagerly poring over every detail, striving to master this forbidden technique completely. Kabuto assisted by organizing various experimental apparatus within the laboratory, inventorying the available materials, and compiling a detailed list of experimental supplies as per Orochimaru's requirements. Kabuto, with you by my side for this intensive research, I believe we can swiftly conquer the remaining half-finished products. I long to witness the future of the ninja world. Sasuke and Naruto, the children of fate, how intriguing. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied, astonished by Orochimaru's high regard for him, hastily gathering his belongings in preparation for the upcoming endeavors. Chapter 8. Passing through the black market as night descended, the moonlight glimmered like frost. In haste to cover the distance, Naruto and Sasuke raced side by side, their figures disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Sasuke, with steady eyes, scanned the map, lightly tapping a region marked as a chaotic area. Haste makes waste. Yet if we wish to reach the sea before dawn, this black market is the closest shortcut. Upon hearing this, Naruto's azure eyes flickered with seriousness before transforming into eager excitement, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A black market, you say? That sounds intriguing. The two moved like the wind through the woods, shadows dancing among the trees, their garments rustling softly, shattering the night's silence. Before long, the scenery opened up, the cacophony of noise disrupting the tranquility of the forest. Lights twinkled like stars, illuminating a cluster of rudimentary and chaotic structures. The air was thick with the scent of cheap liquor and sweat, mingled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, haggling voices, and the clashing of weapons, forming a chaotic yet vibrant tableau. This was the hidden ninja black market, concealed within the wilderness, where murky air and clamorous voices interwove like a great beast lurking beneath the cover of night, baring its toothy maw. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a significant glance, their eyes reflecting the chaotic, flickering lights of the tumultuous realm ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped forward, entering the domain rife with desire and danger. As they crossed the threshold into the black market, a murky atmosphere assaulted their senses, an acrid blend of sweat, cheap liquor, and various unidentifiable odors filled the air, causing them to wrinkle their noses in distaste. From all directions, countless gazes, akin to predators lurking in the shadows, converged upon Naruto and Sasuke, filled with scrutiny, greed, and unabashed malice. Hey, you two brats over there, stop! A raspy voice, laced with the stench of alcohol, erupted from behind them, its tone coarse and brazen, dripping with contempt and provocation. Naruto and Sasuke paused momentarily before slowly turning to face the source of the voice. There stood three ninjas, each adorned in distinct attire, blocking their path like small mountains. Their faces bore sinister smiles, as if they had already envisioned their prey ensnared, their eyes greedily assessing Naruto and Sasuke as though appraising merchandise. Well, if it isn't the rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke, the leader. A one-eyed man with a black eye patch and a menacing gaze emanating from his remaining eye wielded a hefty broad sword, its blade glinting ominously under the dim light. He smirked, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained from smoke, his tone flippant yet malevolent. And this must be the Nine-Tails host, Uzumaki Naruto. How fortuitous. I never expected to stumble upon two walking bounties like you here. His voice dripped with nauseating arrogance, as if he had already claimed them as his next trophies. Bounty hunters? Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, the depths of his dark pupils reflecting an abyss of coldness, his tone laced with evident impatience. It seems you two brats have some discernment. The one-eyed man sneered, brandishing his broad sword, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Threateningly directed at Naruto and Sasuke. Yield without struggle, and you may escape with minimal injury. Otherwise, this blade hasn't tasted the blood of genius ninjas in quite some time. The two bounty ninjas behind him readied their weapons, one brandishing a poison shuriken while the other wielded a spiked club, forming a fan-like encirclement that effectively sealed off any escape routes for Naruto and Sasuke. The air suddenly thickened, the surrounding clamor momentarily silenced, as onlookers turned their attention to witness the unfolding drama. Just a bunch of desperate fools with their heads stuck in their belts, Sasuke remarked in a low voice, his tone unwavering, as if discussing inconsequential weeds by the roadside. I had no intention of engaging. He slightly tilted his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the menacing bounty ninjas, devoid of emotion. Yet his indifference hinted at a predatory assessment. But it so happens that I require some Chunin-level ninja for my experiments. How unfortunate for you to present yourselves so conveniently. Naruto, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, casting a glance at Sasuke, silently acknowledging his companion's penchant for dramatic statements. He scratched the back of his head, a hint of reluctance in his azure eyes, as a spark of eagerness ignited within him. He had initially hoped to conserve energy for their journey. It appeared, however, that a little exercise was unavoidable. With a light sigh, he felt not pity for the soon-to-be lost lives, but rather a mild annoyance, as if the impending battle were merely an insignificant distraction on their journey. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of natural energy, intertwined with chakra, erupted from Naruto's body, akin to a volcanic explosion, intense and ferocious. The orange hues of sage mode enveloped his eyes, adding depth and mystery to his gaze. Meanwhile, Sasuke's eyes sharpened, the crimson of his Sharingan igniting as three tomo began to whirl, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. What is this? The one-eyed ninja's previously arrogant demeanor stiffened at the sudden surge of Naruto's aura, as if struck by an unseen force. His eyelids twitched violently, a visceral shudder coursing through him, overwhelmed by a terror that felt as if facing an indomitable foe, rendering his breath laborious. His companions faltered, their legs trembling beneath them, the greed in their expressions swiftly replaced by sheer terror. Yet the allure of the bounties was insatiable, gripping the one-eyed man's heart like a parasite, preventing him from retreating. With a forced bravado, he bellowed, "This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Brothers, charge together. Don't let these two kids intimidate you. They can only be two against us." As his words fell, the three bounty ninjas lunged forward like arrows released from a bow, suppressing their fear as their chakras surged, generating fierce winds that stirred up dust around them. Poisoned shurikens, whistling kunai, and the ferocity of the spiked club descended upon Naruto and Sasuke, weaving a seemingly impenetrable net of death aimed at their vital points. However, Naruto and Sasuke were no longer the naive youths of yore. Through trials of life and death, they had emerged reborn, their strength having undergone a qualitative leap. To them, these three Chunin-level bounty hunters were no more significant than ants, incapable of causing even the slightest tremor. With a swift motion, Naruto, enhanced by Sage Mode's acute perception, discerned the trajectories of their attacks with crystal clarity. Without even shifting his feet, he merely sidestepped slightly, evading most of the incoming projectiles, then casually thrusting his palm forward. Bang! The sound of a dull impact resonated as the first bounty ninja, armed with the spiked club, felt an overwhelming force collide with his chest. His protective chakra shattered instantly, and he was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into a nearby stall, losing consciousness on the spot. His fate uncertain. Simultaneously, Sasuke sprang into action. He moved like a streak of black lightning, closing in on the one-eyed leader. The Sharingan allowed him to see the trajectory of the man's broad sword as if it were moving in slow motion. Sasuke darted aside, evading the blade, and struck with the Kusanagi sword, slicing through the one-eyed man's throat with deadly precision. The man's roar was abruptly silenced, his pupils dilating as he collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. In a swift motion, Sasuke materialized behind the last of the bounty ninjas, who, filled with dread, attempted to flee. However, the hilt of the Kusanagi sword struck the back of his neck with a resounding thud. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, and the ninja fell, eyes rolling back, his body twitching before succumbing to unconsciousness. The poisoned shuriken he had wielded clattered to the ground, creating a sharp sound. The entirety of the battle transpired in mere heartbeats. The previously raucous corner of the black market fell into an eerie silence. Onlookers, who had come to spectate, gaped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief and horror. They had barely registered the young duo's specific movements. 3 bounty ninjas, known even in the black market, had been effortlessly dispatched, one of them even falling lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 9. The tomb raiding journey of Konoha. The overwhelming presence of Sage Mode and the ominous aura of the Sharingan lingered in the air, suffocatingly palpable. Naruto clapped his hands, brushing off the non-existent dust from his sleeves, as if he had merely dealt with a few bothersome flies moments ago. Sasuke, on the other hand, slowly sheathed his sword, its blade gleaming like a mirror, devoid of any blood. His icy gaze swept across the surrounding black market denizens, who were rendered mute with fear, their breaths held in trepidation. The crimson hue of his Sharingan emanated an invisible pressure, silently proclaiming, "Who will be next?" In an instant, the once boisterous corner fell silent. Even the wind's mournful whispers through the tattered signs were distinctly audible. None dared to meet the gaze of those 2 pairs of eyes, brimming with unparalleled power. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, their bodies radiating a chakra infused with sage-like energy, their Sharingan glowing ominously red, gradually retracting like a tide into their youthful, yet formidable forms. The lingering oppressive aura in the air felt tangible, rendering each breath a heavy suffocation. "We are still short by 8, Sasuke spoke, his voice low and calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if stating an established fact. Upon hearing this, Naruto's azure eyes flickered with sharpness. "Then let us end this swiftly. We cannot afford to waste time in such a place." Before his words could settle, Sasuke had already darted into the darker alley ahead like a wraith. Naruto followed closely, his sage mode attuned to several malicious, blood-scented chakras. The 2 moved in perfect harmony, as if 2 halves of a singular entity, weaving through the intricate labyrinth of the black market like phantoms of the night. Before long, they arrived at a dead end cluttered with abandoned goods, where 8 figures huddled around a flickering campfire, whispering conspiratorially. Each one bore a menacing appearance, scars crisscrossing their bodies, with one even sporting a grotesque demonic tattoo on his face, exuding an aura of bloodlust and brutality that would instill dread in any ordinary person. These 8 were the infamous 8 wolves of the black market, their hands stained with the blood of innocents. They seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly looked up, their eyes gleaming with malice. Yet it was too late. Sasuke's figure emerged from the void, without any warning. A chilling flash of steel appeared, colder than the night and faster than lightning. The blade of Kusanagi, illuminated by the firelight, carved a deadly arc through the air. With a soft thud, there was no grand clash of jutsu, nor any drawn-out struggle. Only the subtle sound of a blade slicing through flesh and the soft splatter of blood against the walls composed a haunting melody. The leader, the burly man with the demonic tattoo, had just raised his cleaver when Sasuke's Kusanagi precisely grazed his throat. An intense pain and numbness surged through his body, eliciting a muffled groan of disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, his capacity to resist extinguished. The remaining 7, paralyzed by horror, attempted to scatter or mount a counterattack. But Sasuke's sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, weaving seamlessly among them. Each strike was impeccably aimed at their pressure points or joints, rendering them immobile while skillfully avoiding fatal blows. His movements were swift, elegant, yet imbued with a chilling lethality, as if he were not slaughtering, but rather conducting a flawless collection of living specimens. The 8 notorious outlaws of the black market barely managed to put up a semblance of resistance, falling like expertly struck targets, incapacitated within mere moments, their faces forever frozen in expressions of terror and despair. Naruto stood at the alley's mouth, arms crossed, his sage mode sensing the area as if it were an invisible net spanning hundreds of meters. He was not only guarding Sasuke's flank against any potential ambush or escape, but also meticulously observing every one of Sasuke's strikes and the subtle fluctuations of chakra and life energy from the subdued outlaws. Once he confirmed their complete incapacity to fight back, Sasuke, expressionless, retrieved a specially crafted scroll inscribed with intricate black symbols. With a single-handed seal and a sharp command, the scroll unfurled, revealing a dark vortex that emanated an unsettling pull. Sasuke's movements were practiced and swift, as if rehearsed countless times, tossing each of the 10 wounded outlaws into the swirling abyss. As the black symbols flowed and flickered, the figures and blood on the ground vanished without a trace, as if they never existed. Only a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, accompanied by a whisper of pained groans that faded into the silence. "Your efficiency remains impressive, Sasuke," Naruto remarked as he stepped forward, his tone calm. Sasuke nodded slightly, stowing away the scroll, his dark eyes inscrutable. "Let us depart. This place is no longer safe." When Naruto and Sasuke reappeared on a relatively wide street, the black market denizens who had dared to spy from afar were now utterly terrified. They recoiled against the walls as if encountering a plague, desperate to meld into the crevices of the bricks, not daring to breathe, their eyes filled with profound awe and chilling fear. They had witnessed the two youths effortlessly subdue lives as if harvesting straw, their composure and ruthlessness transcending any notion they had of ninjas at such a young age. The duo paid no heed to the reactions of these ants, making their way toward the exit of the black market. As they passed, the crowd instinctively parted, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, in the village of Konohagakure, the cemetery, shrouded in night, appeared particularly eerie and desolate. Two figures, akin to phantoms, silently infiltrated the graveyard. Evading the watchful eyes of patrolling ninjas, their movements shrouded in mystery, Orochimaru and Kabuto. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes scanned the gravestones before him, his tongue flicking out as he murmured. According to the intel, the graves of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha should lie within this vicinity. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the inscriptions on the tombstones. Responding in a hushed tone, "Indeed, I have confirmed the layout of the graves. The resting places of the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha are not far ahead." The two figures vanished in a flash, delving deeper into the cemetery. Before long, two particularly grand gravestones came into view, inscribed with the names of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, their solemnity emphasized beneath the moonlight. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fixated on Madara's gravestone, a peculiar light flickering within them as he murmured, "The man who possessed the Rinnegan, how formidable must his power be?" The cold moonlight, like frost, cascaded over the Konoha cemetery. Orochimaru and Kabuto approached Madara's gravestone in silence. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he extended his hand, pressing it against the icy gravestone. "Madara Uchiha, allow me to witness the secrets your power conceals," Orochimaru whispered, forming hand seals as a chilling chakra surged from his palm into the gravestone. The surface began to reveal eerie patterns, tendrils of black energy seeping through the cracks. Kabuto stood by, his expression calm as he observed the unfolding scene, his gaze sharp and focused, meticulously monitoring the surroundings like a precise instrument. Accompanied by a grating sound, the gravestone slowly shifted, revealing a deep entrance to the tomb below. A spark of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's snake-like eyes as he gestured for Kabuto to follow, leading the way into the tomb. Inside, the tomb was dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of decay. In the dim light, a stone coffin lay quietly at the center of the tomb. Orochimaru approached the coffin, forming seals once more, as the lid creaked open, revealing the long-decayed skeleton within. Orochimaru, with a flicker of his serpentine tongue, meticulously examined the skeletal remains within the coffin. After a brief moment, he extended his hand, extracting several oddly shaped fragments of bone from the remains and placing them into a container he carried with him. "The grave of the first Hokage should be in close proximity," he murmured, a hint of barely perceptible excitement lacing his tone. The two once more approached the gravestone of Hashirama Senju, repeating their previous actions to unlock the tomb and retrieve the skeletal remnants of the first Hokage. Though these remains were not as complete as a whole body, they were sufficient for preliminary research. Orochimaru toyed with the container in his hands, his snake-like eyes gleaming with curiosity as he contemplated the preparation of additional experimental materials. In a swift transition, Kabuto Yakushi's figure appeared in a clandestine laboratory elsewhere. Standing before the control console, he spoke softly into the communicator. Kisame, Shoten, and Karui. Lord Orochimaru has new instructions for you. You are to assemble immediately at the Uzumaki Island base. On the other end of the communicator, the languid voice of Hozuki Suigetsu responded, Uzumaki Island? Where on earth is that? Kabuto, what bizarre experiment does Lord Orochimaru have this time? Don't tell me it's another one of those spine-chilling endeavors. That is not your concern, Suigetsu, Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses with a calm and detached demeanor. You are simply to follow orders. Lord Orochimaru's commands are not to be questioned. TCH, what a dull fellow, Suigetsu scoffed, ending the call. Meanwhile, deep within another forest, Shoten sat cross-legged, harmonizing with the surrounding nature. He felt the vibration of the communicator, slowly opened his eyes, and answered the call. Shoten, Lord Orochimaru commands you to assemble at the Uzumaki Island base. Kabuto's voice remained as composed and formulaic as usual. Shoten paused for a moment in silence, then gradually rose and made his way toward the base without uttering a single word. In another location, Karui was idly polishing her glasses. Upon hearing the communicator's chime, she promptly connected the call. When she caught wind of Uzumaki Island, Lord Orochimaru, and assembly, impatience flashed across her face. Where are we off to now? What a nuisance, she complained, but as Kabuto continued speaking, her tone shifted to one of excitement. Karui, if you accompany me to Uzumaki Island, you may finally see the person you long to meet. There was a subtle hint of amusement in Kabuto's voice. After patiently reading the comments from everyone over the past few days, I must admit, it brings me great joy. As a novice author with my first book, interacting with so many readers is genuinely gratifying. The mere fact that there are readers brings me immense happiness and motivation. However, as this is my first attempt at writing a novel, I am still learning and exploring. So far, there have been a few flaws in this story. All thanks to everyone's feedback and comments. To be honest, initially, I intended to take a more carefree approach. The primary goal of this novel was to provide enjoyment, as long as there were no significant plot holes. Personally, I prefer a more meticulous style and dislike creating narratives that undermine character integrity. However, after reading the comments over the past few days, I have identified several critical flaws that cannot be overlooked, as they would significantly diminish the reader's experience. First, I will outline the substantial flaws that have appeared thus far. 1. The issue concerning Orochimaru's hands. I failed to clarify this aspect adequately. I later realized this, but, having written too quickly, found it impossible to amend without drawing attention to it. I plan to address this flaw in the future. Thank you all for your understanding. 2. The soul of Hashirama is still within the belly of the Shinigami, while my plot directly summons the souls of Hashirama and Madara. This is indeed a significant flaw. I owe my gratitude to the insightful comments that made me aware of this serious issue. This, along with the first flaw, presents a chain of problems. Thus, I intend to craft an additional subplot specifically to rectify this inconsistency. Additionally, I believe there is a somewhat ambiguous point that may lead to misunderstandings. Regarding the resurrection of the Nine Tails, I would like to clarify. It is not the same nature as Naruto's and Sasuke's resurrection, nor did it return alongside them. In the original plot, the Nine Tails sacrificed itself to save Naruto, and at the moment of Naruto and Sasuke's resurrection, the Nine Tails remained and did not follow them back. If there are any uncertainties, please feel free to leave a comment. Should there be any flaws in this novel, you can directly comment or leave a review. I will patiently read each one. In conclusion, I would like to say, this is my first novel, a concept I have pondered for quite some time. I am determined to complete this work earnestly. Moreover, this novel is mine, but it can also be yours. We can collaboratively develop the subsequent plot, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your suggestions. Thank you for your readership, and I hope for your continued understanding of the minor flaws within. Thank you. Chapter 10. Uzumaki Island, the person you wish to see most? You mean Sasuke? Karui exclaimed, her voice brimming with surprise and anticipation. Her earlier complaints vanishing in an instant. Really? Kabuto, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Sasuke is also at Uzumaki Island. I have no reason to deceive you, Kabuto replied calmly. If you wish to see him, you must come to the base immediately. Lord Orochimaru will not wait for anyone. I'm on my way. I'm going right now. Karui excitedly ended the call, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. As if the previous gloom had been swept away, she hastily packed her belongings and hurried towards the base. Before long, Suigetsu, Shoten, and Karui arrived at the experimental base one after the other. Upon seeing each other, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Well, if it isn't Suigetsu. What is this? Did you also receive orders? Karui initiated the conversation, her tone laced with mockery. Same to you, redhead. I thought you only hid in corners, doodling, Suigetsu retorted, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. What did you say? Karui glared at him, hands on her hips, ready for a verbal duel. Enough, you two. Shoten interjected with a frown, his deep voice cutting through their bickering. Be quiet, and do not trouble Lord Orochimaru. At the mention of Lord Orochimaru's name, both Karui and Suigetsu fell silent, as if a hand had gripped their throats. They exchanged glances of disdain before turning away from each other, refraining from further words. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, disregarding the undercurrents of tension among the three, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Since everyone is here, follow me. Lord Orochimaru is preparing to depart. This is the flying thunder god Kanai that Naruto gave me. Is everyone ready? Orochimaru's voice bore a hint of allure as his snake-like gaze swept over the group, ultimately resting on the intricate seal etched upon the wall. Now, channel your chakra into it. Once Naruto senses the seal, he will activate the flying thunder god technique, transporting us to Uzumaki Island. On the laboratory wall, a complex and precise seal was prominently displayed, precisely the flying thunder god technique that Naruto had inscribed beforehand. The flying thunder god technique, the fourth Hokage's signature move. Suigetsu exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated surprise. That guy Naruto, isn't he just a kid? How could he master such a high-level jutsu? Karui's attention was wholly absorbed in thoughts of Sasuke. Her eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety as she muttered to herself, Sasuke, is he really at Uzumaki Island? I must ask, what kind of place is Uzumaki Island? I've never even heard of it. Suigetsu's curiosity evidently outlasted his astonishment at the flying thunder god technique, as he continued to press for answers. Is it really that remote, Lord Orochimaru? At the border of the land of water, simultaneously the fringes of the ninja world, lies an optimal sanctuary for concealment. Orochimaru elucidated leisurely, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips, proclaiming that this would become our new experimental base, far removed from the clamor of the world, tranquil and secretive. Mizuki, your curiosity is always so insatiable, he remarked with interest, observing the ghostly figure of Kaigetsu. With a flicker of his serpent-like tongue, he added, however, once we arrive at Yuzushigakure, I might contemplate some modifications for you and Chogo, to see if your personalities might become more intriguing. Kaigetsu, upon hearing this, felt an icy shiver surge from the soles of his feet. He forced a few awkward chuckles and hastily waved his hands. Lord Orochimaru, you truly jest. This joke is hardly amusing. Is that so? What a pity, Orochimaru replied with an enigmatic smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Kaigetsu, sensing the shift, promptly fell silent, moving to sit beside Chogo without uttering a word, as if the loquacious persona from moments prior had vanished. Chogo remained steadfastly silent, as though all around him was inconsequential. A thick, inky sea mist surged from the water's surface, enveloping the entire island in a boundless gray shroud. Yuzushigakure, this newly named base by Naruto, now resembled a colossal beast slumbering in the deep sea, serene yet oppressive, exuding an unsettling aura. The figures of Sasuke and Naruto sped across the ocean, alighting upon the rocky edge of the island. The damp, chilly sea breeze, laden with heavy mist, engulfed them in an instant, drastically reducing visibility to a murky gray, as if they were immersed in chaos. Naruto narrowed his eyes, a rare gravity settling in his azure gaze. Taking a deep breath, he detected a faint metallic scent and a barely perceptible corrosive essence in the air, which pricked at his nostrils. Unusual, he murmured, his sage mode perception keenly attuned to the peculiar chakra energy within the fog. This energy was chaotic and disordered, imbued with a chilling stillness that not only impeded perception but also gnawed at his chakra network like fine needles. Sasuke's demeanor remained calm as his crimson Sharingan activated, the three tomos spinning rapidly and shining eerily in the mist. Yet, even under the scrutiny of his ocular prowess, he could barely discern his surroundings within a few meters. The dense fog, tangible in its thickness, obstinately obstructed their line of sight, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. The mist is laced with a special chakra, exhibiting mild corrosive properties that severely interfere with perception, Sasuke analyzed, his tone laced with rare caution. This sea fog is more troublesome than anticipated. Naruto nodded slightly, affirming Sasuke's assessment. He surveyed the area, the pervasive gray mist creeping into their senses, evoking an inexplicable feeling of oppression and irritation. It seems we must first find a way to disperse this fog, Naruto suggested, his voice tinged with eagerness, as movement would be significantly hampered in such an environment. Sasuke inclined his head in agreement, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings, seeking to penetrate the shroud of mist and discern the island's layout. However, the fog's density far exceeded expectations, severely limiting the insight offered by his Sharingan. "Allow me to attempt to disperse the fog with wind release," Naruto declared, inhaling deeply as he began to gather chakra. The surging energy within him roared forth like a tumultuous river, coalescing into his palms. The air around them began to tremble as the unseen wind elements gradually converged, swirling around Naruto, forming small whirlwinds. The gusts quickened, expanding and emitting a faint howling, heralding the imminent arrival of a formidable wind technique. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, vigilantly observing the surroundings to guard Naruto. He sensed the chakra energy accumulating in Naruto's palm escalating at an astonishing rate, a wild force that even he found somewhat unsettling. Naruto took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his azure eyes. He thrust his palm forward, bellowing, "Wind release, vacuum great wave." Instantly, a ferocious whirlwind erupted from Naruto's palm, akin to a roaring dragon, sweeping across the entire island. The tempest howled through the air, as if threatening to tear it asunder. The once thick sea mist, in the face of the violent gale, was rendered fragile as gossamer, torn apart in an instant. The fog dissipated as if sliced by a blade, unveiling a cerulean sky and brilliant sunlight. The sun cascaded down, dispelling the gloom shrouding the island and the chill in the air. The visage of Yuzushogakyure gradually came into focus before the two men. However, upon the complete dissipation of the mist, what greeted Naruto and Sasuke's eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Ruined walls and remnants were scattered everywhere, as if subjected to the ravages of war or obliterated by a formidable force, laying bare a landscape of desolation. The vegetation on the island was sparse and withered, displaying a pallid hue, as if long afflicted by toxic erosion, with an unmistakable scent of decay pervading the air, reminiscent of a somber grave. After enduring such corrosive mist for years, had this island truly deteriorated to such a state? Yet, it was precisely due to this eerie fog that no signs of human activity could be found. Chapter 11. Sasuke and Naruto. To prevent the mist from encroaching again and to ensure the safety of the base, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, channeling chakra once more, infusing it into the earth beneath his feet. "Sealing barrier," he proclaimed, as an invisible shield arose, enveloping the island in its embrace. The barrier shimmered with a faint golden light, resembling a colossal golden bowl resting upon the sea, isolating the island from all external perception and thwarting the re-entry of the mist. As the barrier completed its formation, Naruto exhaled a breath of relief, his taut body relaxing slightly as a hint of fatigue crept upon him. Even with his abundant chakra, the exertion of such intense techniques left him feeling somewhat drained. This was not merely a deficit of chakra, but a dual exhaustion of both spirit and body, akin to the weariness felt after drawing a bowstring taut for an extended period. Now, in the short term, those vexing mists should be unable to infiltrate again. Naruto mused softly, his voice carrying a raspy tone laced with fatigue, yet his lips curled into a faint smile of accomplishment. His azure eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, reminiscent of two radiant stars, glowing with confidence. Naruto understood deeply that this power stemmed not only from his rebirth, but also from the profound bond shared with the Nine Tails within him. Memories of his past life surged vividly before him, the heart-wrenching pain of losing the Nine Tails still echoing in his heart. It was that very anguish that propelled him to grow stronger, ultimately leading him to Orochimaru, where he unearthed the latent might buried deep within the Uzumaki bloodline. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke silently observed Naruto, his crimson Sharingan still activated, the three tomos slowly rotating like a mysterious whirlpool seeking the truth. He absorbed every movement of Naruto, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Naruto's strength had remained nearly intact, evoking both relief and a complex mix of emotions within Sasuke. In terms of total chakra, Naruto might not possess the boundless reserves he would later attain, but his mastery over ninjutsu and control of power had reached an extraordinary level. the Flying Thunder God technique. Once an aspiration for Sasuke, eluded his grasp within the realm of space-time ninjutsu, yet Naruto wielded it with an effortless finesse. He recalled his own attempts to master the technique in a bid to compensate for the agility he lost after relinquishing his Rinnegan. But the outcome was nothing short of humiliating. Naruto seemed to possess an innate understanding of it. Moreover, Naruto was bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, which enabled that earth-shattering strike to dispel the dense fog enveloping the island, as well as the formidable barrier that shrouded it. Without chakra surpassing that of a Kage, such feats would have been insurmountable. In stark contrast to Naruto's almost monstrous prowess, Sasuke's chakra remained a glaring weakness. The unique curse of the Uchiha clan felt like a shackle, binding his potential. Unless he could transplant a close relative's Sharingan, the realm of the eternal Mangekyo would forever remain out of reach. At this thought, a barely perceptible ripple stirred within Sasuke's heart. His brother, Itachi Uchiha, a name indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, unerasable by the passage of countless lifetimes. Would the trajectory of fate repeat itself in this lifetime? Would that individual once again bear the weight of the world alone, ultimately heading towards his demise? Should it be so? A tumult of complex emotions surged within the crimson depths of Sasuke's eyes. He yearned for a reality where he could fight alongside his brother, to safeguard one another, preventing the tragic repetition of the past. He was determined to ensure that Itachi Uchiha would truly live beneath the light of day. As he contemplated this, the slight perturbation caused by Naruto's formidable strength began to settle, replaced by a resolute conviction. The constraints of his chakra indeed posed a significant challenge that demanded urgent resolution. Sasuke Uchiha would not permit himself to stagnate on the path to strength, nor allow anyone, including Naruto Uzumaki, to outpace him. The Crimson Sharingan rotated slowly within its socket, resembling a deep whirlpool, absorbing all surrounding light while reflecting the fervent desire and indomitable will residing within Sasuke's heart. He aspired to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect all that he cherished, capable of rewriting the script of fate itself. This determination sprouted like a tender seedling breaking through the earth. Though fragile, it was imbued with a vigorous vitality, foretelling a future where it would burgeon into a towering tree, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Perhaps, merging with the soul of the first Hokage, that legendary figure could hold the key to resolving his chakra dilemma. With this thought, a flicker of anticipation welled within Sasuke. After Naruto dispelled the fog of crisis, Sasuke quickly reined in his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the island, now illuminated by the sun. Next, they would delve into the internal conditions of the island and select a site for their future base. Sasuke spoke in a calm and steady voice, imbued with an undeniable resolve. His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in Naruto's ears, instilling a sense of reassurance. The two walked side by side into the depths of the island. As they surveyed the landscape, they were met with undulating hills and rugged terrain, desolate and dilapidated, with a faint scent of sulfur in the air that was somewhat unsettling. This forsaken place is truly desolate, Naruto remarked, breaking the silence with a grimace. Sasuke did not respond to Naruto's quip, his Sharingan sweeping across the surroundings with a hawk-like sharpness, leaving no suspicious detail unnoticed. He sensed a lingering chakra fluctuation in the air, chaotic and disordered, as if remnants of a long-standing technique lingered. "Be cautious, Naruto," Sasuke warned in a tone laced with subtle gravity. Naruto's demeanor shifted at Sasuke's words. He stowed away his playful attitude, his azure eyes flashing with a newfound seriousness. The two ventured further, traversing several hills until they stumbled upon a wide, relatively flat valley. Surrounded by steep cliffs, the terrain was both treacherous and concealed, making it an ideal site for a secret base. "What do you think of this place?" Naruto halted, surveying the valley, seeking Sasuke's opinion. Sasuke nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The crimson tomo spun rapidly, enhancing his perception to its utmost limits. The eerie blood-red light pierced through the layers of mist, vividly revealing the valley's environment in his mind's eye. The valley's flat expanse featured a winding stream at its center, providing ample water for the base. The steep cliffs formed a natural barrier, isolating the valley from the outside world. The cliffs were riddled with various-sized caves, serving as potential lookout points and defensive structures. Concealed and defensible, with abundant water and a beautiful environment conducive to research, it was indeed a commendable choice. Sasuke spoke slowly, his tone calm and objective, yet emphasized the necessity for thorough inspection of the surrounding area to eliminate potential threats. "Leave it to me," Naruto declared confidently. "My Sage Mode sensory abilities are formidable." As he spoke, Naruto formed a series of hand seals, and his immense sage chakra surged throughout his body. Closing his eyes, he concentrated intensely, extending his sensory awareness like a spider's web, radiating from the valley's center in all directions. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a look of relief flashing across his azure gaze. "Rest assured, Sasuke, the area is safe. There are no abnormal chakra fluctuations." "Very well," Sasuke acknowledged with a slight nod, his faith in Naruto's Sage Mode sensory prowess unshakable. "In that case, let us begin establishing the barrier." Sasuke's voice held an undeniable decisiveness. "All right," Naruto responded briskly, walking alongside Sasuke to the center of the valley. They exchanged a knowing glance, affirming their silent understanding before simultaneously commencing their task. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, his fingertips tracing intricate patterns in the air as the precise symbols of the Flying Thunder God Barrier technique danced like living entities at his fingertips. With unwavering focus, he meticulously inscribed the core elements of the technique. Naruto inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of chakra akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing him in a blaze of golden energy that distorted the surrounding air. He continuously funneled his chakra into the intricate symbols Sasuke inscribed, providing robust energy support for the barrier's operation. Their roles were clearly defined, and their cooperation seamless. Their movements flowed as though they had practiced this countless times before. As time ticked by, the Flying Thunder God technique gradually took shape, illuminating the ground with complex golden symbols that spread outward like a spider's web, emanating an exhilarating surge of spatial energy. The air began to quiver subtly, the light blurring as the cross-dimensional summoning was on the verge of commencement. Sasuke's forehead beaded with sweat, his complexion paling slightly. Inscribing such a precise technique, even for him, was taxing. He gritted his teeth, relentlessly squeezing the chakra within, refusing to slacken his fingertips' movements. The long-distance application of the Flying Thunder God necessitated even more intricate formation and a substantial reservoir of chakra. Sensing Sasuke's chakra depletion, Naruto's Ninetales chakra erupted within him, a flood of golden energy surging like an unbridled torrent into the technique. His azure eyes shimmered with unwavering determination, providing Sasuke with the most formidable support. At long last, as the final rune was inscribed, the entire Flying Thunder God technique erupted in a resplendent golden light. The fluctuations of spatial energy surged to their zenith, distorting the air to a visible degree, accompanied by a jarring sound of friction that grated on the senses. "It is accomplished." Sasuke exhaled a long breath, his taut body relaxing, a trace of fatigue gracing his lips in a weary smile. Chapter 12. The Reunion of Team Hawk. "Now, it is your turn, Naruto," Sasuke murmured, turning his gaze towards Naruto beside him. Naruto nodded slightly, inhaling deeply as he commenced the hand signs anew. His movements were slow and solemn, each gesture imbued with profound intricacies. As though he were conversing with the ethereal forces of space, a torrent of chakra surged within him, akin to a roaring dragon, continuously converging in his palms. The golden radiance intensified, nearly illuminating the entire valley. Flying Thunder God technique. "Activate," Naruto bellowed, slamming his hands onto the ground. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique operated at full capacity, the golden light soaring into the heavens like a pillar connecting earth and sky, tearing the very fabric of space asunder. The tumultuous energy of the surroundings surged forth like a tsunami, wreaking havoc in its wake. In the next moment, the brilliance abruptly receded, the spatial fluctuations calming, and everything returned to tranquility, as if the preceding phenomena had merely been a mirage. However, before Naruto and Sasuke, a distorted vortex materialized in the void, slowly rotating and expanding until it formed a pitch-black passage. Within the passage, figures flickered, and a few familiar silhouettes gradually emerged. It was Orochimaru, Kabuto, Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen. "Oh, it seems your speed has exceeded my expectations," Orochimaru remarked, his serpentine gaze sweeping over Naruto and Sasuke, a curious smile curving his lips. "Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique is truly an awe-inspiring space-time ninjutsu." Suigetsu's eyes widened comically, darting between Naruto and the technique inscribed on the ground. his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. This is the legendary flying thunder god technique. Is it truly possible for someone to master such a level of ninjutsu? Karen, however, paid no heed to the so-called flying thunder god. Her eyes, akin to a radar, instantly locked onto Sasuke in the distance. Her face alight with ecstatic surprise. "Sasuke-kun," she screeched, hurtling towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Thud. Karen clung to Sasuke like a koala, her embrace enveloping him entirely. The softness against his chest caused Sasuke to stiffen momentarily. "Karen, you!" Sasuke exclaimed, astonished, his hand awkwardly pushing against her cheek, attempting to disentangle her from him. Yet, Karen showed no intention of relenting, tightening her grip on Sasuke. Drool trickling from the corner of her mouth as her gaze fixated on him, as if she wished to consume him whole. Sasuke-kun, I missed you so much." Karen continued to nuzzle against his face, her words a muddled babble. Sasuke's cheeks twitched slightly, veins pulsing at his temples, and he cast a helpless glance at Orochimaru, his eyes pleading for respite. Orochimaru observed the amusing spectacle with great interest, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as though reveling in a splendid play unfolding before him. "How lively this is!" Orochimaru chuckled softly, his serpentine gaze sweeping over the group before resting on Yugo. It seems, the former Team Hawk has reunited once more. Gathering the old comrades is certainly an intriguing endeavor. No sooner had Orochimaru's words settled than Yugo, who had been silently standing at the back of the group, suddenly clutched his head in agony, emitting a low, anguished roar. His previously calm eyes turned a fiery red, the whites marred with blood vessels, as black, cursed markings manifested on his forehead and arms, writhing like living creatures upon his skin. "Yugo!" Suigetsu exclaimed, his face paling. "Is he about to go berserk again?" Sasuke, sensing the urgency, activated his Sharingan in an instant, the three tomos spinning rapidly, an eerie light flickering in the depths of his pupils. In a swift motion, he appeared before Yugo like a phantom, his right hand firmly grasping Yugo's shoulder. "Calm down, Yugo," Sasuke commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. A powerful surge of ocular energy flowed into Yugo's body like a chilling current, extinguishing the rampant cursed energy within him. Yugo's anguished cries ceased abruptly, his crimson eyes gradually regaining clarity, while the cursed markings on his forehead and arms began to fade. After a moment, Yugo slowly lifted his head, gazing at Sasuke with bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. "I'm sorry, I can't control the power within me." Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, withdrawing his hand from Yugo's shoulder, his gaze deeply scrutinizing him. "Such a mere cursed seal, Orochimaru can easily resolve now, correct?" In the earlier display of illusion, Orochimaru had gleaned much of his future prowess, gaining considerable inspiration and innovation for his scientific endeavors. Meeting Sasuke's gaze, Orochimaru's lips curled into a knowing smile, his serpentine tongue flickering as he spoke in a low, beguiling tone. "It appears our dear Yugo is struggling to adapt to this new environment." Inside the experimental base, the humming of metallic instruments intertwined with the subtle sounds of flowing liquids, creating a symphony of oppressive tension. A faint green light seeped from the cultivation tanks, illuminating the inscrutable smile upon Orochimaru's lips. He squinted, observing the intricately functioning devices before him, akin to a maestro awaiting the crescendo of a grand composition. A faint scent of chemicals mingled with the cold metallic essence in the air, instilling a sense of inexplicable anxiety. "I say, Lord Orochimaru," Suigetsu's voice, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, shattered the laboratory's silence. "Is this really reliable?" He anxiously scratched the back of his head, his gaze flitting between the blinking instruments and the bizarre liquids within the tanks, his face betraying reluctance and unease. Suigetsu had always kept his distance from Orochimaru's peculiar experiments, instinctively feeling a chill run down his spine. Yugo stood beside Suigetsu, appearing far more composed. He simply observed the experimental apparatus with calm eyes, as if examining an ordinary object, a stark contrast to Suigetsu's demeanor. "Suigetsu, remain calm." Yugo's deep voice carried a soothing undertone as he patted Suigetsu's shoulder, attempting to alleviate his anxiety. Lord Orochimaru would not engage in meaningless endeavors. Despite Yugo's placating tone, his slightly furrowed brows revealed that he too harbored doubts. Orochimaru turned, his serpentine gaze sweeping over the two, a playful smile curling his lips. "No need to be anxious, children. This is all to make you stronger." to prepare you for the games that lie ahead. He paused, deliberately elongating his words, his tone rich with mystery. This is technology from the future, you see. Future? Suigetsu blinked in disbelief, confusion etched across his face. What does that even mean? Lord Orochimaru, what nonsense are you speaking? Suigetsu had long grown accustomed to Orochimaru's eccentric vocabulary. Yet this mention of the future left him utterly perplexed. Calm down, Suigetsu. For reasons unknown, when Sasuke spoke these words to Suigetsu, a profound stillness enveloped him. Shueiwa hesitated for a moment, casting glances at Sasuke and then at Zhongwu. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, seemingly making a resolute decision. Very well, since Sasuke has said so. I shall trust you both this once. He took a deep breath and stepped towards one of the cultivation tanks. Zhongwu remained silent, merely following closely behind him as they entered the experimental apparatus together. The two of them settled into separate tanks filled with a pale green liquid. The icy fluid enveloped their bodies instantaneously, inducing a slight sting. Shueiwa couldn't suppress a shiver, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. The cultivation tanks slowly sealed shut, enclosing both of them completely. Trust me, when you emerge again, your abilities will undergo a transformative change. Chapter 13. The transformation begins. At the moment the tanks closed, Sasuke's Sharingan quietly activated, the crimson tomo spinning slowly as it emitted a shadowy glow. The Genjutsu took effect, silently wrapping Shueiwa and Zhongwu's consciousness in its grasp. Sasuke shifted his gaze to Orochimaru beside him and asked in a low voice, "Do you intend to utilize future technology to transform them?" His tone bore a hint of inquiry, the light of his Sharingan appearing particularly sharp in the dim light of the laboratory. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Hee, after all, I have witnessed the almost mad version of myself from the future, and thus possess considerable knowledge of the technologies I will create. He paused, his tone laced with temptation. Moreover, Sasuke, there is another individual I believe you will find intriguing. I can use everything I know to transform her into a powerful ally for you. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, questioning with a tinge of doubt. Who? Karen. Orochimaru pronounced the name, his voice carrying a weight of significance. Karen? How could it be her? Sasuke expressed surprise, seemingly struggling to associate Karen with the notion of a formidable ally. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, his tone imbued with mystery. What you may not know is that within Karen flows the ancient bloodline of the Uzumaki clan's priestesses. Her Kagyomi is a regressed form of the priestess's unique eye. This was a secret I discovered while exploring the Uzumaki shrine in the future, though at that time I was solely focused on forbidden techniques and merely recorded other matters. Priestess bloodline, Sasuke murmured, his voice tinged with astonishment. He had never heard such a term before, and he felt a renewed sense of awe at Orochimaru's vast knowledge. I have never encountered this before. Naturally, when it comes to the hidden and the unknown, I am quite the connoisseur. Orochimaru unusually revealed a hint of pride, then shifted his tone to one of intrigue. However, this time is different. Your rebirth, alongside Naruto, presents me with an opportunity to reshape the future. I will utilize these future technologies to elevate the power of the ninja world to an unprecedented level. Such a captivating madness, and I revel in it. With a change of subject, Orochimaru raised his serpent-like gaze towards Sasuke, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, Sasuke-kun, you have also utilized Genjutsu to reveal everything to them. Haven to you? Sasuke nodded slightly, his voice calm and affirmative. Indeed, just as you said. When they awaken, they will understand everything. He paused, softly adding, I have presented all I have experienced from my perspective before them. I hope they can comprehend my choices. In just a day, Shueiwa and Zhongwu's abilities would undergo significant optimization and enhancement, elevating their auxiliary capabilities greatly. Following this, I will prepare the preliminary arrangements with the forbidden techniques. And you and Naruto will take these two to search for the lair of White Zetsu, bringing back a dozen or so of them. No need for too many. I will utilize my cloning techniques to accomplish the rest. I am immensely grateful, Orochimaru, Sasuke replied steadily, giving a slight nod of thanks before turning to leave the laboratory. Orochimaru watched Sasuke's departing figure, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, before redirecting his attention to the cultivation tanks, diligently observing and recording data on Shueiwa and Zhongwu's experiments. A low voice flowed from Orochimaru's lips, carrying a subtle hint of probing. Sasuke-kun, You must understand that this opportunity for rebirth is a blessing bestowed upon you by the heavens. It is imperative to make full use of it. To ensure absolute certainty, I must prepare contingencies or multiple trump cards in advance. Karen, her newfound abilities will serve as an additional card for you in Naruto-kun. Even if the awakening of this power may require a sacrifice of her life, I hope you can grasp my intention. Some sacrifices are inevitable to achieve the ultimate goal. Sasuke-kun, wouldn't you agree? The damp air carried a faint metallic scent, wrapping around the body of Mizuki. He slowly opened his eyes. The cold light from the laboratory's ceiling greeted him. His body felt remarkably lighter, an indescribable comfort spreading through his limbs. Is this the transformed body? Shueisha whispered, gently touching his cheek. The sensation was cool and elastic, as if he were not flesh and blood but a flowing entity of water. He attempted to channel his chakra, and instantly, his body began to liquefy like melting snow. This liquefaction process was faster and more thorough than ever before. The nanoscopic disintegration and reconstruction made him feel as if he had transformed into an intangible mist, capable of traversing any crevice with ease. He tentatively extended his arm toward the wall of the cultivation tank, and the once solid glass, under his conscious control, felt as if it were non-existent. His arm effortlessly passed through without any obstruction. What an astonishing change, Shueisha mused, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. He had always taken pride in his liquefaction ability, yet he was acutely aware of its limitations. Fear of lightning. Once confronted with lightning-based ninjutsu, his liquefied body would become paralyzed, losing its mobility. However, this time, he sensed that this fatal weakness had been significantly optimized. Eager to test his new abilities, Shueisha fully liquefied his body and, like a ghost, passed silently through the walls of the cultivation tank, leaving the room without a sound. Outside the laboratory, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. Zhongwu stood in an open area, surrounded by a flock of chattering birds. He had awakened half an hour before Shueisha and had already acclimated to his body's new changes. Upon seeing Shueisha seep through the wall, Zhongwu calmly greeted him. You're awake. Shueisha resumed his human form, glancing at the birds surrounding Zhongwu with raised eyebrows. What is going on with these birds? Is this not the island we just arrived at? Do you know the way? Zhongwu pointed to the surrounding trees, a peculiar light gleaming in his eyes. I can feel that they can communicate with me. He paused before continuing. These birds were attracted by me. They told me that the sea mist nearby is dense, and ordinary birds would not come here. Shueisha widened his eyes, disbelief written across his face as he looked at Zhongwu and then at the small birds hopping around him, his heart brimming with curiosity. He had always known Zhongwu possessed the ability to communicate with animals, but he had not anticipated such an exaggerated enhancement following Orochimaru's transformation. Is this true? You can actually talk to birds now? Shueisha inquired with keen interest, his gaze lingering on a blue bird perched on Zhongwu's shoulder. More accurately, my consciousness seems to be connected with these birds and all living beings around us. What they see, I can perceive as well, Zhongwu explained softly, a hint of joy in his voice. Most importantly, I can now freely wield this power without losing control like I did in the past. As the words lingered in the air, the power of the curse seal within Zhongwu surged forth, no longer brimming with the violent hostility of yore, but instead radiating a gentle aura. It was truly bewildering. How on earth had Orochimaru achieved such a feat? Shueisha was once again astounded by Orochimaru's scientific prowess. Hey, what are you doing? Shueisha inquired curiously upon noticing Zhongwu suddenly closing his eyes, resting his forehead against the little bird's head. Silence, Shueisha. I am attempting to attach my consciousness to them. This is my first time, and I am not quite adept at it, Zhongwu replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Observing this, Shueisha discreetly fell silent, though he found the situation utterly unfathomable. After a brief moment, aided by the bird's vision, Zhongwu beheld Sasuke and the others collaborating with Orochimaru on various matters concerning the experimental base. He maneuvered the bird gently in Sasuke's direction. Chapter 14. The New Powers of Sasuke. Sasuke. A clear voice echoed from above, accompanied by a peculiar bird call. Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened, an electric sensation coursing through him, tightening his muscles. The crimson hue swiftly enveloped his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan igniting and spinning rapidly, as if time itself had slowed around him. Orochimaru. The name sprang to his mind reflexively, a tide of wariness flooding his senses. However, A subtle discordance tugged at him. The voice was not Orochimaru's cold, raspy tone. He quickly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk, ultimately locking onto the diminutive bird hovering in midair. Orochimaru's elongated snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He shook his head gently and chuckled. Sasuke-kun, it seems the power that Chonwu-kun has acquired is even more intriguing than you have perceived. Naruto, equally perplexed, gazed at the bird perched atop Sasuke's head and then turned to Chonwu, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? Chonwu, were you the one speaking just now? Chonwu nodded, his consciousness establishing a connection through the bird's perception. A clear voice emanated from the bird. It is I, Naruto. Shueiwa has also awakened. Our powers have been enhanced. With Chonwu's confirmation, the crimson hue of Sasuke's Sharingan gradually faded, restoring tranquility to his gaze as the previous wariness dissipated. He stared once more at the blue bird, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of undeniable astonishment. Truly unfathomable, Sasuke murmured softly, his voice tinged with reverberation. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary ability, capable of directly manipulating an animal's perception for communication. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the heart-turning technique of the clan from the mountains. Shueiwa stepped out from behind Chonwu, proudly spreading his arms and grinning. So Sasuke. Surprised, are we? This guy can now converse with birds, and my abilities have grown stronger too. Just watch. As he spoke, Shueiwa once again liquefied his body, this time transforming into a mist of water that dispersed in the air, swiftly coalescing into various shapes, at times morphing into a sword, at others a shield, fluidly transitioning with remarkable agility. Naruto's eyes widened in awe as he watched Shueiwa showcase his newfound abilities like a magician, exclaiming, "Wow, Shueiwa, your powers have become incredible. It's as if you've truly transformed into a water element." Orochimaru observed the spectacle before him with satisfaction, excitement glimmering in his serpent-like eyes. He sauntered over to Shueiwa, scrutinizing his liquefied form with admiration in his tone. "Impressive, Shueiwa-kun. Your formless liquefaction has reached an entirely new realm. The nanoscopic reconstruction affords your body greater potential." Turning his attention to Chonwu, Orochimaru's gaze was filled with inquiry. "Chonwu-kun, your abilities also astonish me. Ecological resonance is indeed a fascinating term. To what distance can you now communicate with living beings?" Chonwu closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to something. After a moment, he opened his eyes and replied calmly, "Approximately 5 kilometers. I can sense the life force of all flora and fauna within that range and convey information through them." At the mention of 5 kilometers, Orochimaru's snake-like pupils widened slightly, revealing his astonishment. Such a range encompassed a considerable area, implying that Chonwu could serve as an exceptionally powerful intelligence gathering and warning system. "Sasuke, charge me," Shueiwa exclaimed, stabilizing himself. Sasuke, momentarily puzzled, swiftly grasped the intent. "You mean?" A surge of lightning erupted from his hand, the sound of chirping resounding. "Orochimaru, you have crafted 2 monstrous allies for me." A mix of exhilaration and disbelief coursed through Sasuke, alongside lingering doubt and concern. He raised his Chidori and charged toward Shueiwa's liquefied form. "Chidori!" A piercing scream erupted, Shueiwa's voice distorting with an indescribable agony and tremor. "Sasuke, you're truly shocking me." The lightning raged around him. The water vapor ignited by the violent force transformed into a more ferocious current, surging chaotically as the silver light illuminated the entire space in a blinding white. "Shueiwa!" Sasuke's heart jolted, the cries of Chidori abruptly ceasing. He hastily retracted his chakra, his dark eyes fixated on Shueiwa, engulfed by the lightning, an anxious fire igniting within him. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Shueiwa's body still feared the lightning attacks. Amidst the blinding light, Shueiwa's perception felt as though it were being forcibly torn apart, the scene before him becoming increasingly blurred and distorted. Sasuke's figure morphed into something eerie. He seemed to see another Sasuke, one whose forehead was adorned with stylish bangs. Draped in a black cloak, the empty left sleeve flailing helplessly in the air. Most strikingly, in that left eye, rather than the ordinary Sharingan, there resided an extraordinary pupil filled with peculiar patterns, interconnected by 6 black tomo. What kind of eye is that? A long-forgotten name surged forth from the depths of his mind. The Rinnegan? This term, he vaguely recalled hearing in some distant dream. Could it be that all I have experienced is not merely a delusion? The intense sensation of electric shock jolted Shueisha back into lucidity. He quickly adjusted his form, his liquefied body flowing like a torrent towards Sasuke. The water spiraled rapidly around Sasuke's body several times before suddenly constricting, reconstituting into a human form, standing behind Sasuke. His tattered clothes now marked with charred traces, the faint scent of singed fabric permeating the air. Are you all right? Sasuke's brow furrowed in surprise, his tense demeanor slightly easing. I'm fine, Shueisha replied, deliberately elongating his tone, a cryptic smile gracing his face as he feigned mystery. How could that be possible? Before he could finish, he suddenly raised his voice, dramatically exclaiming to Sasuke, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him, as if the distance between him and Sasuke had inexplicably narrowed. I never expected that Orochimaru would build me such a formidable body. My resistance to lightning has increased tremendously, by as much as 90%. Even so, the residual electric force still has me gritting my teeth in pain. Especially your lightning, Sasuke. It truly pierces to the bone. I must say, you really show no mercy in your strikes. Chapter 15. The journey begins. It's good that you're all right. Sasuke gazed at the vibrant Shueisha before him, the worry that had lingered in his heart finally subsiding. Hey, how did you deduce that I was fine? I'm in agony here. It hurts so much. I say, you're just like before, truly infuriating. The echoes of complaints lingered in the air as Shueisha suddenly halted, confusion evident in his soft murmurs. Why do I speak as I did before? Surely, this should be our first encounter. At that moment, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into Shueisha's mind, clashing violently with his existing recollections. Under the jolt of a thunderbolt, those long-sealed memories burst forth like a dam shattered by lightning, rendering the dreams vividly clear and startlingly real. What of the Hawk Squad, the Fourth Shinobi World War, and the Otsutsuki? Were they truly not mere figments of dreams? Sasuke, tell me, the Hawk Squad. So, you two have had such dreams? Zhongwu gazed intently at Shueisha, his deep voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as he repeated the words spoken by Shueisha, as if seeking affirmation of an astonishing truth. Huh, you dreamed of it too? Yes, you were in my dreams. And Naruto, you. Shueisha abruptly pointed at Naruto, his face a tapestry of astonishment and excitement, his finger trembling as if he had unearthed a monumental secret. His voice, elevated by fervor, darted between Naruto and Zhongwu, eagerly seeking confirmation. Sasuke exchanged a glance with Naruto, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The plan was progressing more smoothly than anticipated. Evidently, the effects of the illusion had permeated deeply. Orochimaru observed with keen interest, his serpent-like eyes glimmering with enigmatic light as he silently took in the unfolding scene, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, as if savoring a meticulously orchestrated performance. Sasuke exhaled slowly, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within. He turned to Shueisha and Zhongwu, his voice low and tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness. Indeed, the tale is lengthy, so lengthy that one could scarcely recount it in a day and night. I truly wish to sit down and discuss all that has transpired these days, to share the dreams we've collectively experienced. His tone carried a hint of wistfulness, as if he were genuinely lost in the reverie of those dreams, almost convincing himself of their authenticity. Yet, time was of the essence. Many matters loomed on the horizon, and a detailed explanation would have to wait. Sasuke lifted his gaze to the distance, a sharp glimmer flashing in his obsidian eyes. He needed to seize every moment, unwilling to linger any longer. On the road, Shueisha hesitated, clearly taken aback by Sasuke's sudden insistence to depart. He scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his features. Where are we headed? Zhongwu also raised his head, his gaze calm as he awaited Sasuke's explanation. I once spent time in the lair of White Zetsu, and am somewhat familiar with the terrain. This forbidden technique requires the power of White Zetsu, and we must venture into the lion's den. Sasuke's tone grew serious, his voice laden with gravity. He paused before continuing. However, it is not yet the time to confront Obito and Black Zetsu directly. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming the enemy. For now, Naruto and I do not intend to reveal our whereabouts. His eyes scanned Shueisha and Zhongwu, his voice resolute. I recall the general location of White Zetsu's lair. With your combined abilities, one with significantly enhanced sensory and reconnaissance skills, and the other with superior infiltration capabilities, I believe this mission will yield great results. Sasuke's voice held an undeniable conviction, as if he had meticulously plotted every detail, brimming with confidence. Let us proceed. He took the lead, striding purposefully into the distance. His figure erect and resolute, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath, cleaving the air with an indomitable spirit. Yash, let us set off. Naruto grinned widely, his face radiating a sunshine-like brilliance as he excitedly clapped his hands, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, eager to embark on a new adventure. Oh, for goodness Sake, you always have to complicate things. Shueiwa grumbled, still somewhat bewildered, as he hurried to keep pace with Sasuke and Naruto, muttering. You really can't help but ramble on about nonsense. What on earth is happening? What is the Hawk Squad? What are these dreams? And what precisely is this forbidden technique? Hey, wait for me. His voice gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the distant woods. Orochimaru remained still, his serpent-like gaze tranquil, akin to a still pond, watching the retreating figures of Sasuke and the others, a profound smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself. Next, it will be time to refine the forbidden technique. This back and forth will likely take about half a month, but I now possess ample experience. And with a capable assistant like Kabuto, it should proceed more swiftly than I anticipate. The salty tang of the sea breeze was dispelled by the fragrant aroma of land's greenery as Naruto inhaled deeply, the humid air filling his lungs with the freshness of earth and vegetation, alleviating the fatigue from days of travel. No longer was there the boundless expanse of the ocean, but rather undulating hills and dense forests, a long-awaited sense of grounding swelling within him. The journey across the sea was not without its challenges. Yet Shueiwa's abilities revealed unprecedented value. The formless liquidization technique proved to be an innate tool for subaquatic navigation, allowing him to decompose his body into nanoscopic water molecules, effortlessly penetrating the dense mist shrouding the ocean's surface, evading reefs and whirlpools, even eluding detection by some sensory creatures. Meanwhile, Zhongwu's ecological resonance functioned as a living radar, establishing connections with marine life to anticipate changes in currents and potential dangers. Together, they operated like a well-synchronized duo, one paving the way, the other providing warnings, transforming a perilous voyage into a considerably more manageable endeavor. During their travels, Naruto and Sasuke recounted their experiences to Shueiwa and Zhongwu. From the final confrontation with the Otsutsuki to their souls traversing time and space, and ultimately to their rebirth. Initially, Shueiwa maintained a carefree demeanor, seemingly indifferent. But as Naruto and Sasuke delved deeper into their narrative, his expression grew solemn when he learned that they had betrayed Konoha in their quest to alter the future. Even turning against the entire shinobi world, Shueiwa fell silent. He was not a fool. On the contrary, he possessed an extraordinary acuity and insight. He could sense the weight and resolve in Naruto and Sasuke's voices and comprehend the immense pressure and responsibility they bore. Chapter 16. The Lair of White Zetsu. Honestly, you two always have to make things so complicated. Shueiwa broke the silence, scratching his head with a hint of exasperation, yet predominantly understanding and acceptance. However, since you've made your decision, go ahead and pursue it. I will stand by you. Zhongwu remained taciturn, yet his gaze toward Naruto and Sasuke bore a newfound respect and agreement. Though he was not one for words, he could feel the unwavering determination emanating from Naruto and Sasuke, willing to go to any lengths to protect what was dear to them. This resolve resonated strongly with his own deep-seated desire to safeguard nature and peace. Sasuke, in which direction lies the lair of White Zetsu? Naruto quelled his chaotic thoughts, turning to Sasuke with an urgent seriousness in his tone. Sasuke slightly closed his eyes, seemingly rummaging through the fragments of memories from his past life. After a moment, he opened his deep-set eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in his pitch-black pupils, pointing toward the distant mountains. It lies just beyond that range. We should be nearing it soon. Be wary of White Zetsu's spore technique. It is quite troublesome. Once infected, not only will chakra be siphoned away, but one's mind may also be manipulated. As Sasuke led the way, his voice was low and serious, a reflection of his grim demeanor. Chogo, he paused, glancing back at him, and commanded steadily, "Sense the surroundings. I believe we are nearing the lair of White Zetsu. Once you detect its presence within your range, we shall halt. Let us avoid alarming the enemy." Chogo nodded, slowly closing his eyes and bringing his hands together before his chest, entering a state of perception. His breath became calm and elongated, as if he were merging with the surrounding nature, indistinguishable from it. The mountain breeze gently caressed him, the leaves rustled softly. Birds chirped melodiously from the branches, and insects sang in the grass. All these subtle sounds coalesced into his consciousness through Chogo's heightened awareness. "How is it, Chogo? Any discoveries?" Naruto inquired. Chogo gradually opened his eyes, a barely perceptible seriousness glimmering within them. He surveyed the area and replied in a low voice. "The natural energy surrounding us is abundant, and the life force of the flora and fauna is vigorous. I have not detected any obvious abnormalities thus far." "That's good. Stay vigilant." Sasuke nodded slightly, though his own alertness did not wane. The perceptive abilities of White Zetsu were formidable. The four hastened their pace towards the direction of White Zetsu's lair. The forest grew denser, sunlight obscured by thick branches, casting a dim light that filled the air with a damp chill. An unusual stillness enveloped them, apart from their footsteps and the occasional chirp of birds. There was scarcely a sound, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, Chogo halted, his complexion paling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Chogo, what's wrong?" Naruto noticed his distress and asked with concern. Chogo took a deep breath, striving to calm the slight turbulence in his chakra caused by his heightened awareness. His voice grave and foreboding, as if heralding an impending storm. Not far ahead, an enormous chakra is gathering. Its magnitude is beyond comprehension. Such a vast chakra. Could it be? Sasuke interjected, his tone laced with gravity and speculation. "The lair of White Zetsu." Mizuki's voice suddenly rang out, filled with evident surprise and unease, clearly realizing the implications. Chogo nodded slowly, his movements steady and confirming Sasuke and Mizuki's suspicions. He opened his eyes fully, a complex and obscure gleam swirling within them. Not fear, but an instinctive aversion and revulsion. The chakra felt tainted, chaotic, as if composed of decaying flesh, exuding a nauseating stench. Far from being a natural life force, Chogo's voice was low and deliberate, each word seeming to be extracted from the depths of his throat. Imbued with a weight that was almost heart-stopping, as if merely articulating it drained all his strength. His extraordinary perceptive ability had now become a source of torment, forcing him to confront that suffocating malevolence. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, each recognizing the seriousness mirrored in the other's eyes. Their objective was not direct confrontation, but to infiltrate White Zetsu's lair, seeking opportunities without alerting Obito. Premature exposure could jeopardize their entire plan, even placing them in a more perilous situation. The four synchronized their steps, quieting their breaths and cautiously advancing towards the direction sensed by Chogo. "Mizuki," Sasuke whispered calmly, "your abilities are best suited for infiltration. Remember, our goal is to capture White Zetsu alive while avoiding direct conflict. Naruto and I, along with Chogo, will create a diversion on the periphery to draw away most of White Zetsu. You only need to exploit the chaos to capture any isolated individuals." As he proceeded, he carefully outlined the task. The forest became increasingly dark and damp, layers of branches completely shrouding the sunlight, leaving only mottled patches of light that flickered like ghostly flames upon the ground. The muddy ground was treacherous, slick and viscous as if traversing through a mire, each step producing a chilling squelch. The splattered mud carried a nauseating odor, soaking their shoes and trousers, inducing waves of revulsion. The surrounding silence was uncanny, as if even the wind held its breath, all sounds swallowed by a suffocating oppression. This deathly quietude was more disconcerting than any clamor, as though countless eyes lurked in the darkness, greedily watching them, waiting for a moment of weakness to pounce and consume them entirely. At last, they emerged from a thicket of dense underbrush, revealing a clearer view ahead. They were now only about a kilometer from White Zetsu's lair. "This should be the spot, Sasuke," Naruto affirmed, his experience in battling White Zetsu allowing him to understand the silent lurking foes well. White Zetsu's effective perception range was approximately 1 kilometer. "Indeed," Sasuke replied with a low murmur, signaling for the group to halt their hurried pace. His penetrating gaze scanned the increasingly dark thicket. "Mizuki, be exceptionally cautious. If my assumptions are correct, that immense chakra may very well originate from the outer path golem." At his words, Mizuki's previously relaxed expression turned grave. He furrowed his brow. Puzzled, "The outer path golem? You mean the shell of the 10 tails you mentioned before? But I'm not sensing any chakra fluctuations from tailed beasts." Sasuke nodded slightly, clarifying, "Precisely. Even so, the The power of the outer path golem should not be underestimated. Fortunately, the one controlling it now is Pain, the acknowledged leader of the Akatsuki. By the way, Naruto, enter Sage Mode and carefully sense if Obito and Black Zetsu are concealed within. Without hesitation, Naruto closed his eyes, breathing deeply as he instantly entered Sage Mode. Chapter 17, Warm-Up Kid. A voice, laced with mockery yet brimming with strength, erupted in Naruto's mind. It was Kurama, grinning broadly, revealing sharp fangs, his tone tinged with pride. With my power augmenting you, entering Sage Mode is as natural as breathing for you, almost indistinguishable from your usual state. You should express your gratitude. Oh, thank you, Kurama. Naruto replied with a slight grimace, retorting in his mind. But can you please stop calling me kid? Ha ha ha. Kurama's laughter resounded thunderously as his enormous paw playfully poked Naruto's head, teasingly mocking. Who told you to still look like a shorty? You're not that young anymore. Yet you're still a little brat, showing no signs of growth. Ha ha ha. The annoying Kurama. Naruto felt the sting of truth in Kurama's words, unable to suppress his inner anger. Knowing he and Sasuke still appeared as youths, their heights indeed a sore point. Temporarily dismissing Kurama's incessant banter, Naruto focused his mind, expanding his perception range with utmost diligence, meticulously searching for the chakra signatures of Obito and Black Zetsu. Unfamiliar with their chakra characteristics, Chogo could not assist with this task. It fell to the more perceptive Naruto. After a moment, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, excitement sparkling within his cerulean gaze. Nothing. Fantastic. It seems luck is on our side. The two most troublesome foes are not here. Let us resolve this quickly, accomplish our mission, and head back. I can hardly wait for the changes that lie ahead. His voice brimmed with anticipation, as if a grand celebration awaited him. Is that so? I feel the same, came the reply. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, forming an enigmatic arc. Beneath the veil of his dark, tousled hair, his crimson Sharingan eyes glimmered with a menacing light. The power of would release, the might of Uchiha Madara, at that moment. I too yearned to experience this legendary force and discern its true strength. Uchiha Madara, a being revered as the rose of the battlefield. Naruto rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for his own power, the power of the Sharingan. I share in this fervent anticipation. Huh. Suddenly, Sasuke exuded an air of haughtiness, raising his head with the pride of a sovereign ruler. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Bow before the formidable ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, Naruto. Even if you obtain Madara's strength, when it comes to the mastery of the Sharingan and Jinjutsu, I shall far surpass you. You rascal. Naruto chuckled at Sasuke's sudden display of arrogance, feigning anger as he shot him a glare, yet unable to suppress a slight smile that betrayed his affectionate exasperation. Uchiha Madara? Merely hearing that name induces an inexplicable discomfort. Kurama's large fox ears perked up, his tone dripping with disdain. The thought of that devious soul attaching itself to Naruto, cohabiting within this young boy, was utterly intolerable. Suigetsu, let us proceed. Naruto leaped gracefully to the top of a towering tree, surveying the dense forest ahead. Concentrating, he began to amass an immense surge of chakra in his palms. I shall lead the charge and create chaos. Seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Understood. Suigetsu replied softly, his form melting into a translucent, ghostly state, breaking apart into countless minuscule droplets, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. These minute droplets silently seeped into the damp earth, like specters racing towards the lair of white Zetsu. Choji, you should proceed ahead. Do not expose yourself to the sensory range of white Zetsu's kin. Sasuke commanded in a low tone, his sharp gaze sweeping over his silent companion. Join Suigetsu and ensure his safe retreat. Once he completes his task, you both must return to our original landing point and wait patiently for our return. Sasuke's tone bore an unwavering decisiveness as he continued. I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. It is as if an ominous premonition lingers. If Obito and the others were to unexpectedly return, we must not allow them to discover our true intentions. At that time, Naruto and I shall have our strategies, using other reasons to divert their attention. Choji nodded silently, fully aware of the caution and consideration underlying Sasuke's words. Without further comment, he responded in a low voice, I understand. Sasuke, do take great care. As soon as the words left Choji's lips, He vanished into the depths of the forest like a beast blending into the night, disappearing without a trace. Confirming Choji's safe departure, Sasuke leaped with the grace of a leopard, ascending to the treetops and surveying the direction of White Zetsu's lair from above. Naruto, are you ready? Sasuke's voice was low and calm, yet laced with excitement at the imminent unleashing of power. Of course, Naruto was already brimming with energy. Golden chakra swirling wildly in his palms, coalescing into a rapidly spinning sphere of energy, filling the air with an oppressive atmosphere. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a commanding shout, Naruto unleashed the wind-imbued shuriken, a weapon infused with terrifying cutting power, slicing through the air like a meteor across the night sky, charging towards the concealed entrance of White Zetsu's lair. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the forest as the spiraling shuriken struck the entrance, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated the camouflaged opening, sending debris flying and creating a massive, charred crater. Naruto and Sasuke stood side by side, like two proud statues, steadfast within an area perceptible to White Zetsu, their gazes fixed intently on the cloud of dust and smoke below, awaiting the ensuing commotion. As expected, mere moments after the silence, the ground began to tremble, as if countless restless insects were poised to break free from the depths. The sound of scratching grew closer, accompanied by the subtle shift of soil as a multitude of humanoid, snow-white beings erupted from the earth, swarming forth in droves. They have indeed been lured out. Naruto observed the tide of White Zetsu with a calm demeanor, unfazed, as if the multitude of foes before him were merely inconsequential ants. Has Choji safely left? Naruto inquired with a light tone, seemingly nonchalant about the encirclement of over 1,000 White Zetsu, even finding the time to engage in casual conversation with Sasuke. Sasuke nodded slightly, his dark eyes glimmering with sharp insight. He explained solemnly, "It is wise to be cautious. Revealing our true intentions too early would be unwise. To the outside world, we are merely two rogue ninjas who have betrayed Konoha. If Choji were nearby, it would inevitably draw connections to our association with Orochimaru. It is best to tread carefully. Though their strength may be feeble, their numbers are still considerable, providing a suitable opportunity for a warm-up." A cold, bloodthirsty smile graced Sasuke's lips, his tone dripping with disdain. "Just as I like it. It has been a while since I truly unleashed my abilities. I hope my skills have not dulled." Kurama. Naruto cracked his knuckles in excitement, his azure eyes sparkling with the thrill of battle, radiating an intense desire for combat. "These insignificant fish, I cannot even be bothered to glance at them." Kurama's voice resonated within Naruto's mind, filled with pride and disdain, as if these White Zetsu were merely insects to be crushed at will. Indeed. Haha. Naruto laughed heartily at Kurama's words, conversing easily with him in his mind. While retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, with a swift motion, he dashed towards the throng of White Zetsu below, like an arrow released from its bow. Sasuke slowly closed his crimson Sharingan, calmly observing the swarm of White Zetsu below. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips as he spoke indifferently. "Such lowly creatures do not even merit the use of my Sharingan's power." No sooner had he spoken than Sasuke flicked his wrist, unleashing several shuriken that gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through the air with deadly precision towards the approaching White Zetsu, joining Naruto in this seemingly foregone conclusion of a battle. Chapter 18. Suigetsu's Adventure, utilizing the unique advantage of his liquefied body. Suigetsu navigated through the narrow crevices like a phantom. The cold dampness seeped into every pore of his skin, the surrounding darkness oppressive, broken only by the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the vast, silent underground space, amplifying its eerie depth. He meticulously controlled the molecular structure of his body, disassembling himself into nanoscale water molecules, silently infiltrating the seemingly impenetrable barrier of White Zetsu's base, leaving no trace behind, like mercury flowing effortlessly. With the unique ninja tools provided by Orochimaru, he perceptively sensed the energy fluctuations around him, akin to a finely tuned radar, deftly avoiding all potential traps and mechanisms as he stealthily advanced towards the heart of the White Zetsu base. The subterranean cavern was far more intricate than anticipated. Its myriad pathways twisted and turned like a labyrinth, while the damp, shadowy air was infused with a faint odor of decay, provoking a sense of discomfort. Shueisha slowed his pace, compressing his liquefied form to the utmost, drifting through the darkness like a specter. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of the white Zetsu, which sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Had they all been lured away by Naruto and Sasuke? As this thought took root, it proliferated in his mind like wild grass. He quickened his stealthy advance and soon arrived at the cavern's central area, where a vast underground space opened up before him. However, the expected scene of stringent defenses was conspicuously absent. The expansive cave was devoid of life, littered only with scattered debris and the chaotic remnants of past battles, indicating previous human activity. It seemed they had indeed been drawn away. Perhaps Naruto was more reliable than he had imagined. A sigh of relief escaped Shueisha as his tense nerves began to ease. He surveyed the area to confirm there was no imminent danger and prepared to revert to human form, intending to meticulously explore this stronghold of the white Zetsu in search of valuable intelligence. Just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected change occurred. A faint rustling sound abruptly pierced the silence of the cavern. Though it was barely audible, in such an empty environment, it resonated with startling clarity, akin to the whisper of death, causing every hair on Shueisha's body to stand on end. He whirled around, his gaze piercing towards the source of the sound, his pupils constricting sharply. The relaxed expression on his face was instantly replaced by incredulity and a hint of subtle embarrassment. Not far behind him stood a humanoid entity, entirely white, staring vacantly with hollow eyes, its face devoid of expression or movement, resembling a forgotten sculpture in a corner, strikingly out of place and almost comical. It was, unmistakably, a solitary white Zetsu. In that silent underground cavern, the two, one human, one Zetsu, encountered one another unexpectedly, without any forewarning or buffer, like two unrelated stones colliding under the whims of fate. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and time appeared to stand still. Shueisha was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that after infiltrating the white Zetsu's lair and meticulously sidestepping numerous traps, he would merely encounter such a dim-witted creature. The white Zetsu, too, seemed completely unprepared for the sudden appearance of a water being in this desolate cavern, its vacant gaze reflecting a flicker of confusion and helplessness. The two pairs of eyes locked in a silent staring contest, their gazes colliding and rubbing against each other in the air, as if on the verge of igniting some spark. Yet, apart from the endless silence and awkwardness, nothing transpired. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere in the cavern grew increasingly eerie. Shueisha could distinctly hear the frantic pounding of his own heart and the sound of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He felt as if he had transformed into a statue under a binding jutsu, his entire being rigid and immovable, his mind a blank slate, utterly devoid of thought. What was this situation? Shueisha silently screamed within, countless thoughts racing through his mind like untamed horses, yet failing to find any rational explanation. Could this be a new type of weapon from the White Zetsu clan? Or was Orochimaru scheming again behind the scenes? Perhaps his luck was so wretched that even the heavens had decided to play tricks on him? Amidst his chaotic musings, a crucial realization struck him: the ability of the White Zetsu. While individually weak, the White Zetsu possessed a particularly troublesome capacity: the sharing of information. They could communicate and share data over long distances through a special signal wave. If discovered, it could immediately alert others of its location, and he would find himself ensnared in a formidable encirclement. Moreover, it was imperative that he did not reveal his true intentions, lest he draw attention from the masked man, Toby. He believed was the name. He appeared to be a highly formidable opponent, one that both Naruto and Sasuke regarded with trepidation. Disaster. He had been careless. A sense of dread surged within Shueisha, obliterating his previously relaxed demeanor, replaced by an acute sense of urgency and danger. He could no longer afford any hesitation. He had to subdue the White Zetsu before it could signal for help. With that thought in mind, Shueisha sprang into action. His mind focused, his liquefied body expanded instantaneously, resembling a colossal water sphere, as he lunged towards the motionless White Zetsu. With a resounding splash, the massive water sphere engulfed the White Zetsu in an instant, the cold, viscous liquid swiftly ensnaring its body, rendering it utterly immobile, no matter how fiercely it struggled. The White Zetsu seemed completely taken aback by Shueisha's sudden assault, only realizing what had transpired once enveloped by the water sphere, emitting a muffled cry as it futilely attempted to break free. Shueisha exerted control over the water sphere, constricting it with immense pressure, gradually robbing the white Zetsu of its capacity to resist until it finally succumbed into unconsciousness. Phew, that was close. Shueiwa exhaled deeply, the weight in his heart finally lifting. He reverted to human form and gazed at the encapsulated white Zetsu, a complex expression crossing his features. This creature was indeed quite the simpleton. He shook his head with a wry smile, yet now was not the time for reflection. He had more pressing matters at hand. Approaching the water sphere, Shueiwa took a deep breath and activated his liquefaction ability once more. This time, instead of expanding, he extended his liquefied body like tendrils into the sphere, gradually enveloping the unconscious white Zetsu. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Shueiwa's liquefied form began to devour the white Zetsu. Indeed, his body now functioned like an enormous storage pouch. Having completed this task, he reverted to human form, clapped his hands as if he had accomplished a trivial chore, and a relaxed smile returned to his face. All set. Next, I shall thoroughly investigate this white Zetsu stronghold, hoping to uncover some useful intelligence, he murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before stepping deeper into the cavern. Chapter 19. The plan is complete. Blades flashed and winds howled. The figures of Naruto and Sasuke darted through the ranks of the white Zetsu army like two bolts of golden and purple lightning. Each strike was precise and lethal. Spiraling shuriken whistled, and the chirping of thousands of birds echoed as the white Zetsu fell like harvested wheat. Fearless and undeterred, the white Zetsu surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, unable to halt the advance of the duo. Naruto's sage mode heightened his senses, allowing him to anticipate every attack from the white Zetsu, while Sasuke's Sharingan discerned the enemy's weaknesses, their synergy flawless, efficient, and precise. Sasuke, Tobi's chakra is appearing. Naruto's voice, tinged with excitement amidst the fierce battle, gleamed with a spark of anticipation in his golden eyes. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, his dark eyes remaining calm and composed. Have they finally arrived? Very well, let them witness the strength we possess now. As their gazes met, no words were necessary. An unspoken understanding flowed between them. In an instant, they accelerated, no longer lingering in battle, retreating while engaging, leading the white Zetsu army deeper into the dense forest, creating ample space for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, the distant lair of the white Zetsu was steeped in profound silence, the air thick with the damp scent of earth and decaying wood, chilling enough to seep into one's very bones. Behind the orange vortex mask, closed eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a single crimson eye beneath. In the depths of that pupil, there were not the usual Sharingan patterns, but a near-solid darkness, unfathomably deep like an ancient cold pool, harboring an unsettling aura of danger. Obito's face was concealed behind the mask, his true expression hidden from the outside world. However, the oppressive aura emanating from him filled the dark space like a tangible presence, suffocating those who drew near. The lair has been attacked. A low voice emerged from behind the mask, each syllable seemingly laced with ice, containing a hint of incredulity and fury. The shadowy figure of Black Zetsu floated silently beside Obito, merging with the surrounding darkness. Save for the red cloud on his black robe, which stood out in the dim environment like a flickering ghostly flame. His ominous voice, tinged with a sense of malicious delight, shattered the suffocating silence. It seems some do not wish for you to remain undisturbed here, Akatsuki. Black Zetsu's words slithered like a venomous snake, cold and sticky, each word carrying a chilling undertone that corroded the air around them. The white Zetsu have been completely lured out. There appears to be a powerful presence outside. His voice paused, seemingly emphasizing the word powerful, tinged with a playful malice that suggested a desire for chaos. Upon hearing this, Obito's body trembled, the already somber hue of his single eye darkening further. As if the night before a storm weighed heavily upon him, he abruptly lifted his head, as if striving to see through the depths of the cave and into the distant battlefield. The expression behind the orange mask was undoubtedly twisted in intensity. Black Zetsu, let us move. Obito's voice emerged low and restrained, each word forced through clenched teeth, brimming with a palpable rage and impatience. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun rapidly, the black Tomo whirling wildly, as the power of space erupted like a dam bursting. The overwhelming divine might enveloped him and Black Zetsu, vanishing from their original location, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air, a testament to their existence. Deep within the cave, silence was disrupted, not by the clash of blades from the outside world, nor by the screams of white Zetsu, but by a subtle shift in the shadows beneath the lair, where a peculiar disturbance began to stir. Mizuki moved like a ghostly fish, silently traversing the labyrinthine underground passages of the white Zetsu's lair. The damp, decaying scent mingled with the earthy aroma, subtly pricking at his senses, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He did not despise this scent. Rather, it served as a constant reminder that he was nestled in the heart of the white Zetsu's lair, a dark, damp, and instinctively unsettling place. His steps were nearly weightless, his toes barely grazing the ground, stirring not a speck of dust nor producing a sound, as if a specter wandered through the silent night. With his innate sensitivity to water flow and the honed insight into his surroundings, he navigated with the ease of a natural-born map, deftly avoiding any potential traps or eavesdroppers. Suddenly rounding a corner, he found himself in a small, concealed chamber. Contrary to the grand and expansive space he had imagined, it was a cramped, hidden enclave. A dozen or so white Zetsu lay curled in the corners like hibernating beasts, devoid of vitality, their bodies coated in a thin layer of white slime, blending almost seamlessly with the rough, rocky walls. Were it not for his keen observation, they would have easily been overlooked as remnants abandoned by time, appearing dull and forlorn compared to their kin engaged in fierce battles outside. A playful smile crept onto Mizuki's lips, his eyes glinting with sudden enthusiasm. What a delightful surprise! He lowered his voice and, without hesitation, surged forward, his form flickering like a specter. His hands transformed into two agile, swift water whips, wrapping around each slumbering white Zetsu with precision and speed. Before they could fully awaken from their stupor or utter a cry of terror, they were ensnared by the icy currents, their bodies stiffening in helplessness, reduced to incoherent whimpers. Mizuki's body began to emanate a strange ripple, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, sending waves cascading outward. His form started to liquefy in an eerie manner, not as a raging torrent nor as a torrential downpour, but like a silent abyss slowly unfurling, deep and tranquil, yet imbued with a terrifying devouring force, silently engulfing everything within reach. The white Zetsu finally roused from their slumber, sensing the impending doom, and emitted frantic, terrified shrieks. Struggling in vain, akin to leaves caught in the center of a whirlpool, small, powerless, and utterly defenseless. Their bodies, ensconced in the liquid flow, shrank and twisted, ultimately vanishing completely within Mizuki's liquefied form, as if they had never existed in this world, leaving no trace behind. In mere moments, within this chamber, Mizuki consumed the dozen or so white Zetsu in a manner bordering on ruthlessness. Having completed this task, he re-solidified from his liquefied state, resuming his human form, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His face bore that characteristic easy smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. He clapped his hands, droplets cascading from his fingertips, refracting faint light in the dim chamber before dissipating, as if he had merely engaged in an inconsequential act. A playful smirk returned to his lips, hinting at a sense of mischief. All done. Chapter 20. The first encounter, he spoke softly, his voice echoing in the chamber with an ethereal resonance. Once more surveying his surroundings to ensure nothing was amiss, Mizuki turned to exit the chamber, re-entering the shadowy passage. His footsteps were light, his mood buoyant. This operation had gone far more smoothly and proved more entertaining than anticipated. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he spotted Shurgo standing there, as steadfast as a rock, exuding a reassuring aura. The light at the entrance was somewhat brighter, dappled sunlight filtering through the gaps in the tree branches, dancing upon Shurgo as if draping him in a flowing garment of light. His expression was tranquil, his gaze steady, though a hint of concern seemed to linger in the depths of his amber eyes. Shurgo, Mizuki greeted, his tone casual, as if he had merely returned from a leisurely outing. Shurgo inclined his head slightly, his gaze falling upon Mizuki, confirming his safety, and a trace of worry gradually faded from his features. Did you not accompany Sasuke and the others? Mizuki inquired first, a note of curiosity lacing his tone. According to the plan, Raimu was supposed to hold back the White Zetsu army alongside Sasuke and Naruto. Why, then, was he alone, waiting here? Raimu shook his head slightly, his voice deep and magnetic, resonating like a bass cello. Sasuke and Naruto have other plans. He paused, his amber eyes fixed on Suigetsu, and continued. They are concerned about the situation on your side, so they sent me to ensure your safety. Once you complete your task, we will return to the dock immediately, and they will follow. Raimu's tone was calm and steady, yet it conveyed a sense of respect and obedience towards Sasuke and Naruto's strategy. Upon hearing this, Suigetsu raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, it seems those two fellows value me more than I thought." He chuckled, a trace of barely perceptible pride in his voice. However, he understood that Sasuke and Naruto's arrangement was not solely based on their regard for him, but rather stemmed from a cautious and thorough consideration. After all, this mission was of great significance, and any misstep could be catastrophic. "Let us go," Suigetsu said, his smile fading as his expression turned serious. "Since the primary task has been completed and the necessary materials for the forbidden technique have been secured, there is no need to linger here." Raimu nodded in silence, following closely behind Suigetsu. The two departed from the entrance of White Zetsu's lair, their figures swiftly disappearing into the dense foliage, leaving behind an empty cave that fell silent once more. After their departure, time seemed to freeze, everything around them immobilized, save for the leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Within 5 minutes, the space warped violently, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, creating ripples. An orange vortex mask abruptly appeared at the cave's entrance, and a Beto-S figure materialized from the Kemui dimension. His crimson eye scanned the surroundings, and his formidable perception immediately expanded, probing the area like invisible tendrils. The air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood and the residual chakra of battle, yet the lair itself remained unharmed and intact. Obito's taut expression relaxed slightly, yet the gloom in his gaze did not dissipate. "Humph, a clever ruse," he muttered coldly, his voice hoarse and ice-cold, laced with disdain and irritation. He had anticipated that the attackers would assault the lair directly, only to discover that their true aim was merely to divert White Zetsu. Nevertheless, since he had arrived, he might as well remain. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, his Sharingan rotated once more, and the power of space surged, engulfing him in the Kemui vortex. His figure vanished at the cave entrance, speeding towards the direction where White Zetsu was engaged in fierce battle. In the depths of the forest, Naruto fought alongside Sasuke, their golden chakra and purple lightning intertwining brilliantly, like two blades slicing through the night, recklessly reaping White Zetsu's lives. The intensity of the battle did not allow for a moment of relaxation. In Sage mode, Naruto's senses were fully activated, enveloping the area like an invisible net, meticulously capturing every sound and movement around him. At that moment, a familiar yet chilling chakra surge, akin to a ghostly flame in the darkness, abruptly entered his perception range, rapidly approaching them with astonishing speed. "Sasuke incoming." Sasuke nodded slightly, his dark eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light, reminiscent of the keenest blade in the depths of winter. Exuding an aura of chilling dread, his hands moved swiftly and precisely to form seals, chakra surging within him like a raging river, potent energy accumulating, ready to erupt at any moment. "Keep it restrained." Sasuke's voice was low and composed, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet the vigilance and seriousness embedded within were unmistakable. Just as they braced themselves, the surrounding space twisted violently, reminiscent of a placid lake disturbed by a massive stone, creating ripples. A pitch-black vortex suddenly tore through the night, silently descending upon the battlefield. Following it, two figures emerged from the vortex's center as though birthed from the void. The orange vortex mask came into view first, its familiar and eerie patterns starkly contrasting with the dim forest, behind which Obito gazed down coldly at Naruto and Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion. Black Zetsu hovered beside him. They descended silently onto the gnarled branches of a towering ancient tree, looking down upon Naruto and Sasuke, resembling deities observing insignificant ants from on high. "Who dares to intrude upon this place?" A cold, hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask, tinged with suppressed anger, no longer carrying the feigned nonchalance typical of Tobi, but rather the true voice of Uchiha Obito, filled with menace and pressure. His crimson eye, akin to a poisoned blade, locked onto Naruto and Sasuke. "So it is you, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Itachi's little brother." Naruto and Sasuke slowly turned to face them, their gazes piercing like two swords aimed at the figures above. "This is our first meeting. I am Tobi, a reserve member of the Akatsuki." Obito's voice was stiff and cold, every word squeezed from deep within his throat, carrying an unsettling chill. His peripheral vision swept over the chaotic battlefield, littered with the remnants of white Zetsu, and a flicker of disbelief flashed in his crimson eye. In mere moments, nearly 100 white Zetsu had been slaughtered by these two youths, and astonishingly, they appeared unscathed and composed, as if merely completing an inconsequential task. This scene completely overturned Obito's prior understanding. Toby, a reserve member? Huh. Sasuke's lips curled into a mocking smile, his dark eyes filled with disdain. As far as I know, you are no longer a reserve member, are you? Chapter 21. Intimidation. Obito's heart jolted slightly. They actually recognized the title of reserve member? Did they possess knowledge of the Akatsuki's affairs? Naruto disregarded Obito's pretense, his azure eyes swirling with Nine-Tails chakra, the orange hue manifesting as Sage Mode activated. Golden chakra surged wildly in his palm, compressing and swirling into a Rasengan that emitted a piercing hum. Kurama, lend me your strength. Naruto roared internally, channeling the full might of the Nine-Tails into the Rasengan, transforming it into a sphere imbued with cataclysmic power. With a sudden burst of force, Naruto propelled himself forward like a cannonball, the formidable Rasengan aimed directly at Obito's face. Obito narrowed his single eye slightly, facing this powerful strike imbued with the Nine-Tails energy. He did not even glance, merely snorting in contempt. His body instantaneously faded, and Naruto's Rasengan passed through him effortlessly, crashing into a nearby tree with a deafening explosion. A familiar sensation, it was indeed Kamui, the mightiest space-time eye technique. Naruto mused inwardly, yet his expression remained unfazed. He had anticipated Kamui's phasing ability, and this strike was merely a test. In the depths of his heart, Obito felt a slight surprise. Naruto had demonstrated such a remarkable mastery over the Nine-Tails power, its purity far exceeding his expectations. It appeared that the intelligence he had received was erroneous. This Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails was far more formidable than he had envisioned. As Obito pondered this, a shadowy figure flashed before him like a ghost, moving with such speed that even he was momentarily caught off guard. If ninjutsu and taijutsu were ineffective, what of mental attacks? Sasuke's voice was cold and deep, resonating like a death knell from the depths of hell. In his dark eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing an eerie and enchanting kaleidoscope pattern. Jinjutsu Sharingan, Sasuke whispered, unleashing a powerful mental force that surged toward Obito like a tidal wave. So swift, even I can scarcely keep pace with his speed. Obito's heart jolted, stunned by Sasuke's sudden burst of speed. Instinctively, he activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan, a dark light erupting instantly, engaging in an intense battle of wills with Sasuke's Jinjutsu on an intangible mental plane. The clash of their formidable spiritual energies intertwined, invisible sparks igniting the air around them, distorting the very atmosphere. The struggle of Jinjutsu was silent yet perilous. A moment's lapse could plunge one into an abyss of despair. However, both of their Mangekyo powers were exceedingly potent, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Just as Obito hesitated in the midst of their mental confrontation, Sasuke unleashed his pre-prepared Chidori, erupting forth like thunder, the sharp crackle of electricity resonating through the dense forest. Alas, the Chidori merely passed through Obito's ethereal form, failing to inflict any harm. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly reappeared atop a great tree behind Obito, standing in stark contrast to him. Sharingan. No, could it be the Mangekyo? Obito's voice brimmed with disbelief, his back turned to the pair, his singular eye filled with shock and confusion. How had these two youngsters changed so drastically? In just a few short years, they had matured to such an extent? This power? Could it be? Suddenly, Obito felt a violent and chilling surge of chakra emanating from behind him. He spun around to behold Sasuke's colossal and fearsome Susanoo, its purple energy blazing like an inferno, skipping over its skeletal form and materializing in its first complete shape. Meanwhile, Naruto was enveloped in a golden chakra that surged like boiling flames, the orange shadows around his eyes clearly indicating that he had entered Sage Mode. Susanoo? Sage Mode? Obito was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he no longer recognized these two youths before him. The intelligence he had received had been drastically flawed. He began to doubt whether the power of his single eye could overcome these monstrous boys. Naruto and Sasuke displayed strength that far surpassed expectations. Their objectives had been achieved, and there was no need for further entanglement. Suigetsu and Jugo must have completed their tasks and safely retreated. Afei, I anticipate our next encounter. Naruto's lips curled into a knowing smile, his tone tinged with a hint of menace. Sasuke coldly interjected, his dark eyes radiating an oppressive aura. When we meet again, I hope you can remain as relaxed as you are today. Before his words had fully dissipated, the two figures flickered and transformed into streaks of light, racing into the depths of the forest, their speed rendering them virtually invisible in an instant. As they vanished, their voices echoed in unison, laced with mockery and threat, leaving behind a name that sent Obito's heart racing. Uchiha Naruto. The name reverberated through the forest, elongated as if deliberately teasing him, plunging Obito's heart into his throat. Afei, at this moment, Obito felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He was deeply afraid of hearing that name uttered by the other. Cold sweat soaked his robes. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. Madara. Sasuke's voice followed, crashing into Obito's ears like thunder. Then, silence reclaimed the forest, leaving only Obito and Black Zetsu standing still. Obito exhaled a long breath, his expression shifting between shadows, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Should we pursue? Black Zetsu's voice broke the silence. It seems your true identity has been exposed. Obito shook his head, signaling for no pursuit. He raised a hand to caress his mask, his singular eye filled with gravity and unease. I can sense their threat. I must reassess their level of danger. Obito remained stationary, his solitary eye behind the mask brimming with uncertainty, replaying Naruto and Sasuke's final words in his mind, those two syllables echoing like an incantation. Madara. How could they possibly know? Obito muttered softly, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he clenched his fist tightly, knuckles widening. Could something have gone awry? No, it's impossible. My plan was flawless. How could these two youngsters? Obito's mind raced, desperately seeking any potential leak of information. Yet he could find no chink in the armor of his carefully constructed scheme. Black Zetsu's voice echoed, shattering Obito's thoughts. The name Uchiha Madara is known to few. Their certainty in uttering it suggests it is not mere speculation. Taking a deep breath, Obito endeavored to calm himself. Now was not the time for chaos. He needed to analyze the situation with clarity and uncover the truth. Black Zetsu, have there been any recent developments regarding these two youngsters? How did they suddenly grow so powerful? Furthermore, how did they discern my identity? Black Zetsu replied, according to reports from White Zetsu, these two youngsters recently defected from Konoha. They defected from Konoha? Obito exclaimed, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. How could this be? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto and the last scion of the Uchiha clan Sasuke. How could Konoha allow them to escape? The specific reasons remain unclear. Black Zetsu continued. However, it seems they vanished shortly after their defection and only reappeared recently, exhibiting a dramatic surge in strength, as if transformed. Especially Sasuke Uchiha, Black Zetsu added, who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and even mastered the formidable Susanoo. Naruto's Sage Mode poses a significant challenge as well. Obito fell silent for a moment, a sudden epiphany illuminating his mind. Had their power surge post-defection anything to do with Orochimaru? He lifted his head abruptly, his single eye shadowed with suspicion. It must be that guy. Their rapid ascendance in strength is undoubtedly linked to Orochimaru. Damn it, that scoundrel dared to act behind my back. Obito gritted his teeth, a fiery rage igniting within him. He had thought everything was under his control, only to discover such a monumental shift. Black Zetsu, immediately instruct White Zetsu to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts and ascertain his location. Obito's voice was commanding, laced with undisguised fury. Understood, Black Zetsu replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Turning to face the depths of the forest, Obito's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized he must reassess the threat posed by these two youngsters. He paused, adding also, warn White Zetsu, no one is to approach Naruto and Sasuke without my explicit orders, especially Naruto. His Sage Mode's sensory abilities are formidable. We must not provoke them into a confrontation at this juncture. Black Zetsu acknowledged, it has been communicated. At that moment, Black Zetsu's voice sounded again, this time tinged with an unusual gravity. Obito, it seems Konoha is in turmoil. Konoha is in turmoil? Obito replied, momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? According to the intelligence just relayed by White Zetsu, Konoha is under siege from multiple factions, Black Zetsu stated slowly. Under siege. Upon hearing the news, Obito was first taken aback, but a hint of amusement soon danced in his eyes. An assault on Konoha? What could possibly be the motive? Who possessed the audacity to attack the village at such a time? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he swiftly grasped the underlying reasons. A cold smile crept upon his lips. As he realized that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had defected, and the last remnants of the Uchiha clan had also departed from the village. Indeed, Konoha had become a delectable target. It seemed certain individuals could no longer restrain themselves and were ready to reveal their fangs. Obito's voice was low and chilling, laced with a hint of schadenfreude, as he envisioned the impending chaos and decline that awaited Konoha. Chapter 22. Whispers of war. The morning light filtered through the windows of the inn, casting a slanted glow upon the wooden floor and illuminating the tiny specks of dust floating in the air. In a nearby tea house, two figures, clad in dark hats and wide-brimmed straw hats that obscured much of their faces, occupied a table by the window, leaving only their taut jaws visible. On the table, 2 cups of steaming tea exhaled wisps of fragrant vapor, the aroma mingling softly in the quiet corner. Naruto lifted his teacup, his fingertips gently caressing the warm ceramic surface. His gaze drifted to the streets outside, gradually awakening from slumber, and he mused aloud. Uchiha Obito, or rather, the man known as Obito, his space-time ninjutsu, is indeed troublesome. His fingers slightly twitched, causing the teacup to elegantly rotate in his grasp. However, Suigetsu and Jugo should have arrived at the dock by now. We shall join them shortly. Sasuke's attention was fixated on the floating tea leaves within his cup, his tone measured and calm. We have revealed part of our strength before him. Given his suspicious nature, he will undoubtedly investigate our backgrounds thoroughly. Indeed, as anticipated, Naruto set down his cup, a faint smirk gracing his lips and his eyes. Hidden beneath the shadow of his hat, shimmered with a profound light. There is no need for excessive worry. Once Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu is complete, we will possess the power to alter the balance of the game. That will be the true beginning of our engagement with him. At that point, we shall pay him another visit. Sasuke lifted his gaze, peering into the shadow cast by Naruto's hat. Do you intend to win him over? Obito's might is exceedingly convenient, and far too formidable. Naruto did not deny it, his tone frank. Whether in anticipation of future adversaries or in the current strategy, those eyes are an indispensable key. If we can sway him to our side, many matters will become significantly simpler. He tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table, producing a muffled sound, as if contemplating a complex game of strategy. At that moment, hushed voices erupted from the neighboring table. A group of young ninjas clad in the uniforms of the Land of Water, their forehead protectors bearing signs of wear, appeared to be mere genin, their faces betraying anxiety and trepidation. Just then, the subdued conversation from the adjacent table disrupted the tranquility of their corner like a stone cast into a still pond. The voices belonged to a few young ninjas from the Land of Water, their worn attire and anxious expressions revealing their inexperience. Hey, have you heard? The winds of change have shifted recently, one slightly pudgy genin whispered, his neck craning as he nervously glanced around, ensuring their privacy before leaning closer to his companions. It seems like trouble is brewing again. His voice was thick with a clammy urgency, each word seemingly drenched in perspiration. What trouble? Another, taller genin gasped, his tone rising sharply before he quickly muffled himself, leaving only a vague expression of shock. The Fourth Great Ninja War. Are you joking? We had just settled down for a few years. His fingers, pressed against his mouth, turned pale from the pressure, his eyes wide with sheer disbelief. The sudden mention of such a term detonated like a silent thunderclap between Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto's absent-minded caress of the teacup abruptly ceased. Sasuke, who had been quietly observing the tea leaves, suddenly lifted his gaze. Although the shadow of their hats masked their expressions, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense, conveying unspoken sentiments. The murmurs of surrounding tea patrons and the distant din of the street seemed to stretch infinitely, while the fragmented, alarming discussions from the neighboring table pierced through the silence with unsettling clarity. They collectively held their breath, their chests rising and falling imperceptibly as they focused intently on the unprecedented news. Indeed, the initial speaker, the stout genin, voiced his frustration, tinged with a subtle fear. He whispered through gritted teeth, "It's all because of those Konoha bastards. I heard it was their 5th Hokage who lost his mind. He actually dispatched the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to hunt down the last Uchiha heir." He paused, his tone dripping with twisted mockery, as though recounting a farcical tale. And what was the result? Huh. A sharp, dry chuckle escaped him. Not only did they fail to capture him, but they also lost their own Jinchuriki in the process. Rumor has it, he defected alongside that Uchiha. Inside the tea house, the fragrant steam continued to rise. Yet the temperature in the corner where the two sat plummeted as a chilling silence enveloped them. What? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has also defected? The young ninjas at the adjacent table erupted, as if struck by lightning, their voices rising in disbelief, nearly piercing through the air. Absolutely. Konoha has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The stout Jinin's voice grew increasingly agitated, his ample frame trembling slightly, as spittle flew from his mouth. The Rock and Cloud villages have long been eyeing Konoha, eager to seize a piece of the pie. Now that Konoha has lost two significant deterrents, they will undoubtedly pounce like sharks smelling blood, applying pressure for Konoha to surrender, using any excuse to provoke a fight. He paused, his voice dropping lower yet sharper. In my view, this war is likely unavoidable. We, the small fries, should find a corner to hide in. If it comes to blows, we will be the fodder. The clamor of their discussion gradually subsided, akin to the retreating tide, yet the undercurrents of fear and unease spread silently through the air, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances from beneath their hats, a silent understanding passing between them. Naruto's fingers moved subtly, coins sliding across the table, producing a faint clinking sound. In unison, the two rose, their broad cloaks acting as silent curtains, concealing their tumultuous emotions, leaving only the silhouette of their resolute figures as they departed the tea house. The cool morning breeze, laden with moisture, brushed against their cheeks, imparting a chill. The sounds of the street grew louder, with vendors calling out, pedestrians conversing, and the clatter of wheels over cobblestones blending into a vibrant cacophony. However, this lively atmosphere failed to alleviate the heavy oppression weighing upon their hearts. They moved like shadows, weaving through the labyrinthine alleys toward the designated dock with urgency. At the dock, the throng was bustling. A multitude of colors and garments mingling in a cacophony of sound, the blaring of ship whistles, the crashing of waves against the shore, and the piercing cries of seagulls converging into a symphony of chaos. The air is thick with the briny scent of the sea, intertwined with the aromas of various foods, and the distinct odor of oil from the docks. Mizuki remains in his usual nonchalant demeanor, leaning against a rusted iron pillar, idly kicking pebbles at his feet, sending tiny splashes into the air. On the other hand, Tomo stands like a silent statue, exuding an aura that warns others to keep their distance. Chapter 23. The Coming Storm. Naruto. Sasuke, you have finally arrived. As Mizuki catches sight of the two, he glides over like an eel, a broad, exaggerated smile plastered on his face. Lord Orochimaru is growing impatient. All the materials are prepared, just waiting for you. Plans have changed. Without breaking his stride, Naruto interrupts Mizuki, his voice grave and solemn, imbued with an undeniable authority. You are to return to the base immediately and inform Orochimaru to exert all efforts in the final phase of the forbidden technique preparation. Ensure that everything is foolproof. We will handle matters outside. Mizuki's playful expression freezes in an instant, as if ensnared by a binding technique. After a moment, he notices the piercing light hidden beneath Naruto's straw hat, a gaze that speaks of battle-hardened experience and mastery, instilling a sense of reverence. He instinctively swallows hard, suppressing a torrent of questions, and nods heavily in understanding. Tomo remains taciturn, merely inclining his head in acknowledgement. Protect yourselves, and ensure the progress of the forbidden technique. Sasuke's voice is flat, yet it carries the weight of 1,000 stones, resonating with undeniable gravity. As Mizuki and Tomo board an inconspicuous small boat, which swiftly vanishes into the misty waters ahead, Naruto and Sasuke slowly turn away. It seems we must return to Konoha after all. Naruto's low voice carries a hint of self-deprecation. How ironic that we, the despised traitors, must return to clean up the mess we left behind. Sasuke does not respond, merely tilting his head slightly, his profound gaze piercing through the dense fog, gazing towards the direction of Konoha village. The distant horizon is shrouded in oppressive leaden clouds, a harbinger of the impending storm that threatens to engulf the shinobi world. Two silhouettes silently merge into the bustling crowd of the docks, akin to specters drifting towards a village that is both familiar and strange, moving stealthily towards their destination. They are in dire need of intelligence. to witness firsthand Konoha's current plight, and to uncover the ulterior motives of those ambitious souls lying in wait. The wind seems to intensify, heralding a storm that is quietly brewing across the shinobi realm, with Konoha Village, having lost its two pillars, standing precariously at its center. A month prior, in the Valley of the End, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The streams washed over smooth pebbles, the monotonous sound echoing and amplifying the desolation of the area. The air was laden with lingering dampness, mingled with faint, almost imperceptible remnants of gunpowder and the aftermath of an intense clash of energies. The water was crystal clear, revealing two headbands engraved with the symbol of Konoha lying in stillness beneath the surface. The cold current flowed over them, refracting the fragmented light from above. New scratches marred the metallic surfaces, glaringly visible amidst the rippling water, resembling wounds that refused to heal, intermittently appearing and disappearing. Quicksand was stirred by the whirlpools, gradually attempting to bury the last vestiges of this connection. 2 hours slipped by silently, and after a barely audible disturbance in the air, a silver-haired figure materialized like a specter at the valley's edge. He lightly touched the slick rock with his toes, leaving no trace of dust in his wake. Kakashi Hitaki, the leader of Team 7, was devoid of his former languid demeanor. The forehead protector that shielded his left eye had been pushed aside, exposing his crimson Sharingan. Swirling quietly in the air, greedily absorbing all information within its view while mercilessly draining his chakra. His gaze, rather than sweeping like a hawk's, moved slowly, inch by inch, over the scarred landscape, from the remnants of colossal statues to the cracked ground, ultimately fixating on a certain spot in the stream. His jawline was taut, lips pressed into a thin line, with only the slightest movement of his throat betraying the turmoil within. The surroundings echoed solely with the sounds of water and wind. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice deeper than the stream itself, laced with a deliberately suppressed rasp. "Pakken, what did you find?" Pakken's sleek black nose pressed against the ground, the fissures in the rocks, and the broken tree stumps. His wet nostrils straining to capture the faint traces of scent that lingered. His short legs moved swiftly and silently, eventually halting by the stream, where he began to dig at the damp earth with his forepaws. He raised his head to look at his master, his canine eyes reflecting a weighty understanding. Kakashi. Two scents intertwined here, erupted, and then vanished entirely. The battle was fierce. All leads end here. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply, his figure becoming a blur as he darted through the valley, nearly skimming the ground. His Sharingan spun rapidly, striving to extract information from every inch of the ravaged terrain. He navigated around the crumbling remains of the first Hokage and Madara's colossal statues, moving swiftly yet meticulously, observing every corner, his Sharingan working at full capacity. His gaze sliced through the rocky crevices, searching behind blades of grass, leaving no potentially overlooked detail unexamined. The gravel underfoot crunched loudly, echoing sharply in the emptiness of the valley, the sound reverberating back. His movements exuded a palpable impatience, a desperate prayer as he neared the brink of collapse. Yet, it was all in vain. Aside from the faint remnants of chakra left by the battle, which had already faded to near indistinction, and the catastrophic destruction of the landscape, there was nothing else. Naruto and Sasuke seemed to have never set foot here, or perhaps some force had entirely erased their existence, leaving no trace behind. The sky, unbeknownst to him, had quietly donned a somber leaden hue. The heavy clouds weighed down on the horizon, resembling a massive, cold, damp cloth, slowly suffocating the last remnants of light. The wind began to weep softly, soon transforming into a piercing howl, whipping up withered leaves and gravel from the ground, swirling chaotically and blurring the vision. A distinct, damp odor of earth permeated the air, mingled with the crisp premonition of impending rain, infiltrating the nostrils and generating a sense of oppressive gloom. A few cold raindrops fell unexpectedly, splattering against Kakashi's right cheek, where the forehead protector had failed to shield him, delivering a sudden chill. He shuddered imperceptibly, yet remained oblivious, stubbornly lingering by the stream, his mismatched pupils fixated on the area where Pakken had indicated, the scent having completely dissipated. It was as if, by staring long enough, he might conjure a clue from thin air. The light rain soon wove into a dense curtain, pattering against the remaining leaves, producing a soft rustle. It splashed against the jagged rocks, leaving dark streaks and darkening the entire valley's palette. In the distance, A low rumble of thunder echoed, one after another, akin to the enraged roar of an imprisoned ancient beast, crashing through the narrow valley, resonating and vibrating the air, setting Kakashi's taut nerves on edge. The frigid rain cascaded over him, seemingly seeping into his very soul, extinguishing his unwavering determination, giving rise to cold tendrils of despair that wound around his heart, tightening relentlessly. His once straight back appeared to bend ever so slightly under the weight of the rain and the unspoken pressure. Chapter 24, Utter Despair, The Lonely Scarecrow, Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Beyond the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, leaden clouds roiled incessantly, casting the sky into a darkness akin to being steeped in ink, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entire village, heralding an ominous portent. Tsunade stood with her back to the empty office, restlessly poised before the window. Her arms were crossed over her chest, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her gaze pierced through the glass, not focusing on any particular spot, but instead vacantly directed towards the somber heavens. In the office, silence reigned, punctuated only by the occasional sound of her footsteps, the gentle click of her heels against the floor, and the almost imperceptible sound of her nails scratching against the fabric of her arm, creating nearly non-existent whispers of friction. She felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible giant's hand, each beat heavy and labored, her breaths becoming increasingly labored as well. A profound sense of unease washed over her like a cold tide, surging over her heart's embankment, leaving her in a state of restless agitation. Suddenly, she turned sharply and paced to her desk, a broad surface symbolizing the authority and responsibility of the Hokage, now buried under a mountain of documents. Yet at this moment, those scrolls and papers concerning the village's operations seemed to her like so much refuse. Her thoughts were entirely elsewhere. She abruptly stood again and rushed back to the window, biting down on a segment of her thumbnail, the faint crackling sound echoing starkly in the silence, a futile attempt to dispel the turmoil swirling within her. The two children, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, what had they encountered? Why was this foreboding sense of dread so fierce, nearly consuming her? The image of Naruto's face, perpetually adorned with a silly grin and radiating sunshine, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That child inherited the will of both Minato and Kushina, and bore the remnants of her long-broken hopes. The thought of potentially losing him awakened the familiar, sharp pain in her chest, reminiscent of the grief she felt upon losing Dan, her younger brother, who always chased after her, insisting he would become Hokage, his eyes sparkling with determination. And then there was Dan, gentle and strong, who shared her ideals yet slipped away from her sight. The agony of losing loved ones tore through her life time and again, etching itself into her very bones. She believed she had become numb, capable of burying her pain deep within. But Naruto's existence was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the layers of gloom, rekindling something long extinguished within her heart. That child was not merely the orphan of the fourth Hokage, nor just the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was the hope for the future, a vessel for the dreams she had been unable to fulfill for both Dan and Shodai. If she were to lose him too, Tsunade dared not think further, her fingertips digging painfully into her palm, leaving deep crescent imprints. Outside, raindrops began to beat against the glass, initially a scattered few, quickly coalescing into a dense curtain of water that blurred the outside world. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously, each clap following the last like an ancient beast imprisoned within the clouds, unleashing its wrath, causing the very air within the office to tremble. Each roar of thunder struck her already taut nerves like a hammer. She closed her eyes, attempting to shut out the external disturbances. Yet the unease stemming from the depths of her soul only grew clearer, more burdensome. The Valley of the End. The rain suddenly twisted into a violent force, pouring down relentlessly, transforming the world into a heavy, impenetrable curtain of gray and white. The large raindrops battered the ground, striking the rocky surface with a cacophonous explosion, sending countless droplets soaring into the air, muddying the once clear stream into a turbulent roar. Kakashi was already soaked through by the icy rain, his silver hair clinging heavily to his forehead and cheeks. Water streamed along his sharply defined jawline, cascading into the surging creek below, leaving no trace. He felt as though all support had been stripped away, standing by the creek like a soulless statue, allowing the chilling rain to wash over him mercilessly, seeping into his very marrow. Around him, the thunderous sound of the rain was deafening, mingling with the increasingly dense, oppressive thunder in the distance. Each clap echoing like a death knell. That stubborn belief he had been searching for seemed utterly extinguished by the relentless downpour, leaving only emptiness and numbness. Kakashi. Beneath the water. Pakin's sharp cry pierced through the rain, laced with an unusual urgency, its small paw pointing forcefully towards a swirling vortex in the creek. This call struck Kakashi's heart like a thunderclap in the dead silence of his soul. His stiff body trembled suddenly, and almost reflexively. He exerted every ounce of remaining strength to leap toward the creek's edge. The frigid water enveloped his outstretched arm, sending a shiver coursing through him. His fingertips frantically searched through the slick riverbed, the touch obscured by the rushing current. Suddenly, he encountered a distinctly different sensation, cold, hard, with the unmistakable texture of metal. His heart seized as if gripped by something fierce. He clenched his fingers tightly around the object beneath the water, straining to pull it from the clutches of mud and flow. It was two headbands. Murky droplets cascaded down the cold metal surface, revealing the familiar yet jarring symbols of the Uzumaki whirlpool and the leaf. Kakashi's heart plummeted as if a boulder had been hurled into an abyss, sinking rapidly. Yet, when his gaze focused and he discerned the full form of the headbands, his left Sharingan and right pupil narrowed to pinprick sizes. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, along with his breath. The two headbands, which should have symbolized glory and belonging, bore a deep, brutal scratch traversing their centers, a mark of betrayal. This was not the result of battle. It was a declaration of severance, a complete rupture with the village. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning erupted, as if the heavens had been violently torn open, illuminating the deep valley as though it were day. The harsh light cascaded unreservedly, striking the two wet headbands with unrelenting force. The cold metal surface morphed into a warped mirror, cruelly reflecting Kakashi's visage at that moment. The face that once bore a relaxed and carefree demeanor was now taut with tension. His silver hair, drenched, clung heavily to his forehead and cheeks. Rain mingling with something hot and uncontrollable spilling from his lowered eyes, tracing down his face's contours and ultimately dripping into the mud below. Was it cold rain or searing tears? Or had the two become so intertwined that he could no longer discern one from the other? His hand, gripping the headbands, trembled uncontrollably, the knuckles turning ghostly pale from the exertion. Thunder followed the lightning, a violent rumble rolling across the sky, each clap more thunderous than the last, approaching with a dreadful finality, as if the gods above were enraged, mourning this irretrievable betrayal with a lamentation as despairing as it was tragic. The torrential rain seemed to break free from the heavens, cascading down with wild abandon. The relentless downpour pounded the earth, erupting into a cacophony of sound that was deafening, its fierce intensity threatening to submerge the valley of the end entirely. Between heaven and earth, it appeared that only this endless curtain of entangled water remained, along with the distant, oppressive, and tumultuous thunder, weaving together into a chaotic symphony that pressed against his eardrums. Hatake Kakashi stood rigidly at the epicenter of the tempest, unmoving, as if he were a straw effigy stripped of its soul, or a solitary monument standing against the torrent of time. Chapter 25. The man named Danzo. The cold rain mercilessly washed over his already drenched body, saturating his standard Jonin uniform, the chills seeping through the fabric, penetrating to his skin and attempting to burrow into his very bones. Silver strands of hair clung heavily to his forehead and cheeks, water converging and cascading down the defined line of his jaw, silently dripping into the murky mud beneath his feet. His eyes, hollow and unfocused, gazed intently at the two cold metallic forehead protectors tightly clutched in his palm. His gaze seemed fixated on the deep, brutal scratches that marred their surface, as if channeling every ounce of strength to etch this symbol of rupture and betrayal into the very depths of his soul, an indelible mark beyond erasure. Time appeared to come to a complete standstill in that moment, losing all significance of flow. The space around him felt suffocatingly compressed by the weight of despair. Only the cold rain relentlessly washed over his increasingly stiff and frigid body, cleansing the two protectors of their former glory. A faint, anguished whimper struggled to penetrate the cacophony of the rain, carrying a tinge of near-desperate sorrow. Parker, his loyal companion, had unknowingly retrieved a relatively large leaf. With all its might, it hoisted the fragile green shield, standing on tiptoe in a futile attempt to provide a trivial shelter for Kakashi. The small creature swayed in the diminishing wind, as if it might be swept away in the next moment. Yet, it stubbornly maintained its stance, claws digging into the slippery earth. However, the protection offered by the leaf was nearly non-existent. How could it possibly withstand the profound cold and despair that emanated from the depths of his soul, cold enough to freeze marrow? This chill was far more piercing and burdensome than the icy rain that had just fallen, nearly consuming his consciousness entirely. The heavy clouds reluctantly began to part, revealing a renewed azure sky behind them. The tempestuous downpour that had raged on for so long abruptly ceased. The sunlight, overly radiant and almost cruel, pierced through the gaps in the clouds, showering the weathered land that had borne witness to countless affections and grievances. The air post-rain carried an odd freshness, mingling the scent of damp earth with the fragrance of crushed grass, filling his nostrils. Yet, this tranquility, a remnant of survival, could not dispel the thick, inescapable gloom that enveloped Kakashi's heart. The sunlight shone unabated upon his pallid, bloodless cheeks. His exposed right eye was now veined with intricate, interlacing red lines, resembling a spider's web ensnaring his weary pupil. A profound weariness, originating from the depths of his soul, was indelibly etched into every taut line of his skin. At last, he moved. His actions were slow, akin to a rusted marionette, stiffly turning his body. He gripped the forehead protectors, laden with endless pain and utter betrayal, tighter in his palm. The cold metal edges dug deeply into his flesh, delivering a sharp sting. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the agony of his heart being torn asunder. The chilling sensation served as a cruel reminder of all that had transpired. He stepped forward, each movement laden with an unbearable weight. Every step felt as if he were wading through a bottomless swamp, as though his legs were filled with lead, dragging an invisible burden of immense proportions. The sunlight elongated his shadow, casting it forlornly upon the damp ground below, reflecting the light of the heavens. That shadow, distorted and frail, exuded a profound sense of solitude. He was unwilling to believe. He could not accept the two disciples he had once cherished, into whom he had poured nearly all his hopes and aspirations. The golden boy who incessantly clamored to surpass all others and become Hokage, shining like the sun. The avenger burdened with deep-seated enmity, treading the edge of darkness in pursuit of power. They had both chosen this path together. They had jointly betrayed the village, severing all ties, and becoming rogue ninjas recorded in the annals of Konoha. This brutally stark reality struck him like a cold blade, steeped in the most potent poison, piercing through to the softest, most vulnerable part of his heart, twisting cruelly within. Blood flowed freely. After the storm, the Valley of the End did not welcome a rainbow, symbolizing hope. Instead, it was left with a heavier, more suffocating sorrow and an endless sense of confusion. Kakashi's figure resembled a soulless scarecrow, standing desolate on the furrows, each step leading him deeper into the shadowy, silent depths of the forest towards Konoha. Behind him lay only the timeless silence of the Valley of the End and the unvoiced sigh of the waterfall's flow. Deep beneath Konoha, the air was cold and damp, permeated with the musty scent of long-settled dust and faint mildew. This was the lair of Root, a secret known to few villagers. Narrow stone steps wound downward into deeper darkness, illuminated only by a few old oil lamps embedded in the walls, casting flickering, dim light that barely dispelled the surrounding silence. A spacious, yet empty chamber served as the heart of this underground network. Water droplets occasionally formed on the cold stone walls, silently sliding down, creating a barely audible sound in the stillness. In the center, a figure sat regally in a heavy stone-backed chair. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, now resembled a coiled, venomous serpent, quietly ensconced on his throne of power. His exposed right arm was wrapped tightly in layers of white bandages, extending to his shoulder, as if sealing away some ominous force. The only visible left eye, sharp as a hawk, glimmered with a cold, calculating light in the dimness. The flickering candlelight danced upon his weathered face, casting shifting shadows that deepened his menacing demeanor. The floor of the chamber was cold and hard. Where a ninja clad in standard Root black attire knelt before Danzo, his head bowed low, almost touching the frigid ground. His posture a testament to utmost respect tinged with a trace of discernible fear. He suppressed his breath, wary of disturbing the master who held their fates in his hands. After a long pause, Danzo's voice, slightly hoarse and devoid of emotional fluctuations, finally broke the suffocating silence. "It has been half a month," he began, his voice echoing slightly in the vast stone chamber. What is the current wind in the village? Chapter 26. Undercurrents. The kneeling ninja's body trembled imperceptibly, quickly adopting a similarly subdued tone to reporting to Lord Danzo. Since Hatake Kakashi brought back the news of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and the last scion of the Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, both defecting from the Valley of the End, we have followed your instructions to spread information throughout the village. He paused, seemingly weighing his words to ensure precision in his report. We have emphasized the fifth Hokage, Tsunade's negligence in guiding her disciples, as well as her failure to prevent their defection in a timely manner. Simultaneously, we have capitalized on the public's fear of the Nine-Tails' uncontrolled power and the potential threat posed by the remaining strength of the Uchiha clan, continuously amplifying the severity of the incident. What is the effect? Danzo's tone remained flat, yet a glimmer of keen interest flickered in his solitary eye. The impact is significant. My lord. The root ninja quickened his pace. Initially, most villagers were shocked but still held trust in the Hokage. However, as time passed, and with our relentless guidance of negative sentiments regarding Lady Tsunade's gambling habits, lax management, and failure to safeguard the village's vital forces, as well as her possible indulgence towards the Uchiha heirs, these discussions have begun circulating in taverns, tea houses, and even ordinary households. Although most have yet to publicly question her, the seeds of discontent have been sown, and the erosion of Lady Tsunade's authority is becoming evident. A few radical individuals have even begun to openly express discontent towards the current Hokage. Listening to the report, a barely perceptible smirk crept across the shadowed corners of Danzo's mouth, forming a cold and satisfied arc. Very well. He offered a somber assessment, his voice imbued with an unsettling authority, suggesting that the time for public sentiment had nearly arrived. Leaning slightly forward, the flickering candlelight distorted the shadows on his face into grotesque shapes. In that case, he spoke slowly, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, carrying an undeniable tone of command as he prepared to execute the next phase of his plan. As he spoke, he retrieved a letter sealed with wax from the voluminous sleeves of his robe. The envelope, though ordinary in texture, bore a unique wax seal, a symbol indecipherable to outsiders. He extended the letter to the subordinate kneeling before him. Here, he commanded in a voice as cold and unyielding as iron, "Deliver this confidential missive." His single eye fixated intently on the letter, as if he could penetrate its envelope to discern the conspiracy within. He would understand my intent. The root ninja reverently accepted the seemingly commonplace, yet weighty missive, feeling a chill emanating from Tuanzo as his fingertips brushed the envelope. He dared not ask further questions, nor was it necessary. As Tuanzo's most loyal instrument, his sole obligation was to fulfill the command. "Yes, Lord Tuanzo," he responded in a low voice, carefully tucking the letter into his robes. "Go." Tuanzo gestured dismissively, indicating he should withdraw. "As you command." The ninja, feeling as if granted a reprieve, rose swiftly and silently, stepping back a few paces before turning, his figure quickly melding into the thick darkness of the passageway, leaving only the faint sound of receding footsteps, ultimately vanishing entirely. The secret chamber fell silent once more. Only the candlelight continued its tireless dance, casting Tuanzo's solitary shadow upon the cold stone wall, elongated and distorted, resembling a great shadow lurking in the darkness, poised to reveal its fangs. He leaned back against the chair, closing his keen eye, seemingly in meditation or perhaps calculating the subsequent moves in his intricate game. The air thickened with a palpable chill, steeped in treachery, as if the atmosphere had become increasingly oppressive. Sunlight could never penetrate this place, much like Tuanzo's innermost ambitions that remained forever shrouded in darkness. The defection of Naruto and Sasuke undoubtedly struck Konoha as a catastrophic blow, a heavy burden for Tsunade, yet for Shimura Tuanzo, it represented a rare opportunity, one potent enough to unseat the Hokage and plunge Konoha, even the entire ninja world, into the order he envisioned. This letter, once dispatched, would ignite the fuse he had long buried. The landscape of the ninja world would tremble violently at the hands of this hidden manipulator. Although the storm at the Valley of the End had ceased, a greater and darker tempest brewed quietly beneath Konoha, heralding the ninja world's darkest hour, perhaps merely the prologue. The source of it all lay within this dim chamber, where an unscrupulous power-seeker lurked. The flickering candlelight illuminated the depths of his cold, unyielding demeanor. In stark contrast, The afternoon sun in Konoha spilled forth a nearly viscous warmth, languidly pouring down. The streets were vividly illuminated, the shadows cast by eaves stretched thin and elongated, as if time itself had solidified. Yet, this afternoon's tranquility could not dispel the oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere that loomed over Sakura's home. In the mountains, Ino leaned against the cool stone wall of the courtyard, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze magnetically fixed on the unmoving wooden door. The rough texture of the wall pricked at her skin through her thin shirt. Beside her, Shikamaru, unusually, did not seek a corner to lie down and gaze at the sky. Instead, he absently twisted his brow, his hands habitually thrust into his pockets. His eyes moved slowly between the closed door and Ino's taut, anxious profile. The air still bore a faint scent of antiseptic from their recent visit to the recovering Choji, mingling with the dry aroma of dust warmed by the afternoon sun. It had been a full half-month. Ino, Shikamaru began, his voice lower than usual, tinged with a worry he perhaps did not fully recognize within himself. Do you truly think she will be all right? For them, the days spent in the village felt like trudging through a mire, each moment heavy and interminable. The names Naruto and Sasuke had become taboo. Their departure sent ripples of turmoil through every heart, leaving lingering waves of unrest. Chapter 27. Sakura's Awakening. Ino inhaled sharply, her chest rising slightly, as if drawing courage from the air. She attempted to sound resolute. I know Sakura better than anyone, though she often appeared carefree. Sometimes even a bit boisterous. She paused, lifting her chin slightly. Yet her inner strength surpasses that of the most resilient steel. She will absolutely rise again. Her words rang with conviction, but her arms tightened instinctively around herself, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Deep within her striking blue eyes, an unmistakable undercurrent of concern stirred, like a hidden current beneath the water's surface. Shikamaru did not counter her assertion. He simply sighed softly. This is troublesome. Leaning against the wall, his gaze drifted into the distance, his thoughts tangled like a knotted thread, chaotic and directionless. Naruto and Sasuke's defection? Sasuke might be plausible, given the weight of the Uchiha's blood feud he carries. But Naruto? That guy who always speaks of being Hokage and treasures the village above his own life? Shikamaru could not reconcile the term traitor with that eternally sunny smile. There must be some hidden truth, some reason they were unaware of. But what could possibly lead those two to make such a resolute choice? He racked his brain, but could not conjure a reasonable explanation. It felt akin to a chess match where the opponent made a move entirely outside the rules, rendering all his calculations meaningless. The air seemed to thicken. Only the occasional breeze stirred, lifting a few leaves that danced on the ground, producing a soft, rustling sound. Just then, a faint creak shattered the oppressive silence. The door that had remained shut for half a month slowly began to open. The figure in the doorway caused both Ino and Shikamaru's hearts to tighten simultaneously. Haruno Sakura stood there. Her once meticulously groomed pink hair now fell disheveled over her shoulders, obscuring much of her face. She wore wrinkled loungewear, appearing drained of all vitality, reduced to a mere shell of fatigue. Sunlight illuminated her face, enhancing her pallor and weariness. Her eyes were red and swollen, and even with her gaze lowered, traces of tears lingered at the corners. Most heartbreaking of all, she clutched a picture frame tightly in her arms. It was the only group photo of Team 7. Where Naruto beamed like a fool, Sasuke stood coolly, and she nestled beside Kakashi-sensei, her face alight with carefree joy. Sakura. Ino rushed forward, her voice laced with urgent care. Shikamaru followed closely, standing beside her, his brow furrowing deeper at the sight of his friend's condition. Sakura did not raise her head or respond to Ino's call. She simply stood there, like a silent statue, clutching the frame tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the force. Just when Ino thought she would retreat back into that sorrowful world, Sakura lowered her head and spoke in an unusually calm, even icy tone, enunciating each word with determination. I will become stronger. Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through Ino and Shikamaru's hearts. Slowly, Sakura lifted her gaze, though her swollen eyes still held traces of sadness. Deeper within them flickered a faint yet unwavering flame of resolve. I am determined to retrieve both of them. I shall seek out Lady Tsunade to become her apprentice. Each word seemed to escape from between clenched teeth, imbued with an unwavering resolve akin to burning one's boats. Ino stood motionless, gazing at her friend before her, witnessing the rekindled light in her eyes. A wave of immense joy intertwined with an indescribable ache surged within her. She understood that Sakura had finally emerged from the shadows. The resilient girl had not been defeated after all. Yet, simultaneously, her heart broke for Sakura. What kind of agony had driven this girl, who once only thought of Sasuke, to make such a resolute decision? That's wonderful, Sakura. Ino's voice quivered with emotion, her desire to laugh choked by the tears that surged forth. In the next moment, as if recalling something, she chuckled lightly, her laughter sprinkled with tears, reaching out to gently poke Sakura's messy hair, teasingly saying, "Hey, big forehead. Even if you're off to seek an apprenticeship, you can't go looking like this, can you? You look like a stray cat that just crawled out of a dumpster." This familiar jest acted as a key, instantly unlocking Sakura's tightly held emotions. She paused for a moment, and then the cold facade she wore melted away like snow, replaced by a fragile sense of relief. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Ino. Ino. Sakura's voice, thick with emotion, was buried in her friend's shoulder. The grievances and sorrow that had been suppressed for half a month finally found their outlet amidst warm tears. Ino reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor, gently patting Sakura's back. They had been rivals since childhood, exchanging barbs and competing fiercely, vying for the affection of the same boy. But in this moment, all rivalry and barriers dissipated, leaving only the purest form of friendship and support. In their most challenging times, it was each other's presence that lent them the strength to continue onward. Shikamaru stood to the side, observing the two girls in a tight embrace, letting out a soft sigh. Though troublesome, it was finally progressing in a positive direction. He lifted his gaze toward the Hokage rock, his expression growing solemn once more. Sakura sought strength, yearning to bring back Naruto and Sasuke. And he, Nara Shikamaru, must uncover the truth. The battle belonging to Haruno Sakura truly commenced at this very moment. The wind rustled, stirring the ample robes of the fifth Hokage. Tsunade stood alone at the summit of the towering Hokage rock, gazing down at the twinkling lights of Konoha village below. The outlines of the village gradually blurred in the twilight, the myriad lights resembling scattered stars, warm yet distant. Her gaze swept over familiar streets, past the eaves that symbolized peace and tranquility, but ultimately froze in an expanse of emptiness. Fatigue, like a parasitic burden, was deeply etched in her eyes. Those once vibrant amber orbs now clouded with an inescapable gloom. The wind wailed, as if articulating her unspeakable weight. A faint self-deprecating scoff escaped her lips, tinged with an unutterable bitterness. "You dragged me away from that damned gambling table and the bottles, shoving me into this troublesome position of fifth Hokage. I have returned, yet you have vanished?" Her voice was low, nearly swallowed by the wind, with the final name falling heavily like a stone. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 28. Behind you, I stand. These two words felt like dull knives, repeatedly cutting at her heart. She recalled that boisterous, golden-haired boy, whose exuberance was almost blinding, and his vow to become Hokage. Remembering the longing in his eyes as he gazed at the Hokage rock. Now, the owner of that gaze, along with another who occupied her thoughts, the last descendant of the Uchiha, had both disappeared into the vast sea of humanity, leaving no trace. Silence spread amidst the gusts of wind, suffocatingly heavy. Clues were scarce. A somewhat hoarse voice abruptly broke the stillness from behind. Tsunade did not turn. She knew who had arrived. Jiraiya, having quietly appeared behind her, leaned against the cold, rough stone. His arms crossed over his chest. The carefree, roguish demeanor he once wore had vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness. His signature white hair whipped in the wind, failing to conceal the worry in his eyes. As Naruto's master, his concern for his student was as profound as anyone else's. He had only caught wind of vague rumors regarding the two of them in a remote black market at the border. Jiraiya's voice bore no trace of jest. Each word was clear and heavy. "Is that so?" Tsunade's tone was flat, devoid of any ripple, her gaze still fixed on the distant village scenery, as if the indistinct lights could provide her with some illusory solace. Jiraiya observed her solitary figure, his brow furrowing deeper. He took a couple of steps forward, standing beside her, both gazing at that vibrant yet fragile land. "Issue a warrant, Tsunade." His tone radiated undeniable determination. "If you delay any longer, the rumors will overthrow your position as Hokage before you know it. For the past half-month, I have been tracking their whereabouts. Even I am aware of the current atmosphere within the village. You cannot be oblivious to the intel." The murmurs within the village had long since reached a boiling point. Initially, Tsunade had attempted to suppress the news, only sending Jiraiya to investigate discreetly, hoping to clarify the situation first. After all, two vital genin from Konoha, one a descendant of the Uchiha, the other a host of the Nine Tails, vanishing simultaneously was far too bizarre and sensitive. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Within mere days, the news spread like wildfire throughout the village, various speculations erupting, and panic and unease grew insidiously. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade understood that this was no coincidence. The rapid dissemination of such precise information targeting the village's vulnerabilities indicated that an unseen hand was manipulating events from the shadows. The purpose of that hand was clear: to disrupt the situation and undermine the foundation of Tsunade's freshly established rule. As for the identity of that hand's owner, both were not without their suspicions, though they lacked concrete evidence. "Ah, I understand," Tsunade finally responded, her voice harboring the suppressed tension of a volcano ready to erupt. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaling the cold air, and when she opened them again, they blazed with fury. "This Hokage." She abruptly turned away, no longer gazing at the village that drained her spirit, her voice rising with a frenzied abandon. "Whoever wants to be Hokage can go ahead. I'm done with it." The long-burdened pressure, grievances, worries, and anger erupted at that moment. Before her words had even faded, her clenched right fist ignited with a green chakra glow and slammed fiercely against the Hokage rock beside her. Boom! A deafening crack shattered the night's tranquility. The resilient Hokage rock, under the force of her terrifying strength, shattered like a fragile biscuit. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. Debris mingled with dust cascading into the dark abyss below, the sound piercing through the silence at the mountain's peak. As if the very air trembled from the impact of her punch, Tsunade gasped for breath, her chest heaving rapidly. Each inhalation filled with the night's coldness at the summit, each exhalation forming white mist. The residual green chakra from her unleashed punch still shimmered, like flowing jade. The knuckles dusted with fresh rock powder, even carrying a hint of the sulfurous scent from the violently shattered stone. Jiraiya stood quietly, allowing the debris to slide past him. The mountain wind tousling his white hair, brushing across his weathered yet composed face. He did not intervene in her outburst, within his worldly gaze. Her pain and tumult were reflected. He comprehended the immense pressure all too well, grasping the overwhelming fatigue and near desperation encapsulated in her anguished cries that threatened to shatter her completely. He waited in silence, steadfast as a rock, until Tsunade's rapid breaths began to calm, and the turbulent air gradually settled. Then, with an unusually deep and resonant voice, he spoke, as Naruto's mentor. "The burdens I carry weigh no less than yours." His gaze drifted towards the horizon, transcending the flickering lights of the village, to the perilous wilderness shrouded in night. The path of uncertainty he was about to tread once more. "I shall seek Naruto." These simple 6 words, devoid of any delay, bore the weight of a solemn vow, an unwavering promise from a mentor. He then turned his gaze back to Tsunade, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the veil of night. Imbued with an undeniable resolve, "You must remain here, to stabilize the situation in Konoha." He leaned closer, their shoulders almost brushing, allowing them to feel the heavy aura emanating from one another. "The village needs you now more than ever, Tsunade. It needs a Hokage who stands unwavering." He was acutely aware that in this moment, any hollow consolation would be utterly futile. What she required was not sympathy, but tangible support. A reason and strength to continue bearing the weight of her heavy crown. The quest to find Naruto and Sasuke was not merely a mentor's duty to his disciples. It was the only tether to pull Tsunade back from the brink of collapse, and to stabilize the village, to unearth the hidden hands stirring the storm. Was her inescapable fate as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade met Jiraiya's determined gaze, the fury swirling within her subsiding like a receding tide, leaving behind a deeper, more suffocating weariness. Alongside a steely resolve born from desperation, she slowly retracted her trembling fist, her gaze falling upon the terrifyingly large crack in the rock wall, the broken stone reflecting the same shattered and strained corners of her heart. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the floor of the Hokage's office. The air was imbued with a faint scent of ink and the musty aroma of aged paper, mingled with a hint of lingering sake. Tsunade sat behind her expansive desk, buried beneath a mountain of documents. The scrolls and reports loomed like small hills, nearly engulfing her petite frame. Her fingers wrapped around the pen, its movements fluid yet imbued with impatience. The dark circles under her eyes signified a night devoid of sleep. The emotional release atop Hokage Rock had not brought relief, but rather deepened her exhaustion. Yet, her amber eyes were now filled with a resolute determination suppressed beneath the surface. Shizune stood nearby, cradling the small pig, Tun-Tun, meticulously organizing the completed documents with gentle movements, striving to avoid any disruption. She watched Tsunade's profile with concern, noting the taut line of her jaw and the occasional furrow in her brow, both revealing the heavy burden on the shoulders of the fifth Hokage. The only sounds in the office were the scratch of the pen against paper and the occasional soft grunt from Tun-Tun, creating an oppressive silence. Bang. Chapter 29, Resurgence of Conflict. Bang. This tranquility was violently shattered by a thunderous crash. The heavy wooden door of the office swung inward as if struck by a battering ram, splintering at the edges. The tremendous force made the doorframe tremble, dust cascading down. 3 figures, cloaked in a chilling aura, entered the office that symbolized the highest authority of Konoha, akin to harbingers of doom. Leading the charge was Danzo Shimura. His single eye gleaming with cold calculation, the bandages wrapped around his face adding an air of menace. Following closely were Kohor Udatain and Hamura Midokado, their expressions as frigid as a frozen lake, lips pressed tight, eyes sharp as blades, openly accusatory. The 3 of them resembled moving icebergs, freezing the air in their wake. Tsunade's hand paused momentarily on the pen as she raised her gaze, scanning the 3 wrinkled yet authoritative faces, lingering for less than a second. Then, as if she had seen nothing, she lowered her head once more, her attention returning to the documents, the pen resuming its stubborn scratching sound. It was a silent act of defiance, a deliberate dismissal. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura did not halt, advancing directly to Tsunade's desk, forming a triangular formation. Their figures cast a large shadow, enveloping Tsunade, the intangible pressure expanding like a palpable force. Shizune, holding Tun-Tun, paled, appearing anxious. She stepped forward slightly, her voice trembling imperceptibly. Attempting to ease the tense atmosphere, would the 3 elders care to sit and have some tea? Lady Tsunade is currently attending to urgent matters. Not necessary. Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold, akin to metal grinding, brusquely cutting off Shizune's words. He advanced a step closer, hand resting on the hilt of his short blade. Eyes hawkishly locked onto Tsunade, still engrossed in her documents. We do not have time to waste on such trivialities. His tone escalated, laced with fierce accusation. Tsunade, you are utterly unworthy of this position. The Hokage's duty is not to hide here, sifting through inconsequential paperwork. Finally, Tsunade's pen came to a halt. She did not immediately lift her gaze, but the air in the office seemed to solidify. Even Tun-Tun sensed the chill, shifting uneasily. Koharu seized the moment. Her voice sharp and cutting. We have just received credible intelligence regarding frequent and peculiar ninja activities in the chaotic region bordering the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth. The scale far exceeds that of typical rogue ninjas or small mercenary groups. Hamura crossed his arms, his tone grave. The terrain in that area is complex, historically a hotspot for conflicts. Such an unusual gathering of ninjas is no trivial matter. And you, as Hokage, are completely oblivious to this. What? Tsunade's head snapped up, disbelief flooding her amber eyes. The earlier indifference and fatigue washed away in an instant, replaced by incredulous shock and a fleeting flash of anger. She fixed her gaze upon the 3 elders, seeking to discern the veracity of their claims from their expressions. This information struck her like a whip upon her taut nerves. Movements at the border, especially at the junction of 3 nations? This could not be mere coincidence. She had never anticipated that while she was consumed with worry over Naruto and Sasuke's disappearance, and grappling with the turbulent undercurrents of public opinion within the village, an external threat was quietly encroaching. What troubled her further was that this crucial intelligence had been brought forth by the Elder Council, with whom she had always been at odds. What did this signify? Was her intelligence network failing, or was someone deliberately concealing information, or perhaps, was this a weapon wielded by the Elder Council to challenge her authority? At that moment, a figure appeared in the open doorway. Shikaka Nara, the leader of the Chunin team and widely recognized as the village's foremost strategist, was prepared to enter and report on his duties. He had overheard the Elder Council's last few fiery remarks and the critical border intelligence word for word. Shikaku's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of alertness igniting in his typically languid eyes. He quickly grasped that the severity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. The combination of border disturbances, the Elder's pressure, and Tsunade's shock hinted at an impending storm of monumental proportions. He no longer hesitated, swiftly entering the office and making his way directly to Tsunade's side, slightly bowing in greeting. His gaze, however, sharply swept over Danzo and the other two. Hokage-sama, Elder-sama, Rakuju's voice was steady and calm, as though it carried an inherent power to soothe the anxious. Could you elaborate on the intelligence regarding the unusual movements of the border ninjas? This matter is of great significance and must be assessed for its potential threat immediately. His arrival seemed to inject a measure of respite into the tense standoff, reminding everyone that what was needed now was calm analysis and response, rather than internal strife. Tsunade glanced at her capable aide who had unexpectedly appeared by her side, feeling a sense of reassurance. Rakuju's wisdom and poise were precisely what she required at this moment. Taking a deep breath to quell her shock and anger, her gaze sharpened as she fixed it upon Danzo. Be clear, Danzo. What are your sources of information and the specific details of the activities? The atmosphere in the office remained heavy, yet the focus had shifted from personal accusations against Tsunade to the imminent external crisis. A storm encompassing the border disturbances and the internal power struggles within Konoha had already begun to unfold. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the Hokage's office, Haruno Sakura stood with her pink hair slightly disheveled, yet her emerald eyes burned with an unprecedented determination. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, sending a faint sting through her, only sharpening her focus. She needed to grow stronger. Her sole thought was to become Tsunade's apprentice. Kakashi stood beside her, exuding his usual air of relaxed nonchalance, but the Sharingan beneath his forehead protector keenly detected the unusual tension seeping through the cracks of the door. Hokage-sama, Sakura began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden rise in the accusatory tone of an elderly voice from within the office. Although she couldn't discern the specifics, the anger and pressure conveyed through it were palpable, making the air in the corridor feel even heavier. Soon after, Tsunade's shocked and angry retort could be heard, followed by Rakuju's steady intervention. Sakura's heart sank. She caught fragments of words like border, unrest, and ninja assembly. Although incomplete, they were sufficient to make her realize that the discussions taking place within the office were far from trivial. They might even relate to the safety of the entire Konoha. Kakashi glanced at his young disciple, noting the determination etched on her youthful face, now tinged with a hint of unease and confusion. He sighed softly. Sakura, now is not the time, he said, his tone unwavering, leaving no room for debate. You should return. But, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura protested, feeling reluctant after summoning the courage to come here. Listen, Kakashi replied, gently ruffling her hair, his touch more tender than usual. The situation inside is complex and pertains to the village's vital matters. Hokage-sama does not have the energy to address your request right now. I will remain here, awaiting orders. Sakura looked into Kakashi's tranquil eyes and eventually nodded. She understood that he was right. Her personal desires paled in comparison to the village's safety. Taking a deep breath, she temporarily suppressed her eagerness to become Tsunade's apprentice and turned to leave the corridor with heavy steps. Kakashi watched Sakura's figure vanish around the corner before redirecting his gaze to the closed office door, which still exuded an aura of impending turmoil. Leaning against the cold wall, he placed his hands in his pockets, waiting quietly. Approximately half an hour later, the office door swung open once more. Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Irika emerged, as if summoned from the depths of hell, shrouded in a suffocating gloom. Their departure from the Hokage's office was stiff and heavy, each step echoing the heartbeat of Konoha's decline. Their faces, even more pallid than when they entered, bore deep furrows, resembling ink stains of bottled-up resentment and the restlessness of a thwarted scheme, enveloping them like an inescapable shroud. Leading the way, Danzo stood tall, like a blade drawn from its sheath, exuding both sharpness and ruthlessness. His remaining eye, murky and sinister, glanced over Kakashi as if he were merely an inconsequential speck of dust, unworthy of any attention. Danzo passed by Kakashi with an air of deep-seated arrogance and disdain, his robes swirling, creating a suffocating gust. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flickering beneath the surface, his gaze locking onto the retreating figures of the three. Like a hawk tracking its prey, the corridor was silent, save for the faint rustle of his robes and the distant sound of the wind, amplifying the stillness of the moment. After walking a distance, Tsunade broke the oppressive silence, her voice tinged with hesitation and uncertainty, akin to a blind person groping through the dark. Danzo, what is the situation? Can Tsunade truly be removed from her position as Hokage? Her voice trailed off, almost a whisper, as if afraid to let the air catch a hint of her words. Within her tone lay not only unmasked animosity towards Tsunade, but also a creeping concern about shaking the very foundation of the Hokage's role, akin to testing the edge of a precipice, yearning to advance while fearing a fall into the abyss. Mito Irika furrowed his brow, his aged face shadowed with worry, adding in a somber tone, indeed, Nara Rakuju was present as well. With him supporting her, Tsunade seemed to regain her composure rather swiftly. Moreover, the situation at the border may be more complex than we imagine. He raised a hand to gently massage his brow, as if trying to dispel the lingering gloom that clung to his mind. Suddenly, Danzo halted, his demeanor shifting like a coiled serpent, his cold gaze turning toward the two behind him. In the dim corridor light, the bandages on his face appeared even more grotesque, symbolizing the darkness and distortion within him. A chilling smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of a venomous snake, eliciting unease. Humph, he rasped, his voice rough and grating, each word seeming to be forced from deep within his throat, laden with an oppressive weight, yet imbued with a sense of certainty and malice, as if everything lay within his grasp. What is the rush? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's defection, the stirring of the land of lightning and the land of earth at the borders. Whether those reports are true or not, the news has spread like a plague, sowing seeds of panic throughout Konoha. Furthermore, the public sentiment I have been cultivating is now boiling over. He paused, his lone eye glinting with a cruel light, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, watching for a moment of vulnerability in its prey. Tsunade is currently overwhelmed, akin to an ant on a hot stove, struggling to maintain her own position. How long do you think she can hold on? Upon hearing Danzo's sinister words, Tsunade and Mito Irika's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, as if a faint glimmer of light broke through the clouds. Yet soon, deeper worries enveloped them once more, like an inescapable shadow. But is what we are doing really appropriate? Tsunade's voice carried a hint of doubt, a tremor of unease, like a candle flickering in the wind, weak and uncertain. After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Will taking such decisive action not provoke unnecessary backlash? The first Hokage? Towanzo's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness, even imbued with a touch of grandiloquent righteousness, as if the cunning and ruthless schemer from moments ago had transformed into a loyal minister, deeply concerned for the welfare of the nation. If the first Hokage and our esteemed teacher, the second Hokage, were to learn of Tsunade's negligence today in allowing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to leave the village unimpeded, and of her alarming obliviousness to the looming border crisis that has left Konoha in such a precarious position, do you think that the incorruptible first and second Hokage would forgive Tsunade? Absolutely not. He skillfully reframed the narrative, cloaking his insidious power grab as a steadfast adherence to the will of his predecessors and a lofty commitment to safeguarding Konoha. Each word laced with a hypocritical moralism that was utterly nauseating. Mito Minyan remained deeply troubled, his brow furrowed even further, like an inextricable knot. If the land of lightning and the land of earth were to seize this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do not worry, Towanzo waved his hand dismissively, signaling them not to fret unnecessarily, his tone brimming with an air of confidence as if he had already laid an intricate web, anticipating every variable. Everything is within my grasp. The unusual occurrences at the border, naturally, serve an irreplaceable purpose. They are the perfect bait to steer the situation. During this period, the chorus of doubts regarding Tsunade within the village will only crescendo, and the tidal wave of scorn and reproach will engulf her entirely. When the moment is ripe, I merely need to subtly push the right buttons, allowing those rumors to consume her, shattering her image in the eyes of the villagers, leaving no trace behind. At that time, I will undoubtedly join forces with the Elder Council to formally impeach Tsunade and remove her from her position as the fifth Hokage. Everything shall unfold seamlessly. Mito and Nara Shikamaru exchanged a meaningful glance, their expressions of concern dissipating significantly, replaced instead by a shadowed anticipation akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, awaiting the moment its prey reveals a weakness. Tuanzo observed the subtle shift in their expressions, a chilling smile curving his lips, filled with calculation and conspiracy, sending shivers down one's spine. Not merely impeachment, he silently added, like a snake in the darkness flicking its cold tongue, for the future of Konoha, for the enduring peace of the village, Tsunade, you are destined to be a tragic sacrifice. And what of the Hyuga clan's heiress? Who made her the bearer of those detestable Byakugan? Who prompted that greedy raikage to covet your clan for so long? For the peace of Konoha, for the greater good. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. It is all for Konoha. The corridor fell silent once more, save for the sunlight streaming in through the intricately carved windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, as if silently witnessing the brewing tempest of power within Konoha. An unsettling atmosphere lingered in the air, hinting at the turbulent undercurrents beneath the tranquil facade, as a storm of blood and chaos loomed on the horizon. Chapter 31. Friends. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno wandered the streets of Konoha, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling within the Hokage's office. With her head slightly bowed, her bangs fell like delicate veils, obscuring the emotions hidden deep within her eyes, making it difficult for anyone to fathom her current state of mind. The surrounding clamor and vibrancy seemed to exist in a world entirely separate from her own. She remained ensnared in the sorrow of losing Sasuke and the fervent desire to grow stronger, unable to extricate herself from this despair. "Hey, big forehead." A familiar teasing voice suddenly erupted in her ear, startling her like a thunderclap, yanking her from the abyss of her thoughts. Sakura abruptly lifted her gaze, bewildered, searching for the source of the voice. There stood Ino, radiant and vibrant, hands on her slender hips, wearing a beaming smile that resembled a blooming sunflower, exuding warmth and vitality. The sun bathed her golden, silky hair, reflecting dazzling rays that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Beside Ino, Shikamaru maintained his signature languid demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Yet, the slight lift of his lips and the fleeting glimmer of concern in his eyes revealed that he was not as apathetic as he appeared. "Ino?" Sakura gazed incredulously at her two dear friends, her voice tinged with a lingering rasp, a remnant of her tears. "What are you doing here? Honestly, you just ran off without a word, leaving us worried sick." Ino stepped closer, gripping Sakura's arm tightly, her tone a blend of playful reproach and genuine relief. "Of course, we came specifically to find you. Shikamaru here, despite complaining, dragged me out, insisting we couldn't let you hide away and cry alone." Shikamaru lazily rolled his eyes at Ino's exaggerated words but turned his attention to Sakura, his usually half-closed eyes now slightly widened, as if trying to see her more clearly. He scrutinized her with an intensity that felt almost tangible before speaking in his trademark tone, which conveyed both indifference and sharp insight. "What a hassle. But seeing you now, at least you look a bit more alive than before, unlike that spiritless shell you were." Sakura regarded the familiar faces before her, feeling the warmth radiating from Ino's hand, a palpable warmth that felt as though it were thawing the long-frozen chambers of her heart, dispelling the chill that had settled within. The heavy mist of despair that had weighed upon her chest, like a leaden weight, seemed to have been pierced by this sudden influx of sunlight and the unwavering concern of her friends, forcing a crack to form. A sliver of light endeavored to seep through that fissure, illuminating the darkness within her soul. With great effort, she managed to lift the corners of her mouth, her facial muscles stiff from prolonged suppression, ultimately blossoming into a small, yet sincere smile, reminiscent of a tender sprout breaking through the frost of winter. Fragile, yet brimming with hope. "Thank you, Ino Shikamaru." Sakura's voice still bore the remnants of her earlier tears, sounding as though it had been sanded down. Yet it was undeniably more vibrant than before, no longer an echo of emptiness, but infused with genuine emotion. "I'm all right now." She paused, adding, as if to reassure both herself and them, "At least, it's not as dreadful as it was before." "That's good." Upon hearing this, Ino's smile blossomed even brighter, akin to a summer sunflower in full bloom, bursting with vitality. She playfully patted Sakura's shoulder with her free hand, producing a crisp sound that resonated with cheerfulness and ease. "Come on, big forehead." Her voice regained its youthful exuberance and fervor, as if she intended to sweep away all lingering shadows. "To celebrate that you've finally crawled out of your little rut, I'm treating you today. Let us go have some barbecue." Devour all the meat and roast away every worry, she proclaimed, as if this was not merely a simple meal, but a grand ceremony filled with significance and meaning. Consider it a welcome back. Let us wash away all the unhappiness. Barbecue? Sakura paused momentarily, her mind suddenly conjuring an enticing image of meat sizzling on a grill, its aroma wafting through the air. The lively scene, filled with the essence of warmth and festivity, stood in stark contrast to the dreary world she had been engulfed in. Like a brilliant beam of light dispelling the shadows within her heart. Unable to contain herself any longer, she let out a soft laugh, a sound tinged with the remnants of tears, yet more vibrant and genuine than before. In contrast, Ino remained unchanged, perpetually radiating warmth and energy, always knowing how to directly and effectively chase away the clouds of despair that loomed over others. All right. Sakura nodded vigorously, her gesture imbued with newfound strength and determination. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, warm droplets gathering in her gaze, sparkling with gratitude and the warmth of cherished friendship, akin to the enduring glow of embers. Shikamaru silently observed the re-emerging, increasingly authentic smile on Sakura's face. His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, as if shedding an invisible burden. He exhaled softly, as if releasing a heavy weight from his chest. Truly a troublesome bunch, he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet his lips curled into a subtle, genuine smile. Perhaps a little bit of lively interaction wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 32. A meeting in darkness on the eve of the conflict among the ninjas at the border. The thick night seemed to congeal like ink, completely enveloping the world, rendering even the faintest glimmer of stars and moonlight unable to penetrate. At the border of the land of fire, amidst the undulating mountains, a shadow darker than the night swiftly moved through the rugged paths, silent as a whisper. Danzo, shrouded in a heavy black coat, kept the hood pulled low, revealing only the sharp, chiseled line of his jaw. Behind him, two root ninjas donned animal masks, their movements as light as phantoms, blending seamlessly into the darkness without stirring a speck of dust, appearing as mere shadows cast by their master. Their destination lay in the direction of the land of water, a desolate mountain range far from civilization, unmarked on any map. The mountain winds howled fiercely, swirling dry leaves and emitting a mournful wail, as if lamenting the desolation and ominous nature of the place. In a hidden hollow of the mountains, a dark cave mouth stood facing the outside, silently exhaling a chill more penetrating than the night breeze, as if the earth were revealing its deep, cavernous throat. Inside the cave, dampness enveloped the air, tinged with the earthy scent of soil and rock. The uneven rock walls were marked with traces of moisture, droplets cascading from the stalactites, splashing into the pooled water below, their rhythmic sound echoing monotonously in the empty cavern, amplifying the eerie silence. At the center, a flickering flame struggled to dance, casting uncertain shadows that twisted and swayed around the limited space. Beside the fire, two figures sat at a crude stone table. One was exceptionally small, slightly hunched, yet firmly wearing the hat that symbolized his identity as the Tsuchikage, revealing a pair of murky but sharp eyes, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, renowned in the ninja world as the Two Scales. He held a coarse ceramic teacup, his knuckles protruding with age, sipping leisurely while his gaze drifted towards the cave entrance, each movement revealing his cunning nature. The other figure was a stark contrast, a robust man with a bronze complexion that glistened healthily in the firelight, covered in a short layer of light hair. He bore the hat denoting his status as the fourth Raikage. He appeared somewhat restless, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, each sinewy muscle brimming with latent energy, causing the air around him to vibrate subtly. Humph. That old fool Danzo is certainly escalating his theatrics. A's voice resonated low yet powerfully, akin to thunder rolling through the cave, causing small stones to tremble and fall. Calling two busy men to this godforsaken place, he had better be prepared with ample sincerity. His tone carried an impatience that seemed almost tangible. Inoki leisurely set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. His seemingly weary eyes shifted ever so slightly, the corners of his parched lips curling into an inscrutable arc. Deep wrinkles etched upon his face. "Patience, Lord Raikage," he rasped, his voice aged and gravelly, reminiscent of sandpaper against stone, yet laced with a shrewdness that suggested deep understanding. "The recent turmoil in Konoha has been quite significant. The Nine-Tails brat and the last of the Uchiha bloodline have both turned rogue, leaving that fifth Hokage in quite the predicament. He paused, his gaze sweeping over A's taut profile, continuing, Danzo, that cunning old fox, has undoubtedly caught a whiff of the power struggle and the decaying scent of Konoha's grand legacy. We need only bide our time here and see what he intends to offer in exchange for our alliance. Inoki's words slithered through the damp air of the cave like a chilling serpent. As his voice faded, subtle rustling sounds from the cave entrance interrupted the monotony of dripping water. A figure emerged from the thick darkness. Danzo. He inclined his head slightly, issuing a near-silent command, prompting the two root ninjas to seamlessly retreat into the shadows, joining the guards brought by the Tsuchikage and Reikage, forming a silent yet lethal perimeter in the pitch black outside. Danzo then adjusted the brim of his hood, the motion fluid and discreet, as if merely aiming to blend further into the cave's gloom. He stepped deeper into the cavern, the damp ground muffling his footsteps, absorbing most of the sound. As he approached the stone table, the already stagnant air seemed to grow heavier, causing the flickering flame at the center to waver, its shadows thrashing wildly against the walls like silent phantoms engaged in a bizarre dance. Danzo took a seat on the only available stone bench, the rough, cold surface chilling him to the bone through his layers of clothing, yet his posture remained unyielding, as if accustomed to the oppressive cold. His right eye was entirely swallowed by shadow, while his left, partially obscured by the hood, keenly perceived the two gazes directed at him, one from Inoki's seemingly dull but piercing eyes, filled with caution and calculation, and the other from Reikage, direct and powerful, almost igniting the air around them. In turn, Danzo, concealed beneath his hood, assessed the two formidable figures before him, Inoki, whose diminutive stature belied a wealth of cunning, and A, whose imposing physique seemed ready to unleash devastating thunder at any moment. An invisible tension enveloped the three, colliding, grappling, and suppressing the sounds of water droplets cascading from the cave walls, each drop echoing like a metronome marking the rhythm of their silent standoff. At last, it was Inoki's aged, bony finger that broke the suffocating silence, tapping lightly yet penetratingly against the rough stone table. The sound, though soft, resonated like pebbles cast into still waters, sending ripples through the stillness. Speak, Danzo. Dayanmu spoke, his voice gravelly as if two stones were scraping against each other, yet imbued with a mocking insight into the affairs of the world. After such elaborate efforts to summon both me and Reikage to this forsaken place, what delectable morsel is this astute old fox scheming to seize this time? The old Tsuchikage's lips curled slightly, almost imperceptibly, as the deep grooves of his face twitched. However, within his murky eyes, there was no trace of mirth, only a cold, scrutinizing gaze that seemed intent on penetrating Danzo's layers of deception. The flickering flames within the cave illuminated three faces, each harboring their own thoughts, while the damp, chill air felt even heavier. Chapter 33. The sinister bargain. Danzo slowly lifted his head, the shadows cloaking his face receding slightly to reveal his lone eye. Within that eye, there was an absence of the emotional fluctuations common to ordinary people, replaced instead by an unfathomable darkness and an icy, resolute determination. It is quite simple, his voice emerged, low and grating, each syllable a laborious extraction from the depths of his throat, yet carrying an undeniable weight. This voice reverberated within the confined space, striking the damp stone walls and eliciting a barely audible echo, reminiscent of an ancient pack's whisper. What I seek is the power of both of you. He paused, his solitary eye sweeping over the deeply wrinkled visage of Dayanmu and the sharply defined profile of Reikage, as if appraising the value of goods. Assist me in toppling that woman, Tsunade, from her position as Hokage. At these words, the temperature in the cave seemed to plummet further, causing the weak flame at the center to flicker violently, casting distorted shadows on the walls like grotesque apparitions. Then, allow me, Shimura Danzo, to ascend to the esteemed position of the sixth Hokage of Konohagakure. The last few words were enunciated with heavy emphasis. The ambitions and desires resonating within them were almost palpable, weighing heavily upon each person's heart. The gravity of his declaration fell like another cold stone into the already frigid waters, causing ripples that burned with intensity. Reikage's rock-solid physique tightened, emitting a faint yet distinct cracking sound. The veins beneath his tough skin subtly tensed, his clenched fist turning an alarming shade of pale. His eyes, which usually brimmed with the power of thunder, now reflected the flickering flame at the cave's center, revealing a tumultuous blend of emotions coursing through him. "Replace Tsunade?" He echoed the words, his voice deeper than usual, as if a thundercloud were rolling in his throat, carrying a tremor he barely suppressed. The image of that woman, her commanding presence on the battlefield, her lavish spending in the gambling den, and her unique allure that drew the gazes of countless men, flashed through his mind like an uncontrollable slideshow. The gulf between them, defined by their respective statuses, had always prevented him from crossing that threshold. Yet now, this calculating old man had laid a poisoned bait before him, stark and unadorned. "Oh," Dayanmu, seated opposite, leisurely extended his bony fingers to stroke his signature white beard, his demeanor relaxed, as if savoring tea in his own backyard. However, within the depths of his cloudy eyes, a sharp glint akin to a bird of prey locking onto its target ignited suddenly. "You wish to sit upon the Hokage's chair?" His voice rasped with a laugh, akin to a windbag being drawn. "Danzo, this is not as simple as visiting the neighbor's house. Those convoluted old-timers in Konoha are not so easily swayed. Not to mention, Tsunade, after all, bears the title of the granddaughter of the first Hokage and holds a reputation and strength that cannot be easily trifled with. Neither in Konoha nor the entire shinobi world." His words appeared casual, yet each was a precise strike at the heart of the matter, as if weighing the feasibility and weight of Danzo's ambition with invisible scales. "That is precisely why I require your assistance." Danzo's voice remained unwavering, as cold and unyielding as the half of his face concealed in shadow. "As long as Awagakure and Kumogakure are willing to create some necessary disturbances along the borders of the Land of Fire." He deliberately emphasized the word disturbances. The bloody implications therein were unmistakable. "By exerting sufficient external pressure on Konoha, I can orchestrate events within the village to ensure that the fifth Hokage finds herself overwhelmed and ultimately compelled to relinquish power." His plan was articulated with a dismissive tone, as if merely arranging an inconsequential game of chess rather than instigating a potential conflagration that could engulf the entire shinobi world. "Deploy troops?" Dayamu's smile deepened, the deep creases on his face resembling cracks in a parched riverbed, yet his eyes held no mirth, only a chilling calculation. His bony fingers rapped against the table once more, this time with a sharper, more penetrating sound. "Danzo, you cunning old fox, your calculations are indeed astute. What do you take us for? Merely pawns to charge into battle and draw fire upon ourselves? I am aware that Konoha has lost its Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yet even so, Konoha's status cannot be easily shaken." His body leaned slightly forward, emanating a formidable pressure that belied his small stature. "Do enlighten us. What benefits can we, the Wagakure and Raikage Kumogakure, expect to receive from you, the future Hokage, for risking so much to stir this hornet's nest?" The old Tsuchikage's gaze was that of a shrewd merchant, fixated on Danzo, awaiting an offer that would sway them. Within the cave, the flames danced more violently, casting ever-shifting shadows upon the faces of the three men, while the damp chill in the air seemed to thicken and weigh heavier due to this blatant exchange of interests. Raikage's voice resonated like a meticulously chiseled boulder, echoing heavily within the cave. Indeed, his chest rose and fell gently, each breath seemingly distorting the surrounding air. "Should we bear the risks, then the rewards must certainly satisfy us. Kumogakure requires ample resources for reconstruction, and the sum cannot be insignificant." His tone was steady, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "But beyond finances." Raikage tilted his head slightly, his rock-like profile sharply defined in the firelight, while his eyes, brimming with the power of lightning, now seemed to lock onto a distant prey, exuding an almost tangible desire. "I want that young girl from the Hyuga clan." His voice dropped, laced with an unusual fervor. "That pair of the purest Byakugan must belong to Kumogakure." This declaration was resolute, as if that pair of eyes were already within his grasp. He paused, savoring the satisfaction this thought brought him. Then his gaze shot toward Danzo like two manifesting bolts of lightning. The cave's temperature appeared to drop further with his next words, the damp chill in the air becoming more pronounced. Furthermore, his voice deepened, tinged with a barely perceptible roughness, reminiscent of a male creature asserting its territory. Tsunade. Merely uttering her name caused a subtle shift in his aura, a mix of possessiveness and complex battle intent. She must personally step onto the battlefield and stand before me. At that moment, I shall personally vanquish her, making her understand who the true stronghold is. His clenched fist emitted a creaking sound, the knuckles protruding abnormally due to excessive force, with the veins beneath the skin swelling and twisting. She shall be my prize, destined to become mine. Chapter 34. The Compromise of Danzo. The final words were spoken slowly and clearly, each syllable striking like a heavy hammer upon the nerves of all present, carrying an assertive declaration of ownership. Sitting silently nearby, Inoki's murky old eyes briefly flickered with light, his bony fingers pausing in their motion of stroking his beard. He first cast a glance at the imposing Reikage, whose determined demeanor evoked a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, leisurely, he shifted his gaze to Danzo, his expression akin to one savoring a splendid performance, while simultaneously measuring the prey's last struggles. The exposed half of Danzo's face stiffened instantly, his veins pulsating violently beneath his skin. The pupil of his solitary eye constricted sharply, akin to being pierced by an invisible needle, as flames flickered in his gaze, reflecting a complex hue of anger and humiliation. The sound of dripping water from the cave's ceiling now seemed exceptionally clear, echoing like a solemn toll, marking the stillness of death. Resources can be granted. The lands at the borders of the Land of Fire can be ceded. He could even sacrifice the coveted eyes of the Hyuga clan for that lofty seat of power, mustering the resolve to close his eyes and proceed. But Tsunade? That woman is more than just the fifth Hokage. She is the granddaughter of the first, a pillar of Konoha's resilience, and a spiritual backbone for countless shinobi. To make her a captive of the Reikage? To turn her into that brutish man's trophy? This thought pierced Danzo's heart like a poisoned dagger, inflicting a sharp pain. This was not merely a personal humiliation for Tsunade, but a trampling of Konoha itself, a desecration of the dignity held by generations of Hokage. His concealed hand pressed into his palm, nails digging deep, bringing forth a sharp sensation. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the boiling rage and humiliation surging within him. He could almost envision the profound disgrace that Konoha would suffer at that moment. Even if he were to ascend to that position in the future, he would bear an indelible stain. This condition, his voice was dry and hoarse, as if forced through clenched teeth, each word trembling with suppressed intensity. Reikage, you are being excessively demanding. Those words were nearly crushed out between his teeth, laced with a metallic tang of absurdity. Danzo abruptly raised his head, much of his face obscured in shadow, but the fury and deep-seated shame emanating from his singular eye were almost incinerating. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, had already pierced the skin, the wet sensation a stark reminder of his humiliation's harsh reality. Absurd? Reikage AI's low chuckle reverberated against the stone walls, carrying a metallic edge. He leaned slightly forward, his formidable presence thickening the air around them, the flames dancing upon his bronze skin, accentuating his muscular form. The conditions I propose are non-negotiable. Each word fell like heavy stones upon the ground. I offer you one last chance, Danzo. His massive fist cracked ominously, knuckles protruding. Agree, or I shall take my leave immediately. Face the wrath of Konoha and Tsunade alone. Oh dear, must we escalate matters so? Inoki's voice, rasping like dry leaves, chimed in at just the right moment, exuding an unsettling smoothness. He stroked his beard, his diminutive figure appearing insignificant beside the towering Reikage. Yet the shrewdness in his murky old eyes was chilling. Reikage, please temper your anger. He turned to Danzo, his tone deceptively coaxing. Danzo-sama. Though Reikage's objectives may seem daunting, there are indeed indirect methods to achieve them. He paused, seemingly relishing the subtle twitches of Danzo's face. You could leverage the dissatisfaction within Konoha regarding Tsunade, inciting public sentiment, and uniting the Elder Council to remove her from her position. His bony fingers gestured in the air. Once she is no longer Hokage and loses that aura, creating some urgent situation at the forefront. Her deep-seated attachment to the village and her unparalleled medical ninjutsu would undoubtedly compel her to rush into peril. He coughed lightly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his murky pupils, and when that time comes, the unspoken words slithered through the silence of the cave, cold and tempting, spreading like a venomous serpent. Within the cave, only the crackling of flames and the soft sound of water dripping from the ceiling remained, reminiscent of a tolling bell for the impending darkness. Time seemed to freeze, each breath stretching into eternity. Danzo bowed his head, the shadow of his hood engulfing his expression, leaving only a rigid outline. The air was thick with the damp, earthy scent, mingled with an almost palpable anxiety. The Hokage's seat, that gleaming throne he had pursued all his life, now hung like a ripe fruit above him, ready to fall with the slightest nod. What is the cost? The dignity of Konoha? The fate of a woman? The glory of the first Hokage? Such thoughts swirled like phantoms in his mind, howling, yet were ultimately devoured by the merciless beast named Power. His palm, concealed beneath his robe, was numb from the pain, replaced by a chilling resolve. After a long moment, he finally stirred. The subtle sound of his neck turning echoed, and he slowly raised his face. Beneath the hood, the exposed singular eye no longer bore the earlier struggles and humiliation. It now reflected an unfathomable abyss, mirroring the flickering flames yet devoid of warmth. Good. A single word struggled forth from his throat, raspy as gravel scraping together, yet imbued with a decisive finality, severing all retreat. I accept your terms. Wise choice. Reikage AI's deep voice finally carried a note of apparent satisfaction. A faint smile, though not quite a grin, crept upon his lips, suffused with confidence and power. The taut muscles seemed to relax slightly, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him remained undiminished. Anoki's face, withered like old tree bark, contorted into a low, eerie laugh, akin to an owl scraping against stone. He directed his murky gaze toward the towering Reikage, his voice laced with an unmistakable, almost exaggerated mockery. Ha ha ha. That laughter spiraled through the cave, exuding a disquieting stickiness. I had initially thought that you were after that young Hyuga girl Kugen, as it is indeed a rare treasure. He elongated his tone, stroking his distinctive long beard, each hair seeming to quiver with his words. Yet, I never anticipated, Reikage, that your intentions lay far deeper. It appears your true ambition is the princess of the Senju clan. He clicked his tongue, as if unearthing a grand secret, his frail body swaying slightly, an absurd contrast to the Reikage's imposing stature. Tsunade, after all, is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her veins flowing with the purest Senju blood. He pivoted his words, imbued with a near-malevolent speculation. If this bloodline were to merge with your clan's domineering powers, what kind of abomination might emerge? He did not refer to descendants or children, but rather used the term abomination, a word heavy with cold, objectifying scrutiny, as if discussing a mere weapon or tool. Truly, it is an anticipation to behold. Chapter 35. The distorted heart of Power's desire before his words could fully escape his lips, a discordant dark red hue surged across Lei Ying's bronzed, chiseled visage, reminiscent of a searing iron, swiftly spreading to the bulging veins of his neck. This sudden embarrassment, mingled with fury, momentarily disrupted his formidable presence. Bang! A deafening roar erupted abruptly. His arm, thicker than an average man's thigh, came crashing down, his massive fist striking the stone table before him. The hard surface splintered, spiderwebs of cracks spreading across the rock, sending shards and dust flying, shaking the very cave, as droplets of water from the ceiling momentarily paused, startled by the thunderous sound. Old fool! Lei Ying's roar boomed like rolling thunder, brimming with indignation and humiliation at being exposed. Stop your nonsense. Silence yourself. His voice echoed against the stone walls, carrying an oppressive force that even the flickering flames seemed to cower beneath. Yet, in the face of this nearly ceiling-toppling fury, Anoki merely waved his frail hand dismissively. The creases on his face deepened, yet his smile grew more knowing and amused. Why unleash such wrath, Lord Lei Ying? His tone regained a nauseating smoothness, leisurely contrasting with Lei Ying's explosive anger. War is inherently like this. His voice turned somber, imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom and coldness. To the victor belong the spoils. The strong naturally hold the right to possess all they desire, do they not? His gaze flickered towards the corner where the silent figure of Danzo stood, seemingly transformed into stone. That look seemed to convey, behold, this is the rule, cold and unyielding. Anoki's bony knuckles lightly tapped against the stone table, shattering the cave's fleeting silence. His murky old eyes shifted from Lei Ying's flushed face to Danzo, nearly merging with the shadows. It appears that the hidden cloud village is quite satisfied, he remarked, his voice carrying a peculiar rhythm, akin to rusted gears turning slowly. Now, might it be time for me to discuss the terms from the hidden stone village? He began to speak leisurely, each word weighed as if measured in the air. Lord Danzo, he elongated the title with a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Rest assured, I do not possess the grand appetite of Lord Lei Ying. He cast a sidelong glance at the still heavily breathing Lei Ying, the teasing in his tone unabashed. This old man has long lost interest in the fairer sex and has no appetite for the bloodshed of captives. Anoki stroked his long beard, which nearly reached his chest, adopting an air of remarkable composure. The demands of the Hidden Stone Village are quite simple. He paused, a glint of shrewd calculation flashing in his murky gaze. A sum substantial enough to compensate for the losses incurred from this collaboration. Of course, we also require the garrison rights over the critical territory at the border of the Land of Fire, he added, extending a skeletal finger to trace an invisible boundary in the air, his movements slow yet undeniably resolute. Oh, and I nearly forgot. He feigned a sudden recollection, his tone increasingly self-evident. I also require the troop deployment rights surrounding that land. Each word fell like a heavy stone upon Danzo's heart. The visage concealed beneath the wrappings twitched involuntarily. He felt a surge of metallic sweetness rising in his throat, as if blood were boiling in his veins, pounding against his temples with a buzzing sound. Yet, he forcibly stifled it. For the long-cherished ambition that had haunted him for decades, for that most exalted position. He took a deep breath, inhaling the cool, damp air of the cave, which brought a sharp sting, yet also soothed his tumultuous emotions. He understood that he was the supplicant now, the one who needed to pay a price for support. Good, his voice emerged, dry as if two stones were grinding against each other, squeezing out from the depths of his throat. I agree. Each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, seemingly exhausting all his strength. As long as... His voice suddenly escalated, imbued with a fervor of desperation. As long as I can pull that woman down from the Hokage position, as long as I can see the esteemed Shimura Danzo seated in that position. He abruptly raised his head, a twisted light igniting in his singular eye, fixating intensely on the two before him. Everything is negotiable, he gasped, his chest heaving as if he were about to unleash years of repressed ambition in one go. This is all for Konoha. His voice sharpened and heightened, infused with a fervent, almost self-hypnotic devotion. I shall personally cleanse the darkness of Konoha. Those weaknesses, those foolishness. Only under the leadership of the esteemed Shimura Danzo can Konoha escape decay and truly ascend to greatness. His arms flailed in the air, betraying a neurotic frenzy. In the cave, only his heavy breaths and his near-roaring declarations echoed. The firelight danced, casting shadows upon his fervent, distorted expression, akin to a madman lost in a dream. Laying Ai and Anoki observed him in silence. Ai's rigid features were taut, the bulging veins beneath his bronzed skin still uncalmed, his robust physique resembling a dormant volcano, harboring the potential for eruption. Anoki remained in his relaxed demeanor, his diminutive frame slightly reclined against the stone chair, his murky gaze revealing a cold scrutiny, akin to an observer of an amusing yet trivial specimen. Between them lay a silent exchange, a tacit understanding rooted in shared interests and disdain for the man before them. Danzo appeared oblivious to the subtle shifts in their expressions. He remained entranced by the vision of ascending to the zenith of power, the fervor on his face gradually giving way to an impatient restlessness. Not tomorrow. He abruptly denied his own words, his single eye wide with urgency. Tonight. Immediately. Right now? His words tumbled forth at a rapid pace, spittle flying as he spoke with fervor. You must send personnel immediately to create chaos at the border of the Land of Fire. The greater the upheaval, the better. Go. Go now, he urged them, resembling a gambler anxiously awaiting the final verdict. I can no longer wait. Only by generating sufficient external pressure can we pave the way for subsequent public opinion and entirely sever that woman Tsunade's retreat. Lowering his voice, he infused it with a conspiratorial excitement. To be frank, let me tell you. He leaned in closer, his tone brimming with malicious delight. Tsunade is now a mud Buddha crossing the river, unable to protect herself. This is the power of public sentiment, the strength of popular support. As long as you collaborate with me, igniting the flames of this ninja world war together. He spread his arms wide, as though to embrace the impending chaos and destruction. That woman Tsunade will undoubtedly be ousted, shamed upon the pillar of disgrace in Konoha. And I, Shimura Danzo, shall be the universally acclaimed next. His voice surged, filled with uncontainable arrogance. Sixth Hokage. As the final words resonated, a chilling, bone-chilling laughter erupted from his throat, sharp, harsh, and laden with the ambition that had festered too long, bordering on madness. Laughter reverberated within the confines of the narrow cave. echoing as if countless unseen bats were fluttering in the darkness, momentarily freezing even the flickering flames in the wake of that mirth. Raikage and Sasuke silently regarded him, as though observing a man who had utterly lost his grip on sanity. Danzo's laughter gradually subsided, replaced by labored breaths, his chest heaving as if he had just emerged from a fierce struggle. He lifted his head, the madness still glinting in his singular eye, as if he had finally recognized the folly of his earlier outburst. Wetting his cracked lips, he endeavored to render his voice more composed. Then, he began slowly, his voice tinged with a rasp. Let us commence our actions as previously agreed upon. Raikage AI and Sasuke Inoki exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Only then did Inoki gradually turn his gaze towards the dark corners outside the cave. Did you hear that? He proclaimed, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Proceed as per Lord Danzo's orders. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the cave, laden with an invisible weight that dissuaded dissent. Outside, faint sounds emerged from the darkness, akin to a beast stirring in the shadows. Soon, silence reclaimed the space. Danzo stood there, filled with anticipation and yearning, as if envisioning the glorious moment when he would ascend to the position of Hokage, leading Konoha toward a future of unparalleled strength. Yet unbeknownst to him, he stood on the precipice of a meticulously woven conspiracy, a trap poised to engulf him entirely. He was but a pawn, a pitiable jester in a grander scheme. Chapter 36. Success in Forbidden Technique Breakthrough. Deep within the dark and damp subterranean base, the air was thick with the acrid scent of potions and an indescribable energy fluctuation. This was Orochimaru's secret laboratory, its stone walls embedded with crystals emitting an eerie green glow, barely dispelling the surrounding darkness, while simultaneously enhancing its sinister atmosphere. At the center of the experimental table, a massive glass vessel contained a viscous liquid shimmering with an ominous purple hue, churning violently as countless tiny bubbles rose and burst. Complex runes adorned the surface of the vessel, flickering with erratic brilliance, as if imbued with life, flowing languidly. These runes formed an extensive and intricate array of techniques. The core of the legendary Forbidden Technique, the Soul Contract Reincarnation Technique, capable of reversing life and death. Orochimaru stood before the vessel, his pale visage accentuated by the green light, rendering him even more otherworldly. His golden snake-like eyes fixated intensely on the liquid's transformations, a fervent obsession burning within the depths of his pupils. With a slender, pale finger, he summoned a faint purple chakra and delicately tapped a critical node on the vessel's wall. A low hum resonated, causing the entire laboratory to tremble slightly. The purple liquid within spun faster, forming a profound vortex, as two distinctly different orbs of energy began to converge at its center. One, blazing like the sun, emanating the dual forces of destruction and creation. The other, gentle as the earth, radiating an endless vitality, slowly drew nearer, mutually attracted, yet subtly repulsive. Almost there. Just a little more, Orochimaru murmured, his voice hoarse yet charged with excitement, as if he were whispering to himself or announcing the birth of a miracle. He swiftly formed hand seals, the intricate signs shifting in his hands like butterflies in flight, each precise and imbued with mastery over chakra. Upon completing the final seal, he forcefully pressed his palms against the vessel's wall. A torrent of chakra surged forth like a flood, rushing into the array of techniques. Boom! The purple liquid within erupted, radiating brilliance. The two energy spheres finally breached their final barrier, colliding with explosive force. The blinding light engulfed the entire laboratory, even Orochimaru squinting against its intensity. At the core of the radiance, the once distinct powers began to intertwine in an enigmatic fashion, merging yin and yang, destruction and life. Two seemingly antithetical forces now sought a delicate and perilous balance under the guidance of the technique. The shockwave radiated from the vessel, causing jars and bottles to topple within the laboratory, clattering chaotically. The pharmacist Kabuto instinctively raised a hand to shield himself, a barely perceptible thrill crossing his face. After a considerable time, the light gradually waned. The purple liquid within the vessel returned to calm, its hue deepening, as if it contained the essence of the cosmos. At the center of the liquid, two crystalline diamonds floated, one as black as ink, patterns resembling the Sharingan swirling within, the other, a vibrant green, teeming with life. They hovered silently, exuding an indescribable aura of pressure, as if ancient deities lay dormant within. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled, a deep and contented laugh emanating from his throat. This laughter was no longer the madness of before, but rather a chilling delight born of fulfilled ambitions, akin to a serpent finally ensnaring its long-awaited prey. At last, it is accomplished. The core of the soul contract reincarnation technique, the vital medium harboring the soul powers of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, has been successfully created. Now, we merely await the opportune moment to merge them within Naruto and Sasuke, and this world shall witness an unprecedented transformation. His eyes gleamed with a thirst for unknown power and an anticipation of the ensuing chaos. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous small town on the border of the Land of Fire, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, cloaking the tranquil settlement in a veil of ambiguity. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few early-rising shops emitting wisps of smoke. Within a modest inn on the second floor, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Two figures sat across from one another, both donning wide-brimmed hats that obscured much of their faces. 2 cups of steaming, coarse tea rested on the table, the murky liquid evidently of inferior quality. One of the individuals slowly raised a hand, removing his hat to reveal a sharply defined and somewhat pallid visage, Uchiha Sasuke. He lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. The scalding liquid seemed to offer little warmth, his gaze remaining cold, tinged with barely perceptible weariness. The situation is more dire than we anticipated. Sasuke set down the cup, his voice low, akin to stones striking an icy surface, clear and chilling. He turned his gaze towards the figure opposite him, also hidden beneath a hat. A soft sigh escaped from beneath the brim, and soon another hand was raised to remove the hat, unveiling the familiar visage of Uzumaki Naruto. Yet at that moment, the signature sunny smile that usually adorned his face was absent, replaced instead by an uncharacteristic heaviness and concern. Beneath his golden locks, his azure eyes appeared profound, as if burdened by untold stories. "Speak, Sasuke." Naruto's voice was somewhat hoarse. Sasuke nodded, directing his attention to the hazy street view beyond the window, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "It has been a month since we left Konoha," he began slowly, his pace deliberate, each word laden with significance. "The news of our defection has incited a considerable uproar within Konoha, particularly regarding you, Naruto." He turned back to face Naruto, his black eyes reflecting the other's image. "Kakashi-sensei set out that same day to track our whereabouts, only to return with nothing but the discarded headband of a rogue ninja. Tsunade and the others in the village remain unable to accept this reality. To them, I may merely be perceived as a troublesome brat, obsessed with revenge and power." Sasuke's tone carried a hint of self-mockery, yet it was predominantly imbued with a calm analysis. "But you are different, Uzumaki Naruto. You are a hot-blooded fool, aiming for the title of Hokage. Your departure has struck them with devastating impact." In Chapter 37, The Current State of Konoha 1, Naruto sat in silence, his hands clenched into fists beneath the table, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He could vividly imagine the shock and anguish etched on the faces of Granny Tsunade, Kakashi-sensei, and Irika-sensei upon hearing the news. Granny Tsunade and Kakashi-sensei clearly cannot believe we would truly defect, Sasuke continued, lifting his teacup to take a sip, as if attempting to dilute some emotion within him with the tea's bitterness. "At that time, the lecherous sage Jiraiya was also in the village. His reaction to your news was the most intense." At the mention of Jiraiya, Naruto's body trembled imperceptibly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, nostalgia, guilt, and determination all mingling together. "As your teacher, he naturally held great affection for you." Sasuke's voice lowered further, without waiting for Tsunade's official orders. "He left the village that very night, venturing out alone to seek our whereabouts and uncover the truth of the matter." Tsunade still harbored hope. Sasuke's gaze deepened. "She ordered a temporary news blackout, not to disclose anything to the outside world, prioritizing an investigation into the true reasons behind our defection. Perhaps she still hoped we were merely throwing a tantrum, or that there was some compelling reason behind our actions." The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds outside, accentuating the tranquility within. This explained Sasuke's sigh, one filled with evident regret and a hint of helplessness. "Why did our bounty notice only get officially released half a month ago? That is, a full 2 weeks after we left Konoha." He raised his eyes to meet Naruto's, his gaze sharp as a blade. "If Tsunade had immediately classified us as rogue ninjas on the day we left and announced it to the world, Perhaps it would have denied certain individuals the opportunity to exploit the situation. It would have prevented them from orchestrating schemes, inciting turmoil, and manipulating public opinion, ultimately dragging her into an irretrievable abyss. Sasuke's words struck Naruto's heart like a heavy hammer. Granny Tsunade. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms, causing a sharp pain. He murmured her name, his voice thick with anguish and self-reproach. He understood precisely whom Sasuke was referring to, the darkness hidden deep within Konoha. The ambitious Danzo Shimura, who had long coveted the position of Hokage. Their choice to defect was motivated by a desire for greater power, to act freely without dragging Konoha down, and to prepare for an impending catastrophe that could annihilate everything. They bore the weight of future memories, making what they believed to be the most difficult yet effective choice. Yet they underestimated the malice of human nature and the brutality of political struggle. The power vacuum and trust crisis resulting from their departure had become precisely the opportunity Danzo had long desired. Tsunade's belated hesitation, born from trust and concern, turned out to be the most fatal flaw. Thinking of Granny Tsunade, who always laughed heartily, who would cheat when losing yet fiercely protected Konoha, now possibly enduring immense pressure due to their departure, even facing the risk of impeachment and slander, made Naruto's heart feel as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to gasp for breath. It is our fault. Naruto bowed his head, his voice hoarse and laden with remorse. We have implicated her. Sasuke observed Naruto's pained expression, his gaze complex. He reached out and gently patted Naruto's shoulder. It is too late to discuss this now, Naruto. His voice remained calm, but bore a trace of subtle comfort. We cannot turn back. We must only move forward. The turmoil in Konoha may very well be part of our destined path. Danzo's ambitions did not arise overnight. Sasuke withdrew his hand, his resolve returning. What we must do now is not wallow in guilt, but rather enhance our strength as swiftly as possible. Only with adequate power can we truly protect everything we wish to safeguard amidst the storms of the future. His words awakened Naruto. Yes, guilt and self-reproach would alter nothing. They bore a heavier mission. The warnings from the future loomed like a sword over their heads, constantly reminding them of the urgency of time. Naruto inhaled deeply, slowly lifting his gaze, the pain and guilt in his azure eyes gradually giving way to a more resolute light. I understand, Sasuke. He nodded firmly. No matter what, we must become stronger, strong enough to change everything. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough edge of the ceramic teacup. The remnants of tea within had long lost their warmth, mirroring the cold reality settling in his heart. He lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, and also the lingering pain and guilt etched on Naruto's face. But it does not end there. Sasuke's voice was low, as if emerging from a deep well, tinged with a subtle weariness. To ascertain the specific situation, I infiltrated Konoha a few days ago. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, quickly replaced by deeper concern. You went back? Isn't that dangerous? I used a transformation technique to disguise myself as an ordinary traveler, Sasuke explained nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. I spent 2 days in Konoha, and what I heard and saw was even worse than we anticipated. He raised the cold teacup and drank it in one gulp, the bitter taste spreading across his tongue, perhaps seeping into his very soul. As he set the cup down, it emitted a soft clink, which resonated sharply in the silence of their hideout. Granny Tsunade. Naruto pressed urgently, his voice trembling with tension. Sasuke's gaze drifted to a dim corner, seemingly recalling his observations from those 2 days in Konoha. If half a month ago, the rumors surrounding Tsunade were merely whispers of discontent and doubt, his tone grew grave. When I returned, the situation had taken a sharp turn, evolving into a crisis that threatened the very existence of Konoha. Existence? Naruto gasped in shock, leaning forward involuntarily, his hands pressing against his knees, knuckles whitening from exertion. How could it be so serious? Could it be that Danzo? The situation is far more dire than we can imagine. Sasuke interrupted his speculation, his sharp gaze piercing through. Danzo merely took advantage of the situation. The true descent into chaos was precipitated by a series of subsequent events. He paused, organizing his thoughts, and began to narrate the unsettling news. Shortly after I left Konoha, a series of conflicts and turmoil erupted near the borders of the Fire Country, specifically in the areas adjoining the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth. Border conflicts? Naruto furrowed his brow. Is it those two villages? On the surface, they appeared as minor skirmishes, and some sources of the chaos were difficult to trace, resembling the actions of rogue ninjas or small mercenary groups. Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smirk. Yet, the timing was too coincidental, and the locations were too sensitive. These seemingly sporadic events were soon gathered, integrated, and exaggerated by those with ulterior motives. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, producing a rhythmic sound that seemed to underscore the gravity of his next words. Panic began to spread. The shadow of war loomed over Konoha like dark clouds. Whispers circulated in the village, claiming that it was Tsunade's hesitation and weakness in handling our defection that revealed Konoha's vulnerability to other great nations, inviting them to seize the opportunity, igniting the flames of conflict at the border. How could this be possible? This is nothing but slander. Naruto abruptly rose to his feet, his cheeks flushed with anger. Tsunade, who intended to speak on his behalf, hesitated, swallowing her words, leaving only a powerless justification. She was acting for the village. I know, and perhaps even a portion of the higher-ups in Konoha are aware. Sasuke's gaze was as calm as still water, yet it mirrored the harsh reality. Though the ordinary villagers remained oblivious, they saw only the unstable borders, heard the whispers of war, and felt the increasingly tense atmosphere. Their fear and anxiety demanded an outlet, and that outlet became Tsunade. Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. If the public opinion before had merely provided an excuse for those who already harbored grievances against Tsunade, the situation had drastically changed following the escalation of border conflicts. He paused, seemingly recalling the resentful and fearful gazes that filled the streets of Konoha. I witnessed villagers, once filled with reverence for the Hokage, openly accuse and curse her in the streets. They branded her an ill-fated gambler, claiming her indecision was dragging Konoha into the quagmire of war. The calls for the fifth Hokage's ousting were nearly ubiquitous. Naruto staggered back a step, collapsing into his previous position, his face drained of color. He could almost hear the piercing curses and see the faces twisted with rage, surging towards Tsunade, who always smiled and patted his head, shielding him from the storms. Only a few, like Shikaku, remained rational, attempting to stabilize the situation, while most were swept away by fear and incitement. Sasuke continued, his tone tinged with helplessness. Once public opinion began to swell, it could no longer be easily contained. And Danzo, of course, would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He allied with several elders who had always obeyed him, formally submitting a motion to the daimyo of the Land of Fire to impeach Tsunade on the grounds of border instability, civil unrest, and ineffective leadership. Impeachment. Naruto's voice was hoarse. These two words felt like a heavy burden pressing down on his heart. He could not fathom that the resilient Tsunade, who had never flinched before an enemy, was now facing the most painful attacks from within the village. What will happen? Naruto asked urgently, his voice laced with a pleading hope. Tsunade was still holding on. A complex emotion flickered in Sasuke's eyes, perhaps admiration, perhaps sympathy. When I left, she was almost living in the Hokage's office, dealing with an avalanche of duties while facing pressure from all sides. Shikaku was by her side, both soothing the villagers' emotions and urgently engaging in diplomatic negotiations. It was said that Shikaku personally went to the borders to conduct several arduous negotiations with envoys from the Rock and Cloud villages, managing to temporarily stabilize the situation by securing their promise to restrain border activities and prevent escalation. Sasuke's tone softened slightly. Thanks to him, Konoha's situation had not collapsed immediately. Yet he shifted his tone, his gaze growing heavy. The sporadic chaos at the borders had not completely ceased, like a needle that continued to prick at nerves. The atmosphere of fear within the village had not dissipated, and grievances and curses against Tsunade remained incessant. That suffocating anxiety seemed to permeate every inch of Konoha's air. Sasuke sighed softly, concluding his narrative. That's about it. Fortunately, with Tsunade and Shikaku weathering the storm, the threat of war should be suppressed in the short term. However, Tsunade's position remained precarious. Silence once again enveloped the small hideout. Only the occasional crackling of candle flames and the heavy, oppressive breaths of the two could be heard. Naruto bowed his head, fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. He did not shed tears, but within those azure depths surged emotions more profound than tears, a deep sense of guilt, endless worry, and an overwhelming, suppressed rage that yearned to destroy everything. It was their choices, that had thrust Tsunade into the eye of the storm. The weight of this consequence was far swifter and more intense than they had anticipated. The chaos at the borders ignited a flame of anger within Naruto's blue eyes, his voice hoarse from suppression. Is it possible that that bastard Danzo is behind this? Did he deliberately create this chaos to frame Tsunade? Chapter 39. Our concerned Sasuke lifted the now-cold tea from the table, his gaze resting on the murky surface, which reflected no clear image, much like the current situation. When I infiltrated Konoha, I had also investigated along this lead. He spoke slowly, his voice steady yet laced with a characteristic coolness during analysis. He set the cup down, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough rim. The conflicts at the borders indeed bore unusual techniques. They appeared chaotic yet consistently provoked Konoha and its neighbors at crucial moments. He paused, as if carefully weighing each word. The timing was too precise, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. This certainly resembled Danzo's modus operandi, secretive, ruthless, and unscrupulous. A glimmer of hope flickered in Naruto's eyes, as if grasping a lifeline. That was his doing. But Sasuke shook his head, interrupting Naruto's assertion. His dark eyes meeting Naruto's eager gaze. There is no direct evidence. I used some means to trace the clues, but they either led to dead ends or pointed to inconsequential wandering ninja organizations. Danzo hides himself well. He knows how to distance himself from blame. He pondered for a moment before adding, perhaps it was his doing, or perhaps he merely exploited the existing chaos. Regardless of the scenario, he successfully cast this dirty water upon Tsunade. Silence once again fell over the room. Outside, the sky seemed to darken further, mist coalescing into droplets that slid down the window frame, leaving winding trails. We need to return and take a look. After a long pause, Sasuke broke the silence. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing through the humble confines of the room, gazing towards distant Konoha. Naruto immediately echoed, "That's right. We must go back." He sprang to his feet, pacing within the cramped space as anxiety and guilt surged anew. "It's our fault. We caused such great trouble, and now Tsunade is left to clean up the mess alone." His voice was filled with anguish, each breath laden with heavy guilt. Not just Tsunade. Sasuke's voice suddenly deepened, carrying an unspoken significance. Naruto's steps faltered, and he turned abruptly to face Sasuke, a sudden wave of intense unease rising within him. "What do you mean by that?" He pressed, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Is there someone else?" Sasuke's calm gaze met his, the depths of his dark eyes seemingly concealing a hint of barely perceptible compassion. "Think about it, Naruto. Whose impact would your departure have the greatest effect on?" A slender, shy figure instantly invaded Naruto's mind. The girl who always kept her head down, touching her fingertips together, her voice barely above a whisper, yet would erupt with astonishing courage at critical moments. Those pure, white eyes that always silently observed him. "Hinata?" Naruto whispered, the name escaping his lips with incredulity and tremor. "Is something wrong with Hinata?" Sasuke watched as his face turned pale, letting out a gentle sigh. "It's not that serious. The situation isn't good, though." He averted his gaze, looking out at the hazy street scene beyond the window, his tone growing distant. "You probably won't realize her feelings for you until much later. But her attention has been on you since our days in the Ninja Academy. That careful, hidden affection has been a part of her life for over a decade. Now, the figure she had always chased and admired was suddenly branded as a traitor, vanishing from everyone's sight." Sasuke turned back to observe Naruto's anguished expression and continued. "What does this mean for her? According to the news I received before leaving Konoha, Hinata Hyuga has not stepped out of the Hyuga clan's gates for a month." A month. Naruto felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his blood had instantaneously congealed. He could only imagine the shock, confusion, and the ensuing pain and despair that would overwhelm Hinata upon learning of his defection. The girl who had always silently supported and believed in him was now, because of his choice, sealing herself away in a corner of solitude. Naruto's lips moved, yet no sound escaped. A profound sense of guilt engulfed him like a tidal wave. He had not only implicated his mentor, Tsunade, but had also deeply wounded the girl who had always regarded him as a beacon of hope. A sharp pain gripped his heart, nearly rendering him breathless. He suddenly thought of two other significant figures. What about Sakura? And how is Kakashi-sensei faring? He asked urgently, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible plea, as if hoping to hear less disheartening news from Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flickered with complexity before returning to calm. "She is stronger than we imagined. After the initial shock and sorrow, she quickly rallied. He recalled seeing her when he sneaked back into Konoha. She must have gone to learn under Tsunade, as he had seen her entering and exiting the Hokage's office several times. However, given the current situation, Tsunade likely had little energy to train her. She was probably more occupied with managing the mountain of paperwork. Hearing that Sakura was unharmed and even taking on responsibilities eased Naruto's tension slightly, yet the heaviness in his heart remained unrelieved. As for Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. Our defection hit him hard. I heard he was despondent for several days, spending all his time before the memorial stone. He looked at Naruto. But after all, he is Kakashi. He quickly regained his footing. Now, he is hardly leaving Tsunade's side, like a shadow. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Sasuke's mouth, carrying a hint of unspoken approval. His Sharingan was likely more vigilant than ever. With him around, at least Tsunade's safety was momentarily assured. Thus, there was little to worry about. After listening to Sasuke's account, Naruto remained silent for a long while. The images of Konoha and the states of his friends flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Guilt, worry, anger, and a faint sense of relief intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a weighty sense of responsibility. He took a deep breath, as if attempting to suppress all negative emotions deep within his heart. Raising his head, the pain and confusion gradually faded from his azure eyes, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. Sasuke, he gazed at his comrade across from him. His voice, though still hoarse, was filled with strength. We must return to Konoha at once. Sasuke nodded, his dark eyes glinting with determination. Yes, let us go back. Even if only for a day. We must see the situation for ourselves. At that moment, a faint tapping sound came from the window frame, reminiscent of raindrops falling upon glass. It was nearly imperceptible unless one listened closely. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively became alert, their gazes sharp as they turned towards the source of the sound. Chapter 40. The medium of power outside the window. A figure silently emerged from the shadows beneath the eaves, like a specter melding into darkness. He pushed open the window with such grace that not a sound was made, then nimbly flipped into the room. The visitor wore round-framed glasses, his gaze calm and undisturbed behind the lenses, a hint of a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. It was Kabuto. His arrival did not surprise Naruto and Sasuke. It seemed they had anticipated it. It appears you have already caught wind of certain tidings. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes sweeping over the two with an air of scrutiny and assessment. Lord Orochimaru is already aware of the events in Konoha. Danzo, merely a clown, poses no real threat. His tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet both Naruto and Sasuke understood the machinations lurking beneath. Let us get to the point. Sasuke spoke coldly, uninterested in Kabuto's roundabout discourse. Kabuto smiled slightly and ceased any preamble. He produced an exquisite black scroll from his robe, its surface etched with intricate silver runes, emanating faint pulses of energy. He slowly unfurled the scroll upon the table. A hum of indescribable energy instantly permeated the air, thickening it within the room. At the center of the scroll were not words or images, but two indentations, within which lay two diamond-shaped crystals. One crystal was as black as the deepest night, its surface smooth, yet within it, countless crimson tomos swirled slowly, coalescing into a faint kaleidoscopic Sharingan pattern. Merely gazing upon it invoked a chilling, tyrannical will of destruction, as if it harbored mountains of corpses and seas of blood, alongside endless war and slaughter. The other crystal shimmered with an emerald green hue, translucent and suffused with a profound vitality. Just approaching it, one could sense the vast energy it contained. Like a newborn sun, warm and powerful, capable of nurturing all things, reviving withered trees in spring. The core medium of the reincarnation technique. Kabuto's voice carried a note of barely concealed excitement and pride. Lord Orochimaru has succeeded. He pointed his finger at the two crystals. This one, containing the essence of Uchiha Madara's soul power, is prepared for you, Naruto-kun. His fingertip brushed over the black crystal. Then, his finger moved to the emerald crystal. And this one, containing the essence of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's soul power, belongs to you, Sasuke-kun. Naruto and Sasuke's gazes fixed intently upon their respective crystals. They could distinctly sense the terrifying power within, a force capable of altering the very landscape of the ninja world. The source of power they had long desired in their past lives, yet ultimately felt powerless before stronger foes. And now, these two powers lay before them, within reach. Naruto took a deep breath, his chest rising slightly. He felt as though he could already sense the sensation of that destructive power merging with his body. What kind of experience would that be? To command everything, or to be consumed by power? His eyes flickered, filled with both desire for power and reverence for the unknown. Sasuke, on the other hand, appeared more composed. He simply gazed quietly at the Senjutsu crystal, his black eyes deep as a well. The power of Hashirama Senju. Contrasting, yet equally positioned at the pinnacle of the ninja realm alongside Uchiha, what miracle would be birthed when it combined with his Sharingan? His heart was not devoid of turmoil. It was merely tightly suppressed by his formidable will. The overwhelming energy resonating from the two crystals still permeated the room. The air thickening as if solidified, each breath weighed down by an oppressive sensation. Kabuto adjusted his round glasses, the lenses reflecting the faint moonlight streaming in from outside, perfectly concealing the emotions lurking beneath the depths of his gaze. Lord Orochimaru has prepared a place for you to perform the technique. His voice broke the suffocating silence. His tone was calm, yet it rippled through the air like a stone cast into a deep pool, creating invisible waves. Once you return to Yuzushiogakure, you may immediately activate that forbidden technique. Naruto felt the phantom of the Shura crystal imprinted upon his consciousness. The allure of destruction and power whispered like a siren's song, quickening his heart with both desire and caution. Sasuke's gaze seemed to penetrate the table, landing on the spot where the crystal of all things once existed. The vast life energy of Senju Hashirama appeared to linger faintly in the air, resonating subtly with the Senju bloodline coursing through him. Their eyes met briefly, a silent understanding passing between them, conveying their resolute intentions and the heavy burdens they bore at that moment. A sense of urgency enveloped them like an invisible net, tightening around them. Sasuke was the first to speak, his voice as cold as ice, devoid of any hesitation. Tomorrow, here and now, assemble and proceed to the Whirlpool Hidden Island. The moment his words fell, it was as though a silent command had been issued. Naruto and Sasuke's figures transformed into fleeting shadows almost simultaneously. Their movements were swift, devoid of any unnecessary sound, akin to two arrows released from a bow, soaring through the window towards the direction of Konohagakure. Not a speck of dust settled on the eaves. Only the gentle breeze carried their hurried breaths away, racing towards the village. Yakushi Kabuto paused momentarily, a subtle smile deepening at the corners of his mouth, as if he held the wisdom of the universe. Then, his form began to blur and fade, vanishing quietly into the shadows of the elegant room like evaporating mist. Ultimately, only the faint residual energy and a barely discernible scent, reminiscent of disinfectant that belonged to Yakushi Kabuto, remained, affirming that what had transpired was no mere illusion. Chapter 41. Return to Konohagakure, afternoon. The sun lazily cast its rays upon the familiar streets, and the air was imbued with the unique aroma of grilled meat and soy sauce. The unmistakable scent of Ichiraku ramen, evoking a sense of comforting warmth that mirrored the village itself. Inside the shop, steam rose warmly, and the seats were filled with patrons. By the window, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno sat side by side, steaming bowls of ramen before them. Sakura, you've practically become a regular fixture in the Hokage's office lately, Ino teased, poking at the Naruto rolls in her bowl. Look at you. Those dark circles are practically reaching your chin. Sakura twirled a strand of noodle with her chopsticks but lacked appetite, letting out a soft sigh. What can I do? Lady Tsunade. She set down her chopsticks and rubbed her temples, her fatigue evident. Although Uncle Jiraiya had been assisting her, the clamor within the village was overwhelming. Lady Tsunade hardly leaves her office now. The pressure is immense, she whispered, her voice heavy with concern and helplessness. Ino noticed Sakura's noticeable weight loss. Her chin had sharpened considerably. Rumors are circulating that the Fourth Great Ninja War may be approaching. Is it true? Ino lowered her voice, worry etched in her eyes. The shadow of war felt both distant and tangible to their generation. Sakura shook her head, trying to muster a reassuring smile. It shouldn't happen anytime soon. Lady Tsunade and Uncle Jiraiya are already handling the border tensions. I believe results will come soon. She paused, her tone growing more somber. But more pressing than that is the matter of impeaching Lady Tsunade, isn't it? Ino interjected, her face reflecting deep concern. I've heard that some elders and certain clans want to oust Lady Tsunade. Just as she finished her sentence, a figure at the neighboring table, cloaked in a black robe and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, suddenly paused, his hand gripping his chopsticks, trembling slightly. Sakura and Ino exchanged puzzled glances. The individual quickly lowered his head, the shadow of the hat obscuring most of his face, and vaguely waved his hand. "It's nothing, nothing, just burnt my tongue," he said, his voice hoarse and deliberately subdued. Sakura and Ino shared a glance, choosing not to probe further, dismissing him as an ordinary diner. Sakura leaned closer to Ino, lowering her voice to a whisper, almost inaudible. "Just know this. If Lady Tsunade is removed, it's only a matter of time." Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. "However, Lady Tsunade is doing her utmost. She is strongly recommending Kakashi-sensei as her successor and will not let the Hokage position fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives." She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute once more, patting Ino's hand reassuringly, revealing a resilient smile. "So don't worry. And even if a ninja war does break out, I will stand in front of you." Ino looked into Sakura's unwavering eyes, feeling warmth and a hint of sadness. She nodded firmly. The two finished their ramen in silence, settled the bill, and Sakura hurriedly bid farewell, striding towards the Hokage building, her slender figure appearing both fragile and resolute. Ino stood rooted, watching her friend's retreating figure, tightening her fists. Sakura's transformation was profound. She too must not fall behind. Once they had departed, the shadows in the corner of the shop slowly lifted, revealing two figures cloaked in hats. Among them, one with golden hair peeking from beneath the brim was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. The other, with black hair and eyes, exuding a cold demeanor, was Sasuke Uchiha. Disguised as ordinary villagers, they had silently returned to this familiar yet strange place, seeking to savor this long-lost flavor one last time before departing. Little did they expect to encounter old friends and overhear such a conversation. "Who would have thought Sakura has truly matured?" Naruto mused, setting down his chopsticks with a low sigh. The girl who once trailed behind them is now capable of standing on her own, even voicing her intent to protect Ino. He turned to Sasuke, a teasing smile dancing on his lips. "Hey, shouldn't someone feel a bit more at ease now? She seems to have grown faster than we remember." Sasuke scoffed, averting his gaze to the window, his tone as flat as ever. "I'm not worried." "Is that so?" Naruto stretched his words, recalling how Sasuke's eyes had not strayed from her for even a moment. "You sure about that?" Sasuke's ears appeared slightly flushed, though he refrained from retorting, his aura becoming even colder. As night descended, enveloping Konohagakure in tranquility, Naruto and Sasuke stood like phantoms blended into the darkness atop a high vantage point on the village's edge. Their gazes converged upon the distant, brightly lit Hokage building. The office on the top floor radiated warmth, revealing faint silhouettes bustling within. The unmistakable twin ponytails of Tsunade, Sakura's pink hair, and Shizune clutching her pig, briefly flitting past the window. Papers piled high, the atmosphere thick with urgency and tension. "It seems they can still hold on for now," Naruto said softly, a hint of relief creeping into his voice, along with a sense of sympathy for Tsunade, who was always tough on the outside, yet soft at heart. "Let us try to avoid war if possible. Or, we can discuss it when we return. At that time, those who seek chaos will truly regret it." His voice carried a fierce determination, a resolve forged from the trials of a ravaged world. He turned back to Sasuke, donning a familiar smile. Yet his eyes held a deeper gravity. "I say, my good partner, could you do me a favor?" Sasuke turned his head, his dark eyes appearing especially profound under the moonlight. He did not inquire about the request, but merely responded with a soft hum. "Let us go?" Naruto grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. In the next instant, two shadows glided down from the treetops like wraiths, silently merging into the deeper shadows of Konohagakure. Their movements were swift and precise, evading all patrolling ANBU and barriers, like two droplets of water merging into the ocean without causing a ripple. Their destination was clear, the Hyuga clan's estate. Moonlight flowed like water, gently cascading over the ancient eaves of the Hyuga manor, outlining its solemn contours. The surroundings were eerily quiet, only the occasional chirping of insects punctuating the heavy atmosphere, underscoring the estate's formidable defenses and tense ambience. Two figures, as nimble as weasels, gracefully descended into the shadow of a wall surrounding the Hyuga estate, Naruto and Sasuke. They suppressed all their presence, their breaths becoming faint whispers, merging almost seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Chapter 42. The communication of hearts deep within the Hyuga estate. Hinata's bedroom was spacious yet desolate. Moonlight poured through the lattice windows, casting a cold, silvery glow upon the floor. Outside the door, the dinner tray lay untouched, long cold, just like every meal over the past month. Hinata curled up in a corner of her bed, her slender form appearing as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. She gazed out at the heavy night sky, her pale cheeks devoid of color, only her white eyes reflecting the moonlight, lacking the softness and shyness they once held. It had been a month since the news of Naruto leaving the village with Sasuke reached her, and she felt as though her soul had been extracted, withering rapidly. Food lost its flavor, sleep evaded her, her body grew weaker, while her heart became ensnared by the tendrils of longing, making it hard to breathe. No one knew why she had changed so drastically. Only she understood the significance of that radiant figure in her heart. His departure had stolen all the light from her world. A faint, yet clear knocking sound abruptly shattered the silence of the deep night, resonating directly with Hinata's heartstrings. Who could it be? Hesitating, she lifted her head, her mind dulled from prolonged disorientation. The sound seemed to come from outside the door. Slowly, she rose, her frail body swaying slightly as she leaned against the wall, making her way step by step to the door. Taking a deep breath, she gently pulled it open. There was no one outside, only a familiar golden figure flashing past in the depths of the courtyard, as swift as an illusion. Naruto? Hinata's heart raced, and instinctively, she dashed after him. She stumbled into the courtyard, the night breeze tousling her disheveled hair, its coolness momentarily reviving her senses. The golden figure ahead was running neither fast nor slow, guiding her through the corridor into the open courtyard. Just as she was about to catch up to that silhouette, the scene before her abruptly twisted and spun. The familiar courtyard vanished, replaced by a dim, ravaged battlefield. The acrid scent of blood and scorched earth assaulted her senses. The one she yearned for day and night, Naruto Uzumaki, lay helplessly on the ground, cruel black iron rods piercing through him, pinning him down and rendering him immobile. His face was etched with pain and despair, his chakra flickering like a candle in the wind. Opposite him stood a man with eerie Rinnegan eyes, exuding an oppressive aura. Slowly raising his hand, a deadly energy coalescing in his palm, aimed directly at Naruto. No! Hinata screamed, rushing forward without a second thought, arms outstretched to shield Naruto. She did not comprehend what was happening. She just knew she could not allow anyone to harm Naruto. Yet, the man merely cast a cold glance at her, his form passing through her like a specter, continuing his advance towards Naruto. No. Despair flooded Hinata as she shut her eyes, believing everything was about to end. But the anticipated destruction did not come. A gust of wind swept past her, accompanied by a crisp sound of impact. She opened her eyes abruptly to see another version of herself, determined and agile, standing before Naruto, her hands enveloped in gentle chakra, bravely countering the black rods that had pierced Naruto's body, shattering them with a forceful strike. Is that me? Hinata was taken aback, watching her brave, fearless self. Then glancing at the rescued Naruto, plunged into profound confusion. What on earth was happening? The scene shifted again. The battlefield grew even more brutal, the earth fractured. The sky darkened, and a colossal divine tree loomed ominously. Naruto stood atop the ruins, facing an unprecedented enemy, Obito, his eyes betraying an uncharacteristic wavering and confusion, as if he was on the brink of relinquishing the beliefs he had steadfastly upheld. At that moment, the future Hinata reappeared, stepping in front of Naruto without hesitation, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Stand up. Her voice was clear and resolute, a promise fulfilled. This is your ninja way. Naruto's gaze reignited with fire. Hinata watched this unfold, a certain corner of her heart profoundly stirred. The illusion transformed for the third time. The night was gentle, the full moon hanging high in the sky. Naruto stood bathed in moonlight, his expression no longer fierce from the battlefield, but filled with a complex array of emotions as he gazed at Hinata, softly whispering something. Then, he slowly approached, clumsily yet sincerely, kissing her lips. In that moment, Hinata felt her cheeks flush, her heart pounding like a drum. So it was Naruto. Finally, the illusion crystallized in a scene of joyous harmony. She and Naruto stood side by side, adorned in pristine Japanese wedding attire, surrounded by the warm smiles and blessings of friends and family. The sun shone brightly, and happiness overflowed. She saw an unprecedented, genuine smile radiating from her face. Just as that feeling of happiness reached its zenith, the surrounding illusions began to unravel like a canvas being pulled away, colors and forms disintegrating and dissipating. A voice, familiar yet distant, laced with a hint of hoarseness yet imbued with a warmth capable of melting ice, quietly echoed behind her. This time, let me protect you, Hinata-chan. Hinata's entire body felt as though struck by an invisible current, freezing momentarily before she spun around in haste. Before her stood not an illusory specter, but her beloved Naruto, the one she had longed for, the one she could not forget even in her midnight dreams. He wore that signature radiant smile capable of dispelling all gloom. Yet his azure eyes held a depth and weariness she had never seen, as if burdened by countless sleepless nights and untold stories. Tears welled up instantly, cascading down her cheeks like a string of pearls, soaking her plain attire, blooming into crystalline droplets. This was no illusion, no dream. It was truly Naruto. He stepped forward gently, cautiously, as if afraid to disturb some fragile treasure, extending his hands to envelop her tenderly in his embrace. This time, Hinata did not blush and fumble as she usually would at his proximity. Instead, she instinctively extended her trembling arms, embracing him tightly, pouring all her longing, worry, and grievances into this heartfelt embrace. She buried her face deep in his warm embrace, greedily inhaling his familiar scent of sunshine, feeling the strong, reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat, a melody that soothed all her anxieties. Naruto-kun. Hinata choked on her words, her throat constricted as if something blocked it, her voice broken and hoarse, unable to form a complete sentence. Chapter 43. Two hearts intertwined. I understand your feelings, Hinata. Naruto's voice whispered in her ear, imbued with a strength that pierced through the fog, calming the turbulence within her. I have returned from the future. There, you silently guarded me, granting me boundless courage, allowing me to rise time and again from the depths of despair. So this time, let me protect you. I will safeguard your smile with my life. He gently pulled back to create space between them, cupping her face in his hands, tenderly wiping away her tears with his fingertips, his gaze both gentle and resolute. He chose not to conceal the truth, but rather to candidly share with Hinata his experiences of rebirth, the impending calamities that may arise in the future, and the necessity for him and Sasuke to temporarily depart from Konoha in pursuit of greater strength to confront the impending crisis. He succinctly and clearly conveyed these realities to her. He openly recounted the facts surrounding his defection and unreservedly elucidated the underlying reasons and long-term plans, harboring faith that Hinata would understand and support him. Hinata listened intently, the tears in her eyes gradually ceasing, replaced by a profound understanding and unwavering resolve. A powerful force that starkly contrasted with her previously delicate exterior. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Naruto's, which shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, and softly declared, I believe in you, Naruto-kun. Whatever decisions you make, I will support you, for I know that all you do is to protect what we hold dear. The visions within the illusion had illuminated the burdens that Naruto bore and had also revealed to her a glimpse of her future self. She was no longer the frail girl who could only watch from afar, silently worrying. She too would grow stronger, to stand by his side in battle, to become his steadfast support in times of need. As Naruto beheld the radiant light of trust, understanding, and resolve in her eyes, a wave of deep gratitude and warmth swelled within him. He understood that Hinata would always hold a special place in his heart. He lowered his head, and under the gentle moonlight, he once again softly pressed his lips against hers. This time, devoid of the haze of illusions and falsehoods. It was a kiss filled with genuine sensation and two hearts intertwined. It was a kiss of promise, a kiss of protection, a kiss imbued with the essence of love. After a tender moment, Naruto reluctantly broke the rare tranquility. He recognized the urgency of time and the importance of his mission. I must go now, Hinata, he said, stroking her silky hair with a hint of reluctance and apology. Sasuke and I need to go to a place to complete the fusion of our powers. It is crucial for me. I will return within half a month, and by then, I will have resolved everything, ensuring you will no longer endure any grievances. Hinata nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with affection yet free from tears. She understood that this was not the moment for sentimentality. Her role was to silently support him, to be his strongest ally. I will wait for you, Naruto-kun. Take care of yourself, she said softly, her voice tender yet resolute. Naruto took one last deep look at her, imprinting her image firmly in his heart, then slowly released his hold and vanished silently into the night through the window, leaving behind only a faint trace of warmth in the air. In the shadows of the courtyard, Sasuke had long been waiting. With his arms crossed and leaning against the wall, his dark eyes flickered with a complex light. The two exchanged a glance, needing no words, and simultaneously transformed into swift shadows, departing the Hyuga estate like ink dissolving into the night, unnoticed by anyone. They did not immediately leave Konoha, but, like phantoms, made a few swift movements, stopping atop the tallest telephone pole at the village's edge. Below them lay the slumbering Konoha, most of the village shrouded in darkness. Save for the Hokage building in the distance, brightly lit, where Tsunade, Shizune, and Sakura were busily attending to their duties. Their figures, small under the lights, radiated hope. Naruto gazed longingly at that light, where his beloved ones toiled tirelessly for the safety of the village. He clenched his fists and whispered silently in his heart, "Tsunade-bachan. Wait for me. When I return, everything will be all right. I will protect Konoha and all that I hold dear." As if sensing a connection, Tsunade, buried in paperwork in the Hokage office, suddenly felt an inexplicable tremor, as though being watched by a powerful force. Instinctively, she lifted her head, her sharp gaze scanning the window toward Naruto's direction. The night sky appeared empty, with only a few distant stars twinkling. She furrowed her brow. Was it merely an illusion? The recent pressures had been overwhelming. She shook her head, dispelling the momentary unease, and redirected her focus to the mountain of documents before her. On the telephone pole, Naruto and Sasuke had already vanished. They sped away like two gusts of wind, heading towards the direction of the hidden island, blending seamlessly into the vast darkness of the night, leaving behind the solitary pole that stood vigil over the darkened Konoha. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, like a sword, dispelling the darkness that enveloped Konoha and illuminating the Hyuga estate. In stark contrast to the previous day, Hinata had risen early. She meticulously groomed herself and donned a practical training outfit, tying her smooth hair back neatly, revealing her smooth and full forehead. The melancholy and fragility that once clouded her brow had been swept away, replaced by a serene yet resilient glow, a transformation akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. She pushed open her door and made her way directly to the family training grounds. The morning breeze caressed her cheeks, bringing fresh air and dispelling the last remnants of confusion from her heart. Standing in the open space, she took a deep breath, savoring the earthy scent mingled with the fragrance of flowers, and then assumed the stance for her gentle fist technique. Her gaze was focused, her breathing steady, and her movements fluid and powerful. She understood that Naruto was fighting for the future, and she could not afford to remain stagnant. She needed to grow stronger, not only to keep pace with him, but also to one day stand beside him, safeguarding all they cherished together. In the training grounds, the silhouette of the young girl began to dance. Each move was imbued with unprecedented strength and determination. She transformed all her longing into motivation and all her worries into power, relentlessly challenging her limits. Once a delicate bud, she was now quietly blooming into her own strength, radiating a unique brilliance that was truly hers. Chapter 44. Forbidden Techniques begin. In the land of whirlpools, once a land of splendor, now lay only ruins, where the fierce sea winds whispered tales of a glorious past and its subsequent downfall. However, beneath the sacred shrine that once honored the most revered relics of the land of whirlpools, within the depths of a long-sealed underground shrine, a dim light flickered back to life in the silence, becoming a secret place harboring the hopes of reversing the future and concealing boundless forbidden powers. At the center of the shrine, the air was cold and damp, seeping into the marrow, illuminated by a few lighting devices brought by Orochimaru, casting a pale light that struggled to dispel the ancient darkness. Shadows danced grotesquely on the mottled walls, illuminating the ancient Whirlpool clan emblem with an inexplicable atmosphere of enigma. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hozuki Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, 7 figures stood quietly in this place, like phantoms consumed by darkness, dressed in identical black cloaks. Their large hoods obscured their faces in shadow, their presence exuding a heavy and oppressive aura. Suigetsu, slightly restless, ran his fingers along the hilt of his beheading sword, the cold metal providing a slight relief to his inner turmoil. His gaze, however, frequently flickered toward the 2 massive cultivation pods standing deep within the shrine. His eyes a blend of curiosity, intrigue, and an unmistakable hint of apprehension. Chongwu stood like a silent monolith, immovable and steadfast, His arms were crossed over his chest, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a meditative state. Yet, the taut lines of his muscles silently betrayed his inner vigilance, akin to a lurking beast poised to confront any sudden threat. Shangli nervously adjusted her glasses, her anxious gaze darting between Nin and Dezhou, fingers subconsciously twisting the edge of her cloak, revealing her deep-seated concern. Mingren and Dezhou stood side by side like two unsheathed blades, their latent sharpness intimidating yet restrained. They were undeniably the heart of this ritual steeped in forbidden aura. Within Nin's azure eyes burned an unquenchable flame, symbolizing his fervent desire for immense power and an unwavering belief in the future. He clenched his fists, feeling the restless surge of the nine-tails chakra within him, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free and roar across the heavens. Zhuoju's obsidian pupils resembled an unfathomable abyss, calm and cold. Yet beneath his cool exterior lay a barely perceptible thrill. The power of his Sharingan and Rinnegan lay dormant within him, like two coiled dragons awaiting a cataclysmic resonance with the legendary Senju clan. A suffocating silence enveloped the atmosphere, akin to air turned to stone, until it was finally pierced by a hoarse, deep voice. "Let us begin, Do." Doan's voice slithered through the empty underground chamber, cold and gravelly, echoing with an unsettling excitement and a chilling anticipation. This was the moment for which he had dedicated his life, a culmination of a month's relentless effort, day and night, employing knowledge from the future, countless simulations and trials, ultimately overcoming the final and most arduous challenge. Now, they stood on the precipice of witnessing the birth of a miracle, or perhaps the turning point toward obliteration. In his serpent-like gaze flickered a near-manic fervor, the kind only a mad scientist immersed in his research could possess. Yet beneath this fervor lay an unprecedented seriousness and profound expectation. Upon hearing his words, Yao Shrido nodded slightly, his gaze sharp and focused behind his lenses, precise as a finely tuned instrument. "All preparations are complete, Lord Dasharwan." The eyes of Shen and Niu met in the dim shrine, their unspoken understanding resonating louder than words. Reflected in their eyes was an equal measure of hope and an indescribable weight of pressure. The thrill coursed through them like the adrenaline before an ascent to the pinnacle of power, while the tension felt akin to the abyss at their side, an instinctual warning of lurking dangers. Yet, they ultimately chose to place their trust in the individual before them, once perceived as a nemesis, now their most reliable ally, Scientist Fan. Prepare your mental states to unprecedented heights. Da Shawan's serpentine gaze swept over Mingren and Dezhou, as if piercing through their facades to reach the most hidden corners of their hearts. The execution of this forbidden technique was unprecedented in the annals of the ninja world, a groundbreaking attempt. His voice, low and gravelly, resonated with a chilling aura, each syllable seemingly laden with ice, reverberating within the vast shrine, sending shivers down their spines. It would undoubtedly shake the existing power structure, potentially altering the very trajectory of the world's future. As he spoke, Dashan's tone grew heavier, akin to a warning before a viper strikes, emanating an undeniable authority and a palpable sense of pressure. The power contained within was vast and unfathomable. To harness such might would demand an immeasurable cost. Thus, he pronounced each word deliberately, like a grim reaper delivering a final decree, ensuring the ceremony's success was non-negotiable, no room for error. "We have no second chances." An unprecedented solemnity enveloped the underground shrine like an invisible shackle, suffocating in its weight. This heavy pressure, communicated through Baolan's words, was transmitted unreservedly to Mingren and Dezhou. Their once tumultuous emotions were doused like cold water, instantly cooling, dispelling all distractions. In their place arose sharp gazes, upright postures, and an unwavering focus and vigilance. They understood that what lay before them was not merely an elevation of their own powers, but a crucial endeavor to seek a glimmer of hope amidst an impending cataclysm. Observing the sudden tautness in their expressions, Dan's lips curled slightly, an almost imperceptible smile. That smile seemed to convey approval, anticipation, and perhaps an elusive depth of meaning. His tone softened slightly, revealing a rare hint of warmth amidst the coldness. "However, there is no need for excessive worry. With Dole and myself here, we shall exert every effort to ensure your safety." In the wake of this rare warmth and solemn assurance, a quiet current of reassurance flowed through Mingren and Dezhou, alleviating some of their tension and unease. They laid aside their pride as the pinnacle of the ninja world, discarding past prejudices against Dahuan. Together, they stepped forward. Bowing deeply to this scientist who was both mentor and ally, their gratitude profound. Thank you. The four simple words resonated deeply, devoid of insincerity, embodying their purest and most heartfelt appreciation. This bow encompassed not only their respect for Dahuan's extraordinary intellect and his unwavering experimental spirit, but also a complete trust in the weighty responsibility they were entrusting to him. The ensuing 3 hours felt as though time had elongated, each minute and second laden with gravity. Within the underground shrine, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. With the assistance of Geng, Chu, and Shanglin, the final preparations unfolded with meticulous precision, akin to a finely tuned mechanism. Suyut's fingers danced with fluidity, manipulating the water release technique to meticulously control the concentration and flow of a special liquid within the cultivation pod, ensuring that every droplet was perfectly calibrated. Chongwu stood resolute. Like a rock rooted deep within the earth, his muscles taut yet containing remarkable explosive potential. His extraordinary sensitivity to natural energy allowed him to stabilize every energy fluctuation in the ritual space, preventing any slight deviation that could disrupt the delicate balance of the ceremony. Shanglin, holding her breath with utmost concentration, scanned the surroundings with her keen red eyes, akin to the most sophisticated radar, vigilant to perceive every subtle chakra movement in the air. Her task was to ensure that the ritual proceeded unimpeded by external factors, eliminating all potential risks. As everything reached readiness, the underground shrine presented a scene reminiscent of a hellish tableau, chilling in its intensity. 2 towering cultivation pods loomed side by side in the center of the shrine, resembling ancient, silent beasts, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Within the left chamber, a viscous mass of golden chakra surged, thick enough to approach a state of solidity. This was the cataclysmic force of the 9 tails, roiling with the intensity of molten gold, exuding a searing and frenzied aura that painted the entire cabin wall in an eerie crimson hue, as if it were poised to erupt at any moment. Conversely, the right chamber brimmed with a thick, emerald liquid, radiating a vibrant vitality. Countless visible cellular structures floated within, dividing and proliferating. These were the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, imbued with the ceaseless power of wood release, as if a new life was being nurtured. Behind the cultivation chamber, a grotesque framework of twisted black wood loomed, upon which were affixed over 100 figures. These were the clones created by Orochimaru based on white Zetsu, alongside a handful of authentic white Zetsu. They were impaled through their limbs by robust roots, firmly pinned to the structure, their contorted expressions frozen in eternal agony, silently lamenting their fate. Thick conduits connected to their spines greedily siphoned the faint chakra and life energy from within, akin to vines drawing sustenance, continuously feeding into the core of the ritual formation. What was once their power had now become fuel for another's ambition. Surrounding the main array, 100 pale white Zetsu bodies stood in silent formation, resembling a mute legion of the deceased. Their eyes were tightly shut, their lips moved soundlessly, chanting in unison an ancient and obscure incantation from the dragon's cave, each syllable echoing like whispers from the abyss, sending chills down the spine. Under the incantation's influence, the surfaces of each white Zetsu alternated, revealing the crimson fan emblem of the Uchiha clan and the verdant spiral pattern of the Senju clan, 2 utterly disparate forces colliding and merging within them, producing a disconcerting hum. As the ritual progressed deeper, the 10 white Zetsu bodies at the edge of the formation began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace, collapsing into puddles of viscous, luminescent gel-like substance. They resembled drained fruits, devoid of all vitality, ultimately coalescing into a cubic meter of soul-buffering gel, radiating an eerie glow, intended to envelop the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke, cushioning the impact of their soul fusion and protecting them from shattering under the collision of such powerful forces. At the very center of the formation lay a vast circular recess, etched with intricate and ancient runes, each stroke imbued with a mysterious power, as though concealing some forbidden knowledge. 10 captured Chunin hung, suspended above the recess by heavy iron chains, their tattered clothing stained with blood. Eyes filled with helpless dread and despair, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, bracing for the judgment of fate. Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, wielding the gleaming Kusanagi sword, his serpent-like vertical pupils reflecting the vivid crimson light, exuding a chilling ruthlessness. His expression remained impassive, yet his movements were swift and precise. The long sword pierced the hearts of the 10 Chunin in succession without a moment's hesitation, as if merely completing a routine task. Warm blood gushed forth like a flood unleashed, flowing along the meticulously carved grooves on the ground, swiftly converging into the center of the array, releasing a pungent scent that was nauseating. Guided by the runes, the blood emanated a sinister red glow, as if alive, writhing and morphing, ultimately shaping into a massive double serpent totem, steeped in malevolence and strangeness. At the positions of the totem's 2 serpent eyes lay fragments of battered armor stained with blood, remnants belonging to Uchiha Madara, and a seemingly ordinary piece of dead wood, which contained the residual chakra of Hashirama Senju, symbolizing the will of 2 legendary figures of the ninja world. The entire underground shrine was now suffused with the thick scent of blood, filled with ominous chakra fluctuations, and an oppressive atmosphere that rendered the air almost tangible. Only the humming of energy flow and the silent chanting of white zetsu echoed eerily within the vast shrine, reminiscent of a requiem from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Everything was prepared. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances once more. Gone was the fervor of before. Now, their eyes held no trace of hesitation or doubt, only the resolute determination of those who would burn their boats behind them, unflinchingly steadfast. They understood that before them lay an unprecedented challenge, a trial of life and death. Yet, in their quest to alter destiny and safeguard what was precious, they had no other choice. They stepped forward simultaneously, unhesitatingly advancing toward their respective cultivation chambers, each step firm and steady, as though marching toward an unknown battlefield. As their figures melded into the chambers, the doors slowly closed with a dull thud, seemingly severing the connection between 2 worlds. Chapter 46. The Forbidden Technique. Soul Contract Reincarnation Technique commences. The golden chakra of the 9 tails and the verdant fluid of Hashirama's cells enveloped them like a gentle embrace, obscuring the external world from view. A sharp pain swept through their bodies, akin to a multitude of needles piercing, as if they were immersed in a boiling furnace. The heat almost unbearable. Naruto gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious. He felt the tumultuous power of the 9 tails surging into his being, transforming his flesh and reshaping his soul. Sasuke too endured immense suffering, the vitality of Hashirama's cells far exceeding his expectations. They ravenously consumed his chakra, growing and dividing with reckless abandon, as if seeking to fully assimilate him. He sensed a foreign power awakening within him, the will of Hashirama Senju, strong yet gentle, imbued with an irresistible authority. An unprecedented transformation was quietly unfolding. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, the golden serpent pupils suddenly narrowing into piercing slits. He swiftly formed hand seals as the chakra within him surged with unprecedented speed. Kabuto, standing beside him, focused intently, his hands resting on the control panel, his fingertips flowing with precise chakra. Kabuto maintained constant surveillance on their vital signs and soul wave frequencies. Report any anomalies immediately. Orochimaru's voice was low and urgent, laden with an undeniable command. Yes, Kabuto replied firmly, his gaze fixed on the complex display panel, streams of data cascading like a waterfall. Karen. Orochimaru turned to the red-haired girl beside him. Channel your sensory abilities. Especially regarding Naruto, the fusion of the 9 tails power and Madara's soul fragments may provoke rejection and chaos. Should any signs of chakra instability arise, be ready to utilize your Uzumaki clan heritage to exert control. Even a brief suppression could buy us time to adjust. Yes, I understand. Karen nodded anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she closed her eyes, her formidable sensory ability unfurling like an invisible net, enveloping the 2 massive cultivation chambers. As Orochimaru completed his final hand seal, he abruptly pressed both hands onto the dual serpent totem etched into the ground. The Forbidden Technique, Soul Contract Reincarnation Technique commences. In an instant, the entire underground shrine seemed to tremble as if shaken by an unseen giant hand. The colossal serpent totem on the ground erupted with blinding crimson radiance, flowing like a living entity, roaring deeply as it surged through the intricate energy conduits, racing towards the 2 enormous cultivation chambers. The white Zetsu, imprisoned within the tree-like framework, emitted a chilling wail, their bodies convulsing violently, veins bulging ominously around their eyes as if they would burst, more of their life essence being brutally extracted, surrounded by 100 white beings. Their incantations suddenly rose in pitch, becoming sharp and piercing, infused with a sense of twisted eeriness. The unique emblem etched upon their forms blazed with increased luminosity. As their bodies dissolved at an accelerated pace, transforming into a viscous, semi-transparent gel of souls that continuously infused the walls of the cultivation chamber. Inside the chamber, Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously emitted muffled groans of anguish. The golden chakra of the Nine Tails erupted violently, morphing into turbulent waves of molten lava that relentlessly assailed Naruto's physical form and battered his consciousness, striving to incinerate and obliterate the alien soul fragments belonging to Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, the soul power of Uchiha Obito, filled with unmatched dominance and a will to destroy, seeped insidiously, attempting to erode, distort, and ultimately assimilate Naruto's own spiritual realm. Two utterly distinct yet equally extreme forces clashed violently within him, as if seeking to tear apart every nerve, inflicting unimaginable agony. Naruto bit down hard on his lip, blood seeping forth, as his consciousness struggled amidst the chaotic energy storm, desperately clinging to a thread of clarity. He could distinctly sense his body being forcibly dismantled and reassembled. His bones creaked under the burden, his meridians felt scorched by fierce flames, and even each cell seemed to wail in torment. On the other side, Sasuke faced an equally perilous situation. The vast life, energy, and sage chakra of Senju Hashirama surged into his body like a relentless tide, warm yet intolerant of any resistance. This power resonated with his unique Indra chakra and the abilities of his Sharingan, creating a profound and arcane connection, yet also imposing an unbearable burden. His body felt like a vessel on the verge of rupture, teetering on the brink of collapse under the overwhelming vitality, which, despite its seemingly gentle nature, concealed an equally formidable pressure for transformation. A deeper crisis loomed as Hashirama's benevolent soul began to fundamentally conflict with the cold, solitary, and resolute strength forged in the crucible of Sasuke's suffering. The silent clash on a spiritual level proved far more perilous than the physical transformation. Sasuke's eyes closed tightly, his pallid face glistening with beads of sweat, as his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated unconsciously, the crimson patterns swirling rapidly, unleashing a cold resistance to the torrent that sought to fundamentally alter his very essence. An alarming spike in Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra was detected. The rejection response index surged alarmingly. Kabuto's voice broke through with unprecedented urgency, as countless data streams cascaded chaotically across the control panel, like a waterfall, with numerous alarm lights flashing a blinding red. "Karen!" Orochimaru bellowed, his voice as frigid as a serpent's hiss. Karen, already poised for action, hesitated not an instant. She bit into her wrist, crimson blood gushing forth. And with a vigorous flick, the chakra infused with the unique suppression of her clan was precisely cast towards Naruto's cultivation chamber. Upon contact with the chamber's exterior, the blood did not flow but instantly transformed into solid golden chains of illusion that hummed softly, tightly binding the chamber's exterior. A strange, gentle yet incredibly resilient force permeated through, seeking to soothe the nearly uncontrollable Nine-Tails chakra. Amidst the soul-rending agony, Naruto suddenly felt a familiar warmth flood his being, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought or a mother's gentle embrace, temporarily subduing the destructive riot of the Nine-Tails chakra and granting him a precious respite from his suffocating torment. He struggled to regulate his chaotic breathing, focusing his dwindling willpower to guide the conflicting powers within him, aiming not at outright rejection and confrontation, but rather at understanding, accepting, and seeking that part of the power within the fragments of Uchiha Obito's soul that he might need. Sasuke's life energy index surged dramatically. It had surpassed the preset safety threshold. Kabuto's report echoed once more, tinged with undeniable tension. Chapter 47. For them, with all our might. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed into two vertical slits, glimmering with danger as his hands rapidly formed seals, adjusting the energy frequency and mode being transmitted to Sasuke's cultivation chamber. While urgently relaying commands to Kabuto, immediately execute Plan B7, inject the Sage Cell Activity Suppressor, and slow the fusion rate of Hashirama's cells. Understood. Kabuto responded promptly, fingers flying over the complex control panel to activate the preordained program. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. each second dragging on as if enduring a century on the brink of hell. Within the subterranean shrine, the air felt stagnant, punctuated only by the deep, resonant hum of energy flowing, reminiscent of an ancient beast's slumbering breath. The instruments blared a sudden alarm, shattering the silence, red lights flashing urgently, illuminating Kabuto's pallid face in the data waterfall's glow. His rapid, precise reports struck each heart like cold drumbeats, underscored by Karen's heavy, labored breaths. Mingled with the fatigue of excessive chakra consumption, all these chaotic sounds intertwined, composing a symphony of forbidden tension that threatened to burst forth from their chests. Orochimaru stood at the eye of this tempest, resembling a seasoned helmsman navigating an unknown storm. He emanated an air of profound calm, his entire being focused amidst the chaos unleashed by forbidden techniques, as if he were the most precise of instruments. He carefully steered this vessel of fate, named Spirit Contract Rebirth, laden with his grand aspirations and hopes for the future, towards the uncertain shores that awaited Naruto and Sasuke. Shin and Chojuro could no longer maintain their previous detached demeanor. They flanked Orochimaru, expression solemn, muscles taut, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation, like poised leopards. This fateful fusion ritual had only just begun. What awaited Naruto and Sasuke would undoubtedly be a grueling test of their souls, leading to a rebirth akin to rising from the ashes. In the underground shrine, the weighty stillness hung like amber frozen for a millennium, as if even time itself had been invisibly shackled within the oppressive confines. Only within the two vast cultivation chambers did the eerie gold representing Uchiha Obito's power and the magnificent green symbolizing Senju Hashirama's energy stubbornly flicker in and out of existence. They resembled the molten lava surging beneath a dormant volcano, silently heralding the tumultuous waves concealed beneath an apparently tranquil surface. Orochimaru's eyelids lowered, his unique serpent eyes now dull, their sharp probing light suppressed, akin to a viper lying in wait within the shadows, patiently biding time for the opportune moment to strike. His hands remained firmly pressed against the intricate dual snake totem embedded in the ground. The fingertips appeared somewhat pallid from prolonged chakra output, yet they remained as steadfast as rocks deeply entrenched in the earth. Meticulously, he infused his vast and highly refined chakra into the core of this forbidden technique. An unceasing flow. Half a month slipped away amidst the intense mental strain and torment experienced by all, each moment stretching out as if it spanned a century. Orochimaru's visage had noticeably thinned, his eye sockets deeply sunken, betraying an overwhelming fatigue. His once pallid skin, tinged with a sickly beauty, now bore a layer of undeniable ashen hue. Even for a ninja of his immense experience and unfathomable power, enduring such prolonged, high-intensity chakra output, alongside the incessantly taut mental pressure akin to steel wires, was an arduous burden. Kabuto's condition was scarcely better than Orochimaru's. His once meticulously groomed silver hair now appeared somewhat disheveled, several strands dampened by sweat clinging to his temples. Behind his golden-rimmed glasses, his eyes were laced with fine blood vessels, yet they remained fixated on the frantically fluctuating and unpredictable data panel before him. His fingers danced rapidly over the complex control keyboard, striking keys with precision and speed, like two tireless mechanical arms. He had to ensure that every pulse of energy was under absolute control. Even the slightest parameter adjustment could impact the entirety of the operation. The two young lives within the cultivation chamber bore immeasurable hopes and futures. Any trivial error could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, leading to irreversible disaster. Yukimaru was undoubtedly the most haggard among them. Her iconic long crimson hair had lost its former luster, now drenched in sweat, sticking messily to her pale, bloodless cheeks. Maintaining her perceptive abilities at such a heightened state for an extended period exacted an unimaginable toll on her mental fortitude. With her eyes tightly shut, her long, thick eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, as she immersed her entire being in the meticulous monitoring of the chaotic energy emanating from Naruto's cultivation chamber. At the slightest hint of the Nine-Tails chakra spiraling out of control, she would instinctively activate her clan's unique bloodline again. The ethereal manifestation of the adamantine chains would arise, exuding an aura of suppression over the destructive force. After half a month of relentless repetition, her arms were already adorned with layers of intricate bite marks, the gruesome remnants of her repeated self-inflicted wounds, using her own blood as a medium to guide and enhance the suppressive power. Despite her body and spirit nearing their limits, her perception never wavered, akin to the most loyal and tireless sentinel, ever vigilant against the golden eye of the storm that threatened to consume everything. Shueiyue and Zhongwu had long since moved from the initial periphery of the shrine. Now, they stood as two steadfast guardian statues, closely flanking Orochimaru. They had become indispensable sources of energy within this colossal forbidden technique's operational framework. The initial air of detached observation had been replaced by unprecedented gravity and extreme focus. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads and temples, soaking their garments, tracing down their cheeks and necks, collecting into small puddles on the ground. Shueyue's face, usually adorned with a hint of playful mischief, was now exceptionally solemn, his lips pressed into a taut line. His hands rested firmly on specific acupuncture points along Orochimaru's back. The unique coolness of water-release chakra, accompanied by the steady flow of energy, coalesced into a visible mist of white vapor around the contact points. Sustaining such high-intensity chakra output began to strain his ability to maintain his human form. Occasionally, the edges of his body would ripple uncontrollably, resembling unstable waves, as if he might revert to a flowing liquid at any moment. Zhongwu, on the other hand, stood like a silent brown statue, his robust physique and bulging muscles sculpted as if they were carved from solid rock. He too pressed his broad palm firmly against the opposite side of Orochimaru's back. A rich, stable chakra, imbued with the earthy essence of nature, flowed steadily from him into Orochimaru. This was the foundational energy of sage techniques, transformed by his unique constitution into a relatively gentle force, yet still brimming with overwhelming power. His breath came heavy, each exhalation releasing hot air from his nostrils, starkly revealing the struggle to contain the terrifying power within him that threatened to spiral out of control while simultaneously stabilizing the energy output. The air was thick with a complex and indescribable scent, the faint acrid odor of energy overload mingling with the slight sweetness of Yukimaru's blood and the damp, decaying aroma of the subterranean earth, incessantly stimulating the sensory nerves of everyone present. Shueiyue and Zhongwu were no longer mere reserves of strength, nor simply precautions against unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, they were vital pillars supporting Orochimaru in sustaining the operation of this grand forbidden technique. They were two crucial tributaries within the torrent of chakra, sharing the immense burden. Each violent fluctuation of energy, each unpredictable upheaval within Naruto or Sasuke's cultivation chambers, sent shockwaves through Orochimaru, which were directly transmitted to them. This necessitated even more meticulous, expansive, and timely adjustments and coordination of chakra. The weight of this responsibility, the proximity to the terrifying energy field at the core of the forbidden technique, was a burden far heavier than merely standing by and observing. Every nerve in their bodies was taut to an unprecedented degree, as if fragile threads were being stretched to their limits. On the verge of snapping and emitting a heart-wrenching cry, they held their breath, concentrating their willpower, silent as sculptures yet brimming with latent energy, ready to confront any crisis that might erupt in the next moment. They poured their power into the effort unreservedly, like devout worshippers offering sacrifices, dedicating everything they had to this monumental ritual concerning the fates of countless lives. The air in the underground shrine felt as though it had solidified, heavy and viscous, akin to a slowly settling swamp, oppressive to the point of suffocation. The atmosphere was rife with nauseating scents, the metallic tang of blood, the acrid chemical odor of disinfectants, and the burnt leather-like stench of energy dispersing, all intertwining and assaulting every sense, causing turmoil within each chest. Apart from the monotonous low hum of the machinery, reminiscent of a colossal beast's steady heartbeat, and the occasional sharp alarm that erupted like a piercing shriek, the only sound that remained was the heavy, labored breathing of those present, akin to a dilapidated bellows gasping for air. The situation seemed to have stabilized. Pharmacist Do gently adjusted the frame of his glasses, his eyes shimmering behind the lenses, his voice laced with a barely perceptible dryness as he turned to Orochimaru, seeking a definitive response from the master of the ritual. Orochimaru slowly lifted his eyelids, the golden slits of his pupils flashing with a profound light, tinged with gravity. He did not speak immediately but extended his senses like invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the conditions within the two cultivation pots. Inside Naruto, the chakra of the Nine Tails surged like a raging sea, yet the previous violent sense of rejection, which threatened to tear everything apart, had indeed receded significantly. Akin to a retreating tide, the fragmented soul of Uchiha Madara, much like a tamed beast, had drawn in its claws and was cautiously attempting to merge with Naruto's spiritual power. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, the energy torrent of Senju Hashirama's cells had also become docile and calm, no longer assaulting his physical limits like a tumultuous wave. The chakra of Indra and the power of Ashura resonated in a delicate balance, entwined like two colossal serpents. Stable? A cold smile curled at the corners of Orochimaru's lips, devoid of warmth, instead imbued with a hint of mockery. Do not be deceived by the illusion before us. This could very well be the most perilous calm before the storm. His words struck like a cold stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the flicker of hope that had just ignited in the hearts of those present, tightening their already taut nerves like a bowstring ready to snap at any moment. We need to replenish our strength. Yugo's deep voice resonated, gravelly like grinding rock. He retrieved several bags of military rations, wrapped in a special material, from his satchel and handed them to Suigetsu. Suigetsu accepted a portion for himself before distributing the remainder to Orochimaru, Do, and the ever-tense Karen. These hard, stone-like pills, tasting akin to chewing wax, had been their sole sustenance for the past fortnight, maintaining their vitality throughout the protracted ritual. Though the taste was unbearable, they provided energy in the briefest time, enabling them to persist through this arduous ceremony. Orochimaru took the military ration without even glancing at it, mechanically swallowing it as if consuming tasteless wood shavings, his gaze never straying from the two cultivation pots. Do and Karen silently replenished their strength, none daring to break the heavy silence that cloaked the underground space like an invisible net, oppressive enough to stifle breath. Time trickled by in the suffocating stillness, akin to grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, while the external night descended once more like a grand curtain, shrouding the world in darkness. Within the underground shrine, the long-anticipated change finally approached. Boom! A deafening explosion abruptly shattered the stilled silence of the shrine. Chapter 49, The Fusion Begins. A surge of golden chakra, far surpassing anything before, erupted from Naruto's cultivation pod like a volcanic eruption. It was not a chaotic energy flow, but a more refined and domineering form of power, resembling tangible golden flames that scorched the air. The violent shockwave of energy even caused the intricate instruments maintaining the formation to emit cries of distress under the strain. The golden cloak of the Nine Tails manifested as if it possessed a will of its own, enveloping Naruto's form entirely. Yet this time, it was starkly different from any previous occasion. Within the dazzling golden chakra exterior, fragments of dark blue armor began to materialize, sharp-edged and angular, each piece akin to the keenest blade, exuding a terrifying aura of supremacy. These fragments, reminiscent of the Susanu's partial form, silently clung to the raging Nine-Tails chakra, appearing and vanishing like phantoms from the depths of hell, each manifestation seeming to solidify reality from the ethereal. However, they would only last for a moment before shattering into specks of dark blue light, dissipating into the golden sea of energy, only to coalesce once more. This cycle, reminiscent of an immortal spirit, continued to repeat, with each consolidation appearing increasingly clear and stable, as if undergoing a slow yet resolute evolution. This is Madara's power beginning to materialize. Do's voice trembled with an uncontrollable excitement, his gaze behind the lenses igniting with unprecedented fervor. This was the undeniable proof of a deep fusion of souls. Naruto's body and spirit were rapidly accepting and beginning to harness the cataclysmic power belonging to Uchiha Madara. That power, wild and malevolent, was overwhelmingly potent. Simultaneously, Sasuke's cultivation pod erupted with astonishing changes. A vibrant green light, reminiscent of the most flourishing life in spring, suddenly inundated the entire pod, spilling through the walls and overflowing into the surroundings. Countless minuscule roots, brimming with life force, burgeoned forth from the cultivation liquid as if responding to some mysterious command, greedily climbing the walls of the pod like living green tendrils, swiftly enveloping Sasuke's body in layers. Within mere breaths, he was entirely consumed, transforming into a massive, writhing green cocoon, emanating an unsettling aura of life. Even more astonishing was the transformation of his eyes. The once unconscious crimson Sharingan, activated in the throes of agony, began to spin rapidly, the intricate and eerie patterns blurring as if distorted by an invisible force. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The crimson Sharingan began to regress. From the mesmerizing kaleidoscope, it devolved into 3 tomo, then 2, and finally 1. Ultimately, All the crimson hues and tomo vanished as if erased by an eraser, reverting to a pair of ordinary, deep black pupils. The will of compassion belonging to Shinju Hashirama, attempting to fundamentally alter his essence, surged like a torrent, momentarily overpowering the icy hatred intrinsic to Uchiha. Within the cultivation pod, Naruto, ensconced in golden chakra and Susanoo armor fragments, and Sasuke, ensnared like a mummy by emerald roots, both appeared to shed their previously contorted visages, gradually losing their menacing aspect, replaced by a serene tranquility akin to that of an infant in slumber. It was as if they had weathered the most ferocious storm and were now gently arriving at a peaceful harbor. The previously violent energy fluctuations within the shrine began to subside like a receding tide, the once jarring alarm bell finally falling silent. The space resonated with the rhythmic ticking of the operational instruments, echoing in the vast underground chamber. Have we succeeded? Suigetsu's voice, laced with disbelief and weariness, broke the silence. His parched throat producing a hoarse and wavering sound, his eyes brimming with intricate, unspoken hopes and confusion. Orochimaru remained silent, his pallid visage appearing even more capricious under the dim light, his brow furrowed tightly, resembling two sharp blades deeply etched upon his forehead. In the depths of the serpent's pupils, cold and vertical, a light flickered with an even greater vigilance and profound intensity, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the abyss, poised to deliver a fatal strike to its prey. He could distinctly sense that beneath the seemingly tranquil bodies, which appeared to be in a slumber, a tempest far more terrifying and deadly than any before was brewing. The fusion of souls was far from complete. This was merely the culmination of the initial phase, reminiscent of the brief calm before the storm. The true metamorphosis, that agonizing struggle before the emergence of a butterfly from its chrysalis, was perhaps just beginning to unveil itself, as if an invisible hand had gently lifted a corner of the curtain. This stagnant tranquility was by no means the end of the journey. It resembled the stifling silence within the eye of a storm, silently accumulating a terrifying energy far beyond anything previously encountered. Like the magma of a dormant volcano, it churned silently beneath the dark crust, building pressure, waiting for the next eruption that could overturn the heavens and the earth. The true trial, the ultimate test that would determine life and death, lay far off in the distance, hidden within the shadows of the unknown. Time flowed like an underground river, unseen, quietly sweeping through another complete cycle. 7 days and nights were enough to instigate numerous changes in the world, yet in this isolated shrine, each second seemed to stretch infinitely, crystallizing into a tense waiting. The air within the shrine grew increasingly thick and heavy, each breath requiring immense effort, as if what filled his lungs was not air, but leaden mercury. The two solitary cultivation pods stood like unstable hearts undergoing violent nuclear fusion, each abnormal heartbeat tugging at the most sensitive nerves of every living being present. The transformations manifesting in Naruto and Sasuke had long transcended the realm of stability. They became increasingly frequent and deeply entrenched, exuding a bizarre aura that increasingly diverged from their inherent essence. Inside Naruto's pod, the golden chakra of the Nine Tails was so dense it resembled liquid gold, viscous and searing, radiating an unbearable heat. The layer of ethereal blue Susanoo armor fragments that clung to it had long escaped the realm of illusion, coalescing into a sharper, more defined silhouette. Each fragment emanated a chilling intent derived from ancient battlefields soaked in blood, as if the souls of war-hardened warriors were reborn through their vessel. The eerie blue luminescence flickered intermittently, a distinctive hue belonging to the complete form of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, tenaciously eroding and enveloping Naruto's own warm, golden Nine-Tails form. Even more alarming was the transformation of Naruto's eyes. Those orbs, which should have been as clear as a cerulean sky, remained tightly shut, yet thick crimson threads of blood seeped from the corners, resembling two winding crimson streams that left shocking trails upon his pale cheeks. With each subtle surge of energy, onlookers could catch a glimpse through his trembling eyelids of the frenzied patterns swirling within, patterns that were far from Naruto's familiar cross-eyed or Nine-Tails vertical pupils. They were the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, complex, eerie, and imbued with an ominous aura of destruction. The patterns shifted rapidly, sometimes presenting a singular, sharp design akin to a shuriken slicing through the wind, at other times briefly outlining more intricate, nightmarish motifs, faint echoes of the legendary eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Though this nascent form was exceedingly unstable, flickering like a candle in a tempest, it was indeed evolving slowly yet steadily towards that forbidden realm. With each flicker of the pattern, blood tears surged forth more violently, as if each evolution drained the host's vitality. On Sasuke's side, the scene was equally astonishing, yet veered towards an entirely different extreme. The emerald green life energy threatened to burst the cultivation pod, rich as the finest imperial jade, radiating vibrant life but accompanied by a disquieting aggression. Countless slender roots had ceased to be diminutive. They had thickened like constrictor snakes, resilient and adorned with ancient patterns, wrapping around Sasuke's body, forming a vast, pulsating green cocoon that seemed to breathe. Through the dense, intertwined wooden fibers, one could faintly discern Sasuke's form undergoing a horrifying transformation beyond humanity. His skin bore faint wooden patterns. A powerful energy originating from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was ruthlessly and thoroughly reconstructing his physical structure. This force was immense, as if it sought to completely assimilate him, erasing all traces of the Uchiha, transforming him into a towering ancient tree with a human outline. Orochimaru stood before the cold control panel. His pale visage, usually adorned with a hint of malevolence, now wore an unprecedented gravity and solemnity. His golden serpent-like eyes locked onto the frenzied data streams on the monitor, each fluctuation striking him like a hammer to the heart. His brow furrowed deeply, etching a pronounced furrow upon his forehead, as if he could crush an insect with the intensity of his focus. He could acutely perceive the two conflicting energies within the cultivation pods, merging yet fundamentally opposed, clashing violently. The domineering, destructive force of Uchiha Madara contrasted with the compassionate, life-giving essence of Hashirama Senju. These two terrifying wills, positioned at opposite ends of the spectrum of power, were now engaged in an unprecedented and unimaginable ultimate contest within the bodies and souls of Naruto and Sasuke. The speed and intensity of this fusion, its uncontrollable nature, had far surpassed his initial designs and precise calculations. He felt as though he stood barefoot on the edge of an abyss, with a bottomless chasm of chaotic energy swirling beneath him. A misstep forward or backward could lead to utter failure. Such failure would not only signify the end of the experiment, but could also herald an unimaginable catastrophe that would engulf the entire ninja world. A sense of defeat, a chilling emotion alien to Orochimaru, coiled around his heart like a silent, venomous serpent, tightening slowly and bringing a suffocating pressure. The ultimate forbidden technique he had crafted with his lifetime of wisdom and forbidden knowledge now resembled a wild horse that had broken free from all restraints, galloping towards a completely unknown and unpredictable peril. Apart from maintaining the basic energy supply to the cultivation pots, he was horrified to discover that, as the creator of this forbidden technique, he could now do little more than engage in the most powerless act, praying. Praying for the two youths who bore his ambitions and hopes for the future. Praying for this gamble that would determine not only his fate, but also the very structure of the ninja world. With no precedent to draw upon and no safe retreat, he could only grit his teeth, akin to a tightrope walker, forging ahead on this thorny and uncertain path. Another pulse of heart-stopping energy gradually subsided, akin to the surface of the sea after a tempest, bringing a temporary return to the oppressive silence within the shrine. Only the monotonous ticking of precision instruments, reminiscent of an ancient church's pendulum, mingled with the heavy breaths of those present, composing the sole remaining sound in this extraordinary land, blessed by fate, yet shrouded in crisis. Zhongwu and Shueisha stood silently behind Orochimaru, resembling two mute gargoyles, diligently channeling their chakra to sustain him and Xiangling. The fatigue was evident on their youthful faces, with faint dark circles under their eyes, yet no one uttered a complaint, as if they had long grown accustomed to this intense chakra output. Night fell once more, silently enveloping everything outside like an endless cascade of ink. Deep underground, the concept of time seemed to stagnate, distorted by an invisible force, reduced to the cold digital timer on the control panel, indifferently announcing the passage of another day in the silence. This nerve-numbing stillness was about to be shattered as Orochimaru's reptilian golden slit pupils suddenly contracted to a pinpoint. He felt as if struck by an invisible current, his neck rigidly lifting, facial muscles tensed, emanating an extremely dangerous omen. He sensed it clearly, an overwhelming energy, far surpassing any previous fluctuations, akin to the terrifying force of a dormant volcano about to erupt, was synchronously brewing within the two cultivation pods, poised to unleash. "This is bad." His hoarse, dry voice broke the silence, infused with unprecedented panic and urgency. "Quick, everyone, prepare for the impact." The warning had barely dispersed in the air when an explosive roar erupted from Naruto's cultivation pod, threatening to overturn the entire underground shrine. The brilliant golden chakra of the Nine Tails and the ethereal blue energy of Susanoo clashed like two uncontrollable dragons, creating a visible, ferocious shockwave that violently struck the specially designed pod walls. The walls groaned under the unbearable strain, emitting a teeth-gritting creak as fine cracks spread like a spider's web. Seemingly on the verge of complete collapse, Naruto, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. The corners of his eyes cracked, and instead of blood, a viscous, glaring blood flowed forth. Deep within his pupils, the intricate patterns of the eternal kaleidoscope spun wildly, flickering with chaotic light and shadow. The patterns abruptly twisted and reformed, ultimately stabilizing into a cycle eye, adorned with mysterious purple ripples, overlooking all beings, symbolizing the power of the six paths. Chapter 51, The Edge of Collapse. However, this supreme ocular power manifested only for a fleeting moment. The form of the Rinnegan swiftly dissipated, reverting back to the rotating eternal kaleidoscope. Then, it switched again. The two terrifying powers, representing the pinnacle of ocular techniques, flickered erratically in his eye sockets like a malfunctioning switch on the verge of failure. Each transition accompanied by indescribable pain and a deluge of power. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Sasuke's cultivation pod erupted with an equally breathtaking roar. The intensely vibrant emerald life energy transformed into a blinding light, brutally dispelling all shadows, painting the entire underground space in an eerie, unsettling shade of sickly green. The wooden cocoon enveloping Sasuke's body was now expanding and distorting in a manner defying the laws of physics. Countless thick roots, resembling ancient serpents, writhed and burst forth like living tendrils, violently striking the pod walls. Behind him, a blurred silhouette began to coalesce from the void, formed entirely of pure, distilled wood release energy, exuding a vast oppressive aura. Simultaneously, Sasuke's body underwent a terrifying transformation at a visible speed. Clear wooden patterns emerged on his skin, and his muscle fibers appeared to be restructuring into a resilient wooden composition. No, this transformation, it's too fast. Orochimaru's voice became sharp and hoarse, tinged with shock and a hint of fear, distorting in pitch. How could he leap from the eternal kaleidoscope directly to the Rinnegan in just half a day? And Sasuke's wood release is no longer integration. It's completely out of control. Xianglin. He abruptly turned, his serpentine eyes locking onto the red-haired girl, who was silently supporting them, drenched in sweat. I was ready long ago. Xianglin's voice was weak, almost a whisper, yet carried an undeniable resolve, echoing amidst the chaotic space. Her clothes were soaked through, clinging to her form, outlining her slender yet resilient curves. Her once rosy cheeks were now as pale as paper. Devoid of color, her lips cracked and peeling. But within her purple eyes burned a fierce determination, like a flickering candle in the wind, weak yet unyielding. The two most important people in her life were trapped within those nearly collapsing vessels. She would not allow them to be harmed. Drink. Accompanied by a cry filled with pain and determination, the remaining chakra within Xianglin erupted as if it had been squeezed dry. 9 dazzling golden chakra chains burst forth from her back like a dragon breaking free from its confines, streaking through the air. Carrying the purest sealing power passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan, precisely wrapping around the two violently shaking, potentially explosive cultivation pods. Diamond Lock. The proud sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan was now pushed to its limits by Xianglin. The instant the chains touched the cultivation pods, the raging, nearly uncontrollable energy currents seemed doused with a bucket of cold water, showing the slightest signs of subsiding. The pod's vibrations slightly lessened, but it lasted only for a moment. Buzz. An even more violent and ferocious energy impact surged forth, like a thoroughly enraged primordial beast, carrying the terrifying might to annihilate everything. Surging back from within the two cultivation pods, the 9 diamond lock chains were drawn taut by this overwhelming force, emitting a strained hum, as if on the verge of snapping. Pooh! Xianglin felt an unstoppable force akin to a mountain collapse or a tsunami crashing against her relatively frail chest. Her ribs groaned under the pressure, seemingly on the brink of fracturing. Her organs felt as though they were being violently kneaded by an unseen giant hand, churning and displacing. A thick, metallic sweetness surged up her throat, becoming impossible to suppress. Pooh! A mouthful of vivid, glaring blood erupted forth, like a sorrowful blooming of the Higanbana, splattering across the cold, hard ground, rapidly spreading into a shocking dark red. Agonizing pain swept through her every nerve like the most ferocious tide, almost shattering her consciousness, drowning her in darkness. The warm, Viscous liquid uncontrollably oozed from her nostrils and ears, trailing down her pale, bloodless cheeks, tracing a tragic yet fragile line, rendering her as if a doll on the verge of complete collapse. Her body swayed violently, like a leaf in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Everything before her began to twist, spin, and blur, light and shadow intertwining, as if plunging into a bizarre, fog-laden illusion. She clearly sensed that the chakra energy within her was nearing depletion, the flame of life dimming rapidly. She had reached the precipice of her limits. Damn it. Stop it now. Yet, the excruciating pain and her deep-seated worries and love for those in the two cultivation pods ignited the last reserves of her life as potential, like kindling thrown into a raging fire. Xianlin bit her lip hard, her silver teeth nearly crushing the soft flesh, blood beads mingling with sweat and tears as she summoned her final remnants of strength. Unleashing a heart-wrenching, desperate scream. Clang. A sound far clearer yet heavier than before, resonating like a metallic tremor from the depths of her soul, suddenly echoed. The 10th diamond chain. It appeared slightly more ethereal than the previous 9, its golden sheen tinged with a hint of unstable dimness, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Yet, it bore an indomitable spirit, a fierce momentum of life born from the brink of death, extending laboriously and slowly from her back, coalescing into form. Ultimately, this chain resolutely joined the ranks, binding those two tumultuous sources of energy. 10 chains. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes suddenly constricted, sharp enough to pierce the very air. He vividly recalled all the data regarding Shikuro. In prior enhancements and countless tests, the girl's current limit was indeed to summon and maintain 9 adamant sealing chains at once. This sudden appearance of the 10th, without a doubt, was extracted at the cost of her very life force. Weight enhancement? An overlooked detail, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the dark night, suddenly struck Orochimaru's mind. He abruptly remembered. For a full half-month before performing the Forbidden Soul Contract reincarnation technique, his endeavors with Shikuro extended far beyond merely purifying her Uzumaki clan bloodline and enhancing her physique with the essence of the first-generation cells. It was also an experimental guidance to awaken that deeply buried, ancient, and nearly forgotten power of a long-lost witch clan, utilizing fragmentary knowledge gleaned from the future and advanced biotechnologies. That power had long slumbered beneath her unique Kagura heart eyes, never truly revealing itself. Could it be that the ancient force, dormant for countless generations, was compelled to awaken at this critical moment of life and death? Chapter 52. Another forbidden technique. An indescribable blend of the scientist's fervent curiosity and an instinctual apprehension of the unknown crept across Orochimaru's visage. Yugo. Suigetsu. Orochimaru abruptly turned his head, his gaze like a cold, venomous snake, locking intensely onto his two subordinates who were still channeling chakra to him. His voice was urgent and sharp, imbued with an unprecedented authority and an undeniable command. Cut off the flow to me. Immediately. Pour all your remaining strength into Shikuro. Now, only she, only the power that may awaken within her holds the hope to suppress the utterly uncontrollable energy within Naruto and Sasuke. Hurry. If we hesitate even a moment longer, we will all be reduced to dust. Move. Yugo's face, which often bore a hint of dullness, instantly tensed, and Suigetsu's previously carefree smile vanished without a trace. Without a moment's hesitation, they decisively severed the chakra stream flowing into Orochimaru. In the next instant, two distinctly different yet equally potent streams of chakra surged forth. One was Yugo's sage chakra, filled with natural vitality and a hint of wildness. The other, Suigetsu's water-release chakra, as fluid and adaptable as water itself. They poured unreservedly into Shikuro's nearly desiccated form like two rushing streams. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted. The two cultivation pods that had originally imprisoned the core of the storm lost all restraint. Golden and emerald flames, symbols of ultimate life and destruction, burst forth like ancient beasts freed from their cages, shattering the barriers of their vessel. Light. A light that defied description. It did not illuminate but completely consumed every color and shadow within the underground shrine, dyeing every inch of rock and every grain of dust into a pure, interwoven daylight of gold and green. The air was instantly compressed, igniting with a sharp, glass-shattering explosion, only to be swiftly drowned by a more profound, thunderous roar, akin to the prelude of a world collapsing. The solid rock beneath groaned under the unbearable burden, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface as the entire underground space violently shook, on the verge of disintegration. Stop it! The tumultuous yet vibrant sage chakra from Yugo and the deep, Ever-changing water-release chakra from Suigetsu collided brutally with Shikuro's nearly drained meridians. Pain, a sensation of tearing, as if her already fragile body were about to burst. Yet, this excruciating external pain ignited the spark that would light the final fuse. She acutely sensed the boundless agony inflicted upon Sasuke and Naruto by those two uncontrollable forces. That pain searing her very soul through some unexplainable connection. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of Shikuro's throat, one that transcended mere human sound. Merging sheer agony, boundless fury, and an ancient, sacred, and unassailable cry. The sacred power of an ancient witch clan, long forgotten and buried beneath countless generations. Awakened with a volcanic force, catalyzed by despair and love. None shall touch my Sasuke. Begone, you wretched fools. Unable to withstand the assault of light and sound, Shikuro's vision devolved into blinding whiteness, her ears ringing with a deafening roar and the relentless beating of her heart. Blood, sweat, and tears smeared across her pale cheeks, creating a fractured yet resolute beauty. Within her, a vast new power surged, repairing her injuries but also inducing a sensation of her soul nearly departing her body. In that moment of disorientation, time itself seemed to warp, twisting violently and losing its inherent measure. The blinding light that threatened to scorch her retinas began to rotate in an odd manner, fading and ultimately distorting into an altogether different scene. It was a month prior, within the same underground chamber, thick with the heavy scent of medicine and a suffocating atmosphere. In her memory, Orochimaru's cold, slick, emotionless slitted eyes were fixed upon her. The words that spilled from his lips were like poisoned ice picks, shattering the ice encasing her origins, revealing the astonishing secret hidden within her, the ancient witch bloodline, nearly obliterated by the passage of time. Her thoughts shifted once more, returning to that ominous underground shrine a month ago. Now, do you understand? Orochimaru's voice was unexpectedly gentle, even tinged with a rare warmth. You are a good girl, incredibly strong, and immensely brave. In the future, Sasuke may need you dearly, require your strength and assistance. This is my final trump card prepared for Naruto and Sasuke. One they will never know of, and I shall never let them discover. You cannot tell them. Do you comprehend? That unusual tone of tenderness grazed Shikuro's heartstrings like a feather, yet it was the name Sasuke that truly stirred the depths of her soul, unleashing a tumultuous wave. That night, Orochimaru and Shikuro engaged in a lengthy and profound conversation. With the meticulousness and patience unique to a scientist, he laid bare the unfathomable truth of Naruto and Sasuke's return from the future, leaving no detail unexamined. Moreover, he patiently answered all of Shikuro's inquiries regarding the future and her own situation, without a hint of impatience. At the conversation's conclusion, Orochimaru broached an even heavier topic, one that could nearly crush the mind. Shikuro was unlike most people, for her veins coursed with the ancient and sacred blood of the long-extinct witch clan, a lineage spoken of only in legends. How could this be? I possess such power within me. Shikuro felt her mind thundering with disbelief. Your Kagura hard eyes. That is the most compelling evidence. Orochimaru raised his hand, his fingertips nearly brushing against Shine's eyelids. The ancient lineage, once lost, possessed a corresponding ancient ocular technique, the powerful eyes revered as the eyes of the priestess, whose essence lay in an unimaginable capacity for perception. Your Kagura hard eye is but a faint trace of this power, diluted through countless generations. Orochimaru meticulously elucidated the latent might contained within the priestess bloodline, along with the myriad transformations it could unleash, leading Cheyenne to a groundbreaking realization of her own identity. After expending considerable time dissecting the origins and implications of this formidable bloodline, Orochimaru's expression grew gravely earnest. He gazed directly into Cheyenne's eyes and spoke with deliberate clarity. I hope you will acquiesce to my forthcoming request. In the coming month, I shall employ the specialized biological techniques at my disposal to fully awaken the dormant priestess bloodline within you. Trust me, I have mastered the core technology required, and the entire process will not inflict any irreversible harm upon you. However, his tone shifted abruptly, imbued with a near-pleading gravity. Yet, Cheyenne, your successful awakening of the priestess bloodline merely fulfills the foundational requirements for another forbidden technique. Indeed, within this brief span of half a month, I have, based on the unique properties of the priestess bloodline in my lifelong studies, developed another astonishing forbidden technique, the life synchronization of the world-devouring corridor. Chapter 60. Thank you. Dust fell gently like fine snow, carrying the acrid scent of smoke and charred remnants, permeating the shattered shrine space. The devastation was all-encompassing. Once meticulously arranged experimental apparatus lay twisted into grotesque scrap metal, glimmering with dangerous metallic edges. Glass instruments had exploded and scattered, transforming into a carpet of crystalline shards that refracted a glimmer of despair in the dim light. The ancient shrine walls bore the brunt of unimaginable impacts, spiderweb-like cracks spreading unchecked, as if on the verge of complete collapse. Charred beams, blackened by flames, groaned under the burden, teetering precariously, signs of impending ruin. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, a palpable weight pressing upon the hearts of all present, rendering even breath laborious. The members of Team Hawk were utterly spent, akin to flickering candles in the wind. Mizuki and Jogo leaned heavily against the petite figure of Cheyenne, their bodies nearly devoid of strength, as if she were their last bastion. Their faces were ashen, devoid of any color, lips chapped and cracked. Yet they stubbornly channeled the meager remnants of chakra within, a trickle that barely resembled a stream, toward the girl on the brink of collapse. This transfer, occurring despite having long since depleted their chakra, was akin to igniting the very essence of their lives, a final flicker drawn forth by sheer willpower. Cheyenne knelt upon the cold floor, her body trembling uncontrollably, as though it might shatter at any moment. Her iconic, flame-like crimson hair now lay dull and lifeless, matted with sweat, sticking messily to her dust-covered forehead and cheeks. Tears mingled silently with sweat, carving desperate rivulets down her soiled visage. Her hands hung limply, fingers unable to curl, yet her spirit, unyielding, rooted in her Uzumaki heritage, persisted in maintaining the 18 golden chains encircling the shrine's center. Chains that were nearly on the verge of vanishing. The chains glimmered dimly, akin to the flickering light of a dying candle, wavering in the air, ready to dissipate entirely. Cheyenne's consciousness began to blur, the world around her twisting and swirling into a chaotic vortex. In her haze, she thought she glimpsed a haunting figure, short black hair, ice-cold eyes, and an eternally straightened back. Sasuke, her lips parted, voicing a whisper so faint it nearly vanished into the surrounding silence. Was it an illusion? As her awareness faded, the deep-seated yearning within her became increasingly vivid. Sasuke, I miss you so much. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading silently to the cold ground, creating a dark puddle, a reflection of her shattered heart. Everything was at an end. A hoarse, weary voice, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of relief, suddenly broke the stillness. Orochimaru knelt nearby, his golden snake-like eyes staring vacantly at the center of the shrine, which had been utterly reduced to nothingness, leaving only twisted remnants of metal in its wake. That place had once embodied his lofty aspirations, a sanctuary for his dream of immortality. It had failed. Orochimaru's voice trembled with an intensity he had not even realized. How could it have failed? An unprecedented, heart-wrenching sense of despair gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He slowly lowered his head, burying his face in his cascading black hair, which had lost its luster and vitality, resembling withered grass. Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun. His shoulders quivered slightly, as if struggling to suppress a torrent of emotions ready to burst forth. Surroundings descended into a suffocating silence. Only Cheyenne's stifled, intermittent sobs pierced the air, akin to fine needles pricking every listener's eardrums. No one wept aloud. It was not that they lacked sorrow or despair, but the relentless toll of nearly a month of sleeplessness, sustained solely by soldier pills, had drained every ounce of their strength. They were bereft of the energy to cry out. Despair, like a cold, unyielding tide, silently and inexorably inundated every heart, dragging them into an endless abyss. Amidst this almost frozen silence, a faint yet remarkably clear sound of footsteps suddenly resonated. Tap, tap, tap. It felt as though they were treading upon the taut strings of everyone's anxious hearts, drawing nearer. The footsteps were deliberate, exuding a disquieting sense of calm and power. Yes, everything had come to an end. A voice pierced through, cold yet imbued with an oddly crystalline clarity, akin to shattering ice, abruptly tearing through the shroud of despair enveloping the space. After a moment's stillness, that voice resonated again, carrying an undeniable conviction. However, this phase has merely concluded. It is time to transition to the next stage. That voice, so familiar it was etched into the very marrow of their being. Like a bolt of lightning cleaving through darkness, it violently dispelled the heavy gloom that had settled in their hearts. Mizuki's dulled gaze suddenly sharpened, Jogo's stiff neck jerked upwards, and even the long silent Kabuto lifted his head, as all three were engulfed in a wave of disbelief and hope. Cheyenne's fading consciousness, on the brink of succumbing to darkness, was momentarily yanked back by the sound. Summoning her last vestige of strength, she struggled to turn her nearly broken neck, her gaze laboriously focusing. At the entrance of the ruined shrine, now reduced to a twisted framework, two figures stood silhouetted against the light. The illumination outlined their upright forms, as if they were deities returning from the brink of hell. To the left stood a figure clad in black, with black hair and eyes so deep they seemed capable of swallowing the stars, Uchiha Sasuke. To the right, a figure with golden hair that still shimmered defiantly in the dimness, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke. Shien's throat emitted a raspy call, a whisper akin to the final murmur of a dying soul. The sound was barely audible, yet it was charged with volcanic emotion and grievance. She struggled, driven by a sudden, soul-deep yearning, to raise her body, to reach out to that figure she had longed for night and day, whom she had thought she had lost forever. Yet, her thoroughly drained body betrayed her will completely. With merely a slight movement, her knee buckled, and she was unable to prevent herself from toppling forward. An intense pain and overwhelming weakness surged through her, as her face bore an intricate tapestry of ecstasy at seeing her beloved, urgency, and the frustration and despair of being unable to control her body, causing tears to stream forth once more. Just as she was about to crash helplessly onto the cold, filthy ground, a fleeting shadow appeared in an instant. Like a teleportation, Sasuke Uchiha had materialized before Kagaya. He extended his arm, swift and precise, securely enveloping her frail, nearly weightless form. "Don't move," Sasuke's deep voice resonated, reaching Kagaya's ears with an unprecedented gentleness. It was a tone that could almost be described as tender, something Kagaya had never dared to hope for. "I have seen you. Kagaya, I have been watching you all along." This sudden warmth, akin to the sun melting away ice and snow, shattered the last barrier within Kagaya's heart. Her nearly parched spirit felt as if it had been infused with a refreshing spring, surging forth with an indescribable strength and warmth. She leaned weakly against Sasuke's solid embrace, her nose filled with a familiar, yet somehow more stable and profound scent. A sense of security overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. "Welcome back," Kagaya managed to utter with the last remnants of her strength. Once spoken, her taut nerves fully relaxed, and her heavy eyelids could no longer bear the weight, gently closing. She leaned against Sasuke's shoulder, succumbing to a deep slumber. On her pale face lingered a miraculous trace of relief and contentment. "Thank you," Sasuke murmured, gazing down at the exhausted girl in his arms, her face pale yet adorned with a faint smile. In the depths of his dark eyes flickered a complex and inscrutable emotion. He whispered, audible only to himself, laden with unspoken remorse and heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, Kagaya." Cautiously, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on a relatively clean patch of ground nearby. Sasuke gently unfastened his slightly oversized black cloak, a symbol of his identity, and tenderly laid it upon the ground. Then, he bent down and carefully placed the sleeping Kagaya onto the soft cloak, treating her with utmost reverence. Sasuke knelt, observing Kagaya's colorless visage. He slowly raised his right hand, his pale and elongated palm gently resting upon her abdomen, where the core of her chakra resided. In the next moment, a gentle, vast, and vibrant green chakra flowed forth from his palm like a surging spring tide. This chakra, warm and pure, radiated a compassionate aura capable of soothing all beings. This was no ordinary medical ninjutsu. It was the miraculous healing power unique to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, unrivaled in the ninja world. A visible miracle was unfolding beneath the gentle green light. The profound fatigue and pallor on Kagaya's face swiftly dissipated as if washed away by warm water. Her previously ashen complexion began to regain its rosy hue at an astonishing pace. The tiny wounds and abrasions on her body rapidly healed under the nurturing glow, leaving not a single scar behind. Her chakra pathways, once parched and cracked like a drought-stricken land, were rejuvenated by this life-giving chakra, brimming with vitality once more. Her breathing transformed from a faint whisper to a steady, elongated rhythm. Chapter 61. A new power. Naruto approached Sasuke slowly, his gaze drifting over the sleeping Kagaya in Sasuke's arms. Her pale face, tinged with a satisfied smile, stirred an indescribable pang of bitterness and guilt within him. They had witnessed everything transpiring outside the shrine, as if they had lived it themselves. They saw Kagaya's frail body unleash an astonishing resilience, sustaining the flickering light of the golden chains with her very life. Naruto inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and turned towards the nearly collapsed Suigetsu and Jugo. His footsteps crunched softly on the gravel, yet seemed to carry a strange, soothing power. He extended his hands, placing them on the trembling shoulders of Suigetsu and Jugo, both of whom were on the brink of exhaustion. "You have done well." Naruto Uzumaki's voice resonated with a gentle warmth that pierced the soul, imbued with unreserved praise and a hint of barely perceptible remorse. His gaze swept over Suigetsu's nearly transparent form, as if it might vanish at any moment, and lingered on Jugo's taut muscles, tense to the limit yet still quivering. Their determination, their unwavering resilience on the brink of despair, left an indelible mark on Naruto's heart. Suddenly, an indescribable warmth erupted from his palm, akin to the concentrated heat and brilliance of countless rising suns. The golden chakra, belonging to Kurama, the essence of life itself, surged forth, yet was meticulously controlled by Naruto, transforming into two resplendent golden rivers of light. The radiant streams flowed gently, pouring into the nearly depleted bodies of Suigetsu and Jugo. This energy was both forceful and profoundly compassionate. Where it passed, it was not merely healing, but rather an elevation and replenishment of the very essence of life. Exhaustion? What was that? The bone-deep cold and weakness that threatened to freeze even the soul melted away before this golden torrent, as if snow met lava, vanishing without a trace. The dry chakra pathways, akin to a desert, were fervently irrigated by this inexhaustible life-giving essence, visibly filling, strengthening, and even subtly expanding the strength that had been entirely depleted, rendering even the lifting of a finger a luxury, began to recover at an astonishing rate, surging forth. Suigetsu felt as though he had been yanked from the icy depths of the ocean directly into the warm core of a volcano. The warmth permeated every inch of his liquefied form, dispelling the suffocating sense of dissolution. He could even clearly see his once thin, nearly transparent body rapidly coalescing under the golden light, becoming more solid, more powerful. Golden ripples danced across his surface, brimming with vitality. "What is this?" Suigetsu murmured instinctively, his tone filled with disbelief and astonishment. Jugo's muscles, once rigid to the point of petrification, began to relax under this sacred warmth, like glaciers thawing in the gentle spring breeze. "I feel so much better." Jugo's voice was somewhat hoarse yet exceptionally clear, imbued with a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Naruto Uzumaki nodded with a smile, the golden radiance in his palm unwavering, continuously replenishing the life energy of both individuals. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha had stabilized Kagaya's life force, confirming that the depleted energy within her had been initially replenished by the miraculous wood-released chakra, temporarily rescuing her from the brink of death, before gradually standing upright. His dark eyes scanned the recovered Suigetsu and Jugo, ultimately resting on Naruto. Their gazes met. No words were necessary, for they understood each other's intentions. His expression calm. He surveyed the wreckage of the shrine, finally fixing his gaze on the corner where Orochimaru leaned against a charred, crumbling wall. Orochimaru reclined against the wall, his round-framed glasses askew, the lenses smeared with dust and blood, obscuring the complexity of his current emotions. His complexion mirrored Kagaya's, pale and haggard. Sasuke stepped up to Orochimaru, his demeanor as silent as ever. He simply extended his right hand, and a chakra, distinct from Naruto's golden energy, yet equally pure and powerful, imbued with an eerie vitality, flowed precisely into Orochimaru's body. A tremor coursed through Do's body, akin to being cleansed by a pristine spring, swiftly dispelling the overwhelming fatigue that had nearly dragged his consciousness into darkness. This potent life force revitalized him, shaking his now invigorated arm. Shueiwa felt the resurgence of strength within him. He glanced at Naruto and then cast a sidelong look at Sasuke, who was silently performing a technique. A grin spread across his face, revealing a set of white teeth, his tone laced with a mix of relief and playful mockery. "Hey, you two imbeciles. You've finally come to. If you had taken any longer, we might have had to contemplate how to give you a grand funeral." Zhongwu, standing nearby, felt the energy within him gradually settling and his strength returning. He nodded gravely at Naruto and Sasuke, his eyes, now clear, filled with genuine gratitude and trust. Do adjusted his crooked glasses, his sharp, intricate gaze sweeping over the two youths before him, whose energies had undergone a monumental transformation. He could distinctly sense that the power they now harbored far exceeded any past comprehension he had. Finally, the gazes of Naruto and Sasuke converged upon the figure still kneeling at the center of the shrine, seemingly bereft of all support, Orochimaru. Once a figure that instilled terror throughout the ninja world, Orochimaru had once regarded all life as mere playthings, relentlessly pursuing the secrets of immortality. and was one of the legendary Sannin who stirred the very winds of change. Yet now, he resembled a crumbling statue, pitifully kneeling amidst the cold dust. His head hung low, and his once sleek, black hair now lay dull and disheveled, matted with gray dust and congealed dark crimson stains, reminiscent of lifeless seaweed. Utterly devoid of vitality, an unprecedented sense of desolation and lifelessness emanated from Orochimaru, as if his very soul had been drained by the brutal battle, leaving behind an empty shell. The footsteps of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke shattered the rubble, echoing through the desolate shrine, producing the only melody in this silence. The sound was clear and heavy, like the pendulum of judgment, carrying an undeniable authority and rhythm as they advanced step by step towards the defeated figure. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, charred remnants, and a faint metallic tang of blood, mingling with the immense chakra radiating from the two, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Naruto's golden hair fluttered slightly in the disrupted currents, and within the depths of his azure eyes flickered a complex, inscrutable emotion, ultimately crystallizing into a cold resolve. He raised his gaze to the prostrate figure, a thought coursing through him, causing his chakra to surge. In an instant, his sky-blue eyes were entirely replaced by a haunting crimson. 1, 2, 3 black tomos slowly rotated within the blood-red pupils, emanating a disquieting, sinister glow. The Sharingan, a power belonging to the Uchiha, now blossoming within Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke, with his raven locks, bore a countenance as cold as ice. Sensing the sudden shift in Naruto's chakra, his own dark eyes immediately suffused with the same sanguine hue. 3 tomos spun rapidly, almost coalescing into a singular ring. Yet this was merely the beginning. The power of his eyes erupted once more, the tomo twisting and merging into an even more intricate and enigmatic pattern. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan was activated. The chilling and formidable waves of ocular power radiated as if tangible. However, the transformation within Sasuke's gaze did not cease. The kaleidoscopic pattern morphed again, overlapping and ultimately stabilizing into a new, perfect form, seemingly imbued with the essence of eternity and immortality. The eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. 2 pairs of crimson eyes, one infused with the sharpness and declaration of rebirth, the other steeped in the coldness and authority of evolution, simultaneously focused upon the figure at the shrine's center. Upon hearing the familiar yet strangely transformed footsteps, Orochimaru's rigid body subtly quivered, a faint remnant of instinct. He moved slowly, as though every joint had rusted, and with fingers stained with filth and dried blood. He struggled to part the damp, disheveled strands of hair obscuring his vision. A pale face, nearly translucent, gradually emerged. Beneath deeply sunken eye sockets lay heavy bruising, silently narrating the unfathomable toll he had endured, far surpassing any limit. Yet, those iconic golden slitted pupils, serpentine in nature, though dimmed and void of their former piercing clarity, had not been entirely consumed by despair. In that waning fatigue, a flicker of light stubbornly persisted, a manifestation of Orochimaru's relentless obsession with forbidden knowledge and arcane power, akin to a candle flickering defiantly against the wind. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke halted mere steps from Orochimaru. Their eyes met, and an unspoken electricity charged the air. No words were necessary. Merely the collision of their gazes conveyed their understanding, a bond forged in the crucible of life and death that transcended language. In the next moment, without a trace of hesitation, both Naruto and Sasuke extended their hands toward the faltering Orochimaru. One palm radiated with the warm, golden remnants of solar chakra, akin to a miniature sun, exuding a reassuring vitality. The other hand, suffused with a vast, verdant life force, drew from the essence of creation itself, imbued with a near-sacred authority. 2 hands, embodying contrasting yet equally formidable energies, hovered before Orochimaru, awaiting his response. Chapter 62, A New Trial. Orochimaru's gaze gradually lifted to rest upon the 2 hands before him. The golden warmth, the verdant vitality. Yet, he did not immediately reach out to grasp them. His golden serpentine eyes reflected a tempest of emotions, complex and inscrutable. His gaze, akin to the most precise of instruments, scrutinized Naruto and Sasuke from head to toe, meticulously examining the astounding transformations they had undergone. His attention first fixated upon Naruto's face. Those eyes were no longer the pure, clear blue reminiscent of rain-washed skies from his memories. Instead, they now burned with an eerie crimson light. 3 black tomo rotated slowly within the blood-red depths, emanating an oppressive aura, the Sharingan. And not just any Sharingan, but a three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, Naruto's entire demeanor had undergone an ineffable metamorphosis. While his core essence, bright and sunny, remained intact, it was now layered with a wild and domineering quality befitting a peak warrior, subtly tinged with a profound, abyss-like chill and pressure. That was undoubtedly the shadow of Uchiha Madara. There could be no mistake. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his heart quaking, before his gaze snapped abruptly to Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes, too, had transformed dramatically. At this moment, within his pupils lay a new and intricate pattern, seemingly woven from two bizarre flowers intertwined, the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The power radiating from that pattern was magnitude stronger than before. Sasuke's aura retained the cold, aloof pride inherent to the Uchiha clan, keeping others at bay. With but a hint of perception, one can distinctly sense the surging, primal vitality beneath that cold exterior, an overwhelming force reminiscent of the ancient forests, vibrant and unyielding. It radiates warmth and resilience, embodying the essence of renewal. This is the aura of the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru gazed intently at the two youths before him. Transformed as if reborn, feeling the legendary powers within them, two forces that, while opposing, seemed to have reached a terrifying equilibrium. He suddenly chuckled softly. Initially, the laughter was somewhat hoarse and dry, but it swiftly became smooth, imbued with an indescribable sense of relief, coupled with a deeply hidden pride in his own creations. It appears to be a success, he mused, extending his tongue to moisten his parched, cracked lips, as his voice miraculously regained some of its former, magnetic charm. I knew my exhaustive research and meticulous planning by Orochimaru could not possibly lead to failure. With that, he hesitated no longer, reaching out with his trembling hands. Weakened from excessive exertion, to grasp the outstretched palms of Naruto and Sasuke. Three hands, having endured tribulations, now clasped tightly together. The residual power resonated at their point of contact, clashing and swirling, emitting faint crackling sounds. We have encountered them, Madara and Hashirama. Sasuke spoke first. His voice calm, yet laced with the complexities born of temporal intertwining and legendary witness. They have acknowledged the paths taken by Naruto and me, bequeathing unto us their most primal forces. Naruto followed, his tone solemn, each word seeming to carry immense weight. Orochimaru, this time. The two exchanged glances, finding in each other's eyes the same resolute determination and gratitude. They spoke in unison, their voices resonating clearly within the dilapidated shrine. We are endlessly grateful. Orochimaru trembled slightly, leaning against the arms of Naruto and Sasuke, gradually straightening his nearly exhausted form. Cold sweat dampened the few strands of black hair on his forehead, adhering tightly to his pallid, bloodless cheeks. Yet, the signature golden serpent-like pupils burned with an almost frenzied light, astonishingly bright. He regarded Naruto and Sasuke as though they were rare treasures, his gaze greedily traversing every detail. A suppressed cough escaped his throat, uneven and labored, revealing the tremendous toll of the recent ritual. Sensing his intention to stand, Naruto and Sasuke instinctively released their grips, allowing him to sway slightly before ultimately stabilizing. Orochimaru shook his head, striving to dispel the intense fatigue invading his very bones, yet an uncontrollable, enigmatic smile curved his lips. The initial fusion of souls has finally been accomplished. His voice was hoarse, bearing the rasp of survival, yet tinged with a bubbling excitement. The monstrous soul powers of Madara and Hashirama have begun to intertwine at the deepest, most fundamental level with your souls. His gaze first fell upon Naruto, whose Sharingan, a vivid crimson with swirling black tomo, sparked an almost obsessive gleam in Orochimaru's eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, perhaps now, you should be regarded as the vessel of Indra's chakra, forcibly accommodating the destructive will of Uchiha Madara. Can you feel it? This power is ferocious, brimming with the desire to utterly tear apart the fabric of existence, yet it also harbors unimaginable potential to upend everything. Then, his gaze shifted to Sasuke, momentarily resting upon the depths of his eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which seemed to contain the very essence of the cosmos. And you, Uchiha Sasuke, not merely a scion of Indra's bloodline, but now possessing the strength of Ashura, combined with the overwhelming chakra and vitality of Senju Hashirama. This magnificently compensates for your inherent deficiencies. This life force is vast, akin to the nurturing earth that fosters all life. Yet who could have anticipated that it also conceals the might to reshape mountains and seas? Orochimaru inhaled sharply, forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous energy within him caused by excessive expenditure, striving to stand a little straighter. At this moment, the fervor in his eyes subsided, replaced by a more solemn, discerning gaze reminiscent of a strict mentor. However, you too must heed my words clearly. His voice, though not loud, possessed a peculiar penetrating quality, resonating distinctly in the ears of all present. The preliminary perfect fusion at the soul level is merely the first step. It has only opened a slightly ajar door towards the pinnacle of power, granting you the foundational eligibility to barely bear that legendary force. Orochimaru extended his pale finger, pointing first at Naruto, then at Sasuke. What you are currently able to sense and initially mobilize is merely the tip of the iceberg in the ocean of power belonging to those mythic figures of the ninja world. It is but the faintest manifestation of strength that has seeped from the depths of the sea during the initial resonance of your souls. Naruto could distinctly feel the nascent power within him, akin to an awakening ancient beast, restlessly roaring and crashing about. Merely the heat it unconsciously radiated was enough to stir the chakra of the nine tails. He instinctively clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The sensation of power was unprecedented, yet deeper within. A sense of Uchiha Madara's haughty disdain and almost manic obsession coiled around his mind like a cold serpent. Sasuke, in contrast, silently introspected within. A warm, heavy, and life-giving torrent of power flowed like a river under the spring sun, nurturing every cell in his body. He even sensed that the mental burdens and subtle physical erosions imposed by his eternal kaleidoscope had been soothed and repaired by this force. Yet he also understood that this power resembled an endless primordial forest, vast and boundless, and he had only just cautiously stepped onto its fringes. True strength is never a windfall from the heavens, nor is it a cheap gift. Orochimaru's voice hardened, akin to unyielding ice. It demands the harshest of trials, requires the shedding of blood to nourish it, and necessitates that you repeatedly struggle, howl, and comprehend on the razor's edge of life and death to ultimately command it. He paused slightly, his keen gaze sweeping over the complex interplay of emotions in the eyes of the two, an innate yearning for power, the gravity of confronting the unknown path ahead, and an unwavering determination that would not waver. Battle. Orochimaru emphasized the word, as if those two syllables were imbued with boundless power, the most effective catalyst. It is the ultimate crucible that will meld your souls, will, and this external force into one. Each life-threatening struggle at the brink of your limits, each brutal test that teeters on the threshold of life and death, will deepen your understanding of this new power. It will bind your souls more tightly with Madara's and Hashirama's soul imprints, until they can never be separated. Gratitude is owed to the ordinary members of SOS for their boba tea. Thanks to Chintzy for the 2 inspiration capsules. Appreciation to Hyman Crow for the motivation talisman. Thank you to Yao for the boba tea. I am immensely grateful. Words cannot express my appreciation for your gifts, so I shall devote myself to refining the forthcoming plot as recompense. Your companionship has made my life all the more splendid. Having patiently read through everyone's comments over the past few days, I must admit, I am truly delighted. As a novice author with my first book, being able to interact with so many readers brings me genuine joy. I am truly elated whenever I receive attention from readers. It provides me with immense motivation. As this is my inaugural attempt at writing a novel, I have been learning and exploring along the way. Up to this point, I have encountered several flaws in the narrative, all thanks to the feedback and comments from everyone. To be candid, I initially intended to gloss over certain details, as my primary aim in creating this novel was to deliver an exhilarating experience, as long as there were no significant inconsistencies. However, I tend to be quite meticulous and dislike crafting plot lines that would undermine character integrity. After reflecting on the comments over the past few days, I have identified several critical flaws within the story that cannot be overlooked, as they would significantly diminish the reading experience for my audience. First, let me enumerate the substantial issues that have arisen thus far. 1. The issue concerning Orochimaru's hands was not adequately explained. I later realized this, but in my haste to write, I found it impossible to rectify, as I had hoped to bypass it. However, I now understand that this would greatly detract from the reader's enjoyment. Therefore, I plan to address this flaw in the upcoming chapters. I appreciate everyone's understanding. 2. The soul of Hashirama is still within the belly of the Shinigami, yet my plot directly summons the souls of Hashirama and Madara. This is indeed a significant flaw, and I owe my gratitude to the insightful review from a reader, which prompted me to acknowledge this serious issue. This, along with the first flaw, presents a series of problems. Consequently, I intend to introduce a supplementary storyline to rectify this oversight. Additionally, I wish to clarify a potentially ambiguous point that may lead to misunderstandings regarding the resurrection of the Nine Tails. It is important to note that its resurrection is not of the same nature as that of Naruto and Sasuke. It does not return alongside them. In the original plot, the Nine Tails sacrificed itself to save Naruto, and at the moment of Naruto and Sasuke's resurrection, the Nine Tails was already present, not accompanying the two. Should there be anything unclear, feel free to leave a comment. If there are any flaws within this novel, please do not hesitate to comment or leave a review. I will patiently read each and every one. Finally, I would like to express that this is my first novel and a concept I have contemplated for quite some time. I am committed to completing this narrative with sincerity. Moreover, this novel belongs to me, but it can also belong to you. We can collaboratively conceive the subsequent plot, and I will strive to fulfill your suggestions. Thank you all for your readership, and I hope you can overlook some of the minor flaws within. Thank you. Chapter 63. The Cycle of Yin and Yang. Ever repeating, all things in existence are within grasp. Orochimaru's words resonated like invisible hammers, striking forcefully at the hearts of Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Each had honed their will and strength through countless battles. They understood better than anyone that the acquisition of power is invariably accompanied by the costs of sweat, blood, and even life itself. Merging the powers of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is not the pinnacle of achievement. Rather, it marks the beginning of a more arduous journey, one that is far more magnificent and filled with boundless possibilities. Orochimaru observed as the two fell into deep contemplation, digesting the weight of his words. A subtle satisfaction finally gracing his pale visage. He slowly raised his bony hand, palm facing upward, silently signaling the continuation of a certain ritual. Kabuto, almost in sync with his movement, swiftly retrieved a sealed black wooden box from his specially designed medical kit. The box, smooth and devoid of unnecessary embellishment, emanated an unusual sense of gravity. With both hands, Kabuto reverently presented the box to Orochimaru. Accepting it, Orochimaru delicately flicked the lid open, revealing two peculiar diamond-shaped crystals resting upon dark red velvet padding. One crystal was pitch black, resembling the deepest void of night, with countless tiny, blood-colored specks swirling within, exuding an aura of destruction and dominance. This was the Shura crystal, harboring the essence of Madara's soul. The other was a vibrant green, akin to the tender tips of leaves in early spring, encapsulating the dew of dawn, radiating warmth, gentleness, and the vast vitality of life. This was the Senro crystal, containing the very essence of Hashirama's life force. At that moment, the brilliance of these two crystals appeared even more subdued yet profound than when observed under the cold laboratory lights, their intrinsic power now undeniably more pure and refined. Take these. Orochimaru's voice was slightly hoarse as he lifted the two distinctly different crystals, casting his gaze upon Naruto and Sasuke, indicating them to accept the gifts. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suppressed the tumultuous chakra within him stirred by Madara's power, extending his hand to grasp the inky black Shura crystal. The instant he touched it, an extreme chill coursed through his palm, akin to holding a piece of ancient ice from the underworld. A fierce, proud will emanated from it, attempting to pierce the depths of his consciousness like an invisible needle. Yet, this will was immediately countered by the roaring chakra of the Nine Tails awakening within him, along with the nascent destructive aura belonging to Uchiha Madara, resulting in a silent clash. While the surface of the crystal appeared smooth, the moment it was held, Naruto could feel the myriad of almost imperceptible edges, pricking his palm, as if constantly reminding him of the inherent danger and untamed nature of this power. Sasuke, on the other hand, extended his other hand to receive the glistening green Senro crystal. In stark contrast to Naruto's experience, it felt warm to the touch, akin to grasping a solidified ray of sunlight. A serene, vast, and all-encompassing life energy emanated from it, flowing through him like the gentlest current, causing his taut nerves to relax involuntarily, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of comfort and tranquility, as if he were adrift in a warm ocean. Returning to the initial state of serenity at the dawn of life, he could distinctly sense that this crystal resonated intensely with the inexhaustible power originating from Senju Hashirama within him, akin to long-lost kin finally reuniting. responding to and attracting one another. From this moment onward, these crystals will serve as the measure of your mastery over this newfound power. Orochimaru's voice carried a cold, almost cruel scientific precision, his gaze scanning back and forth between the two distinctly radiant crystals. Every attempt you make to wield this new power, every insight you gain regarding the true essence of Madara's or Hashirama's strength during life and death struggles, will be recorded by these crystals in the most direct manner possible. Their form, luster, internal energy flow, and even temperature will undergo noticeable changes as your soul's integration deepens and your ability to harness this power evolves. In Orochimaru's tone, aside from the rigor of a scientist, there was a barely perceptible hint of fervent anticipation. Perhaps the glow would shift from subdued to resplendent, or the swirling blood-colored galaxy or miniature forest within would become clearer and more dynamic. The specific patterns of these changes would need to be observed, experienced, and summarized through your diligent training and battles. He deliberately paused, allowing the two ample time to absorb the vast information and profound implications embedded within his words. Standing beside, Shueiyue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she couldn't help but lower her voice, marveling to her companion. Chongwu, wow, it sounds just like some sort of experience bar. Rarely did Chongwu's typically emotionless face reveal a hint of intrigue. He observed the crystals in Naruto and Sasuke's hands, nodding silently, his gaze imbued with curiosity and reverence for the operation of such an unknown and formidable power. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto instinctively adjusted his glasses, his sharp eyes glinting with keen interest. Clearly, he was deeply fascinated by the potential data variations these two crystals might produce and the soul fusion mechanism they represented. Naruto, gripping the Shura crystal tightly, felt its cold touch and the faint sting that heightened his awareness. He lifted his gaze, his azure eyes now sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Orochimaru, and asked in a low voice, "What does it take to truly master this power?" His desire for strength was overwhelming, more urgent than ever before. He yearned to wield this cataclysmic power flawlessly, to sever the foreseen, suffocating fate that loomed ahead. Sasuke remained silent, yet his gaze was equally piercing, locked onto Orochimaru. The swirling patterns within his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to quicken, silently conveying the same urgent question shared with Naruto. Under the intensity of their stares, Orochimaru's pale face gradually curled into a mysterious smile, his golden serpent-like eyes shimmering with an all-knowing wisdom and a hint of mischievousness. "It's quite simple," he drawled, extending a pale finger and gently waving it in the air. "When these two crystals, which serve as a scale, vanish completely from your grasp." His voice suddenly deepened and became solemn, as if proclaiming an ultimate truth. Upon hearing this, the air seemed to freeze. Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback, their faces registering disbelief. Vanish. Instinctively, they glanced down at the tangible crystals in their palms, brimming with unimaginable energy. They were so solid, so real. How could they possibly disappear? "Vanish," Naruto murmured, furrowing his brow, confusion and skepticism lacing his tone. "Indeed, vanish," Orochimaru confirmed with unwavering certainty, as if stating a scientifically validated law. "When your souls, intertwined with those of Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, reach a state of perfect harmony, indistinguishable from one another, when you can wield their legendary powers as effortlessly as you breathe or move your limbs, then the mission of these two crystals, as your guides and markers, will be fulfilled. At that point, they will naturally transform into the most primal and purest soul energy, seamlessly merging into your bodies and the ocean of your souls, leaving no trace of their existence." Orochimaru's gaze grew distant and profound, as if transcending the confines of the dilapidated shrine to glimpse a vast future brimming with infinite possibilities. "That day will mark your true beginning at a new starting point, a moment when you possess the qualifications to challenge all. Henceforth, the cycle of yin and yang will perpetuate, and all phenomena will be within your grasp. That is the ultimate goal of the soul contract reincarnation technique, and the foundation upon which you can alter everything." A brief silence enveloped the shrine. Naruto and Sasuke gazed at the crystals in their hands, feeling the almost boundless potential and the weighty responsibility they bore. The Shura crystal was cold and unyielding, while the Senro crystal was warm and substantial. They were not merely measures of power, but keys to the future, pivotal to their ability to break the cycle of fate. Taking a deep breath, Naruto slowly tightened his grip on the Shura crystal, its icy touch igniting his fighting spirit. He lifted his head, his crimson Sharingan meeting Sasuke's, revealing an unprecedented determination. Sasuke met his gaze, pressing the Senro crystal against his chest, feeling the warmth that resonated with his very bloodline. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan within him burned with an indomitable flame as well. Words were unnecessary. A mere exchange of glances spoke volumes. The path ahead was long and fraught with challenges, yet they had embarked on this extraordinary journey. We understand. Sasuke spoke first, his voice calm yet resonant. We will master their powers swiftly, inheriting their will and moving forward. Naruto asserted, his tone resolute. Orochimaru observed the blazing determination in their eyes, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent, he said, licking his lips with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Then let me await the spectacle of Uchiha Madara's destructive power and Senju Hashirama's creative force manifesting within you two intriguing vessels. I truly look forward to witnessing where this wind will blow, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun. Having patiently read through everyone's comments over the past few days, I must admit, I am genuinely pleased. As a novice author, it brings me great joy to interact with so many readers. Just knowing that there are people following my work fills me with motivation. However, being my first attempt at writing a novel, I have been learning and exploring as I go. To date, I have identified several flaws in this narrative, largely thanks to your feedback and comments. To be honest, at the outset, I intended to take a more relaxed approach, as the primary goal of this novel was to provide enjoyment, as long as there were no significant inconsistencies. I tend to be quite meticulous and dislike creating plotlines that compromise character integrity. However, after reading the comments over the past few days, I have discovered a few critical flaws that cannot be overlooked, as they significantly diminish the experience for readers. Firstly, let me outline the major issues encountered thus far. 1. The issue with Orochimaru's hands was not clearly explained. I realized this later, but I wrote too quickly and found it impossible to rectify, hoping to gloss over it. However, I recognized that it would greatly lower the reader's enjoyment. Thus, I plan to address this flaw in future chapters. Thank you for your understanding. 2. Hashirama's soul is still within the Shinigami's belly, yet my plot directly calls for the summoning of Hashirama and Madara's souls. This is indeed a significant flaw, and I owe my awareness of this serious issue to a review by a reader. Along with the first flaw, this constitutes a string of problems. Therefore, I intend to create an additional subplot to specifically address this gap. Additionally, I believe there is a somewhat ambiguous point that may cause misunderstandings regarding the rebirth of the Nine Tails. I would like to clarify, its rebirth is not of the same nature as Naruto and Sasuke's. It did not return alongside them. In the original plot, the Nine Tails sacrificed itself to save Naruto, and at the moment of Naruto and Sasuke's rebirth, the Nine Tails was still present, not accompanying them in their resurrection. If there are any other uncertainties, please feel free to leave comments. If there are any flaws in this novel, you can also directly comment or review, and I will patiently read through them all. Finally, I want to say, this is my first novel, a concept I have pondered for a long time. I aim to complete this novel earnestly. This book is mine, but it can also belong to you. We can collaboratively shape the future narrative, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your ideas. Thank you all for your readership, and I hope you can be understanding of the minor flaws within. Thank you. Chapter 64. Plans for the Future. Sasuke's awakening at the edge of the Whirlpool Island. The sea breeze carried its distinctive salty and moist essence, brushing against the jagged black rocks. Centuries of relentless waves had sculpted this coastline into sharp contours, akin to the weathered visage of a battle-hardened warrior. A thin mist coiled around the island like an eternal veil, isolating this place from the outside world. Sasuke stood atop a particularly prominent boulder, his black cloak billowing in the wind. He closed his eyes slightly, savoring the unfamiliar yet familiar scent of freedom. The monotonous and persistent sound of waves crashing against the rocks resembled an ageless rhythm, imbued with a soothing power that eased his tense nerves, if only momentarily. Naruto lounged casually beneath the boulder, leaning against the cool, hard stone, a kunai dangling from his mouth, swaying gently with his breath. He did not gaze at the sea, but rather lowered his head, seemingly introspecting the formidable force within him. A blend of Uchiha Madara's destructive power merging slowly yet steadfastly with his own chakra and that of the Nine Tails. Although the Shura crystal remained clutched in his hand, its icy touch no longer felt piercing. Instead, it resonated with a peculiar harmony. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his head, his blood-red eyes, merging the will of the Nine Tails and Madara's power, turned toward the side. Without needing to consciously sense it, he detected familiar presences traversing the mist, approaching from the distance. It was Orochimaru, followed closely by Kabuto, Karen, Suigetsu, and Yugo. They had come to bid farewell. After the successful fusion of forbidden techniques, Naruto and Sasuke had recuperated at this temporary base for 3 days. Their bodies adapted to the new power beyond expectations, while the connection at the soul level deepened steadily. The future lay before them like an unrolled canvas, brimming with the unknown and challenges. They were eager to begin their strokes. Returning to the ninja world to fulfill their reborn mission, the true battle was only just commencing. Sasuke leaped down from the boulder with a silent grace, landing softly on the sandy ground. He walked a few paces toward Karen, his gaze lingering momentarily on her slightly pale face, and his voice involuntarily softened. "Are you healed, Karen?" Karen abruptly looked up, meeting Sasuke's deep black eyes, her cheeks flushing a vibrant red, even her ears turning warm. She quickly lowered her gaze. Her fingers unconsciously entwined in her crimson hair, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, the healing properties of the Hashirama cells are quite strong." There was a hint of subtle shyness and reassurance in her tone. The life energy emanating from the first Hokage, now fused within Sasuke, also nourished and comforted her as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and turned to the others, his calm gaze sweeping over them. "Have you decided to stay here?" Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the dim light of the overcast sky. His signature smile tinged with a hint of fervor. "Whirlpool Island is an excellent location, concealed and secure. Kabuto and I intend to establish a more comprehensive research base here." He licked his lips, his golden snake-like eyes gleaming with excitement. "With future knowledge combined with present technology, we can develop many intriguing and powerful ninja tools, aiding the forthcoming transformation." Kabuto stood half a step behind Orochimaru, bowing slightly, his tone respectful yet steady. "I will fully support Lord Orochimaru. The future of the ninja world requires stronger power to uphold it, not merely that of the ninjas themselves. As for us," Suigetsu hoisted his beheading sword. Flashing a grin that revealed sharp teeth, his tone relaxed. "To be honest, Sasuke, Naruto, with your current strength, having us around is likely to be a hindrance." He shrugged. "It would be better to stay here, assisting Lord Orochimaru while enhancing our own skills. Yugo and I both feel the same." Yugo, standing silently beside them, nodded heavily in agreement with Suigetsu's sentiment. Suigetsu suddenly leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with a youthful yearning, carrying a hint of boyish ambition. "Hey, Sasuke, if peace truly comes, as you say, I want to travel the world with you, wielding my sword, carrying my great sword, exploring the scenery. It must be wonderful." Upon hearing this, a rare, faint smile graced Sasuke's face, reminiscent of the warm winter sun, fleeting yet poignant. There was a tinge of nostalgia and bitterness in that smile. Perhaps, in his previous life, it could have been possible. His voice lowered, imbued with an indescribable complexity. "But I must apologize this time, Suigetsu." He gently shook his head. "Forgive me, I must decline." Not only Suigetsu was taken aback, even Orochimaru, Kabuto, Karen, and even the usually reticent Naruto were drawn to Sasuke's pointed remark. They could sense the weight of the future and the grim implications hidden within his words. He seemed to foresee hardships far exceeding their imagination. Naruto, who had been deep in thought, was now stirred by his friend's abrupt riddle. During this time, they had been preoccupied with merging their powers and formulating initial plans. Yet they had never truly paused to engage in a profound exchange of their innermost thoughts and ultimate aspirations for the future. Sasuke appeared to possess deeper considerations. The sea breeze intensified, rustling the garments and hair of everyone present. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks grew more fervent, as if resonating with an impending shift. Sasuke did not look back at them. Instead, he turned away, walking slowly toward the boulder where he had previously stood. He did not leap up again, but remained beside the stone, facing away from the group, his gaze directed toward the surging sea. Watching the white waves crash relentlessly against the hard rocks, shattering and dissipating. Within the ninja world, safety and danger were still visible. His voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, imbued with a sense of maturity and resolution beyond his years. "When we truly unite the ninja world, when we eradicate those pests lurking underground and the rats in the gutters, then what?" His gaze deepened, as if piercing through the mist, glimpsing the distant starry sky. "At present, in a sense, we occupy an omniscient perspective, aware of where the true threats to our future lie. Thus, I intend to." He paused, as if weighing his words. or perhaps affirming his resolve. Utilizing this ninja world war, not, as that foolish Danzo instigated with his laughable Fourth Great Ninja War. A faint smirk of irony and resignation crossed his lips, but rather, guided by our own hands, aiming to dismantle the old order and reshape the new paradigm. Compelling the entire ninja world, not just the 5 great villages, but also those lofty daimyos, to unite, confronting us collectively, thus earning a fleeting yet invaluable peace and unity. According to the original plan, this should have been the 4th war, but due to that fool Danzo's interference, it could only be regarded as the 5th. Yet, this is of little consequence. After this war, the ninja world must unite. The 5 great nations, the 5 great villages, all forces must be intertwined as one. Time is of the essence. His voice carried a note of urgency. As for how to achieve this unity, gentle methods have long been proven ineffective. Perhaps I shall need to emulate Kaguya once. Reviving Kaguya? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, Sasuke did not deny it. Though he did not intend to make her an enemy again, Kaguya's essence may not be as malevolent as the legends suggest. Especially after witnessing the calamities wrought by the Otsutsuki in subsequent generations, I have come to realize, were Kaguya's actions truly extreme and erroneous? Were those of the Sage of 6 Paths correct? It should not be so. Therefore, Naruto and I intend to attempt persuading her. Her power, her knowledge, may be crucial for the future. After all these internal issues were resolved, Naruto listened silently. At this moment, he keenly sensed the subtle pause and shift in Sasuke's words. The previous plans had largely been determined collaboratively by the two of them after their rebirth. However, it seemed that from this point onward, a deeper layer of Sasuke's thoughts was emerging. Naruto lifted his gaze towards Sasuke's silhouette, feeling a surge of confusion and a hint of unease. Sasuke's voice resonated once more, imbued with an unprecedented determination, even bordering on the tragic. Once everything falls into place, I will select the most elite, versatile, and battle-hardened ninjas from the entire ninja world. His voice was resolute and indisputable. I will assemble a team, led by me, too. He inhaled deeply, as if to expel the pent-up frustrations within him. The vast and boundless cosmos. To actively seek out traces of the Otsutsuki clan. In the past, we have always been passive, waiting for disaster to strike. Waiting for enemies to come knocking. In such a state, we will never have a chance of victory. We could only survive by the skin of our teeth. Now, we have the opportunity to start anew, with powers that transcend the ordinary. We must take the initiative. With a thunderous declaration, the atmosphere was shattered. Kenshiro covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Suigetsu's mouth hung open, nearly dropping his beheading sword. Yugo's usually calm expression revealed incredulity. Even Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes suddenly contracted, flashing with extreme excitement and disbelief. Within Naruto, tumultuous waves surged. Exploring the universe? Actively seeking the Otsutsuki? Such a thought was outrageous. Yet, it made perfect sense. Truly, this was Sasuke. He almost blurted out, "Sasuke, count me in." Silence. Sasuke abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly cutting off Naruto's words. His eyes held an unwavering resolve, radiating an unassailable will. "I know what you want to say. This team can have anyone join, except for you." Naruto froze. His words caught in his throat. He looked into Sasuke's resolute eyes, and his astonishment swiftly transformed into understanding. He suddenly comprehended Sasuke's intent. The Earth, the ninja world. This land for which they fought and sacrificed, needed a guardian. One with absolute power, capable of suppressing all malevolence and repelling any known threats. And the cosmos, that realm filled with the unknown and fraught with peril, required someone to explore, to forge a path, to extinguish threats in their infancy. One to guard within, and one to expand outward. Naruto fell silent. He gazed at Sasuke, who had taken upon himself the heaviest, most dangerous, and most solitary of burdens. 1,000 words clogged in his throat, yet he could utter not a single one. Orochimaru observed the two, and after a moment, spoke slowly, his voice imbued with profound insight. Like an exquisitely sharp sword, "Naruto, you are the unyielding hilt, bearing the weight of protection and power." His gaze shifted to Sasuke, bearing a hint of complex emotion. "And you, Sasuke, have chosen to be the bloodied blade, have you not? Someone must undertake all the grim, bloody, and unacknowledged sacrifices. That person is you, is it not, Sasuke?" Sasuke did not respond, simply turning back to face the roaring sea. His lips pressed tightly together. his chest rising and falling slightly, betraying the turmoil within. Orochimaru's words had precisely dissected the deepest determination within him. Naruto observed Sasuke's back, those not particularly broad shoulders seemingly bearing the weight of the entire world. He knew Sasuke's temperament. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. Words of persuasion swirled on his tongue several times, ultimately coalescing into a heavy yet sincere, "Thank you, Sasuke." Then, he straightened his back, a renewed confidence and determination illuminating his face, pressing his thumb firmly against his heart. "Rest assured, with me here, the ninja world will not face annihilation again. For I am Uzumaki Naruto. I keep my promises." An absolute trust blossomed between them, requiring no further words. A warm current surged within their hearts simultaneously. Sasuke slowly approached Naruto, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Naruto grasped it, using the leverage to rise. "Well," Sasuke's tone regained a hint of levity, though his gaze remained sharp. However, before that, he scanned the faces of those behind him, his gaze ultimately settling on the distance. "First, we must resolve the internal crisis, eliminate those repugnant rats." He vigorously shook off his cloak, donning it with precise and fluid movements. In the next moment, he leaped onto the massive stone, standing against the wind like a mighty eagle poised to take flight. From this day forth, his voice drowned out the roar of the waves, filled with strength and passion. "The Eagle Squad is officially renamed the Falcon Squad. The initial members are us." He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally meeting Naruto's. "Our first objective is to unite the ninja world, to end this endless cycle of internal strife and conflict. I, Uchiha Sasuke, strive only for the strongest. I seek only the strongest." As if in response to his proclamation, the sea breeze suddenly turned wild, unleashing towering waves that crashed violently against the rocks, sending sprays of water into the air. The clouds in the sky scattered, revealing a more magnificent orange-red sunset. Naruto too leaped onto the great stone, standing beside Sasuke. The two exchanged deep, resolute gazes, recognizing the shared determination and trust in each other's eyes. They extended their hands simultaneously, clasping them tightly together. This was not merely a testament to their friendship, but a covenant entrusting their futures to one another. With a piercing, soaring cry that seemed capable of piercing the soul, the eagle's call suddenly rent the sky. That sound contained unmatched sharpness and freedom, echoing between the crashing waves and howling winds. A magnificent falcon, its wings shimmering with a metallic sheen, swooped down swiftly from the depths of the blood-red clouds. Its form was extraordinarily graceful, each feather seemingly sculpted with care, its gaze sharp as winter's frost, piercing through all illusions. This falcon circled around the proud Uchiha Sasuke, standing atop the great stone, elegantly spiraling around him. The wind from its wings ruffling the stray hairs on Sasuke's forehead. It gracefully descended, its talons securely gripping Sasuke's shoulder, conveying an inexplicable intimacy and submission. Pausing momentarily upon him. Then, as if receiving a silent command, it suddenly raised its head and emitted an even more resounding cry, flapping its wings with all its might. The colossal wings stirred up a fierce gust of wind, laden with the briny scent of the sea, momentarily obscuring the majestic orange sunset. The world was plunged into darkness. The eyes of the onlookers narrowed in shock at this sudden eclipse. Yet, at the very moment the falcon transformed into a mere black dot. Vanishing into the far reaches of the sky, light broke free from its shackles and sought to cascade down upon the earth once more. A deafening roar erupted, an indescribable force seemingly emanating from the very dawn of time, erupting without warning. This force was as heavy as mountains, vast as the sea of stars, and imposing as divine retribution. A far more colossal, more majestic, and soul-stirringly terrifying figure replaced the earlier falcon, swallowing the entire sunset along with half the sky in an even more complete and domineering manner. It was Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo, the towering purple Susanoo, as if descended from myth, materialized into reality. Its form was clearly defined, its armor layered, with intricate and ancient patterns exuding a terrifying aura capable of commanding submission from all beings, compelling even the gods to retreat. The violet flames flowed as if tangible, casting the surrounding sea into a surreal purple inferno. Most striking of all was the dazzling, crystalline diamond embedded in the forehead of the colossal Susanoo, which did not merely reflect the solitary figure of Uchiha Sasuke. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto held their spines erect, exuding an air of defiance. Their tightly clasped hands were vividly visible, symbolizing an unbreakable oath and bond. Their figures, illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun and the resplendent light emanating from Susanoo, appeared diminutive yet resolute, as if they were the very core and soul of this immense power. Their gazes were sharp and resolute, embodying a will that was both monumental and unwavering. Kinshiki, Shigetsu, and even Orochimaru could only look up in awe at this miraculous scene, their minds utterly captivated, as if breath itself had momentarily ceased. This was the path they had chosen to follow. This was the storm that would soon engulf the entire shinobi world, and even beyond. The tempest shall be stirred by us. The true battle begins now. The reason Sasuke awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lies in the fusion of Ashura and Indra's bloodlines, fundamentally resolving the curse of the Uchiha clan. Though I feel this point is unnecessary, I shall mention it nonetheless. Naruto and Sasuke have achieved a perfect fusion of their souls. Yet to manifest the power of this integration in actual combat requires time for refinement and the crucible of battle. Chapter 66. Danzo in the depths of Konoha village. Where sunlight dared not penetrate, the air felt suffocatingly thick. In the center of the secret chamber, a few flickering oil lamps struggled to cast a dim, yellowish glow, barely dispelling the nearby darkness while projecting grotesque shadows that danced akin to phantoms upon the walls and floor. A crude stone chair stood solitary at the center, exuding an aura of primitive ritualism, resembling a desolate throne. Shimura Danzo sat upon it, his form motionless, as unyielding as ancient rock. Most of his face was shrouded in heavy shadow, with only the sharp line of his jaw emerging with cold, metallic clarity. His right eye and arm were tightly wound in layers of bandages, concealing some forbidden power capable of appending reason itself. The only exposed left eye, murky yet imbued with a serpent's sharpness, coldly scrutinized the humble figure prostrating at his feet. The kneeling ninja, clad in standard Umbu attire but lacking any identifying mask, was evidently a trusted confidant. His muscles were taut, head bowed low, forehead nearly touching the frigid stone floor, breath suppressed to the utmost. Fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb this unrecognized monarch of the underworld. Speak, Danzo's voice, though low, rasped like rusted metal against the stifling silence of the chamber. Yes, Lord Danzo. The ninja's atoms apple-bobbed painfully, fear causing his voice to tremble uncontrollably. The latest intelligence indicates that Lady Tsunade has dispatched an elite team, assisted by Lord Narashikaku, to secretly engage with the eastern border of the Land of Fire. His words echoed faintly in the vast stone room, like a pebble dropped into a deep well. The objective is to initiate preliminary contact and negotiations with the villages of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Danzo's solitary eye narrowed sharply, the candlelight flickering momentarily in the depths of his gaze, only to be engulfed by a deeper shadow. He fell into a brief silence, as if savoring each word of the intelligence, or perhaps calculating the hidden intentions behind Tsunade's maneuvers. And the response from the other side? Danzo's voice resumed, devoid of inflection. Yet it resonated with an ominous undertone. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure have each dispatched a small contingent of elite shinobi, who have arrived at the designated area to partake in these negotiations, the ninja reported, yet a hint of unspoken hesitation seeped into his voice. This slight shift did not escape Danzo's keen observation. His gaze turned as cold and piercing as ice, suddenly pinning the ninja down with an oppressive aura that rendered the air nearly solid. A mere hum, yet it struck like a hammer, causing the ninja to tremble violently. Continue. Danzo's tone brooked no dissent. Yes, the ninja dared not hesitate further, his speech quickening. It appears that the ongoing skirmishes and minor conflicts along the border have significantly diminished over the past month, thanks to the proactive mediation of Lady Tsunade and Lord Shikaku. The situation seems to be evolving towards a state of tranquility. As he neared the end of his statement, his voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible, and he could not help but lift his gaze slightly, a flicker of confusion and doubt crossing his features. My lord, are we to abandon our carefully crafted plans? A low, grotesque chuckle emanated from deep within Danzo's throat, akin to the mournful cry of a night owl, heavy with scorn and a chilling coldness. Tranquility? Shimura Danzo echoed the word with amusement, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence, believing that this boiling cauldron could simply return to calm. He slowly raised his bandaged right arm, fingers curling slightly in the dim light, akin to a hawk preparing to seize its prey. "Tsunade, you truly go to great lengths." Danzo's voice dripped with a twisted admiration, yet it seethed with a deep-seated malice. To manage such a mess, expending such effort, what a diligent former Hokage. However, your futile endeavors shall come to an end. Allow me to draw a bloody conclusion to your unwarranted struggles, as a token of gratitude for your efforts. The moment he finished speaking, Danzo's gaze transformed into a chilling ferocity. The remaining left eye emitted a piercing, murderous intent like an icicle, chilling to the bone. His movements were so swift and elusive that none could perceive how he struck. A muffled yet sickening sound echoed. The kneeling ninja, still bearing the remnants of shock and confusion in his eyes, collapsed as if severed from his strings, lifeless. Crimson, scorching blood gushed from the severed artery in his neck, rapidly spreading across the cold stone floor, staining the flickering candlelight with a grotesque hue, distorting the shadows cast. The ninja's death was a tragic spectacle, his face forever frozen in an expression of indescribable fear and bewilderment. The air in the chamber grew stagnant, thick with the cloying scent of blood intertwined with lamp oil. Choking the throat, Danzo remained seated, his figure unyielding as a mountain, as if the bloody transformation had been but a fleeting illusion. He slowly retracted his right hand, the fingertips unervingly pristine, untouched by the flowing crimson. His gaze fell, as cold as the ice of the polar regions, upon the still warm body, regarding it as one might a disposable tool. "Even my will dares to waver," he murmured, his voice hoarse, imbued with an undeniable cruelty. "Those who waver possess no value." Without another word, he simply waved his hand lightly. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows emerged as if birthed from the void, silently kneeling at the edge of the bloodstains. They were slender figures, their breath stilled, resembling puppets stripped of all human emotion. Masks concealed their faces, leaving only hollow, indifferent eyes that reflected not a flicker of the candle's glow. They were the Root, Danzo's private unit, a cadre of soulless warriors born solely to execute commands. "Proceed to the northern border of the Land of Fire." Danzo's voice regained its calm, yet it carried a deeper, more oppressive authority. His gaze swept over the silent executors. "Create chaos, escalate the conflict. Let that so-called negotiation dissolve into nothingness. In your own manner, convey to Yin-In and Yun-In that Konoha's sincerity is not one of compromise or retreat. You should be well aware of how to ignite and intensify the situation within your hearts." He paused for a moment, the air laden with a suffocating silence. "After the deed is done, whether in success or failure, your name shall be etched beside the memorial stone in honor of those valiant souls who perished for Konoha. Your families will receive the highest compensation from Konoha. Go forth, my most loyal blades. The Roots shall forever remember your sacrifices." The shadows offered no response, nor did they nod. Even the faintest sound of their breaths was nearly imperceptible. They merely lowered their heads further, as if engraving every word of Danzo into their very marrow, merging it with their lifeblood. In the next instant, those shadows seemed to be absorbed by darkness itself, silently dissipating, vanishing entirely into the shadows of the hidden chamber. Only the flickering candlelight remained, along with the spreading pool of blood on the ground and the solitary, cold figure of Shimura Danzo. His plans, his storm, were silently propelled towards the forefront of the ninja world by these unseen roots. The chamber once more fell into an oppressive stillness, with only the flickering candlelight, the cold stone chair, and the gradually cooling corpse on the floor, accompanied by the expanding bloodstain. Danzo sat alone in the stone chair, his face hidden in shadow, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold and cruel arc. The position of Hokage was within his grasp. The so-called peace was merely a stepping stone to his ascension to power, easily discarded and crushed underfoot. The purple flames of the divine deity flickered like shattered glass, gradually dimming, as if erased by an invisible hand, finally revealing the long-hidden remnants of the setting sun in the heavens. The light and shadow swirled rapidly, the colossal contours of the complete Susanoo swiftly fading, distorting, and ultimately vanishing like a fleeting illusion into the void. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto descended gracefully from the skies, their garments billowing without wind. Naruto instinctively brushed himself off, despite being impeccably clean, then turned to Sasuke, whose signature azure eyes briefly flickered with a profound contemplation. His gaze drifted toward the distant outline of the continent. Shrouded in a thin mist, hazy and indistinct, as if veiled by an impenetrable veil. Do you think that guy can sense our movements just now? Naruto broke the silence, his tone lower than usual, imbued with a newfound steadiness after acquiring strength. Chapter 67. A chance given. Sasuke did not immediately respond. Instead, he raised a hand, gently smoothing the disheveled strands of hair blown by the sea breeze, his movements calm and unhurried. His gaze, too, was directed toward that indistinct continent, his expression serene, yet as profound as the silent night sky. Perhaps, Sasuke replied, his voice as indifferent as water, devoid of turbulence. The brief skirmish was sufficient for him to categorize both of us as top priority targets. During this more than a month of disappearance, he likely did not cease his relentless search for a single day. Pausing slightly, the corners of Sasuke's mouth curled subtly upwards. Yet within that arc lay an unsettling chill. But it will be in vain. His tone carried an absolute confidence. The peculiar chaotic magnetic field surrounding the island of the Whirlpool Village, along with the barrier you personally reinforced, is not something that inferior reconnaissance tools like White Zetsu can easily penetrate. A stronger gust of wind swept through, lifting a few grains of dry sand from the ground, swirling them in the air. Sasuke turned his head, his dark eyes meeting Naruto's, their gazes intertwining. Moreover, we did not opt for a more concealed and efficient technique like the Flying Thunder God. To so boldly command the complete Susanoo across the skies is, in itself, an unmasked declaration, a show of force directed at any lurking presences. If he cannot detect even this level of aura, it would be a gross underestimation of the heir personally chosen by Uchiha Madara. This statement, rather than simply answering Naruto's question, articulated an unspoken truth they both understood, a meticulously crafted strategy of return. They needed to make certain lurking entities in the shadows aware that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had returned, and in a manner that was unimaginably powerful and unprecedented. However, when the name of that veiled figure, Uchiha Obito, was mentioned, Sasuke's typically calm brow momentarily furrowed, almost imperceptibly. He turned to face Naruto fully, his black eyes deep and resolute, locking onto Naruto's azure gaze. His tone laced with evident caution and skepticism. Are you truly certain that we must draw him into our ranks? Naruto, to speak frankly, Uchiha Obito is a being of too many variables. He is a walking amalgamation of troubles. His deeply rooted obsession and the will twisted by hatred are akin to a bomb buried beneath our feet, poised to explode at any moment. I do not believe that bringing him in would be the optimal choice. It could even lead to our downfall. Naruto met Sasuke's piercing gaze without flinching. He fully understood his friend's underlying concerns and vigilance, especially considering the profound and indelible calamities that the masked man, Uchiha Obito, had wrought upon the ninja world. Yet, what Naruto perceived was not merely the shadow of vengeance cloaked in a whirlpool mask. I still believe his essence is not purely evil, Naruto asserted with unwavering conviction, imbued with a near-stubborn trust. He has merely been blinded by endless hatred and manipulated as a tool of revenge by a more sinister existence, leading him step by step into an abyss from which there is no return. Ultimately, is he not also a victim of war? A mere pawn, ensnared against his will? Naruto sighed softly, a note of regret in his voice. Then his expression hardened. However, his unique ability, Kami, is indeed crucial to the plans we are about to execute. There is no denying that it is an extraordinary ocular technique. Sasuke did not refute the power and uniqueness of Kimui. Indeed, among all the Sharingans seen thus far, it undoubtedly ranks among the most distinguished. Yet, this formidable power is not exclusive to Uchiha Obito. Sasuke's voice suddenly chilled, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. This power rightfully belongs to someone more trustworthy and resolute than him. Rather than being entrusted to a dangerous individual who might spiral out of control due to personal obsessions and turn against us. The subtext of Sasuke's words was unmistakably clear. The one who also possessed the Kimui Sharingan and had remained loyal to Konoha, unwavering in his dedication to his comrades, was their teacher, Hatake Kakashi. Naruto fell into a brief silence, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He understood Sasuke's implication and was acutely aware of the risks and benefits involved. Entrusting Obito's eye to Kakashi-sensei would undoubtedly be the most prudent, lowest risk, and most logical choice at present. I truly comprehend your concerns, Sasuke. Naruto nodded slowly, a complex expression crossing his face, intermingling understanding and determination. But you must also recognize that the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan can only be fully realized by its original owner. Although Kakashi-sensei, through his extraordinary talent, can wield Kimyui, he ultimately remains 1 degree removed, unable to grasp the true core of that power. Naruto took a deep breath, as if to expel all hesitation from his body. His gaze sharpened, filled with unwavering resolve. So let me try just once, Sasuke. Grant me this opportunity. We will seek him out and engage in a thorough and honest dialogue, laying bare all the truths we know, including the impending crisis that could bring destruction upon everything, as well as our true purpose for returning and the future we aspire to build. If, and I emphasize if, he chooses to believe us, to cast aside his hatred and stand by our side, to atone for the grievous errors of his past, then we must afford him a chance for redemption. But what if he refuses? Sasuke's probing question followed, his voice calm, yet imbued with a weight that could not be ignored, as if foretelling an inevitable conclusion. If he remains obstinate, choosing instead to wallow in the mire of hatred, Naruto's voice trailed off, tinged with profound regret, yet more so, a chilling, emotionless decisiveness. Then we shall bestow this power unto someone more worthy of our trust. This was a tremendous gamble. It wagered whether a flicker of the boy who once dwelled in the depths of Obito Uchiha's heart still lingered. It gambled on the brutal truth's ability to shatter the ice encasing his soul, forged from hatred and despair. Sasuke regarded Naruto, deeply perceiving the near-innocent yet resolutely tenacious fervor in his eyes, and the monumental determination that underscored it, unyielding to any external influence. He understood Naruto too well. This seemingly impulsive, even reckless decision often stemmed from the deepest core of Naruto's inherent goodness and his faith in the potential of others. Silence stretched between them, only the rhythmic sound of waves punctuating the stillness. Finally, Sasuke said nothing further, merely nodding almost imperceptibly. There was no need for more elaborate words. This significant decision concerning their future had reached a tacit consensus in their shared silence. Let us proceed. Sasuke turned first, stepping forward, his black cloak, a symbol of Uchiha glory and renewed strength, billowing gracefully in the sea breeze. A month and 7 days, indeed, longer than we initially anticipated. Sasuke's voice carried a hint of unnoticeable nostalgia, reflecting on the complexities and dangers intertwined with harnessing this newfound power, far exceeding prior expectations. He flexed his fingers slightly, feeling the familiar yet foreign surge of vitality coursing within him. The would-release power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, now harmoniously intertwining with his Uchiha chakra, as if they were destined to be one. However, Sasuke slightly turned his cheek, a faint yet genuine smile blossoming at the corner of his lips. All these sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. Yes, so worthwhile. Naruto grinned widely, a radiant smile illuminating his face, instantly dispelling the earlier gravity of their discussion about Obito, replaced by an overwhelming confidence and boundless anticipation for the future. He too felt the potent force within him, teetering on the brink of explosion. A terrifying power embodying both annihilation and endless creation, a remarkable fusion of Obito's chakra and the Ninetales chakra within his sage mode. A true manifestation of power that transcended the boundaries of even the strongest ninja. Let us return to Konoha and assess the situation. The mere mention of the Hidden Leaf Village ignited an urgency in Naruto's demeanor, his pace quickening involuntarily. I wonder how Tsunade-bachan, Kakashi-sensei, and the others are doing, including Sakura and Hinata. His voice brimmed with an unmistakable concern and longing. In the span of just over a month, amidst the ever-changing landscape of the shinobi world, countless events could have unfolded, especially with the cunning and ambitious Shimura Danzo lurking in the shadows, poised for action. The two no longer hesitated for a moment. Almost simultaneously, their figures blurred. In the next instant, they transformed into two nearly imperceptible streaks of speed, one golden, the other black, crackling with lightning, tearing through the air towards the mainland. The sands beneath their feet and the jagged rocks retreated rapidly from their sight, becoming mere phantoms. The raging sea wind left far behind, unable to even match the pace of their flight. Thanks to the inspiration capsules sent by Chensi Weishao. Thanks to the update charms from Naxapan. Thanks to the inspiration capsules from Yao. A heartfelt thank you to everyone. And my gratitude extends to those who have sent other small gifts. Thank you for reading my book. Chapter 68. The Ninja War begins in the office of the Tsuchikage. Within Awagakure, the walls, hewn from hard stone, exuded a cold and solemn atmosphere, the air infused with a faint scent of dust and a subtle hint of tea. Sunlight streamed through a narrow window, casting an angled beam that sliced through the dimness of the room. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking shattered the silence. And before a response could be given, the door was flung open. An Awagakure ninja rushed in, his steps unsteady, his face marked by panic and sweat. His forehead protector askew, breath ragged. Lord Sasuke, his voice, sharp with urgency, cried out, "We have received dire news. The envoys we dispatched to negotiate the border skirmish with Konoha, they are all dead. All of them." Seated in a large stone chair, the third Sasuke, Anoki, appeared diminutive, as if the chair might swallow him whole. With wrinkled hands, he delicately cradled a coarse ceramic teacup, steam rising gently. Upon hearing this earth-shattering news, he merely raised his eyelids slightly, his murky old eyes revealing no sign of surprise, as if he had foreseen all that was to come. He emitted a barely audible sound, signaling the ninja to continue. Go on. The ninja was momentarily taken aback by the Tsuchike's calm demeanor, bordering on indifference. Yet he forced down his astonishment and continued his report. The envoy from Kumogakure met the same fate. Upon investigation, it appears they all died from a single blow, executed with clean precision, with wounds strikingly similar. Anoki brought the teacup to his lips, gently blowing away the rising steam before taking a slow sip. The warm tea slid down his throat, eliciting a satisfied sigh, as if he were savoring not merely the tea, but a long-concocted scheme. Good tea. He set down the cup, producing a soft clink. Did you discover anything else at the scene? He inquired, his voice raspy yet imbued with undeniable authority. Several bodies were found in the nearby woods, adorned with Konoha's forehead protectors. The ninja hastily replied, his voice still tense, indicating signs of a brief struggle before they were silenced. Almost simultaneously, 1,000 miles away in Kumogakure, the atmosphere in the Raikage's office was thick with the tension of an impending storm, stiflingly oppressive. The fourth Raikage, stood with his imposing frame turned away from the rushing ninja, his bronze skin glistening ominously in the harsh light filtering through the window. What did you say? Repeat that. The Raikage's voice was deep, yet it rumbled through the room like distant thunder, causing the window panes to vibrate. Raikage-sama, reported the Kumogakure ninja, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed low, his voice trembling with fear. Our team sent to exert pressure on Awagakure and engage in the so-called negotiations has been completely annihilated. The Awagakure's forces too. What transpired next? Who was responsible? The Raikage abruptly turned, his eyes wide, electric fury crackling within his gaze, the ferocious aura instantly engulfing the entire room. How dare they slay my Kumogakure's diplomatic envoys? On the scene, only the bodies of us and the rock-hidden ninjas were discovered, all slain with a single strike. The ninjas' voices were hushed, yet not far away. Within the thicket, the corpse of a leaf ninja was found. The heavy breathing of Raikage echoed distinctly in the stillness of the office. His face, chiseled like stone, bore a tense expression, with veins bulging at his temples and neck. That old fox, Danzo, has he truly lost his composure? Resorting to such despicable tactics to frame us and force our hand? Or has Leaf descended into such chaos that they would resort to self-sabotage? No, this is more likely the machinations of that old man. He requires an irrevocable reason, an excuse potent enough to ignite the flames of war. Raikage's clenched fists creaked ominously, recalling the shadowy figure from the cave, one who would barter anything for power, and the envy he harbored toward Tsunade. A tumult of anger, disdain, and the vexation of being manipulated surged within him. He let out a cold snort, brimming with lethal intent. You may leave, Raikage gestured, his voice regaining a semblance of steadiness, yet the weight of his presence remained unyielding. The ninja, feeling as though pardoned from a grave sentence, immediately bowed and retreated from this oppressive atmosphere. In the office of the Tsuchikage in the rock-hidden village, Anoki listened to the report, his frail fingers gently stroking his signature white beard, a glimmer of understanding and mockery flashing in his murky old eyes. The leaf headband, he murmured softly, almost inaudibly. It seems someone is impatient, framing us, or purging their ranks. Regardless, the aim is singular, to drag both rock and cloud into the mire. Transforming this disturbance, he orchestrated into an uncontrollable inferno. Danzo, you cunning old fox, do you truly believe you can steer the course of events this way? A cold smirk crept across Onoki's lips. Very well, since you are eager to set the stage, I shall indulge you in this performance. It conveniently spares us considerable effort. He lifted his gaze, those seemingly dim eyes now sharp as a hawk's, surveying the still trembling ninjas before him. Convey my orders. His voice suddenly rose. Imbued with the authority and coldness of one long accustomed to power, summon all Jonin, Chunin, and elite forces of the village. Leave the Jinin behind. He stood slowly, his diminutive form radiating a suffocating pressure in that moment. Follow me, we shall march against the Leaf. How dare they assassinate our envoy and massacre the negotiation team? Do they truly believe Onoki, the weighty scale, cannot wield a blade any longer? His voice reverberated in the stone chamber, each word like a heavy rock crashing to the ground, igniting silent tremors. The Leaf must pay for this. In the cloud-hidden village, in the Reikich's office, a thunderous crash resounded, the solid walls buckling inward as though struck by a siege hammer, spiderweb-like cracks radiating instantly, debris cascading down. Reikich gradually retracted his steaming iron fist, his chest heaving, his eyes ablaze with unmasked fury. Whoever was responsible, be it Danzo's scheme or the Leaf's provocation, the reckoning would fall upon the Leaf. Since war is now inevitable, let it come with greater ferocity. Convey my orders. Reikich's roar echoed like thunder, resonating through the skies. Summon all forces. We march forth. Against the Leaf. He turned, his gaze like lightning, sweeping across the sky that represented the glory of the cloud. His voice resolute and unyielding. This time, we shall leave not a scrap of the Leaf behind. Almost simultaneously, the colossal war machines of the rock and cloud began to rumble into motion. Countless ninjas gathered, the air thick with a murderous intent. The clarion call of battle resounding through the valley. Onoki stood atop the high platform of the rock-hidden village, his cold eyes fixed on the assembled ninja army below, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Reikich stood tall atop the highest point of the lightning tower in the cloud-hidden village. Feeling the tremors of the mobilizing army beneath him, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle, an invisible wave seemed to traverse the vast expanse, resonating within the hearts of the two leaders. The fourth great ninja war has begun. The flames of conflict have been ignited, with the targets set on the Leaf. Chapter 69. The weathervane time quietly rewound 3 days prior. The wind howled, whipping up a storm of yellow sand that battered the rugged rocks, producing a dry and muffled sound. This was an exceedingly desolate land, devoid of color save for the monotonous earth tones and the occasional shadow cast by passing birds. The air was stifling, as if each breath carried the grit of scorching sand. A diminutive figure, shrouded in a heavy hat, stood silently in the shadow of a massive rock. The hat was pulled low, nearly obscuring the entire visage, leaving only wisps of white beard quivering in the wind. This was Onoki, the third Tsuchikage of the rock-hidden village. His presence was subdued to the utmost, as if he had melded with the surrounding stones. Were it not for his occasionally lifted gaze, sharp eyes peering through the hat's crevices, one might easily overlook his existence. Not far away, his son, Kuratsuchi, and his guard, Akatsuchi, stood like silent statues, stationed at different vantage points, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Their muscles were taut, chakra flowing steadily through their bodies, ever prepared for any sudden developments. This area had been meticulously cleared by the rock ninjas in advance, ensuring the absolute secrecy of this meeting. Time flowed in silence, the sun gradually dipping towards the west, elongating the shadows cast by the rocks. At last, 3 indistinct black figures emerged on the distant horizon, braving the wind and sand as they approached swiftly. The foremost figure, similarly draped in a voluminous cloak, his hood concealing his face, walked with a steady and powerful gait. 2 formidable ninjas trailed behind him, their vigilant demeanor and decisive movements indicating their rigorous training as guards. The visitor was none other than Maki, the acting 5th Kazekage of the sand-hidden village. He halted about 10 paces from Onoki, signaling his guards to maintain their position. The wind stirred his cloak, causing it to billow audibly. He lifted his head, revealing a weathered face, marked by hardship, with features that were sharp and resolute, his eyes filled with gravity and caution. Maki understood the precarious situation of the sand village better than anyone. The sacrifice of the 4th Kazekage, Raza, had severely weakened the village, leaving it in a state of turmoil, with talent dwindling. The only glimmer of hope, the Jinchuriki Gaara, was yet to fully mature. His unstable power, and the fear it instilled in the villagers more akin to a double-edged sword hanging above them. Faced with this cunning Sasuke, Maki had to summon every ounce of his focus. Each response could hinge on the future of the Sand Village. He could not fathom what Anoki intended by clandestinely meeting him during such a sensitive period. A low, gravelly chuckle broke the silence. Anoki slowly raised his hand and removed his hat, revealing a face lined with wrinkles yet radiating vitality. He casually placed the hat on a relatively flat wooden table, its presence a mystery as to when it had been set there. His seemingly murky old eyes now glinted with the sharpness of a hawk, unabashedly scrutinizing Maki, a subtle, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Maki, Anoki drawled, his tone measured and unhurried. Imbued with the weight of authority, the temporary acting fifth Kazekage, I presume? His tone was flat, yet underscored by an undeniable finality, as if he had no intention of waiting for Maki to confirm his identity. Just as Maki was about to speak, Anoki pivoted, plunging directly into the crux of the matter, his voice suddenly turning cold and resolute. Participate in this upcoming ninja world war. Join me, the rock and cloud, to obliterate the leaf. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Anoki abruptly rose to his feet, an action incongruous with his diminutive stature, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Almost simultaneously, the vigilant figures of Lus and Red Earth flickered into existence behind Anoki, their icy gazes locking onto Maki with palpable intensity. Anoki adjusted his robe, making a show of preparing to depart. This sudden shift caught Maki off guard, prompting him to instinctively step forward, his voice laced with urgency. Lord Sasuke, what do you mean by this? Anoki halted, not bothering to turn around, merely casting a sidelong glance with the corner of his eye, his tone escalating with evident mockery. Do not tell me you are unaware of the recent events in Konoha. Humph. That old fox Danzo has long coveted the position of Hokage. Konoha is already in disarray. He paused, his voice growing colder. Konoha now resembles a fat sheep, strong on the outside but utterly weak within. With such a delectable morsel before us, who wouldn't he wish to pounce and seize a piece? If we do not act now, when shall we? Maki's heart sank heavily, Anoki's words piercing through his last vestiges of hope like a sharp blade. Yet he still attempted to reason. But Lord Sasuke, we from Sunagakure have only recently signed an alliance with Konoha. Anoki spun around, his voice suddenly rising, reverberating like thunder across the desolate wilderness, fickle as the wind. How many times has your village Sunagakure swayed with the breeze? Now you feign righteousness? His gaze, sharp as a knife, sliced through Maki's stiff countenance. Interests, Maki. In this world of shinobi, only eternal interests endure. This so-called alliance is but a facade for the powerful to cloak their own agenda. Moreover, Anoki's eyes swept over Maki and his noticeably anxious guards. Dripping with disdain, I am well aware of the current plight of your Sunagakure. Talent is dwindling, military power is lacking. Aside from that immature Jinchuriki, what else do you have to offer? He advanced towards Maki, his small frame emanating an unexpectedly potent aura that left Maki nearly breathless. Weak nations have no diplomacy. Anoki's voice struck like a hammer upon Maki's heart. Do you believe that the current Sunagakure possesses any qualification to bargain with us, Iwagakure and Kimobikure? He halted before Maki, raising his withered hand to lightly pat Maki's shoulder, a gesture that appeared gentle, yet his words were laced with venom. Face reality, acting Kazekage. Should you refuse, I shall immediately dispatch a message to the Reikage of Kimogakure. Our two villages shall join forces to trample your obstinate desert before dividing the larger prize of Konoha. Do you think the current Sunagakure can withstand that? Maki's body tensed instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Each of Anoki's words struck at his vulnerabilities, brutally honest. Anoki withdrew his hand, his tone softening yet imbued with an insidious allure. Sunagakure has languished too long in its misery to rise swiftly and regain its stature among the 5 great shinobi villages. What must you rely on? Peaceful development? The charity of Konoha? Do not be naive. He turned his back to Maki, striding away, his voice echoing coldly. Imbued with a knowledge of all, only through war, only through plunder, only by stepping upon the corpses of others, can your Sunagakure swiftly absorb the nutrients required for resurgence. With that, Anoki, accompanied by Lus and Red Earth, vanished into the swirling sands, leaving behind his chilling words that reverberated in Maki's ears. Maki stood frozen, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. The howling winds stirred up dust, obscuring his vision. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his hands. Unbeknownst to him, his fists had clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, crimson blood trickling through his fingers and pooling onto the parched earth below, swiftly darkening a small patch of ground. "What should I do?" he murmured, his lips trembling and voice hoarse, reflecting the weight of generations of Kazekage before him. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. The plight of Sunagakure, the hopes of its citizens, and that burdened red-haired youth, Gaara. Maki's gaze gradually firmed, a near-mad resolve replacing his earlier hesitation. Indeed, he was the sole hope for Sunagakure. All resources must be directed towards him, enabling his swift growth. Only he could lead Sunagakure out of its predicament. Yet, where would those resources come from? Cultivating a powerful Jinchuriki demands astronomical investment. Sunagakure was already stretched thin. The answer seemed singular: war. Maki closed his eyes, as if he could hear the battle cries of the battlefield. Sent the pervasive stench of blood, resources could only be plundered from war. It was a painful and brutal decision. Yet it appeared to be the only viable path for Sunagakure to grasp a thread of hope. For the future of the village, for Gaara, he had no other choice. In a concealed cave far from the meeting site, Lust looked anxiously at his father. "Father, do you truly believe Sunagakure will agree?" Anoki, hands clasped behind him, gazed at the dimly lit sky outside, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. "Humph, they have no choice." He pivoted, his murky old eyes glinting with calculative light. "The current Sunagakure is like fish on a chopping board. What other options do they have but to be slaughtered?" Maki is a clever man. He knows what he must do to preserve Sunagakure. After a moment, Anoki muttered to himself, considering the time. With that old Coot Danzo's impatient nature, he should be ready to act and fully set the stage. He raised his head, his gaze sharpening anew as he looked at Lus, issuing a command. "Lus, return immediately and initiate a full mobilization. Gather all available forces, Jonin, Chunin, elite troops, into a state of highest readiness. Be prepared to deploy to the front lines at any moment." His voice was deep and commanding, carrying the weight of an impending storm. The fourth great ninja war may truly be upon us. It is said that a starving camel is larger than a horse. No matter how much chaos unfolds within Konoha, its profound foundation is not so easily shaken. We must be fully prepared. This battle allows for no failure. Chapter 70. The first wave concluded. The night enveloped the land of fire in inky darkness. Konoha, having endured the turbulent skirmishes of daylight, now basked in an eerie tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of patrolling shinobi across the rooftops, a reminder that lurking danger was not far from reach. In the Hokage's office, brightly lit yet heavy with tension, the air mingled with the musty scent of old scrolls, the acrid tang of wet ink, and a hint of herbs, a fragrance distinctly belonging to Tsunade. The vast desk was strewn with maps and battle reports, hasty markings outlining the intricate standoffs along the borders. Tsunade sat with her hands clasped under her chin, strands of golden hair slipping onto her cheek, unable to conceal the fatigue etched in her eyes. Her fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the table, producing a muted sound. Opposite her, Nara Shikaku slightly bowed his head, contemplating the brief yet intense clash earlier in the day. The coordinated offensive from Awagakure and Kumogakure had been both brief and fierce, probing Konoha's limits. The casualty figures had been compiled. Shikaku's voice broke the silence. Low and somber, not significant, but certainly not negligible. The Earth-style forces from Awagakure and the assault teams from Kumogakure displayed remarkable coordination. They were evidently well prepared. Tsunade nodded, her gaze sweeping over the familiar names in the reports, her brow furrowing deeper. The first wave was merely a probe. Anoki and A will not be easily satisfied. At that moment, a faint crackling sound of electricity emanated from the corner of the room. In the mountains, Hai sat upon a specially crafted communication chair, his head encased in a metallic helmet interwoven with intricate circuitry, an apparatus employed by the Yamaguchi clan for long-distance mental transmission. His eyes were tightly shut, brows slightly furrowed, as he evidently received the latest intelligence relayed from the front lines. After a brief moment, Hai opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Tsunade and Kaku, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Lord Hokage, Kakazu, the most recent battlefield report," he announced, his voice amplified by the device, carrying a metallic resonance. "In today's skirmish, Both sides sustained injuries, resulting in an almost even outcome. The forces deployed by Iwagakure and Kumogakure aligned with our estimates, and their tactics were anticipated. He paused, his tone growing grave. However, intelligence indicates that, aside from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, a third formidable group of ninjas has been detected operating in the concealed areas surrounding the battlefield. What? Tsunade abruptly raised her head, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. A third force? Who could it be? As Hai was about to respond, Kakuzu suddenly lifted his gaze, the shadows receding from his face to reveal eyes that seemed to perceive the intricacies of the world. He did not look at Hai, instead fixating on the map, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps affirming a long-held suspicion. It must be Sunagakure. His finger gently tapped the area on the map representing the Land of Wind, a place that had recently conspired with Orochimaru to orchestrate the downfall of Konoha, only to swiftly align with us as allies. A flash of astonishment crossed Hai's face, quickly replaced by understanding. Having worked alongside Kakuzu for many years, he was well acquainted with the remarkable insight of Konoha's most astute strategist, and he could not help but chuckle wryly. No surprise there, Kako. You can deduce even this covert intelligence. Indeed, it is Sunagakure. Before Hai could finish his admiration, Kakuzu delved deeper into contemplation. He extended a hand, gently pinching his chin with his thumb and forefinger, his gaze sharpening and deepening. The internal situation within Sunagakure is quite complex. Following the death of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, there has been a leadership vacuum, with only the Jonin Maki temporarily managing affairs. Their strategist, Chiyo, is advanced in years, and the new generation has yet to fully mature. It can be said this is the weakest period in their history. His voice was measured and articulate. At such a time, they have neither the reason nor the courage to instigate a war against us. The only explanation is that they are under external pressure. Although Raikage A is powerful, his approach leans towards direct military coercion, lacking the patience for such intricate maneuvers. Thus, the only remaining possibility is that Tsuchikage Enoki. Tsunade interjected, her voice icy. That diminutive old man has lived for a long time, his thoughts as profound as the sea, most adept at manipulating situations and playing power politics. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly oppressive. With Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and a potentially treacherous Sunagakure looming, the pressure on Konoha had surged dramatically. However, Hai interjected promptly, steering everyone's thoughts back to reality. According to repeated confirmations from the frontline reconnaissance units, only the ninjas from Iwagakure and Kumogakure participated in the actual combat today. The forces from Sunagakure have merely remained in hiding, without engaging. Concealment is more disquieting than direct assault, Tsunade remarked, her gaze sharpening as she grasped the gravity of the situation. The involvement of Sunagakure has fundamentally altered the balance on the battlefield. She slammed her hand on the table, her movements decisive. We must adjust our deployment immediately. She turned towards the door, her voice commanding, Kakashi. The office door swung open with a soft sound, revealing Kakashi Hitaki. His presence silent, yet commanding. Clad in his standard Jonin attire, the forehead protector beneath his silver hair obscured his left eye, while his exposed right eye remained calm and unwavering, as if he had already comprehended everything. He inclined his body slightly. Lord Hokage. Tsunade's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto Kakashi. Kakashi, the situation has changed. Sunagakure has also joined the hostile camp. Although they remain inactive for now, we must prepare for the worst. She approached the map, her finger tracing several critical choke points along the borders of Konoha. The pressure on the eastern front, originally to be managed by Might Guy, will significantly increase. Tomorrow, you will take his place and lead the team personally. Her voice was resolute and unyielding. Form an elite strike force centered around the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Akimichi clans, ready to face a possible joint assault from 3 directions. The Byakugan of the Hyuga will handle reconnaissance and long-range suppression. The secret techniques of the Inazuka will facilitate tracking and close-quarters combat, while the Akimichi's expansion techniques will serve as the core of our frontal assault and defense. Tsunade rapidly issued her commands, her thoughts clear. Your task is not merely to defend the line, but to seize opportunities and inflict pain upon them. Let them know that Konoha is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. She paused, inhaling deeply, her eyes filled with determination. Time is of the essence. You must depart immediately and reach the front lines tonight to hand over responsibilities to Guy. Tsunade's firm command lingered in the air, imbued with undeniable resolve. Kakashi stood poised at the door, ready to comply. "Wait, Lord Tsunade." A calm voice broke through the tense atmosphere like a stone cast into a still lake. Nara Kakuzu raised a hand, not to halt, but as a subtle indication. His gaze remained fixed on the map, his fingers silently gliding towards the region of the Land of Wind. Tsunade turned to Kakuzu, her eyes questioning. Kakashi also paused, turning to regard the renowned strategist. "I suspect," Kakuzu began, his voice measured, as if weighing his words or confirming a disquieting hypothesis, that they may be used as a pawn. A pawn? Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper. Hai also displayed a contemplative expression. Kakuzu continued, his voice low yet distinct. "Their inactivity does not resemble a posture of offensive action. It feels more like they are awaiting some signal, or perhaps passively executing a command. That old rascal Inoki excels at these kinds of underhanded tactics." He lifted his gaze, finally diverting his attention from the map to Kakashi at the door, his eyes sharp as a hawk. "Kakashi, your mission is not only to guard against a frontal assault, but to remain vigilant regarding Tsunagekyu's movements. They are like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when least expected." He emphasized each word. "Tomorrow, be sure to remain 120% alert. The fox's tail is about to reveal itself." Kakashi's singular eye narrowed slightly. Kakuzu's words carried a depth that transcended the immediate battlefield. Recent disturbances within and outside the village, those seemingly irrational fluctuations in power, led him to sense an invisible net quietly drawing tighter. Although he could not fully grasp the situation, he possessed an instinctive trust in Nara Kakuzu's judgment. This top strategist of Konoha could always discern the brewing storm from the tiniest threads of evidence. "Understood." Kakashi's voice was concise and composed, devoid of hesitation. He nodded slightly, his figure flickering as he vanished into the thick night beyond the door, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. The office door closed silently, sealing off the night breeze outside. Inside, the light illuminated three solemn faces. Tsunade and Kakuzu exchanged a profound glance, one laden with a silent understanding and weighty unspoken words. Years of camaraderie had enabled them to decipher complex emotions and unfinished conversations from a mere look. Tsunade slowly turned, approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the sparse, solemn lights of Konoha. The night enveloped everything like thick ink, casting a suffocating hue over the landscape. She gradually closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the light. Weariness surged like a tide, not merely from physical fatigue, but rooted in the profound pressure emanating from deep within her soul. The casualty figures in the reports of the day, the relentless adversaries advancing along the border, the lurking threat of hidden dangers, and the two youths who should have been the pride of the village but have now turned into traitors. These elements weigh heavily upon her, binding her, the fifth Hokage, in a burdensome shackle. A moment of silence seemed to freeze time itself, when Tsunade opened her eyes once more. The weariness in her amber gaze had been replaced by a chilling resolve. It was the ferocity possessed only by those seasoned in battle and who have faced the specter of death. Her aura shifted dramatically. No longer was she the slightly irritable gambler, but rather the true leader of Konoha, the decisive fifth Hokage. Her voice, low and laced with an imperceptible frost, indicated that it was time for Konoha to undergo a thorough reformation. Her gaze appeared to penetrate the walls, directing itself towards a certain point deep within the village that symbolized antiquity and power. She would begin with the obstructive Elder Council. With those words, she turned to the silently observing Nara Shikaku. The sharpness in her eyes softened slightly, revealing a complex mix of emotions, trust, and determination. "Shikaku," she exhaled gently, as if shedding an immense weight. "I shall be relying on you and the Nara clan, as well as on Ino and Choji." Chapter 71, Tsunade's Intentions. Shikaku's expression remained inscrutable, though a glimmer of understanding shone in his depths, like a tranquil stream. He inclined slightly, his movements embodying the Nara clan's characteristic calm and caution. His tone steady, yet seemingly confirming a command that would alter the very fabric of their reality. "Lady Tsunade, is your mind set?" Tsunade could not help but let out a scoff, her laughter tinged with a bitter self-deprecation, mingled with an unusual sense of relief. "Oh, this Hokage's hat truly has the power to crush a person." She casually brushed her fingers over a report stained with the scent of the battlefield, her fingertips grazing the coarse, cold paper before falling limply. In comparison to the authority and shackles that come with this position, I find myself yearning for the unrestrained freedom to drink heartily and laugh loudly. She paced to the grand desk, sinking heavily into the chair that represented power, leaning back slightly, as if only the sturdy support of the chair could bear the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to engulf her very soul. Her gaze drifted through the expansive window, surveying the dimly lit outline of the village beneath the quiet night, her voice laden with melancholy. Speaking of which, Kakashi is as calm as ice, terrifyingly rational, yet he possesses an uncanny ability to gauge the situation and adapt accordingly. She paused, a complex sheen flickering in her eyes. Perhaps he is far more suited to occupy this precarious position than I. Her fingers unconsciously tapped the icy armrest, producing a monotonous rhythm, like a chaotic beat echoing her disordered thoughts. How long ago was it when Jiraiya and Naruto exerted tremendous effort, traversing mountains and rivers, to drag me from those smoky casinos? Her voice took on a tinge of bitterness. Without hesitation, they thrust this burning hot potato, this burden so suffocating, into my hands. And what has become of it? Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles paling from the strain, as if she were trying to crush some intangible object. I have turned this position, which symbolizes glory and protection, into a pitiful spectacle riddled with wounds and crises from within and without. She gritted her teeth, each word painfully extracted, imbued with overwhelming disappointment and seething anger. Half of the village's elite have perished, the border is engulfed in flames, and even those two youths, once filled with promise, have become despised traitors. I, the fifth Hokage, am truly the greatest joke in Konoha's history. Utterly disgraceful. Shikaka gazed at her, his deep eyes, akin to a starry night, remained calm, yet appeared to have pierced through her layers of facade to grasp her most genuine intentions. He spoke slowly, his voice still steady. You intend to. Tsunade met Nara Shikaku's penetrating gaze, and under the scrutiny of those knowing eyes, all her efforts to conceal her emotions appeared feeble. She decided to relinquish all pretense, her expression blossoming into a bittersweet smile mingled with resignation and relief. You, my friend, truly see through everything with that brilliant mind of yours. Drawing in a deep breath of the cool night air, as if to expel the weight that had settled within her chest, her tone suddenly transformed, imbued with unwavering determination. Indeed, once the crisis that has swept through the village temporarily abates, or rather, once the current situation stabilizes and is no longer so tumultuous, I will take Sakura and leave this village. Leave. The long silent Yamamoto Hayashi could no longer contain himself, his voice bursting forth, his face a canvas of disbelief. Tsunade nodded slightly, her gaze initially resting on Hayashi's astonished countenance before shifting to Shikaku. Her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable power as she elucidated her decision. On one hand, Sakura, her voice revealed deep guilt and compassion. She has been by my side in this oppressive office for over a month, spinning like a top, serving tea, organizing documents, hardly catching a moment's rest. Just a month ago, she mustered immense courage to approach me and beg to become my apprentice. But I? Tsunade's voice trailed off, laden with remorse. I have been overwhelmed, entangled in the chaos of war and village affairs, unable to spare even a moment to teach her the most fundamental medical techniques or chakra control. Her voice lowered, saturated with self-reproach. I feel that I owe her far too much. I want to take her away from this land of strife, to focus on her training, imparting to her my cherished medical ninjutsu and that remarkable strength without reservation. Yet on the other hand, Tsunade's voice darkened, as if plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, harboring a stubborn obsession that she herself found absurd. I must investigate. I need to search for every possible clue left behind by that reckless Naruto and Sasuke. Her fingertips unconsciously tightened again, sharp nails digging into her palm, a distinct sting accompanying the turbulent emotions flickering in her amber eyes, a mixture of anguish, struggle, and defiance. Despite all the intelligence and evidence hitting her like cold, hard iron, ruthlessly revealing their betrayal of Konoha, betrayal of all of us. Tsunade's voice quivered slightly, tinged with a desperation bordering on madness. Until this moment, I still refuse to believe. I cannot accept that the boy who inherited the indomitable spirit of Minato and Kushina, the fool who, regardless of the odds, always shines with the brilliance of the sun, would commit such an act of treachery against the village that raised him. There must be something beneath the surface that I do not know. There must be. Absolutely. Silence once again enveloped the office. The air seemed to solidify into a heavy, viscous mass, pressing down on each individual, nearly suffocating them. Shikaku and Hayashi exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex array of emotions. They understood Tsunade all too well, comprehending her profound, almost maternal love and fervent hopes for Uzumaki Naruto, a sentiment that resided in the deepest, softest, and most untouchable corners of her heart. Jiraiya's domain. With utmost caution, Kakashi carefully pondered his words, endeavoring to inquire about that equally distressing news in the most tactful manner, his tone somber and grave. Yet, was there still no news concerning him or those two children? Tsunade, utterly exhausted, raised her hand, forcefully kneading her throbbing temples. Attempting to dispel the profound weariness that had seeped into her bones, her voice tinged with an unmistakable anxiety, helplessness, and a barely perceptible trace of fear. I have already dispatched a message to him through special channels at the swiftest pace. Cease the search and return to the village post-haste. She paused, her voice seemingly shrouded by a heavy haze. But that old fool has been scouring the land like a headless chicken for over a month in a frenzied quest to locate those two little brats. Clues. Humph. A short, cold scoff escaped her lips, saturated with endless irony and bitterness. The clues found are pitifully scarce, almost non-existent. It's as if they have completely evaporated from this ninja world. A profound sense of confusion and frustration seeped into Tsunade's voice, startling even her. With their meager strength as mere genin, where could they possibly have fled? By what means could they evade Jiraiya's renowned eyes, capable of perceiving all things, and elude his extensive intelligence network spanning the ninja world? As her words hung in the air, the office succumbed to a suffocating silence once more. Outside, the night breeze rustled through the leaves, emitting a mournful whisper, as if lamenting this burdensome reality. Suddenly, without warning, Tsunade abruptly lifted her head. The amber depths of her eyes, laden with endless exhaustion and struggle, appeared to ignite in that instant with an invisible force. Her hands slammed down upon the cold, hard surface of the desk. Bang! A deafening crash reverberated, akin to thunderclaps in the stillness, erupting with explosive force. The documents scattered across the desk, flung high into the air, fluttering like snowflakes, creating a chaotic mess upon landing. She leaned forward. A long-dormant yet never truly extinguished aura belonging to one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, erupted like a volcano. This presence was domineering, fierce, and imbued with an undeniable authority, sweeping through the entire office, obliterating the despair, weakness, and confusion that had previously lingered in the air. The fleeting fatigue and fragility vanished without a trace. In their stead emerged the supreme dignity and resolute responsibility of the Hokage, the fifth of Konohagakure. Her gaze was as sharp as a drawn blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all deceit and darkness. However, her words were decisive, each syllable resonating like thunder, striking hard upon the hearts of Kakashi and Ino, echoing with weight. Before I formally shed this cloak of Hokage, a symbol of responsibility and honor, before the next Hokage receives the official appointment document from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, I, Tsunade, remain the undisputed fifth Hokage of Konohagakure. Her piercing gaze swept across the solemn faces of Kakashi and Ino like a spotlight, her amber eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. I am aware. Some within the village harbored discontent towards me, the Hokage who has been thrust into this position amidst crisis, even scheming in the shadows, engaging in unsavory machinations, attempting to incite public opinion and impeach me from power. A cold, disdainful curve formed at the corner of her mouth, filled with contempt for those petty individuals and a resolute air of superiority. But, as long as I occupy this position, I bear the responsibility and duty to safeguard this village, to protect every soul within, even at the cost of my life. This is my solemn vow to my grandfather, the first Hokage, to the second Hokage, to my sensei, the third Hokage, and to all the spirits who sacrificed for the glory of Konoha, whether it be a Wagakure or Kimogakure, along with that foolish Suna who willingly plays the pawn. Her voice suddenly escalated, each syllable laced with a chilling, piercing intent, and an unwavering confidence stemming from absolute strength. They seek to take advantage of Konoha's internal vulnerabilities, to seize the moment while our forces are diminished, to gnaw at this seemingly loosened yet immensely resilient stronghold. Then let them come and try. I, Tsunade, along with all the indomitable ninjas of Konoha, shall use our searing blood and precious lives to make them profoundly understand the dire, unforgettable, and heart-wrenching price they will pay for daring to covet the sacred light of the will of fire. For those who dare to defile the untainted glory of Konoha shall suffer an agonizing, everlasting price. I shall live and die alongside this village that I hold dear, yet exhaust myself for. Chapter 72. The legendary Sannin, a specially trained ninja bird, sliced through the hazy sky, swiftly vanishing into the distant horizon like a stone cast into the sea. Disappearing without a trace. Jiraiya stood atop a colossal rock, watching the messenger, burdened with heavy secrets, fade from view, finally releasing a long-held breath of pent-up frustration. His taut nerves relaxed slightly, and he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a mix of travel fatigue and the tension of completing his mission. It's time to return to Konoha, he muttered softly, his voice somewhat ethereal in the vastness, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Who would have thought that Danzo could sink so low, engaging in such collusion? The thought of the chilling conspiracy revealed in the confidential letter made Jiraiya's fists clench involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The face that often bore a hint of cynicism was now etched with cold fury and heavy concern. Tsunade is waiting for me. He gazed toward Konoha, his expression complex, filled with worry for his old friend and the determination to return to the battlefield. However, just as he prepared to turn, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire from prolonged concealment and gathering chakra to return swiftly, an exceedingly subtle, yet unmistakably clear killing intent coiled around his senses like a cold serpent. The air thickened, and the sound of the wind seemed muted. Jiraiya froze, his body, which had relaxed slightly, tensed once more, akin to a beast poised to pounce. He did not turn immediately, but allowed a cold smirk to curve his lips, a blend of understanding and the calmness that comes from experience. However, before I return, it seems I must first deal with a few troublesome mice that have been stealthily trailing me for quite some time. His voice was low yet clearly audible to the shadows behind him. He slowly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, precisely locking onto a massive shadow beneath a large rock. The darkness there seemed to be deeper than the surrounding gloom, like a beast waiting to devour. Hey, Jiraiya spoke again, raising his voice slightly, imbued with undeniable authority. Having followed me for so long without intervening during my message delivery, it seems you are not his people. He paused, his eyes growing even sharper. Then, you must be here for me, Jiraiya. Come out, you hidden little brats. As his words fell, the profound shadow began to stir. Silence shattered. Two figures emerged, as if separating from ink, silently stepping forward, one deliberate step at a time, from the dense darkness. They were clad in identical, unsettling black cloaks adorned with several red clouds that appeared to weep blood, symbols of the Akatsuki organization. Their hats, pulled low, cast shadows over their faces, obscuring their features, leaving only vague outlines. One towering figure, vaguely discernible as carrying a massive object on his back, tightly bound with bandages, broke the silence first. His voice, rough and imbued with an odd, almost frictional quality, echoed, "Ah, it seems I've truly been discovered." He slightly raised his head, the shadow of his hat lifting just enough to reveal a face of chilling horror. His skin, pale as that of a dead fish, bore gill-like slits resembling those of a shark on both cheeks. His mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of teeth sharp as saw blades, glinting with a cold, sinister light. Coupled with his small yet malevolent eyes, he radiated a predatory, inhuman aura of danger. It was none other than the rogue ninja from the mist, the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Kisame Hashigaki. He surveyed Jiraiya with a keen interest, as if admiring his soon-to-be prey. Beside Kisame stood another figure, more proportionate in build, who remained silent, blending into the shadows like a ghost. It was only after Kisame spoke that he made a move. A bony hand emerged from the center of his Akatsuki robe, fingers elongated and powerful. With this hand, he slowly and deliberately pulled something from within the robe, perhaps the zipper of his garment, producing a faint hissing sound. He then slightly raised his hat, just enough to alter the shadows beneath it. Suddenly, a pair of eyes flickered to life in the dim light. These were not ordinary eyes. Within the crimson pupils, 3 black tomos spun slowly, emanating a bewitching and frigid glow, as if capable of penetrating the human soul and freezing it. It was the Sharingan. Moreover, it was the legendary 3-tomo Sharingan. The voice of Uchiha Itachi, one of the legendary Sannin, broke the tension, calm yet laden with an innate, heart-stopping pressure. "Lord Jiraiya," he stated, his tone devoid of any ripple, yet carrying an undeniable warning. "He is unlike any foe we have encountered before. Exercise utmost caution, Kisame." Jiraiya observed the duo before him, particularly the striking Sharingan, as fragments of information regarding the Akatsuki organization flashed through his mind. His brows furrowed slightly, a storm of realization surging within him. "So that's it," he murmured, his gaze darting between Itachi and Kisame, while his mind raced with questions. Why are the Akatsuki here? And why am I their target? As Jiraiya's thoughts raced, he connected the dots of recent events. I had been tracking Naruto and Sasuke, their whereabouts uncertain, yet Danzo must have gleaned my movements through some channel. He knew of the orders Tsunade had given me, and the timing is too precise. The Akatsuki's intelligence network was formidable, but to intercept me so accurately after I sent out a secret message seemed too coincidental. They knew I had temporarily left Konoha, and that I possessed crucial information, compounded by recent rumors suggesting Iwagakure had contact with the Akatsuki. A chilling hypothesis formed in his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be? "Danzo, this matter is indeed connected to you." A wave of unnameable anger and disappointment surged within Jiraiya as he nearly spat Danzo's name through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with bitter coldness. Just as he wrestled with these emotions, Itachi spoke again, his tone still imbued with an eerie, almost polite coldness. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Jiraiya," he said, inclining his head as if performing a farewell ceremony, "but it appears you cannot leave here." Before his words could settle, both he and Kisame stepped forward. Their movements were subtle, yet the atmosphere thickened with an intensified aura of menace. The invisible pressure surged toward Jiraiya like a tidal wave, rendering the air around them heavy and still, leaving only the palpable tension of their standoff. Kisame Hashigaki of the Akatsuki, alongside the most formidable Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeper, his dark eyes glinting with seriousness. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Alone, Kisame, with his chakra-devouring sword Samahata, was already a formidable adversary, and Itachi's prowess was well known. The duo's combined strength was not to be underestimated. This could indeed be troublesome, Jiraiya thought, yet his expression remained resolute, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him. He inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals as immense chakra began to surge within him, coalescing. Chapter 73. A fateful reunion. Naruto and Sasuke dashed through the intertwining branches of ancient trees, their forms blurring into streaks of light. Each time their toes made contact with the ground, a dull explosion rang out, fracturing the sturdy trunks beneath them. The wind howled past their ears, morphing into a tangible, cutting stream that sliced through the air, painting the landscape into fleeting hues, all aimed towards the distant outline of Konoha. Empowered by newfound strength, their bodies surged with unprecedented energy, their speed surpassing all rational limits. Suddenly, a bone-chilling, viscous intent to kill slithered through the woods like an unseen serpent, wrapping around them stealthily. The air felt as if it had been abruptly siphoned away, growing dense and heavy, as even the rustling leaves and chirping creatures fell eerily silent, leaving only a stifling void of deathly quiet. In perfect synchronicity, the two figures skidded to a halt, their movements sharp and precise, akin to two leaves quietly pinning themselves to the branch of a towering tree. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, the black depths of his eyes, infused with the steady vitality of Senju Hashirama, yet still bearing the sharpness of the Uchiha, flickered with a glint of coldness. "Such intense, unmasked intent to kill," he murmured, his voice lower than usual, imbued with an ancient weight that even one unskilled in perception could detect. He delicately twirled his fingers, sensing the harmonious blend of the tremendous life energy within him and his own fierce lightning chakra, while the intent to kill coalesced like an icy spear in his gaze. "Humph, it must be him." Naruto's azure eyes narrowed, reflecting the source of the malice, his brow instinctively furrowing as a complex mix of emotions washed over his sunlit features, an understanding tinged with impatience and irritation. "This guy just won't relent. Have we been pursued for this long?" He clicked his tongue, his tone laced with unmistakable frustration. "Show up at such a critical moment, Toby." The last name slipped through his teeth, heavy with repressed anger. Sasuke adjusted his shoulders, the sound of cracking bones echoing softly. The power within him stirred restlessly, as if ready to burst forth. "Enough," he scoffed, infused with disdain and determination. This trouble must be resolved sooner or later. If he's come to us, let's end this swiftly, no time to waste. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, like a blade drawn from its sheath, directed at the source of the malice. Lest they miss the spectacle brewing in Konoha. No sooner had he spoken than the air before them warped violently, without warning. The scene resembled a placid lake disturbed by an unseen boulder, rippling outward in heart-stopping temporal waves. The air groaned under the strain, light fracturing at the edges of distortion. A figure gradually materialized at the epicenter of this eerie vortex. The orange, single-eyed spiral mask reflected the dappled light and shadows of the forest, appearing particularly glaring. The Akatsuki cloak, adorned with a black background and red clouds, rustled ominously against the distorted backdrop of space, as if it sought to devour all surrounding light. He hovered like an incorporeal specter in midair, his posture seemingly casual, yet exuding an air of condescension akin to that of one surveying insignificant ants below. Then a deep, hoarse voice, deliberately mimicking another, rasped forth slowly, reminiscent of sandpaper's abrasive texture. Ah, it has indeed been quite some time. Each syllable echoed the legendary Uchiha Obito. However, neither Naruto nor Sasuke betrayed the slightest hint of surprise or gravity. Their expressions resembled those of spectators at a poorly executed comedic play. They did not even lift their heads, maintaining their previous stances as if the figure suspended in the air were nothing more than an inconsequential wisp of air. Sasuke was the first to shatter the eerie silence, a chilling smile curving at the corners of his lips, his tone laced with unreserved, almost scathing mockery. Ah, I thought a divine being had graced us with their presence. After all this commotion, it turns out to be merely a pathetic fool, a pawn thrust into the limelight. Blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, Sasuke's words were like ice shards, each one piercing directly at the most sensitive and fragile nerves hidden beneath the other's false mask. Each utterance dripped with disdain and contempt, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Naruto, arms crossed, lazily leaned against the sturdy trunk behind him, a playful smirk gracing his face, perfectly complementing Sasuke's jest in an effortless duet, as though they had rehearsed it countless times. Indeed, if we were unaware of your true nature, ignorant of what lies beneath that mask, what a spectacle it would be. He feigned regret, shrugging his shoulders. Your attempts at pretense, your theatrics of shadowy manipulation, might have genuinely deceived us once. Regrettably, the mask concealed all expressions of Uchiha Obito, leaving no one to discern the tumultuous storm brewing beneath it. Yet, only Obito himself was aware that at the moment Sasuke and Naruto's scornful words fell, cold beads of sweat had drenched his brow, trickling down the contours of his twisted scars. His heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, violently contracting and spasming, inducing waves of suffocating pain. This feeling, how could they possibly know? Obito's inner world had already erupted into a tempest, a myriad of chaotic thoughts galloping like wild horses, battering against the barricades of his reason. They were merely two inexperienced children. How could they so effortlessly see through him? Where did they acquire this information? Who had informed them? No, this is utterly impossible. No one in this world could possibly know that secret. The naive, foolish, loyal Uchiha Obito had long since perished. He had died on the battlefield of the Kanabi Bridge, on that blood-soaked night, forever buried in the ruins of the past. What stood here now was Uchiha Madara, the savior guiding this decaying world towards true peace. It is I. Chapter 74. The one long since departed he desperately, almost hysterically roared within, attempting to quell the uncontrolled panic and tremors surging forth like a tidal wave through sheer willpower, distorted beliefs. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks, bringing a chilling sensation, yet failing to extinguish the fervor within. I do not know where you heard these absurd tales. Obito forced himself to regain composure, striving to maintain the raspy voice and authoritative demeanor of Uchiha Madara, though an imperceptible rigidity and tremor lingered beneath his feigned calm. Rumors? How laughable. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, endeavoring to reclaim the initiative in the conversation, concocting some earth-shattering revelation. Well, since you are so curious about my identity, I shall indulge you. At this juncture, I need not continue the charade. I am not merely a behind-the-scenes member of the Akatsuki. My true identity is that of the long-deceased, legendary figure known as Uchiha. Just as he was about to utter the preordained name designed to confuse, Naruto's voice interjected, calm and steady. devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if stating a simple fact. Yet, those unremarkable 2 words bore a peculiar power, piercing through all illusions like lightning cleaving the night sky, effortlessly severing Obito's imminent declaration. Those 2 syllables effortlessly penetrated his deliberately masked raspy tone, and the cold, orange visage, like a scalding iron branding his soul's deepest recesses. Buzz. Obito's body, suspended in midair, jolted violently. Beneath the single eye of the mask, the kaleidoscope Sharingan's pupil constricted in sheer terror, as if faced with the most unimaginable horror. Uchiha Obito? He instinctively repeated the name, both familiar and profoundly alien, his voice momentarily shedding the deliberate low timbre and roughness, briefly regaining a touch of his original, youthful yet obsessively fervent tone. Though only a few syllables, barely discernible, they unmistakably revealed the volcanic upheaval within him. Yet, being Uchiha Obito, his reflexes were astonishingly swift. Almost instantly, he recognized his lapse, hastily reverting to the hoarse, aged tone of Uchiha Madara in an attempt to cover his earlier slip. Oh, I recall now. He feigned contemplation, his tone tinged with nostalgia and indifference. Isn't that the name of a little brat from the Uchiha clan? He paused, seemingly reflecting. However, I believe he should have perished long ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, in that renowned battle at Kanabi Bridge. Yes, he entrusted his Sharingan to that little rascal, Hatake Kakashi, which led to the fame of the copy ninja, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Now that I think about it, he was quite a loyal and selfless little fellow, considering the greater good. His tone feigned the aloofness and detachment of an elder reflecting on a junior, attempting to redefine Uchiha Obito as a historical figure. One deserving of a minor commendation, yet long relegated to the annals of dust and time. However, this performance, seemingly flawless in Obito's view, appeared pale, impotent, and even laughable in the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke. The 2 remained utterly immobile, their gazes, like 2 solidified searchlights, unwaveringly fixated on the masked figure suspended before them. Those 2 gazes, distinct yet converging, held an undeniable weight. One gaze belongs to Sasuke, whose eyes are as sharp and cold as an unsheathed divine blade, seemingly capable of severing all pretense and illusion, piercing directly to the essence. The other belongs to Naruto, whose eyes resemble an unfathomable azure vortex, appearing tranquil yet harboring a terrifying power that can perceive the human heart and consume all secrets. These 2 gazes intertwine, forming an invisible yet indomitable net that firmly binds Uchiha Obito in place. The penetrating intensity of their stares is akin to 2 scorching flames, relentlessly roasting his soul through the icy facade of his mask, eliciting an unprecedented panic and shame, as if he were laid bare under the glaring sun. Stripped of all disguise, the last vestige of security offered by the mask is utterly shattered in that moment, leaving nothing behind. Indeed, Naruto gazes at him and finally speaks slowly. His voice, though not loud, resonates with extraordinary clarity in the stillness of the forest, each word striking Obito's heart like a heavy hammer. Uchiha Obito, a man of deep emotions and loyalties. He pauses slightly, and within the depths of his azure eyes, an inscrutable light flickers, as if concealing countless secrets. That gaze seems to penetrate through layers of masks, through myriad lies, transcending the barriers of time, directly perceiving the soul once filled with fervor, now utterly twisted by hatred and pain, imprisoned in darkness. A man of profound affection and duty. However, that Obito, as you have said, has perished. Naruto's gaze, sharp as a needle, pierces the soul-deep hole in Obito's mask, his tone laced with a cold inquiry. What manner of being, wearing this absurd mask and struggling to play the roles of others, do we face now? The forest falls into complete silence. The air grows thick, weighing heavily on every heart, inducing a sense of suffocation. Naruto's seemingly mundane question is akin to a colossal stone cast into a still pond, stirring relentless waves in the depths of Obito's heart, causing his very soul to tremble. Sasuke's lips curl into a chilling arc as he emits a brief, sharp scoff, akin to an icicle slicing through the still air. Enough. Put away your pathetic imitation. His voice is as frigid as millennia-old ice, each syllable akin to a meticulously forged poison needle, striking with pinpoint accuracy and mercilessly piercing the taut nerves of Obito. To be frank, your performance is laughably poor. Sasuke slightly turns his handsome face, his pitch-black eyes now devoid of any human emotional fluctuation, replaced only by a pure, godlike indifference as he regards Obito with disdain. We have more pressing matters to attend to. His tone betrays an unmistakable impatience and profound contempt, as if the formidable Uchiha Madara before them were nothing more than an unsightly stone by the roadside. There is no time for this childish game. Naruto slowly lowers his crossed arms, a smile gradually blossoming on his face. This smile, his signature, radiates warmth akin to sunlight, possessing a natural charm that seems capable of melting all ice. Yet at this moment, reflected in the depths of his eyes, which seem to perceive the essence of all things, this smile appears particularly piercing, imbued with a mocking awareness that sees through all facades. Indeed, Obito, he says, his tone suddenly lightening, as if conversing with an old friend long unseen. I truly wish we could find a place to sit down and have a proper chat, to reminisce. His gaze, however, sharp as a hawk circling high above, locks onto the eyes behind the mask, which may be filled with shock and disbelief. But in the next instant, his tone turns razor-sharp. The smile on his face vanishes completely, seriousness and unyielding resolve rising to his brow. An invisible, yet weighty pressure, heavy as a mountain, quietly envelopes the surroundings. Yet Naruto's voice deepens, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 stones, echoing with undeniable authority. Only true strength grants one the right to sit at the negotiation table. Chapter 75. Swift resolution. However, Naruto's voice deepens, each word imbued with immense weight, echoing as if stones were cast to the earth, carrying an irrefutable gravity. Only true strength grants one the right to sit at the negotiation table. Beneath the mask, Obito's teeth grind under the unbearable pressure, the sound nearly shattering them. These damn brats, each word from them, in perfect harmony, is like the most precise scalpel, cruelly dissecting his disguise, ruthlessly striking at his vulnerabilities, tearing apart the facade he had painstakingly constructed. The shame of being utterly seen through, the fury of being so brazenly scorned, and the profound fear stemming from unknown sources of information. These emotions erupt like a dormant volcano, finally exploding in this moment. You've been rambling from the start. He lets out an uncontrollable low growl, his voice shedding the pretense of hoarse imitation, reverting to that of Uchiha Obito, sharp and somewhat distorted by extreme rage. Stop being so self-righteous, you fools. Regardless, I am Uchiha Madara. What of Uchiha Obito? That naive fool is dead. Dead on the Kanabi Bridge. Forever dead. His roar reverberates through the forest, causing leaves to fall in disarray. Accompanying this hysterical outcry, the space around his right eye violently distorts, emitting a painful, ear-splitting hum, as if fabric were being violently torn apart. The void appears to be forcibly ripped apart by an invisible hand, revealing a gaping black rift. A colossal, ancient fan, its edges ablaze with ominous crimson flames, which once symbolized Uchiha Madara's dominance in the warring states, is suddenly drawn forth. Alongside it emerges a scythe, linked by chains, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, exuding an aura of heaviness and lethality. Obito grips this unimaginably heavy legendary weapon tightly, his body sinking slightly as he assumes a standard, power-laden combat stance. Chaotic chakra erupts from him like a flood breaching a dam, stirring the surrounding air into a visible maelstrom. From the soul opening in the mask, his gaze reveals no further concealment, only the most primal, purest rage and chilling intent to kill. Fully enraged and stripped of all pretense, he chooses to abandon any verbal entanglement and argument, opting instead to prove his existence through the most direct and brutal display of absolute power. To crush these two audacious brats who dared to mock him. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Naruto observes Obito's unmasked, adversarial demeanor with a smile that reveals no hint of fear, instead blossoming into one of near delight. He slowly opens his right palm. In it lies a diamond-shaped crystal, entirely black as ink, emanating a dark, profound light, calmly resting in the lines of his palm. Compared to before, the tip of this mysterious crystal has clearly melted somewhat, its edges blurring where it meets Naruto's flesh, as if slowly and irreversibly merging together. A formidable and ineffable force, ancient and powerful as the vastness of the starry sea, surged into Naruto's body through this wondrous interface, much like a torrent of rivers. This energy began to converge, resonate, and fuse with his own vast chakra and the wild yet warm strength of the Nine Tails, resulting in a remarkable transformation. It was the power of Uchiha Madara, being gradually absorbed and mastered by him, Uzumaki Naruto, as he felt the overwhelming surge of power within him grow exponentially with each passing moment. A broader smile crept across his lips, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited within his eyes. "You are my first sparring partner, Obito." His gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on the figure hovering in the air, radiating an aura of extreme danger, filled with excitement and anticipation for a worthy opponent, mingled with a deeply concealed pity. "I am truly looking forward to this." Before his words faded, Naruto abruptly waved his hand. The sound reverberated like thunder from the heavens, echoing throughout the forest, imbued with unmatched power and unwavering resolve. "Go, Sasuke." In an instant, Sasuke's figure became a blur. The ground beneath him could not withstand the terrifying force that erupted in that moment. With a sharp crack, spiderweb-like fissures spread wildly. He transformed into a streak of rapid, black lightning, tearing through the air. His body shimmered with an extraordinarily refined chakra, glowing with a brilliant emerald aura, a preliminary manifestation of the unmatched life energy and would-release power of Hashirama Senju. This vibrant force intertwined perfectly with his own domineering lightning-release chakra, creating a unique momentum that was both filled with life and imbued with an indomitable sharpness. Like a meteor carrying life and destruction, he charged toward Obito in midair. In that instant, as Sasuke launched forward, Naruto moved. A dazzling golden chakra, as brilliant as the sun, enveloped him entirely. The wild and warm energy of the Nine Tails intertwined madly with the cold, domineering, abyss-like power emanating from Madara's chakra, rising and merging. This formed a terrifying pressure even greater, more complex, and more alarming than Sasuke's. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, the earth caved in, creating a gaping pit. He shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, or rather, like a golden nuclear bomb. The piercing sound of air being torn apart followed him, as he surged upward from an unexpected angle, transforming into a golden light of destruction. The two of them moved in unison, one to the left and the other to the right, their speed leaving only faint afterimages in the air. They became two beams of divine judgment, tearing through the heavens and punishing evil. In an instant, they formed a flawless, unassailable pincer attack, locking onto Obito in midair, cutting off all avenues of escape. The single eye behind Obito's mask shrank to a pinprick. This speed, this momentum, this power. It completely surpassed all his expectations and understanding of these two youngsters, especially the faint yet pure aura of would-release emanating from Sasuke, and the familiar yet terrifying energy fusion emanating from Naruto. All of this sent alarm bells ringing in Obito's mind with an unprecedented intensity. A chilling dread surged through him. He could not afford to be careless for even a moment. Life and death hung by a thread. In that instant, he activated the intangibility of Kamui to its utmost limit. His body became hazy and transparent at the moment the two devastating attacks were about to strike. He attempted to penetrate this lethal combination with his broken ability. Simultaneously, he instinctively raised the massive fan of flames in his hand, slicing through the air with a whistling wind, trying to block and delay even a fraction of a second. Boom! In the next moment, Sasuke's iron fist, enveloped in immense life energy and wild lightning, and Naruto's heavy fist, infused with the power of the Nine Tails and Madara's ocular strength, collided with the massive fan Obito desperately tried to block, and with the rapidly vanishing area of his body. Three distinct yet equally formidable forces, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, collided violently. The core of their energy clash erupted with a brightness a billion times more blinding than the sun's core. The light consumed all colors, casting the world into a stark white. Following that was a terrifying roar capable of shattering eardrums and fracturing souls. Buzzing and rumbling, the tumultuous shockwaves swept outwards like an apocalyptic tsunami, embracing all in its unstoppable path. Chapter 76. From the future. Uchiha Obito's chest heaved violently, each breath feeling like molten lava searing his lungs, bringing excruciating pain as he greedily, yet painfully inhaled air. It was a state of utter disarray. For the first time, he found himself on the brink of collapse, kneeling with one knee on the ground, the sharp stones digging into his flesh, supported solely by his twisted obsession. Behind the cracks in his mask, his lone scarlet Sharingan was fixed with unprecedented horror and disbelief upon the golden-haired figure of Uzumaki Naruto. His pupil contracted, narrowing to the size of a pin. The chakra of Uchiha Madara. His voice was dry and hoarse, stripped of the deep authority he once wielded as Madara, leaving only the rawest, most primal fear and astonishment. Impossible. This cannot be. Why? Why is Madara's power manifesting in you, Uzumaki Naruto? His uncontrolled scream sliced through the carefully woven facade he had maintained for years, tearing apart the heavy shell known as Uchiha Madara, exposing the panicked soul of Uchiha Obito beneath. Uzumaki Naruto stood quietly, like a judge, coldly observing Uchiha Obito on the verge of collapse. The face that once bore a radiant smile now appeared as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of warmth, even curling into a slight smirk, as if looking down upon an ant struggling beneath a deity. Oh, so, Uzumaki Naruto spoke in a calm tone, yet each word struck like a hammer. So you finally admit that you are not Uchiha Madara. His voice was not loud, yet it contained a profound power that pierced through Obito's defenses, shattering the last remnants of his disguise, scattering them to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto took a step forward, though the air around them was dead silent. His signature golden hair seemed to sway as if caught in a breeze, each strand appearing to burn with golden flames. His azure eyes were now terrifyingly deep, swallowing all light like a moonless night, filled with an unsettling wisdom and weariness far beyond his years. Uchiha Sasuke stood tall beside him, like a solitary pine on a cliff, his black hair and eyes forming an indomitable barrier alongside Naruto. An overwhelming, colossal force, heavy as a mountain yet tinged with an inexplicable sense of alienation and rejection, emanated from Sasuke, silently spreading outward. It was the power of the god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Though merely a glimpse, it was evident that astonishing signs of revival were surging within Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's dark eyes, sharp as a drawn blade, were also fixed upon Obito, who could barely stand. The oppressive silence weighed heavily upon Uchiha Obito, more potent than any stern rebuke or furious roar. As Uzumaki Naruto's voice lowered, it resonated with a serene authority, as if he were gazing upon the river of time and comprehending the cycles of existence. Listen closely. You must understand. He paused, seemingly contemplating his words, gathering a reservoir of strength. You do not belong to this era. Each syllable seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, piercing the air and delving deep into Obito's eardrums, stirring tumultuous waves within the chaos of his soul. We, Naruto enunciated deliberately, come from the future. A future far more brutal than anything you can currently conceive, a reality that surpasses even your understanding of Uchiha Madara, a future that is 1,000-fold darker. From the future, these words struck like a cataclysmic thunderbolt, exploding within the ocean of Obito's consciousness, shattering his beliefs, his plans, and all he held dear into fragments. His heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding fiercely against his ribcage, the sound reverberating in his ears. Beneath the mask, his scarred visage likely drained of color, pale as a sheet of paper soaked in icy water, fragile and cold. How could this be? Time travel? A return to the past? Such notions belong only to the most absurd mythologies. It was a complete upheaval of the very foundations of the shinobi world, capable of driving any ninja to madness. In that future, Naruto utterly disregarded Obito's intense, crumbling reaction, continuing to deliver a dispassionate account of a grim reality, one filled with ungraspable terror. His voice faltered slightly, as if recalling a haunting memory that could rend the soul, rendering the air around them imbued with a hue of despair. The existence he described, the power he possessed, Naruto whispered, carried a tone that echoed through the ages, marked by an exhaustion stripped of pretense. Within his azure gaze flickered an ineffable wariness and the weight of profound experience. You are far surpassed by the limits of comprehension. Uchiha Obito. As Naruto's gaze shifted toward Obito, it bore no warmth, only a near contemptuous pity, as if surveying an ant beneath his heel. You have transcended even the Uchiha Madara you once revered as a deity, standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm. This declaration landed like a silent hammer upon Obito's already precarious defenses. He shuddered, gripped by an unseen force tightening around his throat, his breathing growing more labored. And you? Uchiha Obito, the cold smirk that graced Naruto's lips deepened, as if regarding a pitiful creature ensnared by its own delusions. Within that mockery lay boundless compassion and a profound disdain birthed from a higher perspective. You, who have twisted yourself, forsaken everything, even buried your cherished ideals, merely to fulfill your so-called Moon Eye plan. Naruto's tone was chillingly calm, yet each word sliced through Obito's already battered soul like a blade. Before that true horror, he shook his head gently, a slow, definitive gesture. Your Moon Eye plan, all your struggles and schemes, are nothing more than a child's castle built upon the sand. A gust of wind could scatter it into oblivion. Each word Naruto uttered resonated with an undeniable, absolute verdict. Naive, ridiculous, merely trifling. The final phrases struck like icy raindrops against Obito's rigid mask, seeping through to freeze the last remnants of hope within him. Obito felt his worldview collapsing, as Naruto's simple words tore through it like a tempest. Chapter 77. The mask worn too long becomes your face. A colossal fury and doubt surged within him like a volcano, yet he could not immediately retort. For the formidable presence emanating from Naruto and Sasuke sent shivers through his very soul, and the weariness reflected in their eyes spoke of a wisdom beyond this age, silently affirming the truth of their assertions, especially the aura reminiscent of Uchiha Madara that enveloped Naruto. What did it mean? They claimed to be from the Otsutsuki clan, invaders from beyond the stars. They traversed the vast cosmos, sowing the seeds of divine trees, greedily harvesting chakra and lives from one planet after another, transforming them into cold, lifeless fruits. Everything we hold dear, ninja, villages, nations, even the very planet beneath our feet, is but a nursery for cultivating fruit in the eyes of those Otsutsuki. Mere nutrients to be drained and discarded. Each of Naruto's words struck like thunderclaps, each sentence a resounding bell, violently battering against Obito's already disordered heart. The future? Beings from beyond? Otsutsuki? Harvesting planets. Each term echoed like a mantra from another dimension, absurd yet chillingly real. For the one proclaiming this was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, who had just showcased a might capable of shattering Obito's proud godlike power, perhaps even surpassing Uchiha Madara himself. Now witness for yourself. Naruto's voice rose sharply, his golden chakra bubbling forth once more, the power within distorting the very air. Look upon the despair we have faced. Behold the reasons for which we have wagered everything. If you choose to stand with us, Uchiha Obito, lend us your strength, your unparalleled might. To confront the true threats that loom from the stars, we can accept you, offer you a genuine opportunity to change your fate, instead of wallowing in a delusional dreamscape to escape reality. This time, you cannot choose death as an easy escape as you did before. Naruto's gaze sharpened, as if intending to cleave Obito's very soul. This time, live fully. Only by living can you hope to change everything. Only through life can redemption be attained. Before this, Naruto's aura soared to its zenith, his voice resonating through the heavens, imbued with unrivaled determination. Let me show you the conviction we carry. At that moment, the world transformed. The already ravaged forest, akin to a hell's cape, was instantaneously engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Thick, roiling black clouds churned like a tempestuous sea, spiraling into a colossal vortex. Billions of fierce, serpentine lightning bolts danced through the clouds, intertwining and colliding, producing a thunderous roar that seemed capable of tearing through the depths of the soul. Boom. Subsequently, two towering figures materialized beneath the tumultuous thunderclouds, as if ancient deities coalescing into existence. On one side stood the complete Susanoo, radiating eternal light. Clad in indestructible armor and wielding divine weaponry, its imposing presence overshadowing even the sun and stars. On the other side, the colossal Ninetales, ablaze with golden flames. Exuding boundless vitality and destructive energy, its nine tails swaying like mountainous pillars, each movement stirring the winds and rending the fabric of space itself. Obito stiffly raised his head, his pupils constricting to their utmost from sheer shock, as he gazed blankly at the terrifying sight that resembled a mythic descent, akin to a doomsday judgment. The palpable pressure weighed upon him as if 1 billion tons of seawater cascaded from the heavens, crashing and battering against his body, his will, and his very soul. He felt his breath become unbearably labored, each inhalation akin to swallowing searing blades. Looking down, he noticed his wrist, tightly grasping the chains of the flame-encased fan, was now covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat, droplets cascading down his trembling fingertips, plopping silently upon the charred earth beneath, creating tiny, inconsequential patches of dampness. Was this the awakening spoken of by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? This had completely and utterly transcended his entire understanding and definition of strength. This was not a power attainable by mere mortals. It belonged to deities, to the forces of creation and annihilation. In comparison, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan he had always prided himself on, the Moon Eye plan he had painstakingly cultivated over the years, even the pinnacle of power within the ninja world, including Uchiha Madara, appeared utterly insignificant and laughable before these two colossal embodiments of divine wrath. Did such enemies truly exist in the future? Obito muttered to himself in a daze, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with an unspeakable shock, confusion, and a hint of fear he had not even recognized within himself. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Space appeared subtly distorted beneath the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two colossal energy forms. After what felt like an eternity, under the icy gaze of the two immense entities that seemed capable of piercing through souls and scrutinizing all, Obito suddenly let out a low, hoarse laugh, tinged with self-mockery and a semblance of liberation. His laughter resonated with boundless fatigue, the bitterness of shattered dreams, and a trace of profound bewilderment. Slowly, he raised his right hand, the movement sluggish yet imbued with an unprecedented solemnity, as if he were shedding an insurmountable burden, reaching toward the orange spiral mask that adorned his face. He had worn this mask for far too long. His fingers finally brushed against the cold, hard edge of the mask, pausing momentarily before he exerted a gentle force. With a faint click, a sound almost inaudible, yet akin to the tolling of a bell marking the end of an era, the mask, symbolizing Uchiha Madara, emblematic of conspiracy and darkness, was slowly, inch by inch, removed from his face. The true visage hidden beneath the mask was finally exposed to the dim light of the sky, albeit obscured by clouds, yet still illuminated by penetrating rays. It was a visage that would startle any onlooker. One half bore the faintly discernible contours of a once handsome youth, weathered yet complex in expression. The other half was marred by deep, twisted creases and grotesque scars, the eternal marks of the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the indelible imprints of death and despair. His left eye was an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, now flickering with an inscrutable light. The right eye, however, was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, instilling dread in countless formidable foes, possessing a unique power to distort time and space. In the crimson depths of his pupil reflected the two colossal beings above, mirroring the tumultuous waves within his heart. Obito casually discarded the mask that had accompanied him for years, allowing it to roll away, becoming stained with dirt and dust, akin to relinquishing a heavy and burdensome past. For the first time, sunlight streamed unobstructed onto his complete, scarred visage. He squinted slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the brightness. He lifted his gaze toward Naruto Uzumaki, toward Sasuke Uchiha, and further toward the two towering energy entities that loomed over him like deities. In his eyes, all deliberate facades of coldness, scheming, and madness faded away, leaving only a profound weariness born of countless cycles of upheaval, along with a deep perturbation instigated by the brutal revelation of truth. This false visage had almost truly become his own. Chapter 78. The second wave. The land of the Frost Country was cold and hard, the air thick with the lingering scent of rust mingled with gunpowder, the acrid marks left behind by the merciless tongue of war. The allied forces of Konoha faced off against the Iwagakure and Kumogakure forces on this frigid terrain, a silent murderous intent nearly freezing the flow of air. This time, at the forefront of the Konoha array stood a solitary figure, Hatake Kakashi. His silver hair danced wildly in the biting wind, and the one visible eye he revealed remained calm, yet concealed a sharp brilliance capable of piercing through all illusions. Kakashi's appearance invigorated the slightly fatigued Konoha shinobi behind him, dispelling the weariness and unease that had arisen from the prolonged standoff, reigniting their fighting spirit amid whispers of barely contained excitement and anticipation, like a torrent brewing beneath the ice, ready to burst forth. However, Kakashi's gaze did not linger on the morale that had briefly surged behind him. He focused on the opposing ranks, particularly the sturdy figure of the Iwagakure ninja, Tsuchi. Beside Tsuchi stood Durui from the Kumogakure, his dark skin glistening with health, his seemingly lazy demeanor betraying a predatory glint reminiscent of a leopard, a broad, distinctive sword resting on his shoulder. Both individuals were top-tier powerhouses, capable of shifting the tide of battle, their depths unfathomable. Kakashi's eyes, akin to the most precise instruments, swiftly scanned the vast enemy camp, keenly capturing a crucial piece of information. The ninja from Sunagakure had not appeared on this front line. Yet, this did not imply safety. The Wagakure and Kyomogakure had nearly thrown everything into the fray, and the lurking venomous snakes of Sunagakure would undoubtedly not remain uninvolved. Kakashi's internal alarms blared, a sense of gravity creeping into his heart. He slowly raised his hand, unhurried, gently pushing up the forehead protector that symbolized Konoha's glory and bonds. A crimson glow erupted suddenly as three black tomo began to rotate within his blood-red eyes, enigmatic and powerful. The instant his Sharingan activated, the world transformed in his vision. The flow of enemy chakra, the subtle tightening of muscles, and the trajectories of energy in the air flooded his mind like a torrent of information. Everyone, be cautious. Kakashi's voice, though not loud, carried an unusual penetrating quality, clearly reaching every Konoha ninja behind him. This battle is far from ordinary. His words ignited the battlefield like a spark in hot oil. Kill. The forces of a Wagakure and Kyomogakure surged forward in a simultaneous tidal assault. The deafening cries of battle erupted like a dam bursting, instantly engulfing the tranquility of the frozen earth. Countless ninjas surged forth like arrows loosed from bows, fueled by an unyielding murderous intent, charging toward one another. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a dazzling stage of ninjutsu and a brutal meat grinder of life and death. Various jutsu illuminated the scene, explosions reverberated incessantly, and the air was thick with the heat of colliding chakra and the desperate, fleeting wails of lives extinguished. Kakashi darted forward like a specter, heading straight toward a Wagakure's commander. Tsuchi. Both combatants were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, devoid of any superfluous hesitations. Upon their initial contact, a cataclysmic clash erupted. The earth release technique unleashed by the figure was as formidable and unyielding as collapsing mountains. Each punch and kick imbued with a terrifying force capable of rending the very ground asunder. In contrast, Kakashi, leveraging the extraordinary perception of his Sharingan and his meticulously honed taijutsu, moved with an ethereal grace, like a nimble swallow navigating through a tempest. Amidst the ferocious onslaught of the earth release, he adeptly maneuvered, seeking fleeting opportunities for counterattack. A crackling sound heralded the gathering of electrical energy in his palm. The sharp Raikiri poised to sever through thunder itself, emanating an aura of impending destruction. On the opposite side of the battlefield, a massive meat grinder had commenced its relentless operation. Although the arrival of Kakashi invigorated the morale of the Konoha ninjas, they faced an overwhelming numerical disadvantage against the robust Wagakure and Kyomogakure coalition. The casualty figures escalated at a harrowing pace, with crimson blood spilling onto the cold, frozen earth like spilled ink. Severed limbs and mangled bodies lay scattered across the smoke-filled, dust-laden battlefield, a ghastly sight. The shadow of death, akin to an invisible plague, began to silently spread among the ranks of the Konoha ninjas. The burning fighting spirit in their eyes was gradually eroded by fear, replaced by an instinctual dread of death and a profound sense of despair. Kakashi's keen peripheral vision captured the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, and his heart sank. The forces of a Wagakure and Kyomogakure had encircled them like two colossal venomous serpents, forming a vast encirclement with an unmistakable, ominous intent to utterly devour and annihilate the elite from Konoha. No longer could he afford to be passively battered. He had to break free from this dire situation immediately. Otherwise, total annihilation was merely a matter of time. A glint of cold determination flashed in Kakashi's eyes as the radiance of Raikiri surged to its zenith. He surged forward with astonishing speed, choosing to engage the earth release head-on. A thunderous shockwave of chakra erupted from the clash, enveloping the two in a cloud of dust and momentarily forcing them apart. Seizing this critical opportunity, Kakashi formed hand signs with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The lightning release shadow clone technique. With a sharp sound, a clone, identical to Kakashi and crackling with violent lightning, materialized beside him. The original Kakashi and his shadow clone exchanged a knowing glance, their synchronization impeccable. and together they thrust their dazzling Raikiri forward. Two radiant arcs of lightning converged in midair, resonating with a cacophony of crackling electricity. Lightning transmission. A thick, visible chain of lightning connected the two Raikiri, forming a devastating link that spanned the battlefield. Both Kakashi and his shadow clone grasped an end of the lightning chain, akin to two meteors slicing through the darkness, charging towards the pre-selected weak point in the encirclement with reckless abandon. Where the lightning chain passed, enemy ninjas were struck down like autumn leaves swept away by a tempest, incapacitated or reduced to charred remains. They forcefully tore a gaping chasm through the enemy's impregnable formation. Remarkable prowess, Sharingan Kakashi. Earth Release remarked, observing Kakashi's astonishing strike with a raised brow, a glimmer of unabashed admiration flickering in his eyes. He momentarily halted his pursuit. Firmly planted in place, his voice resonating like a bell from afar, were this not a battlefield of life and death? I would genuinely wish for an opportunity to spar with you. Yet, admiration aside, the harsh realities of war allowed no respite. The look of appreciation in Earth Release's eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. He raised his hand sharply, issuing a merciless command. All Earth Release ninjas, heed my order. Instantly employ the techniques to alter the terrain. Trap them within earthen prisons. They must not escape. With Earth Release's command, the ground trembled under an unbearable strain. The rumble echoed like a dragon awakening, as countless towering walls of earth surged upward, the ground collapsing and fracturing, forming bottomless chasms. In mere moments, the entire battlefield underwent a terrifying transformation. The swirling dust obscured the sky, resembling a heavy yellow curtain that enveloped Kakashi and the escape route he had just carved out, swallowing them whole. Within this chaotic obscurity, confusion and despair surged like a tide, threatening to drown the remaining Konoha ninjas. Just as hope began to wane, a familiar yet jarring voice pierced through the clamor. Charged with fervor, Roots Elite. For the glory of Konoha, charge with me. We shall not allow these vile outsiders to belittle our brethren. This voice was fervent and noble, exuding a righteous spirit of self-sacrifice, as if an omniscient arbiter had intervened at the most critical juncture, embodying a savior's guise. Amidst the swirling dust, Kakashi recognized the voice, and his heart jolted, his pupils constricted. That voice belonged to Shimura Danzo. What was he doing here? From the depths of the thick haze, a figure emerged, an elderly yet still imposing presence, none other than the man who had long lurked in the shadows of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Defying his usual demeanor, he now led a cadre of cold-eyed, hollow-gazed Root Elite, charging fearlessly into the incomplete encirclement of a Wagakure and Kumogakure. Each of these Root warriors displayed impressive prowess, moving with swift and lethal precision, seemingly devoid of any sense of self-preservation, launching an almost suicidal assault that carved an even wider breach in the enemy's formidable encirclement than Kakashi's lightning strike had achieved. Kakashi watched this unexpected scene unfold, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. Surprise mingled with disbelief. Danzo had chosen to intervene in such a dire moment? This was beyond his expectations. It could even be described as timely assistance. Yet, concurrently, an unsettling sensation coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. He quickly scanned the battlefield, sensing something amiss. The hollow, puppet-like expressions of the Root Elite, the impeccable timing of Danzo's appearance, and his grandiloquent, incendiary rhetoric, all bore the unmistakable scent of meticulous calculation. However, the gravity of the situation left no room for contemplation of these peculiarities. The breach had opened, presenting the only chance for survival, regardless of Danzo's motives. Living to fight another day was paramount. Everyone, seize the opportunity. Retreat. Kakashi decisively commanded, his voice infused with chakra, cutting through the haze and reaching every surviving Konoha ninja's ears. Without hesitation, he turned and led the survivors towards the passageway forged by Danzo and his elite, fleeing the gruesome battlefield that resembled a hell's cape. Soon, this sudden and abruptly concluded brutal skirmish announced its end. The Leaf Ninjas suffered exceedingly heavy casualties, yet, thanks to Kakashi's decisiveness and Danzo's seemingly selfless assistance, they successfully broke through, averting total annihilation. Kakashi received the latest orders from the Hokage's office, instructing him to lead the remaining forces back to the Leaf for recuperation. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, after leaving behind a multitude of Roots dead, vanished into the encroaching dust with his few remaining confidants, seemingly heading in the direction of the leaf as well. As Kakashi traversed the muddy path back to the leaf, the pungent scent of blood and the wails of the dying lingered hauntingly in his ears, jarring his weary nerves. Memories of every battlefield detail replayed in his mind, particularly the abrupt yet valiant figure of Danzo. This man, who had always prioritized his own interests and power above all else, and who employed any means necessary to achieve his ends. Why did he appear in such a sacrificial manner at that critical juncture? His impassioned and stirring rhetoric, the Roots' soulless warriors, who seemed to charge heedlessly into death. Kakashi sensed that beneath this seemingly fortuitous escape lay a deeper, colder, and more sinister conspiracy that eluded his grasp. The warning from Jiraiya echoed clearly in his mind. The fox's tail is about to reveal itself. Had this old fox grown impatient to unveil his long-hidden fangs? Kakashi's single eye, hidden beneath silver hair, narrowed sharply, a fleeting glimmer of icy resolve flashing like lightning. In the recesses of his mind, fragments of recent events within the leaf spun and collided like shattered glass. Lady Tsunade bore the immense weight of Naruto and Sasuke's defection, while undercurrents surged within the village. Subtle attacks on the Hokage emerged, and certain elders exchanged knowing glances during high-level meetings. Furthermore, the recent, seemingly unprovoked joint assault by the Iwagakure and Kumogakure was executed with chilling precision. Suddenly, the image of Danzo's haggard yet feverishly animated face, along with the soulless, numb gazes of the Roots' warriors, crystallized in his mind. The once disparate clues, now interconnected by an invisible, chilling thread, formed a terrifying notion that burgeoned within Kakashi's heart like a toxic fungus breaking through the soil, suffocating in its stench. Danzo's collusion with external enemies, deliberately inciting fierce border conflicts, aimed to significantly deplete the Leaf's active forces, particularly the elite troops loyal to the Hokage. Then, in the direst moments of crisis, he would emerge as the savior, sacrificing those brainwashed Root members, staging a tragic performance to harvest hearts and prestige, ultimately shaking Lady Tsunade's rule to its core and coveting the supreme title of Hokage. Kakashi halted abruptly, a bone-chilling cold erupting from his spine, surging through his body and piercing his very being. He involuntarily raised a hand to his forehead, fingers icy, pressing down tightly. Beneath his forehead protector, the crimson Sharingan whirled uncontrollably, emotions roiling within him, the tomo spinning into a foreboding crimson circle. This hypothesis was too outrageous, too horrifying. It completely subverted the beliefs of the Leaf, yet it fit together so disturbingly well. It perfectly explained the lingering sense of dissonance on the battlefield. It accounted for Danzo's uncharacteristic bravery. It justified the Roots' near catatonic willingness to sacrifice. It even elucidated why the Iwagakure and Kumogakure's offensive had halted at such a precise moment. As if preordained. Is that how it is, Danzo? Kakashi's voice emerged, low and hoarse, his throat feeling as if it had been rasped by sandpaper, tinged with a tremor he scarcely recognized. Your insatiable greed and desire have twisted to such an extent that you would invite wolves into the fold, collude with enemies, and regard the lives of your fellow ninjas as mere stepping stones for your power? You are pushing the Leaf into an abyss from which it cannot return. Chapter 80. The darkest hour of the Leaf. This was no longer mere speculation. It stood as cold, hard evidence, unflinchingly pointing to a dark truth concealed within layers of fog. Mr. Jiraiya's ominous warning echoed like a tolling bell in his ears. The fox's tail is about to reveal itself. This cunning old fox, lurking in the deepest shadows of the Leaf for decades, could no longer restrain his desires, revealing his most savage and lethal fangs. A surge of uncontrollable fury and bone-chilling murderous intent erupted within Kakashi, akin to a volcano about to erupt, nearly incinerating his rationality. Yet, he forced himself to suppress the tumultuous emotions, inhaling the icy air laden with the scent of blood and smoke, compelling himself to regain composure. Now was not the time to be blinded by rage. Although the truth was drawing ever closer, final confirmation was still required. Once he returned to the Leaf, to Lady Tsunade's side, all conspiracies would be laid bare. Kakashi's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, devoid of hesitation or doubt. He propelled himself from the ground, transforming into a silver flash that tore through the air, imbued with relentless cold and determination, racing towards the Leaf. He must convey this earth-shattering revelation, capable of appending the entire leaf, along with his cold deductions born from battlefield nuances, to Lady Tsunade without delay. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley behind the brutal battlefield, a crackling campfire flickered, dispelling the chilling ambience of the forest, illuminating two figures. The diminutive yet commanding third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat leisurely upon a smooth rock, sipping from an antiquated teacup. His murky, aged eyes sparkled with shrewd insight, a subtle, calculating smile gracing his lips. Danzo has truly spared no expense for this performance, he remarked in a raspy yet composed voice. We have cooperated splendidly, presenting quite the captivating spectacle. His tone bore a hint of amusement, as if critiquing a meticulously rehearsed play. The fourth Raikage, emitted a low, thunderous grunt. His muscular torso gleamed under the firelight, exuding explosive energy. Even in the cool night of the valley, visible wisps of steam rose from his body, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. A performance? The Raikage's voice rolled like thunder, dripping with disdain. This is merely his self-directed farce, a despicable ploy to seize power. Yet, despite his words, a glimmer of near-greedy anticipation flickered across his face. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously, as if harboring an impending surge of power. However, if tonight I can obtain what I desire, I shall not mind playing along. In an instant, the image of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, with her fierce and mature charm, and the alluring, pristine Byakugan of the Hyuga clan surged into his mind. These would serve as the bountiful rewards for his collaboration with Danzo. As for the future of Konoha, the ultimate fate of Shimura Danzo, what concern is that of his? He merely needs to maximize the interests of the Cloud Village while Konoha is weakened by internal strife, seizing every opportunity for gain. Inoki, with his murky eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Raikage, a cold smirk forming in his heart. This brash man, though formidable and awe-inspiring, was too transparent in thought, easily discernible. Yet, that was advantageous. It made him easier to manipulate and less likely to stray from the predetermined course. Raikage, please do remain patient, Inoki said, lifting his teacup once more and savoring the warmth of the tea as if relishing the taste of victory. One must eat slowly and tread carefully along the path. His voice was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Though Danzo was a tarnished piece on the board, he still held great utility at this moment. Once Inoki secured his position and stirred chaos within Konoha, they could leisurely gather the spoils of victory, which would be a delightful outcome. A flicker of icy coldness briefly shone in the old fox's eyes. His ambitions with Raikage were far more than the trivial land and riches promised by Danzo. What they truly sought was to thoroughly weaken and ultimately consume this once glorious village, which had long towered over the shinobi world, transforming it into their own territory. In the valley, the flickering campfire cast shadows on the faces of the two ambitious figures, illuminating their unspoken conspiracy. The air was infused with a faint aroma of tea, yet it could not mask the palpable greed and murderous intent that lingered heavily. At the grand and imposing gates of Konoha, when Kakashi finally appeared, weary and worn, he was met not with the expected tranquility and serenity, but with a cacophony of uproar. The entire village seemed to erupt in chaos. On the broad streets, a dense crowd surged, bustling and chattering, their voices rising and falling like boiling water. The atmosphere was charged with an extreme fervor and excitement, mingled with an undeniable current of anger and doubt. Kakashi's keen hearing instantly caught the sharp, cutting voices. Have you heard? It was Lord Danzo. He led the elite of Root, turning the tide in the most critical moment, repelling the cowardly attacks from Awagakure and Kumogakure. Indeed, my uncle was on the front lines. He saw it with his own eyes. Lord Danzo was at the forefront. The heroes of Root fought valiantly, using their flesh and blood to build a defense, preserving the remnants of Captain Kakashi's unit. Lord Danzo is Konoha's true guardian. He has silently borne the weight of misunderstanding, protecting our village. In stark contrast, what was the fifth Hokage doing? The enemy was at their doorstep, and she was holed up in her office, doing nothing. How disgraceful for someone bearing the title of Hokage. It was high time for Lord Danzo to take the mantle. That woman, Tsunade, was utterly incapable. A cacophony of inflammatory rhetoric surged into Kakashi's ears, each wave louder than the last, with voices praising Danzo rising to a fever pitch, and some even audaciously calling for Danzo to be the next Hokage. Meanwhile, The doubts, accusations, and venomous slanders directed at Lady Tsunade spread like a plague among the crowd. The manipulation of public opinion was both crude and astute, strikingly effective. Kakashi stood at the village entrance, observing this simultaneously familiar and alien scene, listening to the piercing rhetoric from the manipulated villagers. A chilling sensation seeped through his limbs, reaching his very bones. "So it was as I feared," he murmured, his voice barely audible to himself. Shimura Danzo, that old fox lurking in the shadows, had indeed exploited this meticulously orchestrated border conflict, utilizing the lives of the roots shinobi to pave a bloody path to the position of Hokage. The villagers, blinded by deceit, had become his most useful tools. Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness and fury wash over him, his chest nearly bursting with emotion. He stood frozen, as if encased in invisible frost. The faces of familiar villagers, once comforting, now appeared distorted and strange. Their eyes burned with fanaticism, yet their lips spat forth the most venomous curses and blind adulation. The praises of Danzo rose like crashing waves, elevating the schemer lurking in the shadows, while the criticisms and insults aimed at Lady Tsunade struck like poisoned daggers, targeting the very foundation of Konoha. He listened, observed, and felt the carefully directed tide of emotion, a torrent threatening to engulf him. The hero who had just emerged from the depths of carnage. How ironic. What a profound irony. The soldiers on the front lines fought fiercely, yet the populace turned their backs on their true leader, worshipping the schemer instead. Does this Konoha, this current Konoha, truly merit our protection? A barely contained whisper escaped Kakashi's lips, laden with profound sorrow and exhaustion. He felt indignant for Lady Tsunade and mournful for the comrades who sacrificed themselves on the front lines. The land he had vowed to protect with his life now revealed a chilling visage. As he spoke, his thoughts abruptly halted. Unbidden, images flashed through his mind. The golden figure of his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealing the Nine Tails with his life at the final moment. A gentle yet resolute smile upon his face as he entrusted the future to Kakashi, the father who bore the name of Konoha's White Fang, yet chose to end his life amid rumors and slander. Kakashi could almost hear the weight of his last gaze, conveying the burdens of guardianship and helplessness. And then there was Naruto, who never faltered, always bright, and Sasuke, who struggled between light and darkness, burdened with a heavy fate. They were the future of Konoha, the hope of rebirth. Finally, there was his eternal pain and source of strength, Obito Uchiha, the once lagging youth who entrusted him with the Sharingan at the brink of death, whose belief that one who does not cherish their comrades is even less than useless had long been etched into the depths of his soul. These figures, these memories, pierced through the gloom like sunlight, instantly dispelling the chill and uncertainty that had taken root in Kakashi's heart. Yes, the village may falter. The hearts of its people may waver. Shadows lurk behind every light. Yet that does not mean it is no longer worth protecting. There must be something worth saving. Kakashi's voice, once filled with confusion, now resonated with power, deep and resolute, as if swearing an oath to himself and those departed souls. No matter how decayed and unworthy this village may seem, it is but a passing phase. His gaze rekindled with brilliance, sharp as a blade, piercing through the tumultuous crowd. He fixed his eyes upon the mountain that symbolized the will of the Hokage. To this end, I am prepared to become the next Hokage. This thought was not a mere impulse, but a heavy yet inevitable choice made after discerning Danzo's schemes and comprehending the current crisis facing Konoha, should Lady Tsunade fall. And if the village requires a new pillar to stand against the encroaching darkness, then he must rise to the occasion. For the village that gave me life, I shall stand with it through thick and thin. His final vow resonated with the strength of a rock. In the next moment, Kakashi moved, no longer hesitating. He transformed into a streak of silver lightning, deftly maneuvering through the throngs of people with astonishing speed, racing towards the Hokage's office. He must see Lady Tsunade immediately. He needed to convey the information passed on by Yakumo, the chilling details from the battlefield, his suspicions regarding Danzo's sinister schemes, and the manipulated storm of public opinion brewing in the village. Inside the Hokage's office, the air was heavy, as if solidified into lead, pressing down on every breath. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, her knuckles pale from exertion, nearly crushed the letter from her dear friend Jiraiya resting on the table. Each word on the page felt like poisoned steel needles piercing her heart. Opposite her stood Nara Shikaku, arms crossed, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, shrouded in shadow, mirroring the weight of his troubled thoughts. Speculation was one thing, but when the blood-stained truth lay before them in such an undeniable manner, even this brilliant strategist felt a chilling dread. Shimura Danzo, this malignant tumor lurking within the depths of Konoha. The black hand stirring the storm had finally revealed its ghastly fangs, and at a time when war was imminent, Konoha was besieged and chaos reigned. Finding a way to excise this tumor embedded near the heart had become an almost unsolvable dilemma, yet one they were compelled to confront. Tsunade exhaled a long, heavy breath, attempting to dispel the suffocating gloom that filled her chest, but the effort proved futile, adding a bitter edge to her thoughts. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the thick door of her office was suddenly thrust open with tremendous force. Bang! The dull thud shattered the silence. A silver figure, enveloped in the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, burst in like a bolt of lightning tearing through darkness. Kakashi Hitaki, who had just returned bloodied from the front lines of the Land of Frost. His green vest, emblematic of his status as a jonin, was stained with a mix of dried and fresh blood, mingled with dirt and ash, and the fatigue etched upon his masked face was unmistakable. However, the single eye visible shone with the sharpness of a lone wolf on the icy plains, burning with a fervent urgency, as if to ignite the very air around him. Tsunade-sama, Shikaka-san. Kakashi's voice was low and hoarse, laced with the lingering chill of the battlefield and an ineffable sense of urgency. The situation at the front has taken a dire turn, and Danzo, his words poured forth rapidly, almost without pause, as he recounted the suffocating chaos of the battlefield in the Land of Frost. From the frenzied onslaught of the Iwagakure and Kumogakure alliance, leaving no room for respite, to the harrowing plight of Konoha's forces as they were encircled and decimated. He described how Danzo and his root operatives appeared as if summoned from the heavens, and the unearthly valor exhibited by root members, who fought with a chilling, almost mechanical bravery. Every detail, every unsettling point that had struck Kakashi amidst the bloodshed was laid bare before Tsunade and Shikaku. On the battlefield, the Iwagakure forces had unleashed an unprecedented Earth-style jutsu. Kakashi's voice carried the weight of memory, drawing him back to that moment when sight was entirely obscured, chaos reigned, and dust clouded all perception. At that time, he believed it to be merely an enemy tactic to divide and confuse the battlefield. But in retrospect, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, realizing that this chaos was perhaps not solely intended to hinder them. Shikaku's expression shifted, as if a blinding flash of lightning had torn through the fog, clouding his mind. He abruptly raised his head, his usually languid eyes now alight with understanding and a piercing, chilling anger. Indeed, it is so. Shikaku's voice was low, carrying the weight of a revelation. The massive earth jutsu had created a visual and perceptual blind spot, a ploy by Danzo. He stepped towards the map, his finger pressing firmly on the border between the Land of Frost and the Land of Wind. The chaos generated was merely a facade. The true intention was to conduct a swap under the cover of that all-encompassing dust. A swap? Tsunade and Kakashi echoed simultaneously. Precisely a swap. Shikaku's voice was resolute. A portion of Iwagakure ninja was silently replaced by those already lurking from Sunagakure. Those Sunagakure ninja likely never realized they became pawns. He took a deep breath, his mind racing through the horrifying conspiracy. Then, when Konoha's forces are driven to despair, Danzo will make his grand entrance with his root operatives. His target is not the elite forces of Iwagakure or Kumogakure, but those unwitting Sunagakure ninja, turned into bait and cannon fodder. He will pave his path to glory with their corpses, staining the banner he claims to protect Konoha with the blood of allies. Shikaku's tone grew colder. In doing so, he not only garners tremendous prestige on the battlefield, but also weakens Sunagakure's strength, while simultaneously earning the gratitude of our Konoha ninja. Fame, profit, hearts and minds. A threefold gain. What a devious and ruthless scheme. By the end, Sunagakure would likely remain oblivious, the unfortunate pawn in this treacherous game. Upon hearing Shikaku's analysis, Tsunade's expression darkened entirely, the last vestiges of color draining from her face. She slowly closed her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips, mingled with despair and self-mockery. What a splendid script this is. Now, the vilification against me in the village has reached a boiling point, and he, Shimura Danzo, has become a hero revered by the masses. It seems I, the fifth Hokage, must step aside. The air felt as though it had solidified, Kakashi watched this woman who had steadfastly supported Konoha now reveal fatigue and desolation, stirring within him a profound sorrow. Yet, in the next moment, Tsunade's eyes snapped open. The weariness and confusion vanished, replaced by a fierce determination and the pride of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Kakashi Hatake. Her voice rose, imbued with undeniable authority, resonating throughout the office. Kakashi stiffened instinctively, straightening his back. I, Tsunade Senju, the fifth Hokage, hereby officially appoint you. Her voice was resolute, each word striking like a hammer on steel. You, Kakashi Hatake, shall become the next Hokage. Kakashi's head shot up, astonishment filling his gaze. This was a command. Tsunade would not permit any hesitation, regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, or the sacrifices that lay in wait. Danzo, the traitor attempting to seize the village and betray his comrades, must be eradicated. They now possessed substantial evidence of his collusion with external enemies and manipulation of the war. They could not allow the legacy built upon the blood and lives of his grandfather and predecessors to be tarnished by such a despicable villain. Her eyes bore into Kakashi's, filled with trust and responsibility. Kakashi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within him. He met Tsunade's unwavering determination and Shikaku's grave yet hopeful gaze, thinking of the manipulated, blinded crowds at the village gates, and Danzo's sinister visage lurking in the shadows. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. Protecting Konoha was not merely a vow, but a weighty responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. Yes, Kakashi lowered his head, his voice solemn, embodying the gravity of the burden he was about to shoulder. Tsunade nodded slightly, her expression easing a bit, yet the sharpness in her eyes remained undiminished. She turned to the map, continuing her analysis of the current situation with Kaku, based on the intelligence from the front lines and Danzo's movements. It was evident that he could no longer afford to wait. By tomorrow at the latest, a final battle would undoubtedly erupt on the battlefield of the Land of Frost. A Wagakure, Kimogakure, and we ourselves would give our all. Kakuzu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the impending clash. Danzo would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to solidify his reputation, possibly even orchestrating unforeseen incidents on the battlefield to eliminate any obstacles. Thus, I must personally head to the front lines of the Land of Frost. Tsunade's voice resonated with the resoluteness of tempered steel, exuding an undeniable determination as a chilling murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Her tightly clenched fists, knuckles slightly whitening from the pressure, betrayed the tumultuous anger and resolve within her heart. This blood-soaked storm instigated by that scoundrel Danzo, this farce aimed at overthrowing Konoha, was ripe for me to conclude with my own hands. Her gaze swept over the region of the Land of Frost on the map, as if she could already envision the land where the final confrontation would erupt. I shall personally command the front lines, stabilize the morale of the troops, and ensure that certain individuals recognize who the true Hokage of Konoha is. Tsunade paused briefly, her tense demeanor softening slightly, yet imbued with another layer of unwavering strength. Moreover, there was another critical reason. Her gaze shifted toward the window, as if she could pierce through layers of obstruction to glimpse the distant land of hot water. Jiraiya is currently in the Land of Hot Water. I have already contacted him, and he will arrive at the battlefield in the Land of Frost by tomorrow at the latest. The mere mention of his name unwittingly infused Tsunade's tone with a subtle hint of reliance and trust. With Jiraiya here, alongside myself, we would not lack the strength to fight back. Our chances of victory would even be greater. But you. Kakashi's voice was laced with profound concern as he instinctively stepped forward, wishing to dissuade her. The perils of the front line were fresh in his memory, and Tsunade's current state. Rest assured, Tsunade raised her hand decisively, cutting off Kakashi's unfinished words with an authoritative tone befitting the Hokage. Her gaze sharpened once more, locking onto Kakashi's eyes. Hatake Kakashi, you cannot go to the front lines. Your mission is far more crucial and perilous than merely being present on the battlefield. Your task is to remain in the village. From this moment forth, use your Sharingan and all your abilities to closely monitor the movements of Danzo and all personnel under his command. Leave not a single detail unnoticed. Tsunade's eyes were as piercing as a hawk's, seemingly intent on imprinting this weighty command deep into Kakashi's soul. Since Danzo dared to incite public sentiment within the village, attempting to lay claim to the position of Hokage, he surely must have contingencies in place. His machinations on the front lines must surely conceal fatal treachery in the rear. I need you to be my most reliable eyes and strongest shield within Konoha. Ensure absolute stability within the village, ready to crush any schemes he may attempt to initiate. Any at all. The air in the office seemed to solidify, leaving only Tsunade's resolute words echoing through the silence. Kakashi felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, originating not from the enemies on the battlefield, but from the lurking darkness within the village itself. He understood that the battle remaining within the village, silent and unseen, could prove more lethal than the artillery of the front lines. This was trust, and it was responsibility. Kakashi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within, his exposed eye now radiating a resolute determination. Understood. Kakashi bowed his head once more, his voice firm and steady. Meanwhile, in a concealed underground chamber within Konoha, Danzo sat at the head of the table, his bandaged right arm resting on the armrest, his wrinkled face appearing even more sinister in the dim light. Just as Kakashi stepped through the village gates, enveloped by the clamor of public opinion, Danzo had already begun to strategize his next move. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the entrance of the chamber, kneeling on one knee, breathless and restrained. Lord Danzo, urgent intelligence. Danzo raised an eyebrow, his murky gaze shifting to the newcomer, signaling him to proceed. We have intercepted news that someone seems to have grasped part of the clues regarding your secret discussions with the Tsuchikage and Reikage. The subordinate's voice carried a barely detectable tension. Oh, Danzo replied, unperturbed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Have you identified the source of this information? According to intelligence analysis, it is most likely Jiraiya. Jiraiya? That fellow certainly possesses some measure of skill. Danzo lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, the sound resonating like a dull drum, as if appreciating the sharpness of the prey while calculating his next move. He pondered for a moment, his eyes glinting with calculation. But so what if he discovered it? The current situation is no longer something he can easily influence. Tsunade's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by me, and public sentiment in Konoha now stands on my side. His voice was low and confident, as he anticipated the frontline situation aligning with his predictions, poised for the ultimate confrontation. At such a critical moment, stability outweighs all else. I trust the daimyo of the Land of Fire is not so foolish as to misjudge the gravity of the situation. He slowly rose to his feet, the shadows engulfing much of his figure, leaving only his eyes, glimmering with ambition and madness, visible in the darkness. The so-called evidence, in the face of absolute power and overwhelming public sentiment, was nothing more than a scrap of paper. Danzo scoffed. It was time to employ some special measures. He stepped forward, making his way out of the chamber, his voice echoing in the vast stone room. Let us go. Relay the orders to proceed as planned. Next, let us see whose movements are swifter, who can seize control of Konoha first. At the residence of the Hyuga clan, an unsettling tranquility enveloped the area. Once a symbol of the grandeur and prosperity of Konoha's foremost clan, the compound now lay shrouded under the cool glow of the moonlight, appearing extraordinarily sparse. Most of the elite clan members had departed for the front lines of the Land of Frost. The absence of renowned jonin and experienced middle-tier ninjas robbed the clan of its former vibrancy and authority. In this expansive territory, only a handful of remaining ninjas and a few young clan members who had yet to meet the standards for battle maintained the most basic operations. Outside the main house of the Hyuga clan, the courtyard was deep and quiet, a few dimly lit lanterns struggling to dispel the heavy night, barely outlining the majestic contours of the ancient architecture. Two tuning guards stood like statues at the entrance, their postures erect, eyes sharp as hawks, vigilantly scanning every inch of darkness around them. Their ears twitched slightly, catching the rustling sounds of the night wind weaving through the branches, as no hint of disturbance could escape the keen perception of the Hyuga clan members. Alas, when will this damned war finally come to an end? One guard murmured in a low voice, fatigue seeping through his words. He shifted his stiffened body slightly, his gaze unconsciously drifting into the distance. Since Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha betrayed the village, there had been no true peace. Tsunade-sama was overwhelmed, and now even the young lady. His words trailed off, and the tone shifted to one of complexity, tinged with apprehension. Just a month prior, the young lady had locked herself away in her room, refusing to eat or drink, truly frightening everyone. Who could have anticipated that? The other guard murmured in agreement, his gaze also directed toward the depths of the courtyard. where the sound of punches cutting through the air and the girl's slightly hurried breaths could be faintly heard. Just a month ago, the young lady seemed to have suddenly unlocked her full potential, transforming entirely. Every night, he fervently practiced late into the darkness, and as he savored the sheer willpower displayed, a mix of awe and self-reproach filled his tone. If only I possessed even half the diligence of Lady Hinata, I would have undoubtedly ascended to Jonin rank by now, actively contributing on the front lines rather than standing here in the cold, guarding the gate. Their whispers were swiftly scattered by the night breeze, dissolving into the stillness of the air. Deep within the courtyard, a vast training ground was bathed in silvery moonlight. Hinata Hyuga's figure moved with astonishing agility under the lunar glow, her movements fluid and sharp. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her thin training attire, clinging to her form and outlining a silhouette that, although slightly delicate, possessed an extraordinary resilience. Her breath came in quickened bursts, her fair cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from the vigorous exertion. Those once timid and gentle pure white eyes now radiated an unprecedented focus and brilliance, akin to two sparkling springs shimmering in the moonlight. The gentle techniques of her soft fist flowed effortlessly from her hands. At times, her motions were as gentle as a breeze caressing the willow, every action precise and graceful, embodying the essence of yielding and control. At other moments, her strikes transformed into fierce and unyielding assaults, imbued with a resolute determination that seemed to tear through the air, producing a dull thud with each impact. With every punch, every block, and every shift in her stance, Hinata poured all her heart and will into her training. That vision of the future, like a sudden enlightenment, not only miraculously soothed her shattered heart from Naruto's defection, but also dispelled the confusion and despair that had nearly consumed her. More importantly, it ignited a flame within her that burned brighter than ever before, a fervent desire to grow stronger, a longing to truly stand beside him, fighting alongside him. At last, as another intense round of training concluded, Hinata slowly ceased her movements, her body trembling slightly, her chest rising and falling violently as she struggled to steady her breath. Beads of sweat glistened as they traced down her forehead and cheeks, sparkling in the moonlight. She approached a stone bench at the edge of the courtyard, slowly sitting down, fatigue evident in her movements. Hinata tilted her head back to gaze at the immaculate full moon suspended in the inky night sky. The cool and gentle moonlight cascaded unreservedly over her somewhat pallid face, illuminating the deep-seated yearning in her eyes that she could never quite shake off. "Naruto, are you doing well?" she whispered softly, her voice barely audible, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility surrounding her. "Naruto, have you not returned yet?" In the moonlight, it seemed as though the radiant face of that golden-haired youth flickered into view, warm and dazzling. That visage was the source of strength that had helped her traverse through her lowest moments, granting her the courage to persevere. Just then, without warning, a thick veil of dark clouds gathered like phantoms, swiftly obscuring the moon. The light of the world dimmed abruptly, as if an invisible hand had drawn down a black curtain. Instantly, the entire realm was engulfed in impenetrable darkness. The air seemed to freeze, silencing even the wind. A sense of foreboding gripped Hinata's heart. From the shadows, a cold, deep voice resonated, carrying an undeniable command. Act. Chapter 84. Success almost simultaneously with the command. Three shadows emerged as if separated from ink, silently merging into the profound darkness. Their movements were swift and precise, devoid of any extraneous sound. The two Chunin stationed at the entrance had no time to utter a cry. They felt a sharp pain at their necks, darkness enveloped them, and they collapsed, swiftly dragged into the deeper shadows. The third shadow, like an intangible wisp, darted towards Hinata with astonishing speed. "This is bad." Alarm bells rang in Hinata's mind, and her body instinctively reacted, attempting to channel chakra and activate her Byakugan. However, the enemy's speed was astonishing, and their timing was impeccably precise. A powerful gust of wind struck her nape, followed by a searing pain that sent her consciousness spiraling like a kite severed from its string, plunging into boundless darkness. In the next moment, she lost all awareness, collapsing to the ground. "Success! Retreat!" came the hushed, urgent voices from the darkness. Two shadows hoisted the unconscious Hinata and swiftly moved towards the courtyard wall, preparing to scale it and escape. "Who?" Just then, a chilling voice sliced through the dead silence of the night. Following that, A familiar voice filled with fury and urgency rang out. Hinata. It was Niji Hyuga. Having been unable to shake off his concerns, he had come to check on Hinata, hoping to offer guidance in her training during the stillness of the night. Little did he expect that as he approached the main house, his keen senses detected unusual fluctuations in the air, along with a faint trace of blood. At that moment, it seemed the clouds obscuring the moon parted slightly, allowing a sliver of moonlight to cascade down, albeit dimly. Enough for Niji to discern the scene in the courtyard. Two figures in black were carrying the unconscious Hinata, while the guards who should have been at the entrance were nowhere to be seen. Put Lady Hinata down, Niji shouted angrily, his figure shooting into the courtyard like an arrow released from its bow, his palms immediately forming the starting position of the gentle fist technique, his Byakugan activated, veins bulging around his eyes, locking onto the shadows. The two black-clad figures exchanged glances, and one of them murmured, "You hold him off. We'll take her." With that, they hesitated no longer, leaping with Hinata and vanishing beyond the courtyard wall. The remaining black-clad figure turned to face the rushing Niji, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He was also a battle-hardened ninja. Although he had heard of the prodigy from the Hyuga branch, he did not regard him as a significant threat. In a flash, they clashed. The elegance of the gentle fist met the ruthless martial prowess of the black-clad figure, producing a series of dull thuds. Although Niji was indeed a genius, he was still young, and his opponent was evidently well-prepared and formidable, striking with lethal intent. Within a few exchanges, Niji found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several deep wounds that bled profusely onto his garments. Humph, a genius of the Hyuga clan? Is that all? The black-clad figure sneered coldly, seizing on a flaw in Niji's defense and delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Niji was struck hard, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he staggered backward, crashing into a stone lantern in the courtyard with a dull thud. You still have some skill to last this long. The black-clad figure advanced, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. But this is where it ends. He raised his hand, channeling chakra, aiming directly at Niji's vital heart, ready to end the nuisance once and for all. In that life-and-death moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Niji's eyes, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He forced his remaining chakra into action, twisting his body just in time to narrowly evade the fatal strike. Simultaneously, he harnessed all his power, delivering a palm strike infused with the essence of the gentle fist toward the black-clad figure's head. With a soft thud, the black cloth that concealed the figure's face was torn away by the force of the strike, revealing a glimpse of a metal forehead protector. Niji's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized the emblem emblazoned on that protector. It was the symbol of the hidden cloud village. His final awareness was consumed by this shocking revelation, and the overwhelming impact of his injuries left him unable to withstand any longer. The world faded to black as he lost consciousness. The black-clad figure, clutching his head where Niji had struck, though not mortally wounded, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He glanced down at the unconscious Niji, then at the exposed corner of his torn forehead protector, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. But ultimately, he scoffed, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live this time." Killing another person would only increase the risk of exposure. The mission had been accomplished. There was no need to complicate matters. The black-clad figure did not linger, vanishing swiftly into the night. Meanwhile, in a little-known underground stronghold of the Hidden Leaf Village, the damp, shadowy stone chamber was illuminated only by a few flickering green phosphorescent lights, casting an eerie glow upon the moss-covered walls. The air was thick with the stench of decay and conspiracy. Shimura Danzo stood cloaked in shadow, his wrinkled visage appearing particularly austere under the dim light. Before him knelt several root ninjas, who had successfully abducted Hinata and injured Niji. "Excellent work," Danzo rasped, his voice low and devoid of emotion. "That brat Niji proved to be more troublesome than anticipated, but it matters little." He paused, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes, as he began to issue further commands. "You will split into two groups. One will take the Hyuga girl via the secret western path, ensuring you leave the Land of Fire before dawn. The second will utilize the more concealed southern waterway as a backup to mislead any pursuers." From within his robes, he produced a letter sealed with red wax. Handing it to one of the leading ninjas, "Deliver this to the second group. Ensure it reaches my trusted allies stationed at the front lines of the Land of Frost with utmost haste. The contents of this letter must be strictly adhered to. There can be no mistakes." "Yes, Lord Danzo," the ninjas replied in unison, their voices subdued and respectful. "Remember, ensure the safe delivery of the girl to the rakeage," Danzo added, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly incentivize Kumogakure to cooperate fervently with our plans." He waved his hand dismissively. "Now go. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, your contributions will not go unrewarded." "Yes." The ninjas responded once more, vanishing from the chamber like phantoms. The stone chamber was soon left in solitude, with only Danzo remaining. He slowly turned and strode to the far end of the room, where a voluminous black cloak awaited him. Draping the cloak around himself, he enveloped his figure in shadow. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi," he murmured, a flicker of ambition and madness igniting in his murky eyes. "Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Such naivety. The decisive battle at the front lines was imminent, and the sentiments of the Hidden Leaf-esque populace were already swayed to his favor. Now, it is time to pay a visit to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. He will understand who is truly capable of leading the Hidden Leaf to genuine strength. As he cast a final glance at the chamber that had witnessed countless of his schemes, he stepped forward towards the secret passage leading to the surface, his figure swiftly disappearing into the inky darkness, leaving behind an unsettling whisper that echoed through the stone walls. "The Hidden Leaf will soon be mine." Chapter 85. Conspiracy. On the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village, the dense forest sprawled like ink, saturating the earth with its profound hue. The moonlight, akin to shattered glass, struggled to pierce through the intertwined branches, casting a patchy and enigmatic illumination upon the damp soil. A figure melded seamlessly with the sturdy trunk of a tree, quietly perched upon a high branch, concealing his presence to near nothingness. It was none other than Hatake Kakashi, the vigilant observer. His exposed eye gleamed with the sharpness of a hunting hawk in the night, reflecting the cold moonlight as it fixated upon two shadowy figures stealthily traversing the forest path below. Their movements were swift, akin to weasels darting through the underbrush. Bodies hunched low, expertly utilizing every inch of natural shadow, their footsteps nearly inaudible against the crunching leaves. Were it not for Kakashi's deliberate scrutiny and his exceptional perceptive abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to detect their presence. "Danzo, you venomous serpent lurking in the depths of the Hidden Leaf, have you finally begun to reveal your toxic intentions?" Kakashi whispered softly to the silent night breeze, his voice imbued with a chilling certainty and a barely perceptible undercurrent of fatigue-fueled wrath. He slowly raised his hand, fingers brushing against the cool edge of his headband, his movements imbued with the determination to unmask the deceit. In an instant, the headband was silently pushed upward. A surge of crimson light erupted from his left eye. "Sharingan, activate." In that moment, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, an invisible pressure radiating from Kakashi's form, almost simultaneously with the full reveal of his Sharingan. Kakashi's figure left behind a blurred afterimage on the high branch, swift, to an extreme, beyond the limits of visual perception, without any forewarning, without unnecessary probing, and without granting the two trained root ninjas a moment's reprieve. Kakashi's arms shot up, palms gathering blinding silver lightning, compressing it to its utmost potential. With a thunderous crack, the air erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight. The ferocious lightning chakra transformed into two indomitable blades, imbued with the essence of annihilation, striking precisely through the backs of the two root ninjas. "Raikiri!" The lightning flashed, illuminating a small area around them, revealing the astonishment and disbelief etched across the faces of the two ninjas. In an instant, the brilliance and sound receded as if they had never existed. All returned to a deathly silence. The two root ninjas emitted no sound of agony, their bodies collapsing like marionettes with severed strings, kicking up a small cloud of dust as life was violently extinguished by the rampant lightning. Kakashi gradually lowered his arms, the residual arcs of electricity crackling softly before dissipating. His expression remained impassive, his face mostly concealed by his mask, save for the Sharingan, which continued to spin coldly. He crouched down, his motions fluid and assured as he began to search the still warm corpses. His fingertips grazed the icy fabric, feeling the various tools of the ninja they bore. Soon, his fingers encountered a somewhat rigid cylindrical object. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he swiftly withdrew it. It was a letter meticulously wrapped in thick, uniquely textured leather, sealed with dark red wax. Kakashi's fingers felt the chill as he touched the rough, yet remarkably durable leather. the act of tearing the wax seal imbued with a sense of sacrilege. As the letter unfurled in his hands, the dim moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a feeble illumination upon the paper. The crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, etching the malevolent words into his mind with alarming clarity. Each word pierced his heart like a venom-laced ice needle. As he read further, the expression beneath his mask shifted from initial gravity to disbelief, and finally settled into a pallor of dread, as if frosted over. The contents of the letter detailed a plan so insidious it was almost unfathomable, utilizing specially concocted, undetectable drugs, seamlessly blended into the supplies of hidden leaf ninja being sent to the front lines. The effects of this drug were insidious. Users would not sense any abnormalities for a short period, even feeling a false surge of energy. However, once engaged in intense combat, their chakra would falter as if rusted gears were grinding to a halt. Stamina would drain at an alarming rate, akin to a flood breaching its dam. Even more terrifying, the drug would gradually erode internal organs, causing irreversible damage under heavy exertion. The ultimate goal was painfully clear: to unleash a massive, sudden wave of illness and injury among their own ninja at the front lines, to use the suffering and weakness of their own village's ninjas as bait. Under the relentless pressure of being the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, and renowned as the savior, Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, is compelled to venture to the perilous front lines to provide aid. In the midst of chaos, with wounded soldiers sprawled across the battlefield, this tumultuous scene serves as the perfect cover. Danzo, having laid out his deadly trap, seeks to orchestrate a meticulously planned accident that will obliterate Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of the Senju clan, once and for all. Mr. Shikaku truly deserves his reputation, Kakashi murmurs, his throat dry, his voice laced with a mix of dread and a hint of bitter admiration. At the end of the letter, he subtly alludes to the only variable that may thwart this nefarious plot: Nara Shikaku's vigilance and insight. Clearly, even a schemer as cunning as Danzo harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards Konoha's chief strategist, blessed with unparalleled wisdom. Indeed, as the letter forewarned, or perhaps as Mr. Shikaku had already anticipated with his extraordinary intuition, Danzo's venomous intentions may very well be laid out along the vital logistical supply lines sustaining the front. Although lacking direct evidence to completely thwart the plan, Mr. Shikaku has quietly set layers of contingencies in motion. He discreetly contacted trustworthy operatives responsible for logistics, and, with the utmost scrutiny, reinforced the inspection and screening procedures for all food and water supplies. Simultaneously, under the guise of dispatching reinforcement troops, he clandestinely organized a special squad of elite medical ninjas, selecting a more covert and circuitous route to secretly advance toward the land of snow as a reserve force. The most critical step he took was to resolutely propose to Lady Tsunade that her most trusted disciple, Shizune, should immediately carry a part of the special summoning slug capable of long-distance healing and communication to the front line, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Shizune and the slug would be pivotal in stabilizing the situation and buying precious time. Cursed be this fate. Kakashi clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking under the strain, as he crumpled the letter containing this grand conspiracy, as if to obliterate the malice woven within its lines. Despite Mr. Shikaku's far-sighted planning, Danzo's scheme is insidiously treacherous and nearly impossible to guard against. Should even a small fraction of contaminated supplies reach the front lines, the consequences for the ninjas caught in the snare would be unthinkable. Such a calamity would be an unbearable blow for Konoha. The urgency of the situation has reached a critical juncture. Time is of the essence. Kakashi formed hand signs with astounding speed, his afterimages intertwining. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, shadow clone jutsu. He grasped the letter, bearing the weight of unspeakable evil, his fingers groaning under the burden. Go. Kakashi's voice thundered, suppressing the tempest within, each word striking like a hammer in the hearts of his clones. Deliver this intelligence, crucial to Konoha's survival, to Lady Tsunade without fail. The clones, sensing the gravity of their master's resolve and urgency, uttered not a word, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the night, racing toward the Hokage's office, leaving behind faint remnants of their presence. Chapter 86. The cunning schemer. Meanwhile, the original Kakashi inhaled the frigid night air, attempting to suppress the surging tide of murderous intent and dread within him. His exposed crimson eye, devoid of its usual languor, radiated an icy ferocity. No trace of jest remained, only a chilling cold, as three tomos slowly spun within his gaze. This account will not be settled lightly. His gaze pierced through the thick darkness, locking onto a shadowy, forbidden entrance of the root underground base within Konoha. Damn you, Danzo! A low growl, suppressed to the extreme, erupted from Kakashi's throat, filled with uncontainable fury, tearing through the silence. His eyes blazed with an inferno of wrath, the Sharingan swirling violently, nearly spilling blood. The usually composed and unflappable copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, had completely lost his poise in that moment. He could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. In an instant, he blurred, transforming into a flash of silver lightning that ripped through the night. Simultaneously, at the distant front line in the land of snow, deep within the fortified temporary encampment of the Iwagakure and Kumogakure alliance, a vast tent exuded an atmosphere of grim vigilance. Flickering lights illuminated two starkly contrasting figures. The diminutive yet imposing third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat across from the brawny fourth Raikage, who radiated explosive power. The table was laden with mouth-watering grilled meat and strong liquor. Yet the atmosphere within the tent stood in stark contrast to the sumptuous feast. Absent was the joyous camaraderie of allies. Instead, a heavy silence prevailed, laced with unspoken calculations and mutual wariness. Ha ha ha, that old coot Danzo, the fourth Raikage, known for his fiery temper and straightforward nature, smirked, unabashedly mocking. He truly embodies the essence of ruthlessness. What a sight to behold. He tore into a juicy piece of meat, his words dripping with derision. First, he stages a grand rescue on the battlefield, portraying himself as the savior of Konoha, and now he turns around to poison his own ninjas, forcing that woman Tsunade to march to her doom. Truly merciless. Took a hearty swig of liquor, exhaling with satisfaction, his eyes glinting with amusement as he continued to provoke the Tsuchikage. In comparison, Inoki, I find myself suddenly realizing that you, old man, seem rather merciful. Cough, cough. The third Tsuchikage, leisurely lifting his cup for a sip, nearly choked on his drink upon hearing the last remark. He set down his cup, casting a sharp glare at the unreserved Raikage. Hey, that last comment was entirely unnecessary. My methods are beyond the comprehension of a brute like you. Despite his words, a flicker of complex emotion flashed through Inoki's deep-set eyes. He had to admit, even after decades of navigating the ninja world, he could not help but admire Danzo's resilience and ruthlessness. Yet, your words hold truth, Inoki mused, fingers lightly tapping the table. Danzo's tenacity and brutal tactics indeed surpassed what one could imagine. Humph, regardless of what he is, we must focus on weakening Konoha's strength to achieve our respective villages' strategic goals. That is enough. The impending battle awaited Danzo's carefully orchestrated performance. Inoki's aged face revealed a cold smile. They merely needed to cooperate at the right moment, inflicting serious wounds on the Konoha ninjas who had fallen into the trap, but not to the point of annihilation, leaving them a breath of life. In doing so, they would compel Tsunade to come to their aid at any cost. At that moment, two figures standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world exchanged glances in silence. The icy tacit understanding and unabashed intent to kill in each other's eyes spoke volumes. Within the camp, only the crackling of the campfire remained, accompanied by the sound of the two men chewing their food and the occasional low, indecipherable laughter that resonated in the air. The flickering flames stretched and distorted their shadows, casting eerie figures upon the tent walls, creating an atmosphere thick with the foreboding of an impending storm. At the entrance of the Root's underground base in the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi's figure slipped in like a phantom. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain and the inside of his Sharingan, he deftly avoided all possible sentinels and traps, successfully reaching the damp, foreboding core of the Root. However, the scene before him caused his heart to sink. The entire base was deserted. The cold stone walls, the empty corridors, the training grounds exuding a stench of decay, and the room belonging to Danzo, filled with the scent of conspiracy, were all void of life, leaving only a deathly silence. A sense of desolation pervaded the air, as if all inhabitants had recently departed in an orderly fashion. Damn it, I am too late, Kakashi muttered under his breath, his anger flaring. Yet reason compelled him to remain calm. If Danzo is not here, where could he be? The cunning old fox, Kakashi forced himself to think rationally. his Sharingan whirling rapidly as he analyzed the current situation. He had orchestrated a plan to poison and assassinate Lady Tsunade on the front lines, but now, these conspiracies may have been partially exposed due to the actions of Lord Jiraiya and himself. If I were Danzo, what would I need most upon realizing that the plan might be compromised? Kakashi's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. Is it time? Is it power? No, it is neither. It is righteousness. It is legitimacy. He requires an absolute guarantee that can overshadow all doubts and allow him to ascend to the position of Hokage without hindrance. Kakashi's gaze sharpened suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. The feudal lord of the land of fire. The name resonated in his thoughts like thunder. This is bad. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically. Danzo was moving too quickly. He must have sensed danger, abandoning these trivial conspiracies to directly seek the recognition of supreme power. If Danzo were to get to the feudal lord first, twisting the truth, leveraging the achievements on the front lines and the stirred sentiments within the village, along with potential coercion or exchanges of interest with the feudal lord. If the feudal lord genuinely acknowledged Danzo and even issued an order appointing him as the acting Hokage, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, Lady Tsunade and all those who attempted to unveil the truth would face the grave sin of defying the feudal lord's orders. Danzo would legitimately seize control of the leaf, purging dissenters. Lady Tsunade, Mr. Jiku, and even Lord Jiraiya, who was far on the front lines, would find themselves in perilous situations. This must not happen. A resolute glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He had to stop him immediately. He understood that there was no time to report to Lady Tsunade now. Every moment could determine the fate of the leaf. Kakashi hesitated no longer, turning and dashing out of the empty root base. He did not return to the village's center, but discerned the direction toward the capital of the Land of Fire. Launching into the vast night, like an arrow released from a bow, he must reach the feudal lord before Danzo does. He must prevent that ambitious man from seizing the leaf with lies and conspiracies. This covert battle for the Hokage's position had entered its most critical and perilous moment. I feel that I may have written too meticulously, as many have commented that it is somewhat verbose. I apologize for that. This is my first attempt at writing a novel, and I wanted to refine it carefully, thoughtfully constructing each part. I will learn from this experience and strive for simplicity in the future, avoiding verbosity to meet the expectations of my readers. Today marks my first 5 updates. Also because if I post too much, the platform may classify it as spam, causing a drop in traffic. I kindly ask for your understanding. Thank you. I hope you enjoy my book and comment generously. I've noticed a significant drop in comments lately, and I particularly enjoy reading your thoughts, which help me identify and rectify flaws in my writing. Please comment more. Now, allow me to share a sneak peek of the upcoming plot for those who have persevered to this point. Although Naruto's Sharingan is inherited from Obito's, it is not entirely the same. Naruto will awaken a new, more fitting ocular technique, which will first appear during his involvement in the Great Ninja War. As he battles the Raikage and Tsuchikage, please look forward to it, and I hope the platform does not classify my earnest writing as spam. Chapter 87. Rushed to the front lines before dawn had broken. A faint struggle of grayish-white light appeared on the eastern horizon, attempting to tear through the thick shroud of night. In the Hokage's office, a solitary lamp flickered, casting a dim yellow glow upon the large map of the Leaf Village hanging on the wall, illuminating 2 weary yet resolute figures in front of it. The air was thick with the mingled scents of gunpowder, ink, and the remnants of medicinal herbs, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Tsunade pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples, her bloodshot eyes fixated on the intelligence scroll unfurled on the table. Just 3 hours prior, Kakashi's shadow clone had burst in with the intercepted letter, each word like thunder, confirming their most dreaded suspicions. Shimura Danzo's plan, steeped in malice and betrayal, sent a chilling wave through the battle-hardened 5th Hokage. Nara Shikaku stood beside Tsunade, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in concentration as his gaze darted between the map and the intelligence. His mind raced with unprecedented speed, seeking a sliver of hope amidst the tangled web of clues. The evidence was irrefutable. Tsunade's voice, hoarse from a sleepless night, brimmed with barely contained fury as she spoke of Danzo's collusion with external enemies, plotting against the Hokage and attempting to overthrow the leaf. Each word seemed to be forced from her clenched teeth, laced with profound hatred for that despicable bastard. Before her words could fade, The heavy wooden door of the office was suddenly flung open with tremendous force. This time, it was not Kakashi who entered, but a group of Hyuga guards. Their expressions frantic and their clothes stained with glaring blood. They rushed in, nearly carrying a blood-soaked figure who had succumbed to deep unconsciousness. None other than Hyuga Neji. Lady Tsunade. Lord Shikaku. The lead guard's voice was a raw cry, tinged with despair as he begged, "Please, please save Lord Neji." His body trembled with fear and urgency. Pointing towards the figure on the stretcher, his voice choking. "And there's also Lady Hinata. She has been abducted." "What?" Tsunade sprang to her feet, her chair scraping across the floor with a screech that mirrored the snapping tension in her heart. She rushed forward, her gaze locking onto Neji, whose breath was shallow and whose chest was drenched in dark crimson. Her amber eyes narrowed to pinpricks. An indescribable chill and fury seized her instantly. "Danzo." Tsunade's voice erupted from the depths of her throat, a suppressed growl, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip as her rage threatened to consume her sanity. Yet in the next moment, she inhaled sharply, summoning an extraordinary will to suppress the surging desire to kill. Now, saving lives is the top priority. A vibrant green chakra flared from Tsunade's palm, resembling a tide of life, warm and steadfast as it enveloped Neji's grievous wounds. Tsunade's expression was intensely focused, each movement precise and swift, as her formidable medical ninjutsu produced near-miraculous results in her hands. Neji's breath, once barely perceptible, gradually stabilized and grew robust. The pallor of his face, which had turned ashen from blood loss, slowly regained a hint of color. The injuries had been temporarily contained, and Tsunade withdrew her hand. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, a testament to the immense energy expended in her healing technique. She turned to the few guards, still shaken, her voice, though tinged with anger, carried an undeniable authority. "His internal injuries are severe. He must be transported to the hospital for immediate and thorough treatment." Her gaze was sharp as a blade. "Take him to the hospital at once. Increase the personnel with round-the-clock surveillance. There must be no further mistakes." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The guards, as if granted a reprieve, carefully lifted Neji and hastened away. The office fell silent once more, yet the atmosphere was even more grave than before. Tsunade approached the window, gazing out at the sky, which was on the cusp of dawn, her silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Before losing consciousness, Neji had intermittently mentioned seeing the forehead protector of a guard from the village hidden in the clouds. A guard whispered, his voice laced with fear and uncertainty. Tsunade abruptly turned, her eyes gleaming with intensity. This forehead protector was deliberately left for Neji to see. Finally breaking his silence, Nara Shikaku spoke in a low, calm voice, demonstrating a keen understanding of the situation. "The timing is too coincidental. Just as we have gathered irrefutable evidence of Danzo's treachery, Kakashi is likely on the verge of pursuing him. The Hyuga clan's heiress is abducted, leaving behind clues pointing to the village hidden in the clouds." Shikaku stepped towards the map, his finger tracing the border between the land of fire and the land of frost and the land of lightning. "This is Danzo's misdirection, two birds with one stone. First, he frames the kidnapping of Hinata on the village hidden in the clouds, exacerbating our already tense relations, potentially inciting new conflict and thoroughly muddying the waters. Second, he buys himself time, evading our scrutiny to achieve his ultimate goal." "That cunning fox," Tsunade exclaimed, her voice laced with venom. "With the villagers in a state of panic and the front lines under strain, we cannot spare sufficient resources or energy to counter him. It's like a parasite. We know it's there, eroding our strength, yet we cannot root it out completely at this moment." "Indeed, the situation is quite precarious," Shikaku acknowledged, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes, yet more so a calm resolve. "Danzo has likely sensed that part of his plans have been exposed, prompting him to act recklessly and hasten his movements. The most probable destination for him now is the capital of the Land of Fire, seeking the daimyo's support, leveraging his accomplishments on the front lines and the public sentiment within the village to forcibly seize the position of Hokage. Kakashi must have deduced this as well." Shikaku met Tsunade's gaze, trust reflected in his eyes. He sent a shadow clone to relay the information. His original self is undoubtedly pursuing Danzo. All we can do now is trust Kakashi, believe he will prevent Danzo from gaining the daimyo's endorsement. Taking a deep breath, Shikaku's expression solidified with determination. "We must stabilize the situation. We cannot allow Danzo's scheme to plunge the village into chaos. Tsunade paused momentarily, then her eyes ignited with remarkable fervor, as if the fatigue and anger had been replaced by an overwhelming will. She turned and strode purposefully towards the Hokage's ceremonial robe hanging on the wall, draping it over her shoulders. The hat, symbolizing responsibility and honor, was firmly placed upon her head, casting a shadow over half her face, yet failing to obscure the resolute fire burning in her golden eyes. Shikaku. Tsunade's tone regained the gravitas of the fifth Hokage. I entrust the command of Konoha to you for the time being. Stabilize the internal affairs, reassure the populace, and coordinate all factions. We cannot allow Danzo's conspiracy to succeed. Approaching her desk, she swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging forth with unprecedented velocity. The front lines cannot afford to wait any longer. Tsunade's gaze swept over the map, landing on the region of the Land of Frost. Jiraiya should be arriving soon. I must head there immediately, not only to bolster the morale of our troops, but also to root out any potential infiltrators and prepare for Danzo's impending desperate actions. She pressed her palm against a special summoning scroll on the desk left by Shizune, which would allow her to communicate with the Toad and perform reverse summoning. Toad, prepare for reverse summoning. Tsunade glanced at Shikaku, a rare glimmer of approval and reliance gracing her tense features. Thanks to you, Shikaku, we have Shizune send the Toads ahead to the front lines. This strategic move is indeed commendable. You truly are Konoha's finest strategist. It is my duty, Lady Tsunade, Shikaku replied with a slight nod, his demeanor calm. Boom. A tremendous explosion of smoke erupted, filling the office with dense white fog that completely engulfed Tsunade's figure. The smoke writhed, carrying immense spatial fluctuations. Moments later, it began to disperse, leaving behind an empty desk and a quivering summoning scroll. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju, had vanished from the office. Nara Shikaku stood quietly, his gaze directed out the window. In the distance, the first rays of true dawn finally tore through the heavy clouds, golden light cascading like a sword upon the earth, dispelling the remnants of darkness. A new day was about to commence. Shikaku stared intently at the gradually crimson-hued clouds, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if peering beyond the present into a distant future. He murmured softly, more a profound reflection than mere soliloquy. It is time for Konoha to undergo a true transformation. Chapter 88. Let us exchange a fist. The earth lay ravaged, scarred by deep chasms resembling the claw marks of a beast, pockmarked with craters as if stars had fallen to leave their marks. Splintered trees lay strewn about, and the scorched earth reeked of sulfur and the acrid remnants of burned chakra, a suffocating stench. The air was thick with oppressive dust, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, heavy and viscous. The sky remained shrouded in dense, leaden clouds, with only a few weak beams of light struggling to pierce through, unable to illuminate the hellish battlefield. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, as if the gods themselves were howling, tearing through the stagnant air. The golden tails of the Nine Tails chakra, like a divine whip, descended with the power to obliterate all. Simultaneously, a massive purple Susanoo sword, gleaming with a chilling, soul-freezing light, descended with the force to cleave the heavens. These two forces, starkly different yet equally terrifying, collided with precision upon either side of Obito Uchiha's body. The earth cried out once more, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air, obscuring all vision. In that moment, Obito found himself in utter disarray, akin to a forsaken dog. He knelt at the edge of a deep pit created by the overwhelming force, his body trembling uncontrollably, every muscle spasming. His right eye, the Sharingan, glimmered dimly, blood trickling down in hot droplets, sizzling as it met the scorched earth, a clear sign of excessive ocular strain. The left eye, a mundane three-tomo Sharingan, also lost its once enigmatic brilliance, appearing dull and weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. In this battle, reminiscent of ancient deities clashing, Obito had exhausted every ounce of his strength. His once proud space-time ninjutsu, a power that allowed him to roam the shinobi world with impunity, now felt painfully inadequate against the perfect synergy of Naruto and Sasuke's overwhelming power. In desperation, he had even sacrificed one of his Sharingan to activate the Uchiha clan's ultimate forbidden technique, Izanagi, attempting to reverse his destined death and render it a fleeting illusion. Yet all was in vain. Neither the peculiar maneuver of Kamui nor the fleeting invincibility of Izanagi could genuinely alter the course of the battle before him. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, or rather, the two individuals who have fused the powers of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, have exhibited a level of strength that far exceeds anything Obito could contend with. With great difficulty, Obito lifted his head, his cervical spine groaning under the immense strain, his vision blurring from blood loss as he struggled to focus on Naruto in the distance. Within Naruto's eyes, which should have been a vibrant blue, were now clearly reflected 3 crimson spinning tomo of the Sharingan. How could this be possible? How could a member of the Uzumaki clan possess the Sharingan? What sent Obito's mind reeling, nearly shattering his very soul, was the overwhelming life energy emanating from Sasuke, akin to a vast ocean, and the power of wood release, an ability only the legendary ninja god, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, could wield, symbolizing the utmost forces of life and creation. The vibrant vitality. That familiar chakra fluctuation was unmistakable. Wood release and the Sharingan. Obito's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to a battered bellows, each word laden with disbelief and profound terror. How could this be happening? He had seen individuals who had transplanted Hashirama's cells, including himself and the revered Uchiha Madara. Yet, never had anyone demonstrated such mastery over wood release. It felt as if Hashirama had truly transcended time and space to appear here. This was not merely the result of cell transplantation. His thoughts surged like tumultuous waves, violently assailing his fragile mind, simultaneously exacerbating his grave injuries. Obito suddenly hunched over, unable to suppress a violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough. A mouthful of scalding blood erupted from his lips, splattering onto the charred earth before him, causing his already feeble body to tremble violently, as if it would collapse entirely at any moment. A chilling voice, devoid of warmth, pierced Obito's ears like a poisoned blade, freezing his blood. Were it not for the precise calculations of your Kamui, we need not waste so much time. Sasuke stood beneath the colossal Susanoo, looking down at Obito as if he were an insignificant insect. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan held no trace of human emotion, only absolute coldness and indifference. We have a clear understanding of how long your intangibility can last, and the length of time required to become tangible again after it ends. Naruto, having dispelled part of the golden chakra cloak of the 9 tails, revealed his iconic sunlit smile, though this time it bore an air of icy calculation and profound understanding. He walked slowly to a point not far from Obito, pausing with a tone as casual as discussing a trivial game. The maximum duration of your intangibility is approximately 5 minutes. Each time it ends, you require at least 10 minutes before you can use it again. Am I correct? Naruto extended his finger, gesturing in the air as if sketching the trajectory of Obito's fate. As for your desperate gamble with Izanagi, Naruto tilted his head slightly, his smile radiant, yet his gaze sharp as an eagle's, firmly locking onto Obito. With your dwindling ocular power, you can likely maintain that state of absolute invincibility for about 10 minutes. Since the moment you activated it, a total of 9 minutes and 37 seconds have already passed. Your so-called invincible time is about to come to a complete end. What say you, Uchiha Obito? Naruto's voice suddenly turned cold. Will you continue to rely on your proud Kamui for one last desperate struggle? Obito's body stiffened, as if an invisible hand had seized his heart. It dawned on him that from the very beginning of the battle, they were not merely fighting him. They were probing him, dissecting his abilities with a cold, analytical gaze. Everything he held dear was nothing more than experimental data to them. A profound sense of powerlessness and humiliation washed over him like a chilling tide, completely submerging him. Obito slowly lowered his head, his shoulders sagging in defeat as thick blood trickled down his chin, pooling into a small dark red patch on the ground. I concede. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a weighty fatigue and profound bitterness. I admit, Obito gasped for breath, his lungs aflame. I underestimated you. He struggled to add, each word seemingly draining his remaining strength, and he was not prepared for this moment. After a pause, he managed a grim, self-deprecating smile. But even had I been fully prepared, I doubt I would have been your match. The bitter fruit of failure lodged in his throat, its acrid taste flooding his mouth, rising to his very being. Yet, deep within, the belief that had sustained him through the darkness of his life, a nearly obsessive conviction, remained as solid as a rock. Obito suddenly raised his head, despite his weakened state, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze, laced with stubborn resistance. But I refuse to believe your fantastical claims about the Otsutsuki clan, or any apocalyptic calamity from the stars. It's nonsense. Before Obito could finish, he saw Naruto extend his right hand toward him, clenched into a fist, stopping just before him, the fist dusted with remnants of battle. Come on, let's fist bump. Naruto's face lit up with his signature, radiant smile, one that seemed to dispel all shadows, sincere and untainted. True masters can communicate their consciousness directly through such gestures. Far more effective than any flashy illusion. Come on, let's fist bump. Naruto urged again, his expression bright as he looked over at Sasuke with a hint of pride. Sasuke scoffed dismissively, turning his head away while muttering, I have my own methods, you fool. Obito was left utterly stunned, staring at the outstretched, dusty yet sincere fist, lost in a whirlwind of hesitation. A fist bump? Communicating consciousness? This gesture, this proposal, felt utterly out of place, almost absurdly comical in the face of his crushing defeat. Yet, Naruto's gaze was intensely earnest. His blue eyes, now restored to their clarity, exuded unwavering determination. Do you not wish to personally verify the truth of our words? Naruto's voice seemed imbued with a certain magic, resonating powerfully, striking at the very core of Obito's heart, awakening the questions he had long evaded. Do you not wish to uncover the true nature behind the Moon's Eye plan that you have pursued for so long? What lies behind the person you have emulated, whom you once believed yourself to be, Uchiha Madara, his true thoughts, and ultimate fate? Moreover, Naruto's voice dropped to a grave tone, laden with an unspoken weight. Do you not wish to learn about the entity that has lurked in the darkest shadows, like a festering wound, influencing the history of the ninja world for thousands of years, potentially manipulating Madara from the very beginning? What is its true identity? What are its true intentions? Each question struck like a heavy battering ram against the crumbling defenses of Obito's resolve. The truth behind the Moon's Eye plan, the reality of Uchiha Madara, the identity of Black Zetsu. These were the enigmas that he could no longer evade, nor deceive himself about. They were the harsh realities he must confront after discarding the mask of falsehood. Obito's gaze trembled violently, his pupils contracting and expanding in a struggle. He looked into Naruto's clear and resolute blue eyes, akin to an endless sky, then down at his own bloodied and muddied hands, symbols of guilt and darkness. In the end, Obito slowly raised his left hand, clad in a black glove, as if he had expended the last remnants of his strength. His fingertips trembled slightly. After a fleeting moment of hesitation that felt eternal, he delicately brought his fist to meet Naruto's outstretched hand, infused with a sense of resolve, curiosity, and an unrecognized yearning. The instant their fists collided, an indescribable torrent of warmth and vast information surged forth, transcending the boundaries of time and life, breaking through the layers of his emotional defenses and forcefully flooding into the frigid depths of Obito's heart. It was a sensation so long forgotten it felt as if it had been entirely erased, akin to a scorching stone tossed onto a frozen, silent lake, sending ripples that could not be quelled, conjuring countless images, sounds, and emotions that surged forth like a tidal wave. Understand all the truths before making your final decision. Naruto's voice was gentle and sincere, filled with hope for the future. Join us, Obito. We need your strength to combat the true threat. Their fists connected, their souls resonating. This was not merely a transfer of power. It resembled a formidable key, twisting and contorting, forcefully prying open the heart of Uchiha Obito, which had been sealed for eons. The overwhelming flood of information cascaded like the Milky Way pouring from the heavens, enveloping the very essence of Naruto's soul. And the memories and fervent emotions that traversed time and space shattered the meticulously constructed barriers of indifference and hatred that Obito had built. It was irresistible, uncontrollable. This torrent surged into the heart's lake, long frozen and silent, now filled solely with hatred. The anguished cries of the Ninja Alliance struggling amidst blood and fire. The Ten Tails earth-shattering, soul-quaking roar. The sinister will known as Black Zetsu, lurking in the deepest shadows of history, twisting millennia of history and manipulating hearts at will. Behind the Moon's Eye plan lay a suffocating, bone-chilling truth. There was no redemption, merely a meticulously crafted energy incubator for a far older, more terrifying existence. Uchiha Madara's grand ambitions, once a spectacle that overshadowed all, ultimately became the tragic garment of another. And he, Uchiha Obito, found himself ensnared deeper in a carefully designed false path, leading to a pitiable and laughable conclusion. What truly sent shivers through his soul was the vivid image of the future that Naruto and Sasuke spoke of, an unimaginable, despair-inducing fate where the Otsutsuki clan descended like divine punishment. Devastating calamities swept across the shinobi world, the planet lamenting. And here were these two boys, who should have perished, their souls adrift in the cold, silent void of outer space, embarking on a long journey in search of a faint glimmer of hope until their souls reversed time. Returning to this already destined juncture, armed with terrifying knowledge of the future and incomprehensible power. All of this resonated within him like countless celestial thunderbolts, shattering his past perceptions. All his obsessions, all his pride. It turned out that their unfathomable, monstrous growth and strength was not without foundation. Time seemed to freeze. Yet it also felt as if countless epochs flowed by. In reality, merely 5 minutes had passed. As the colossal information stream, potent enough to rupture any mortal psyche, gradually receded like a tide, Uchiha Obito's body could no longer endure. Thud! His knees gave way, crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, splattering murky water and producing a dull, painful sound. He sank deeply and humiliatingly, kneeling before Naruto Uzumaki, his body trembling violently, every muscle convulsing, not from the pain of prior battles, but from the tremors of his very soul, collapsing and wholly denying itself. Was my lifelong pursuit merely a game set up by others? Obito's voice was hoarse and fragmented, akin to a broken bellows, each word heavy with disbelief. Am I, Uchiha Obito, merely a discarded pawn that everyone looks down upon? This realization was more brutal than any torture imaginable. This world is utterly false. The line between truth and illusion blurred as he laughed bitterly, mocking the very essence of his own power. Obito suddenly raised his head, his face smeared with mud and dried blood, grotesquely contorted, his features nearly unrecognizable, resembling a demon emerging from hell. He let out a low, primal roar. I, Uchiha Obito, am a complete fool. Naruto and Sasuke stood quietly beside him, like silent deities, offering no interruption. They understood better than anyone how cruel the truth contained within that torrent of information could be, capable of shattering and reshaping anyone's worldview, especially for someone like Obito, whose life had been built upon a lie. He needed time and space to digest and accept this bloody truth. Chapter 90. The world's tenderness cannot compare to her words. I. Obito clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms with such force that it seemed he might crush his own bones. Fresh droplets of blood surged from between his fingers, mingling with the mud below, indistinguishable from one another. I just wanted to resurrect Rin, to bring Rin back. His voice suddenly soared, tearing through the air, filled with unending grief and piercing indignation. The agony within his voice was enough to make the heavens tremble, but not in this filthy, deceitful world. A world filled with lies and despair, manipulated by beings like Black Zetsu. I will not allow anything to disturb Rin again. Never. He ground his teeth, the sound echoing, thick blood mixed with saliva spilling from the corners of his mouth and dripping down his chin. So it was like this? There is no moon's eye. It was merely a greater deception. The Rin I hoped for whom I sacrificed everything, betrayed everything, perished forever on that blood moon night, never to return. His voice gradually quieted, like a dying candle, each word soaked in an inexpressible sadness and despair. It was a silence that followed the complete collapse of belief, leaving his soul hollow. Tears could no longer be restrained. Scalding liquid mingled with the grime on his face, sweat, and dried blood, carving two miserable tracks that cascaded down, dripping onto his trembling fists. The world, in his eyes, had entirely lost its color, leaving only an endless expanse of gray. In this moment of despair, as hopelessness enveloped him, a gentle voice, as if capable of penetrating the icy barriers of his soul, and yet intimately familiar, resonated, crossing the boundaries of life and death, softly reaching his ears. Obito. This voice, a name he had called out countless times in the depths of his soul, during heart-wrenching nightmares, and in self-deceiving fantasies. Uchiha Obito's body suddenly stiffened, as if petrified by an invisible force. He froze in that cold, muddy terrain. A profound shock coursed through him like electricity. Unbelievable joy erupted in his frozen heart. Deep-seated doubts instilled fear that this might just be a more cruel illusion. Yet there was a flicker of hope. So humble it felt like dust that he could scarcely admit. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged across his twisted, filthy face, like wild horses racing uncontrollably. He moved slowly, like a rusty gear, trembling as he gradually lifted his head. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his right eye glimmered with a crimson hue, as if it were on the verge of bleeding, interlaced with ominous, web-like blood vessels. In stark contrast, the left eye socket, drained of all ocular power and light due to the activation of his Anaji, lay in a haunting pallor, resembling a pearl shrouded in a thick layer of dust, devoid of any luster. At the focal point of his gaze stood a solitary figure, reminiscent of the gentle maiden forever etched in his memories from that blood-soaked night. Yet, her once vibrant visage was now marred by the distinctive cracks of Edo Tensei, her skin bearing a lifeless, ashen hue akin to delicate clay. The eyes that once reflected sunlight and hope were now hollow and devoid of spirit, lacking even a trace of warmth or vitality. Lin? Obito's lips quivered, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Lin, it truly is you. Even in this chilling and desolate form, her presence was enough to stir a tempest within his heart. Teetering on the brink of complete collapse, ready to plunge into an abyss of infinite darkness, he remained fixated on her, scarcely daring to blink, fearing that this fragile apparition might shatter at the slightest touch, plunging him once more into an irretrievable void. I have always been watching you, Obito. Lin's lips parted, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if reciting a preordained line. Yet, these unremarkable words struck like a key imbued with immense power, forcefully breaching the dam forged by hatred and despair within Obito's heart. All reason, all defenses, all pride crumbled to dust in that moment. He could no longer concern himself with anything else. Like a child lost in endless darkness, finally catching a glimpse of light, he struggled, clawing his way forward, even rolling and crawling towards Lin. Mud splattered around him, filth coating his entire being, yet he paid it no heed. At last, he came to a disheveled halt at Lin's feet, much like the most humble of devotees, prostrating himself before a deity. He extended his trembling hands, stained with the blood of countless innocents, and, with every ounce of strength he could muster, he grasped her cold, rigid calf with desperate, almost greedy fervor. As if it were the only truth, the only salvation in this world of deceit, coldness, and betrayal. Lin slightly bowed her head, her vacant gaze settling on the wounded and wretched figure of Uchiha Obito at her feet, the clumsy, yet radiant boy she once remembered. She slowly knelt down, extending her equally cold hand, marked with the cracks of Edo Tensei, gently caressing his scarred visage that bore the mingling of dirt and tears. Her touch remained tender, reminiscent of an unspoken promise made long ago, forever suspended in that past afternoon. Alas, Obito, the voice of Naruto Uzumaki resonated like distant thunder, interrupting the somber silence that enveloped their sorrowful reunion. The world you yearn for may never come to pass. Naruto's tone held a hint of elusive remorse, yet was predominantly underscored by resolute finality and undeniable force. At least in this world before you, darkness, coldness, and pervasive falsehoods still abound, everything you despise. However, Naruto's voice suddenly soared, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples upon ripples, filled with an irresistible allure. You can stand alongside Lin. Choose us. With your bloodstained hands, sever the ties of insincerity. Forge a world that truly belongs to you. Obito appeared oblivious, as if submerged in the depths of the ocean, isolated from the clamor of the outside world. His entire soul, his very essence, became entwined with Lin, the cold yet profoundly real presence before him. He gazed at her with an insatiable longing, as though the most devout of worshippers were adoring a sacred idol, or a dying man clinging to his last lifeline. Tirelessly tracing her face with his eyes, mapping every crack and nuance, he sought within her hollow, lifeless eyes for even the faintest flicker of warmth belonging to Lin. However ephemeral, he endeavored to engrave this regained reality, albeit a frigid shell, deep into the foundations of his soul, like an indelible brand, to last an eternity, never to fade. Time, in that moment, seemed to lose all meaning. The frigid muck beneath his feet, the lingering scent of blood and gunpowder, the distant echoes of clashing weapons and anguished cries, all transformed into a blurry backdrop, swiftly fading away. At last, Uchiha Obito stirred his lips, his parched throat producing a voice hoarse as a worn-out bellows, yet imbued with a haunting, almost numbing serenity. His gaze remained firmly fixed upon Lin's face, never wavering, as if she were the sole entity in existence. He whispered softly, more a humble plea than an inquiry, "Will you stay by my side this time?"